Chapter 326 Fallen Angel. Actually, the most important thing now is not to rush back in a hurry, guided by the devil's rhythm. Instead, they evacuated the refugees from Biswi City, once again reducing the pressure on the Black Tide, and forcing the main force of the demons to go south. Give them a blow to the bottom of the cauldron. If the main force of demons spreads westward, then if they and the demons in Winsong City are included, even if they are in Sanctuary now, Sanctuary will have only one ending. But if most of this demon's army goes south, then the shelter can still completely resist it with the demons in Winsong City alone. However, I am afraid that the route out of the valley from the shelter will also be blocked. But that's fine too. If this fallen angel can make the devil feel at ease about the Western realm, then he will be happy to see it. However, the wind-chanting city in the hands of the devil must not only maintain its strength, but also be within a reasonable range. Otherwise, there will be trouble by raising tigers. At this time, Anthony seemed to have arrived at the library with Jack and others and sent the text message. George slowly wrote, "Everyone, we cannot stay in the shelter. Although this is safe, it is locking ourselves in a cage and waiting to die." He made an extremely bold decision. Send the main force to support Garvey. One life channel is not enough. We have to fight for resources with the demons in Winsong City. Winsong City has a large number of sergeants, and every time we gather together one batch, and the devil's power will be reduced by 1 point. Get ready. Our first battle will begin in Winsong City. This task is extremely difficult, and George believes that Garvey can stand firm in Wingshan. After all, silver has flowed into the valley in large quantities after he left, and they all have good weapons. However, after that fire passes, this team will be extremely tested, and in the end, they have to escape in the fog. But at least there is still a chance to play this game alive. Otherwise, if you stick to the shelter, there may be only one ending. George's words did not finalize the entire strategy. After chatting with Anthony and others, he gave an order to Agatha in the demon spider's lair, asking her to lead all the troops she could control to Winsong City. This troop would make it was complete chaos. George glanced at the book one last time, then threw the holy book into the bonfire and leaned against the tree. Garvey and the others had arrived in the afternoon. Now that night has just fallen, fighting has already started over there. His eyes began to blur, and he looked up the files of the Kingdom of Heaven. The appearance of the fallen angel will cause some small cracks. Nothing big may come out of these cracks. But if there are enough souls and resentments, the devil can be extradited from that H.L. through possession. Slaughter City is the urgent need of that thing. Fire can directly save the souls of the living dead. Under this power, it is extremely difficult for demons to transform blasphemers. Without this kind of undead, it would be difficult for the demons to quickly form an army to massacre the city. Among this kind of fire, only those who are killed by the devil himself will fall into H.L. and cannot be directly saved by the kind of fire to the Kingdom of Heaven. In this case, the transformation of demons by fallen angels is very inefficient, and they cannot start a prairie fire like the source of disaster. Although the fallen angels and the few demons around her were unstoppable in the Wind City, and the magic in their hands was extremely terrifying. After they destroyed the first city area, the Wind City began to fall into chaos. Judging from the news coming from Winsong City, after the demons set fire to the area near the cathedral, the residents began to run and hide in all directions. And the so-called nuns also had no choice but to start catching rabbits everywhere. I don't know how many people they were able to find and kill last night, but being able to create thousands of demon species is probably the limit. If there are even a few of these demons, their first goal should be to block the city gates. The blocking of the city gate may have started during the day. With the quality of the guards in Winsong City, a small number of demons blocked the city gate, and the city gate was locked. The fallen angel would not go to each city gate in person. After the number of troops is almost the same, she will most likely choose that castle to get or force out the fire as soon as possible. Of course, she might also choose to destroy a more populous urban area. Therefore, as long as Garvey and the others don't win the lottery, they still have a good chance of seizing an earned city and opening a life channel. So far, they had completely occupied Wingshan when they arrived in the afternoon. From this point of view, it seems that the guards have been executing some smart decision throughout the day. George couldn't help but sigh deeply. In the afternoon, a certain residential area in Yongfeng City was bursting with flames, and there were cries and laughter everywhere. Those short evil demons set fires everywhere in the noise. They dragged out the people hiding in the basements of the houses, and cut their throats one by one after torture. The nun holding the lantern, sword in hand, wandered barefoot around the dying people. Wherever she passed, flames gradually rose from the ground. When those who are dying die in this flame, a demon will crawl out either from the flames or from her shadow. These demons are of different types. But it may be that the deceased are ordinary residents and their souls are not strong enough. So most of the extradited ones are Lemure demons, burning bones and other evil spirits from the bottom of H.L. Occasionally, some charred skeletons will stand up directly. These corpses are somewhere between living corpses and demons. They are not directly transcended by the power of fire, and some possess the power of the elements. In the distance, there were many nuns wearing tattered robes, and some wearing armor doing the same thing. The eyes of these nuns were dark, and the hatred for the world appeared on their faces, making their faces very distorted. They also have lanterns or candles in their hands, but they are not as delicate. What they did was far from efficient. Most people were assisting the nun. At this time, some demons passed through the fire houses from a distance and brought back several dying people. These demons either look like snakes with sharp claws, or they look like deformed humans with hands and feet like blades and barbs on their backs. There are still traces of humans on their bodies, but they are all red demons. After they came over, they breathed into the nun's lantern and gave the nun all the souls they had devoured in their bodies. Then he left the dying people behind and left in a hurry. Counting the number of the pair of red devils, the nun discovered that there were 2 missing. I couldn't help but look at these dying people with great interest. They should have done it. The dying people seemed to be all sergeants. It seemed that their consciousness had been confused due to the torture of the demon. After seeing the nun, they kept crying and wailing on the ground, hoping that she could save him. There was a trace of pity on the nun's face, and then her eyes passed over the wailers and fell on the person who was angrily scolding her in weakness. She took back her words. The one who killed those 2 red devils was definitely not those losers, but this person. Several people wailed and suddenly found that their bodies were out of control. They watched helplessly as they stretched out their fingers to open their own throats. And then their souls flew out of their mouths and fell into the nun's lantern. Only the knight was left, still cursing angrily. If George were here, he would recognize the Iron Wall Knight. It was the one who drank wine with Bobber. The nun leaned over and stopped in front of him. He slowly lowered his hood, revealing an extremely delicate face. She looked at the knights with her pure eyes for a moment. And then, amid the knights' curses, she gently caressed their faces. Immediately afterwards, the knight's body began to twitch continuously, and his eyes became dark. Blood continued to flow from the throats of the deceased around them, and the bodies burst into flames. Then the soul in the lantern was sacrificed, and then the blood on the ground and the surrounding flames flowed this way, into the knight's body. In the water of blood and fire, the knight's body gradually expanded, squeezing through the armor. His torn flesh was exposed. Then many bone spurs squeezed out from the gaps in the armor, and a pair of magic wings stretched out from behind the knight. A red devil appeared, looking at the results in front of her. The nun sighed and seemed to feel very regretful. Amid the power of this fire, the ritual was greatly disrupted. Go and bring back more people and collect more souls. She looked towards the castle in the distance. Know that there are tens of thousands of guards there, and a constant flow of refugees seeking refuge there. Moreover, it seems that there is a spark of fire there. Chapter 327 Garvey's Battle of Winsong City. Dusk. As a mercenary with a rating of 27 from the Mercenary Union, Val knew that he was not as good as those elite bounty hunters, let alone the veterans sent to the mercenary group. But he would never stand on the city wall and watch the monsters below slaughter the people. He was furious. So did Lord Garvey. The adult's face was ashen, and he seemed to be shaking with anger, unable to speak. Indeed, they thought that when they came galloping on horseback, they would first help the warriors who stayed here in Wingcheng and fight against the demons fighting for Wingcheng. But they never expected that before these 3,000 vanguards could reach the city, the guards far away on the city wall would open the city gate. And when they discovered that the entire Wingcheng was not shrouded in flames of war, and then came to the inner city wall, what they saw was this scene. Indeed, these guards were very smart, and did not let any refugees out of the city. At first, the guards were adhering to the stupid policy promulgated by the consul to prevent population loss closing the city. Later, when they saw more and more refugees gathering below and the demons coming to kill them, they began to be glad that they did not open the door to release those refugees. Because after the refugees poured into the gate could not be closed. As for who should deal with those monsters, it should naturally be the knights. Therefore, during this night and day, not a single soldier of the garrison was lost. In order to drive away the refugees near the city gate who attracted monsters, they also used the weapons and kerosene of the city defense on the refugees. However, later, in order to prevent the fire from burning the monsters and arousing their anger, so the guards stopped attacking the refugees with fire and rolling rocks, and started shooting arrows. But there are more and more refugees coming to the city gate crying. It wasn't until they discovered that every time they killed a person, a lemur would emerge from the flames. And every time they killed 100 people, a demon with a goat's head and body mixed with bright red blood would rise up. That they finally stopped this stupid behavior. "Sir! You can't kill me!" Swipe. 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 Vienna's sergeants had already raised their swords and chopped off the heads of the officers kneeling on the city wall, including the crying nobleman, the nephew of the governor of Yongfeng City, was not spared. Hundreds of heads rolled down, and the city walls were splattered with blood. No one thought that the Valley Rescue Team that had been waiting so hard to arrive turned out to be a group of killers. In the midst of the massacre, the army in Wingqing had been reorganized. Garvey's eyes fell outside the city wall again. Those ugly, inferior monsters below are having an unbridled carnival. A small dwarf demon can chase a group of soldiers around. In fact, the equipment of these guards in Yongfeng City is not as good as that of mercenaries. But they do not have divine pattern weapons. But among this kind of fire, those dwarf demons are much stronger than zombies. Even those strange things, like sheep heads, are just the same as the Scarlet Hunter in the cemetery. Even if a group of people doesn't have this kind of weapon, they can definitely kill one. But these soldiers, already in the drunkenness, completely forgot what courage is. He raised his head and glanced at the soldiers in the city with cold eyes. The Bianhe soldiers were already furious and eager for a fight. The guards had different expressions after seeing this look. Some people, like the soldiers over there, had long hoped that someone would kill those stupid officers. Some people couldn't help but turn pale and tremble when they thought about what they were going to face next. And they clenched the weapons in their hands in fear. But no matter what, everyone knows who is the highest officer here and what their responsibilities are. And no one stopped him from opening the city gate. And no one stabbed him in the back during the war. Of course, these people may not be able to fight against the monsters. But as long as they dare to pick up weapons, it will be enough. And as long as they win a battle, the guards can do more things. The phalanx under the city has been assembled. Garvey knows that the strongest person here is himself. But he must stay in the city. He looked at the thousands of pairs of eyes looking directly at him without any preaching. Silently, he raised the sword in his hand. Then the city gate opened, and 3,000 Bianhe soldiers wearing gray battle robes, riveted mail armor, and holding weapons with divine patterns formed a gray torrent and rushed out of the city in an instant. The gray flood instantly covered the dozens of monsters lingering outside the door. Those ridiculous lemurs wanted to rush in with all their teeth and claws bared at the first moment. But then, they were trampled under their feet before they could even let out a cry. Some lemurs, devils and red devils in the distance, after discovering that these humans had resisted by opening the city gate, put down their games in anger and quickly gathered around. There are hundreds of thousands of them, and there are more things running towards them in the distance. A round of crossbows was fired from the city wall, and dozens of demons fell to the ground. But this scene did not stop the demons, but instead made them charge in anger. When the two parties approached, no one dared to fire crossbows on the city wall. The battle was about to break out, and the monsters and warriors made a violent collision. During the collision, among those demons, new lightning stars shone. Flames burst out, and frost covered the first row of warriors. Dozens of humans fell to the ground in an instant, being trampled under the feet of the monsters. But then the same number of monsters fell directly to the ground during the fearless charge. The red team and the gray team kept intertwining, and the weapons in the hands of the warriors shone brightly. In their anger, they smashed the enemies to pieces with their hammers, flails, swords, and axes. Monsters and humans continued to fall, and humans became more and more courageous as they fought, fighting to the point of spattering blood with the enemies in front of them. But the devil gradually changed after more and more companions around him fell. The first ones to escape were the lemurs. These little things screaming and running away caused a chain reaction. And when those red devils saw that there were fewer and fewer cannon fodder around them, they finally began to feel fear. In the city wall, the human leader suddenly led thousands of people from the gate. After the demons finally remembered that they had so many fewer people than humans, the scattered demons from far away quickly fled. And amidst the killing cries coming from the city gate, the red troops also began to collapse in an instant. The lemurs and red devils who cherished their lives just wanted to leave. But the crazy demons pushed the things in front of them, and only wanted the fresh flesh and blood. Originally, only more than 200 monsters died in the battle. But in the chaos and disintegration, the red troops were pierced by gray. In the subsequent pursuit, only a small half of the demons escaped from the city and stayed away. Got here. A soldier never tires of deceit. Garvey looked at the trembling soldiers around him and sighed deeply. He ordered the soldiers to tell the city wall to beat the drum and withdraw the troops. However, if you dare to go out of the city with me, it is already very good. After the Bienha team pursued for a certain distance, the sound of retreating drums sounded from the city wall. The veterans quickly pulled the troops back and no longer wanted to fight. Garvey and others, who led the courageous guards, rushed out and brought their injured and fallen companions back to the urn. After a brief inventory, there were more than 200 casualties in the team. There were a few veterans in the team who knew the Donham, and the team also carried a lot of medicines and potions. So many of them can still continue fighting after treatment. This can be said to be a great victory, which greatly inspired the courage of the guards. This time, Garvey also began to lecture and reprimand. Looking at the sky, Garvey knew that the follow-up troops would arrive in a few hours. The less than 3,000 Bienha soldiers and 6,000 guards in the city. After taking a short rest, we'll send an elite team to explore the area around the city wall to pave the way for the establishment of a life passage. Among the elite bounty hunters, there are a small number of Wolfborn and Bloodborn. They can do these jobs well. Of course, if Jack and others can lead a part of the elite vanguard force tomorrow, then under the leadership of the Dawn Knight, they will be able to spread the life channel further. And refugees will also be able to start evacuating. The sergeants went deep into the city during the day to fight with the demons and fight for the refugees. At night, the bright moons wander around the city, following the scent to find the survivors, and place them in a safer place. When night fell, a terrifying figure appeared near the castle in the distance. The second fire was forced to be lit in advance, under the guidance of the elite bounty troops. Many refugees stayed away from the city gates blocked by demons and poured towards Garvey's city gate. But half of the demons in Nanchum also began to follow the footsteps and smell of the refugees, and gradually came. There are thousands of them. There are also many dark demons among them. 7,000 troops arrived subsequently, and 10,000 troops were divided into 5 groups to compete with the demons for these lives in the city. 6,000 guards adhered to their duties. In this life passage, people continued to escape from Yongfeng City, and a great demon named Agatha, together with 5 spider queens, who were also great demons, also came here with 700 demon spiders. Among them are the more than 60 crystal spiders. This demonic force, which has long been established, will start a real battle with the first army of fallen angels. Chapter 328 Blessing of the Dead. After seeing Garvey's team clearing the area near the city wall, George couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although only a small area was cleared, Garvey's results were tremendous. Although the mercenary group often collects materials, many people have taken potions. And because I have been working on various small tasks, I have also encountered all kinds of strange things and demons. But in such battles, at best, they had only dealt with corpses mixed with blasphemers when Gavira went to the western region to harvest the ripe grain and train his troops. And today, not only were they running around all day, their bodies were extremely exhausted, but they also had a group of unreliable teammates behind them, who might close the door at any time. George knew that most of the soldiers guarding the gate were not professional soldiers. After Grand Duke Adeline purged the Western Territory, the Western Territory became too peaceful. So the gatekeepers actually only had a small number of elite troops and a large number of militiamen, mainly to prevent refugees. Maybe there is no problem facing the corpses that appear near the city. But how will these guys who have never seen the blasphemers behave after seeing the demons? George had already guessed it. Therefore, Garvey's backing is extremely unreliable. And from the perspective of God in the Book of Dawn, he can see more things. During the pursuit, George observed the monsters within a few kilometers of the city wall. There were 5,000 to 6,000 in number. The only thing that can deal with them is the vanguard force in Garvey's hands. But he won a beautiful victory. And the mercenary group also withstood the test. Judging from the guards, Garvey also had complete control over this force. It only took him more than an hour from entering the city to leaving the city. Such control speed can be described as thunderous. After putting down the book, George slowly began to think. The speed at which fallen angels transformed into demons was faster than he expected. Although many of them are lemurs and demons, the transformation efficiency of demons among this kind of fire is also extremely terrifying. There are probably 30,000 to 40,000 demons in the entire city now. If there was no fire, then this number would have increased many times. The Devil's elite troops are not red devils, but black devils. But the good news is that judging from Agatha's inner voice, the spiders saw many refugees on the road. It seems that the guards guarding the gates of Yongfeng City are not all that smart. Although this has caused many city gates to be occupied by demons. On the first night, when the fire started to erupt, there should have been 20 or 30 people. 10,000 people must have escaped. I don't know how many people will choose shelter, and how many people will choose the south. However, judging from the direction in which many refugees are fleeing, it seems that many of them do not want to go to the valley, which is close to the Winsong City, and seems destined to be destroyed by the demons. But no matter what, they are very lucky. George raised his head and looked at the sky. It is already late at night. The blood moon rises from the east, and a day has passed in Winsong City. On this second day, those dark demons, who master magic, may slowly appear. Agatha will deal with them. Though, compared to the army that the fallen angel had just created, the demon spider's army was organized. Although many of the demon spiders in her hands are brainless puppets, and non-divine demon spiders will be suppressed by fire. But so does the dark one. As for the crystal spider, it may be difficult to deal with the blood demons who master blood magic. But to deal with those black demons, a crystal spider with a few soldier spiders can tear them into pieces. Agatha will hunt the newly emerged dark demons, the spider queens hungry for high-powered flesh and blood, who also need to lay their eggs on them. This day should be peaceful. George's eyes gradually fell on the sergeant in front of him. From entering the royal city to now, these 500 people have not rested. And today I ran another 100 kilometers. Even though the physiques of these more than 500 people are different from ordinary people, the armor on their bodies and the constant fighting have made them somewhat overwhelmed. Only those Black Lake sergeants with super resilience are still okay. Looking at the knights who had fallen asleep, George turned to a certain page in the Book of Dawn, and then over the camp. The cold moonlight shed a little bit of fluorescence, as if the kingdom of heaven suddenly opened its door from above, and the people praying for it where the power was poured out on the knights. In that sweet dream, the knights dreamed that a ray of dawn shrouded themselves, and they were in the royal capital, where the suffering souls saved from the incubation pool and the innocent people released from the flesh cave were there. The prayers of heaven infused the knights with a power that symbolized the dawn. George's fingers slowly slid through the air, and the fluorescent light scattered in the sky followed the command of his fingers, and was shared among the knights. Holy fire. Power of justice. Invincible will. Dawn charge. Fire resistance. Cold resistance. Dark resistance. Powers emerged one after another. Some glory temples, with extraordinary potential, even realized the night watch in this power. Wait for the advanced holy seal. Although the knight's mastery of power was originally uneven, some had a basic foundation. Tonight was a breakthrough for them. Some are starting from scratch and starting to enter the church tonight. But after experiencing the battle of the royal capital, they have all become heroes in the eyes of the dawn. Therefore, in the future training, they will understand these holy seals very quickly. When the knight's holy seals reached the third level, George withdrew his hand. Half of the more than 800,000 prayer power has been consumed. A small spider with its butt pointed upward suddenly pulled its web and fell from the tree crown. The divine pattern demon spiders that had been clearing the way for the troops during the day had already cleared the air around them. Because of the dawn light's assist in the sanctuary last night, the power of the Book of Dawn increased rapidly last night. Almost all the power in the valley was transmitted by the dawn light, and the power of hope reached a figure of 200,000. When he was escaping last night, he had sealed away all the demon spiders he saw on the road that were fighting with demons. There were more than 200 of them in total. There are more than 60 guard demon spiders alone, including Blackheart and the other demon spiders. The number has reached 300. This demonic army is basically ready to run rampant around here. After listening to the report, George put the gluttonous Siljak into the book. During the battle in front of the Gate of Hell, Siljak had been active in the cracks after leaving Anubis. She and Jerry Jones killed the demons who fell into the cracks. And when George and others left, she after going there, he also took away all the flesh and blood left behind by Gerixt. These special feeds for the devil are now in the lost paradise. So Siljak, who originally liked walking outside the most, now thinks about the most every day. After finishing work, returning to his lair to eat, drink and sleep, the arrival of the blood moon has caused Siljak's power to skyrocket. Although it cannot be compared with fallen angels like Garaxt, it has reached her peak period, and the strength is still slowly increasing. And if all this flesh and blood is swallowed and digested, it will be able to break out of the cocoon again, and spread out a pair of wings that originally belonged to Garaxter behind its back. However, she became more and more active in responding to her master's various orders, and he no longer plays with his own petty thoughts, and looks completely diehard. Especially after last night. Siljack suddenly figured out something. Following Aloysius. How could she have the chance to taste the flesh and blood of the fallen angel? Obviously following this fake Morphus will have a better future. And if this doomsday really passes? For the sake of order in all worlds, Styx is destined to be controlled by someone. Morphus will definitely join this battle in the future. His boss will never go to the netherworld to enjoy himself. Not even if the boss dies. But as long as the boss doesn't die, he has a bright future. The enthusiasm and loyalty of employees come from salary, the future, and fear. Siljack has already found all three of these things. Chapter 329 Seaside Town. After taking Siljack back, the exhausted George took a short rest. Then, he was woken up by the soldiers keeping watch. At this time, it was already 6 hours later. The troops assembled and set off, speeding towards the port. As we get farther and farther away from the royal capital, there are fewer and fewer monsters on the road. Although the monsters at night are even crazier, they are vulnerable to this force. Those monster groups were not large in number, and they were reduced to ashes all over the sky in a single charge by the knights. In comparison, the number of ghosts flying out of the ground in the middle of the night is frightening. In this eastern realm, too many people have died. They followed the scent of people and followed the team. Densely packed and countless. Blue Wither seems to be extremely useful against these undead. Each sergeant's iron belt also contains a dozen of various potent potions snatched from the royal capital. But the effects of these things are not as good as the Styx fragments. The moment it was unfolded, the dozens of ghosts that first caught up were instantly wrapped in a blue lightning storm, and turned into blue ice, and snow all over the sky. The remaining ones retreated directly after feeling this power. It seems that the treasure of this world left by the 7 gods is the nemesis of the ghosts. When dawn came, George and others looked at the blood moon that was gradually setting, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He opened the Book of Dawn, and some of the wizard's ravens arrived at the sanctuary, and were called by Anthony. They discovered that every time someone died, a lemur would appear in the flames in the center of the city. Every time hundreds of people die, a red devil and a powerful demon species will appear. The figure of the Black Devil has also begun to appear. The situation in the city has begun to deteriorate. Last night, the fallen angels appeared outside the castle, and almost breached it. The castle had no choice but to light the fire. And with the impact, the demonic troops retreated. It seems that the demons around the fallen angel are not enough, which makes her cherish those demons very much. After all, the castle's thousands of cannons and crossbows are extremely powerful, and it is really not an easy task to break through the Windsong Castle fortress at the same level as Nidakins in this kind of fire. The castle of Windsong City is larger than Malberg, the general stronghold of the Teutonic Knights. It is enough to accommodate tens of thousands of knights and servants for several years during wartime. Because of frequent wars, the main layout of this castle is defense. Although the castle does not have 5,000 Red Dragon Iron Guards and 3,000 Iron Wall Knights, there aren't that many runes and equipment. But because the rich area is near Yongfeng Castle, half of the noble knights and noble private soldiers ran into the castle, including the original Iron Wall Knights and Guards. The guard strength is more than 40,000. The guards in the castle are not comparable to those who guard the gates. They followed Adeline in many battles during the mist. Although they are not as elite as the elites in Blue Water City, they are the strongest defense that the Grand Duke has left in Windsong City. When he went to Bisui City, he had considered that once Bisui City could not block so many monsters, Yongfeng City would be the last line of defense. As for those nobles, although there are many scum, they are still vassals of the Wind Singers. The foundation is still there. At this critical moment of life and death, everyone has to fight hard. Blasphemy and corruption come from fear and collapse. Fire can be said to be a preventive measure. Once all the fire is gone, these people will not become blasphemers so quickly as long as they still have the will to fight. However, after the fire was gone, the castle was breached, and it probably only took a few days. However, the good news is that because of the fire, the source of the disaster did not spread quickly. Only an area in the center of the city was completely engulfed in flames that night. Under the continuous fires in the past 2 days, many refugees had already died, ran out of the city. The castle, a refuge, was already overcrowded. Another extremely exciting news is that the knights have opened a secret passage inside the castle leading to the mountain. Under the strength of the Iron Wall Knights, they killed many rebel soldiers who wanted to escape, and began to evacuate the refugees who had taken refuge in the castle. Of course, there are many nobles, private soldiers, and even noble knights mixed in. The impact that the fallen angel left on people was so shocking that many nobles, who had clamored to defend Yongfeng City, became the first batch of people to escape. The knights chose to turn a blind eye to these losers who escaped disguised as refugees. After all, most of the people who first poured into the castle were nobles and wealthy households in wealthy areas. The main population structure in the castle was also nobles and their relatives. As long as their movements are not big and do not affect the morale of the main force, the Iron Wall Knights will not raise their swords. Agatha also sent back some news. Agatha and the others have cooperated with Garvey and others to successfully establish a life channel. Judging from the layout, part of the area in front of the city wall has been fortified with the help of the demon spiders. The main material should be spider web. Although these fortifications cannot be compared with the walls of Winsong City, they are enough to cooperate with the soldiers to resist the demons who are chasing the refugees. Some of the crossbows are also placed on those tall buildings, and can be fired freely by high-level mercenaries with precision rest talismans. When Jack and others arrive, those crossbows burning with holy fire will pose a great threat to the black demons, who can fly into the sky. The Spider Queen group has begun to lay eggs like crazy. Agatha told herself that these spider eggs were placed in the sewers of Winsong City and other places. The first fire in the shelter, the third fire in Winsong City, was also delivered to Garvey's hands under the quickening efforts of hundreds of Red Robe Knights. In addition, Jack's troops are arriving soon. In fact, they only set off one day later than Garvey. The vanguard force will not be too long later than Garvey's follow-up force. As for Jack's follow-up force, although they lack horses, the wolf descendants have fast feet, so they may arrive during the day tomorrow. Arrival. These two forces will open a second and third life channel in the east and west directions where Garvey is. Garvey and the others are planning to secretly go to the Great Hall and light the fire in their hands there. When the fire passes, swarms of insects will emerge from the ground. During the time when the insect swarm appears, the impact of unnecessary fire is low. If the insect swarm did not allow the troops to establish a solid safety zone in the south of the city this time, then another day would have passed when the insect swarm subsided. At that time, the second fire set by the shelter will make this matter fall into reincarnation again. The third one has begun to gather in the shelter. I hope you can hold on. A week is enough for most of the survivors to escape. George put down the book inside. There are many secret shelters and bunkers in the super fortress of Winsong City, and it also has an extremely large and complex sewer structure. This will be the key to the residents' survival. However, no matter how secretive and complex these places are, no matter how good these residents are at hiding, if you can't escape from the city within a week, you may never escape. And these dead will become enemies of Sanctuary's army. So a week later, the team at the shelter won't be so relaxed anymore. While thinking, Sergeant Black Lake and the Temple of Glory had already taken off their armors, replaced them with leather armor, and put on those tattered navy uniforms. After the wizards put away their armor, they put on acolyte robes. Looking at the troops around him, George couldn't help but sigh. This trip eastward finally made Sergeant Black Lake the strongest unit in the shelter. The Black Lake Sergeant in my hand now is even more powerful than the Red Robe. Their equipment is more luxurious than that of the Red Robe Knights, and their physical fitness gives them an inherent advantage. The tempering of will in Garrick's epic battle gave these Black Lake Sergeants a deep understanding of the power of the Light of Dawn. Now, these people also carry the titles of Demon Slayer Hero, Fire Demon Buster, and so on. Even those in the Glory Temple who have not taken any medicine have reached the level of the Red Robe Knights. If he had 2,000 people like this in his hand, even a fallen angel could be pushed to the ground by him. And these 5 white people, even if they don't wear anything, can still run rampant among the monsters. Under the leadership of George, the troops traveled lightly. This time, the Black Lake Sergeants took turns carrying the wizards and acolytes who had collapsed on the ground on their backs, and began the final ultramarathon. When the team started running at full speed, they were no longer entangled with the monsters they encountered. In the shining light, the Black Lake Sergeants who opened the way were like a group of cavalry running at full speed. They directly used their bodies to knock away the monsters that were scattered in a hurry, leaving them far behind. The team only rested briefly during the journey. At dusk the next day, they arrived near their destination more than 200 kilometers away from the royal capital. The sergeants took a breath in the small forest. George, Aji and others came to the forest and looked towards the port town in the distance. The little spider in his arms quietly revealed a small head and continuously enlarged its field of vision, allowing George to have a panoramic view of the distant scene. At the port dock near the sea, there were several large ships docked there, but the sails looked a little dilapidated and they didn't know how to set sail. There were people in the town looking forward to it, and sailors were busy in the port. In this peaceful place, it is as if this place has never been affected by the black tide. Chapter 330 Black Wings. There are no zombies or lemurs near the town. It's as if the surrounding area has been cleaned up by the residents inside. But in the Book of Dawn, it can be found that there are many demons living in this town. And these more than 6,000 residents have also been labeled as monsters by the light of dawn.
Boss, do you want me to go in and take a look first?
Aji said anxiously.
Brenda's followers are all good people. We can go and take a look at the ship first.
George shook his head, patted the book on his waist, and put the little spider in his arms into the book. Then he pulled the pirates in navy uniforms around him back into the forest. At this time, the sergeants had taken a breath and were binding each other with ropes. The veteran soldiers laughed and covered their companions' heads with black cloth, not looking like prisoners at all. And the acolytes standing aside, although there were dozens of them in total, seemed a little indifferent in escorting these prisoners. Several veteran soldiers, who volunteered to pretend to be escorts, came over. George shook his head at them and said,
"You are all not suitable."
Bishop Wallace touched his beard, looked at the dozen lemurs enslaved by the wizards on the road, and said,
"We came out in a hurry. We should let the wizards."
The words in his mouth suddenly stopped, and he remembered something. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and turned his head to look at George.
"Wallace, the escort I have prepared has been waiting for us here for a long time."
After saying this, George looked around. The sergeants looked at his gaze and began to look around. In the blink of an eye, there was a sudden vibration on the ground, and a ferocious and huge demon spider lifted up the soil in the forest and emerged from the ground. There are more than 200. The moment these demon spiders appeared, the sergeants couldn't help but take out their weapons and get closer together while shouting. But after the Black Lake sergeants saw the divine patterns that suddenly lit up on the demon spider's body, they suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and pressed down the weapons of their companions. The divine pattern flashed away, and then was hidden again. After the Black Lake sergeants appeased their companions, they all went about their business and tied themselves up in front of their surprised eyes. At this time, the Glory Temple and the priests suddenly realized that the demon spiders that had been sealed by the divine grace knights seemed to be here. They suddenly remembered a big devil. Everyone couldn't help but slowly widen their eyes and looked at the Book of Dawn in George's hand. Among the constantly turning pages, Wallace saw that after turning over the scriptures in the first half of the Holy Book, there were pages of maps and notes. After that, many diagrams about demons were recorded. Most of them were magic spiders of different types. And there was also a girl of 15 or 16 years old. But what is extremely strange is that there are 6 ferocious claws on the girl's back. This page was turned by George in a hurry, and the page gradually stopped on a new catalog. And above this catalog, a ferocious demon in flames was bowing his head in the book. On top of its head, there is a long demonic name, Baron Salisbury Cadwallader. But maybe it's because the name is too long and hard to remember. So it seems like I was hooked by some guy. Only one soul is left. The paintings depicting the devil suddenly faded and disappeared, and Wallace felt a hot wind coming from not far away. The knights watched helplessly as the snow in the clearing melted instantly, and then burned with black and red flames. The demon in the book gradually climbed up from the fire, with lava fire flowing on its body, and it was also wearing a ferocious armor with barbs. The demon in the fire fluttered his magic wings and flew low from the lava on the ground to the ground. And behind it, the divine chain that tied him was gradually opened by a divine force. Looking at the great Balrog that had consumed 37,000 of his hope power, George slowly opened his mouth and said,
"Thor, you should know what to do." "Right."
This guy is one of the few great demons who has not been forced to the gate of H.L. by the demon spider. He also controls an area, and has a baron title on his head that even the demon supervisor Asshole does not have. If it hadn't been for the fact that he had already healed his injuries, and was trembling with fear when he saw the Knight of Divine Grace coming over, he wouldn't have been able to put it into the book so easily. But this guy is very knowledgeable, and as a senior executive, he knows a lot. The demon gradually restrained the flames on his body, and slowly bowed his head to the ground. The rough voice began to echo from its mouth, like a rolling fire reverberating in people's hearts.
"Thank you to heaven for giving me, this rebellious fallen person, a chance. Please do as you wish. Sir, I am willing to follow your steps and regain my lost wings of light."
A bolt of thunder flashed through Wallace's mind, and the holy scripture in his hand was almost torn to pieces by himself. Suddenly I realized that I seemed to have found the origin of the fallen angel. If this is the case, then using fallen angel to describe Aloysius's magic wings does not seem to be quite accurate, because in addition to the betrayers, its magic wings also have many natives of H.L. Among these betrayers, there are still many fallen angels who have not reached the level of fallen angels. You're damn good at talking. Listening to the last line that he didn't give, George nodded his head with satisfaction. But at this moment, a line of notes suddenly appeared in front of George's eyes, regarding the bad things that the gods had done in the past. Light of Dawn has never taken the initiative to specifically complain to the CO. After all, this is their last fig leaf. According to your words, this is a little too unauthentic. However, if it comes from Salisbury's mouth, then the heavenly armed forces should not be able to arrange the Light of Dawn. As you can imagine, some demons are indeed special. If these demons were included in the lost paradise and sincerely repented from their hearts, praying for salvation, then after they die, maybe the soul of an angel will be liberated from their bodies. As a certain magician said, escape from the eternal reincarnation of H.L.
Sir, when we are performing missions outside, we usually change our appearance to avoid the aura on our bodies having too great an impact on the captives. Generally, many demons will choose to possess the human body or simply put on a layer of human skin. But for us, things are simpler.
Having said this, Salisbury let out a sigh of relief. The hot breath melted all the snow on the tree crowns. Then, Salisbury's body gradually shrank and turned into a knight. And George's face gradually became consistent with Wallace's. Just like the Light of Dawn said, those special big demons, like the Celestial Armed Forces, actually have a human form. The appearance is also very similar to the heavenly arms, but the wings on his back are pure black. Chapter 331 Immortal Navy. The captives had their hands tied with spider silk, and were dragged along the street by the spiders like slaves. But the residents were not panicked by the demons who openly entered the town. Instead, these residents stood respectfully on both sides of the street, showing admiration for the demon spiders. And their eyes were even more full of fanaticism when they looked at the fallen man who led the team. Several groups of knights coming from the town were clearing the way for the captives. The voices of the leading nobles talking to Salisbury vaguely reached George's side. The packages bundled on the bodies of the demon spiders are the supplies that this transport team should bring this time. In order to get the right batch of goods, the acolytes spent some time selecting them. But the noblemen did not check carefully, which made George feel that they had spent a lot of effort in vain. From the conversation between the two, George learned that the noble was named August, who seemed to be the leader sent here by Garrixt, and was also a great demon. But it seems that like the demon spiders, they are not well received by the Balrogs. When facing the big demon on Garrick's side, the noble tone was also very respectful.
There is no transport vehicle this time. The blood moon is approaching when we travel, and we don't know what will be loaded on the road. But I brought some extra magic spiders, and the quantity of goods is enough for you. There are few people? Ha ha. These 500 people are not for you. They have other uses.
The tone in Salisbury's mouth was full of arrogance. Its arrogance is justified, because it is not one of Garoxter's guards, but a big demon. And its title is also a baron. These big demons in the royal capital have a higher status than the spider queens around Siljek. If they are released outside, they will be little demon lords. Moreover, these great demons hidden in the royal capital by Garoxt are all very senior. And Thor is among those who fell into H.L. very early, regardless of their qualifications and strength. These guys released outside cannot compare. And now, Garoxter and the team he brought here are all finished. It can be said that with Thor's identity, it is true to see everyone now. Compared to Siljek, Thor is a real veteran, and he dismissed the noble with just a few words. As for the matter about the royal capital, because Thor said that they left the city a week ago, what he said was news from the royal capital a week ago. At that time, human troops had just set off from the area where Phillips was stationed. Not even the royal capital knew much, let alone the truly remote areas of the town. In fact, Thor didn't even say a few words about the things that could be said in the royal capital, because the person in front of him did not have such qualifications, and the two of them were not that familiar. After all, this was a newcomer who had defected to Garoxter's service. Saul came here to inspect, and he was the one to question more things. Soon he changed the topic to the port. On the one hand, this was a necessary inspection process, and on the other hand, he also wanted to show it to a prisoner. And from the words of this nobleman, his boss will also know that what he said is true. Many of Sol's questions were unreasonable and were just nitpicking. But a few words hit the mark and were quite heart-wrenching. The nobleman's mind was tense, and he told many important things in detail. During the explanation, he had no time to think about anything else. After eavesdropping for a moment, George began to think secretly. Most of the demons in the Lava HL cannot go to sea by boat, and there don't seem to be many fleets in the port. The special navy that Garrix had built before seemed mainly to block sea transportation, and these demons don't seem to want their troops at sea to grow too big. But under the auspices of this noble, there seem to be dozens of ships. At present, most of them are sailing and salvaging ships. However, this devil's new navy seems to be extremely afraid of Landry's fleet. Indeed, this devil's navy uses devil's technology, and is almost invincible in close combat at sea. But there isn't much, and the devils didn't give Augusta too many resources. On the other hand, Landry's fleet at sea consists of hundreds of thousands of ships. Not only swarms of artillery, but also many weird gadgets from the Forbidden Sanctuary in the South China Sea. Therefore, the most important thing that Augusta did was to block all seaports and place various mines such as Banshee's hair in the fog. It makes it difficult for the sea coachman to travel and dock. In addition, George discovered that August seemed to know a lot about various ships and navigation. He was definitely not a human being, nor was he a Balrog with lava flowing on his body. This led George to speculate on his identity. At this time, the team had moved away from the center of the town and arrived near the port. More than 20 ships, large and small, were docked at the pier, and they seemed to have just returned home recently. Several of the large ships had scorch marks, and they seemed to have just been pulled out after being renovated in the dock by sailors. These ships were all burned down naval vessels after the devil's troops attacked the port here. It is very easy for those black flame demons to burn the ship after flying into the sky and falling into the ship. The people on the ship cannot escape even if they want to. This resulted in the destruction of all ships in the harbor. After these ships were repaired, many of them have been used by the demons. The ones that have just been pulled out are all prepared for the newcomers. However, because the number of this batch of naval troops is small, I am afraid it is only enough for one ship. When passing several large ships, George noticed that a flagship of the Navy was docked here. It and the dozen or so main fleets around it did not seem to have been burned, but they were covered with seaweed and vines. Pot. It's like it was fished out of the bottom of the ocean. He recalled the sacrifice process mentioned by one of the acolytes. It seems to be going through a shipwreck process. At this time, the setting sun in the distance has already set, and the blood moon is gradually rising. The night stretched from the west to the east, and the brilliance of the blood moon illuminated the town again. Under the cold light, the residents of the town and the busy sailors at the port changed into their original appearance under the shining of the moonlight. In the blink of an eye, the town has turned into a ghost town filled with the undead. Pieces of ghosts suddenly flew out of the castle in the town, hovering over the town, flying towards the warehouses and docks of the port, singing a series of tunes about the river Styx. And they started amidst the joy and noise. Work. The moonlight followed the ghosts closely and swept to the pier. The bodies of the noble and the knights around him gradually became transparent, and their eyes ignited with the fire of the netherworld. They were clearly decayed ghosts riding netherworld horses. Chapter 332 Shameless Trap. August was still wearing an ancient naval uniform, and it seemed that he had been a naval admiral in the ancient kingdom of Landry before his death. This is probably why the Devil's Navy knows this sea so well. Honorable Lord Salisbury. The Ghost King stopped in front of a boat, opened his mouth full of holes, and his deep voice seemed to echo in people's ears. Get the prisoners quickly. Send them on the boat. Sacrificing to the Styx requires living souls, and they will not survive long in this town. Salisbury arrogantly scanned the ships in the port, and finally landed on a flagship. My master has changed his attention. He likes this one better. Master wants to go to sea? Augusta was slightly surprised, and looked at the prisoners surrounded by the demon spiders. He had already discovered that the blood of these prisoners was extremely strong, and they seemed to have been carefully selected by the devil in front of him. You are indeed very discerning. This is the fastest ship in my hands, but the crew on it is already full. I'm afraid these prisoners won't be able to serve on this ship. Salisbury's eyes suddenly burst into rage, staring at the ghost in front of him. Lord Salisbury! In Augusta's surprise, the demon's body suddenly grew, and its black wings burned into huge demon wings in the fire. Then let him sail the ship! Before he could finish his words, the lava sword the devil pulled out from the flames had already drawn a huge line of fire in the night, and slashed Augusta's body with a blazing sword. Go! Augusta did not expect that Thor would suddenly attack, and even the knights around him did not react, in the inability to avoid it. Augusta's body was disemboweled by the giant flame blade. In the burning pain, The blue ghost body burst into flames, and his soul became a little dim. Then a chain suddenly flew over and locked his body, and during his struggle, he was pulled into the void. Seeing such a scene, the ghost knight's eyes were filled with tears. But the demon spiders had suddenly attacked. These Styx ghosts and demon spiders restrain each other. The ghosts can clean up the small demon spiders in an instant. But the big demon spider's web is also designed to capture the ghosts in the Styx. Soon these dozen knights were covered in spider webs. Curses specifically designed to deal with ghosts were planted on his body by those brain spiders. The surrounding ship was devastated by the devil's giant fire blade. A huge burning crack was opened in the ship wall, and rolling lava was left behind. The hull of the ship was on fire at this time. But the devil did not seem to be satisfied. It spread out its burning magic wings, flew into the sky amid wild laughter, and waved crazily towards the sailors and ships in the port. He grabbed his big hand, and pieces of black-red flames continued to ignite as its huge shadow flew past. At this time, the navy took out a divine weapon from the acolyte's sleeve. Under the leadership of Alexander, the protector wizard and the demon spider pounced on the undead sailors, who were staring at the sky with their mouths open. A small number of guards were posted at the port to maintain order, and those working there were almost unarmed. The resistance team that had just been organized collapsed instantly under the impact. In the chaotic fire, they began to flee towards the town in panic. Demons continued to wreak havoc in the sky. In the name of Gerixt, while ordering the undead to keep their weapons safe, they began to slaughter those who resisted. The port became increasingly chaotic, and in this environment with no terrain obstacles and countless living and fragile souls, the devil also exerted its most terrifying power. In the areas that were ignited by it, little demons and suffering walkers crawled out. These little demons set fire everywhere. As soon as the suffering walkers penetrated the bodies of the undead, the enemy's bodies would burn from the inside out. The corpses charred by the flames stood up again amidst the wild laughter of the devil, turning into burning blasphemers. Soon the entire port was filled with burning monsters. Under the command of the devil, they rushed to the town and started arson and massacre. A strange scene appeared. The demons swarming into the town, and the navy singing hymns were in harmony with each other. They swarmed into various areas clearly. The left side of the town was swept by black and red flames, and the right side was full of those, burning fire and shining light. At this time, ghost warriors poured out from the castle, not knowing what Augusta meant. They did not call them out to clear the way and guard Thor after he entered the town. Instead, they were arranged in the castle. They passed through the crowd and arrived on the battlefield. They were stunned at the scene in front of them. But unlike those panicked undead and ghost servants, they cannot fly, but they have an outstanding fighting will. They were not afraid of the big devil's aura and quickly organized a counterattack.
Sir, these ghosts are the souls of the Rodunk Navy.
The heroic spirit of a naval admiral stood next to George and said with sadness in his eyes,
These corrupted heroic spirits cannot be commanded by others. They only obey Philip. Neither Augusta nor I could make them rebel against Stalin's orders. And neither could Salisbury.
George nodded, his eyes always looking at the battlefield, and the long sword in his hand kept drawing circles on the edge of the port. A spider tattoo on his arm is also dancing constantly. Behind him, there were already several naval generals following him, and they seemed to be originally on the ship. There are also 200 to 300 ghost sailors and undead sailors on the 3 ghost ships in the port that have not been set alight by demons. Unlike those admirals, the eyes of these people were not white, but pure black, and the bodies of the ghost sailors were also very dirty. They seemed to really want to kill the enemy in front of them. But the strange thing is that these people are running around with weapons and slashing, but they keep spinning in circles. On the other side of the battlefield, the demonic servants of the great demon Thor were defeated like mountains under the impact of the ghost warriors. The weapons in the hands of the burning blasphemers, suffering walkers, and little demons could not stop the ghost weapons. As soon as he met, he was penetrated by groups of ghost warriors, and his soul seemed to be directly shattered by the weapons of these ghosts. Ice formed wherever they passed. The power of this ice seemed to have little effect on the holy fire. But strangely, the holy fire was unable to cause much harm to these ghosts. Moreover, these ghost warriors are not naturally afraid of the big devil's breath like many monsters. However, divine pattern weapons and magic spider silk can block the ghost warriors. The hymns of the priests that are specifically aimed at the undead are still valid for them. Although the flames of I can also ignite these ghost warriors, they are constantly extinguished by their numerical advantage. The holy fire in him on the right side were still there, and the ghosts were running around under the light. But the servants of Thor on the left side fell one by one, and were enveloped by the blue ghost army.
Damn the remnants of Styx! I knew you would rebel sooner or later. And Garoxter should have killed you all long ago.
The big demon gnashed his teeth and cursed angrily, as if he was not the traitor. However, it did not go down to support, but continued to fly around in the sky, bullying the ghost servants. It's like I'm a little afraid of him. But its body couldn't block those ghost weapons, and the black flames in its hands couldn't make these ghosts afraid. On the other hand, although the holy fire could not stop too many ghosts, in the chance of the priests, the bodies of the sergeants were wrapped in a layer of light clothing. The light clothing seemed to be shine, which was not only difficult to the weapons of the ghosts were hurt, and when they flickered, the dazzling light also made the undead feel pain and confusion. Some ghosts even put down their weapons as the priests dispersed them, then looked up at the sky and disappeared into the air.
You can only draw this big,
Master. Well, George withdrew his gaze, narrowed the scope of his walking, and then when the circle was completed, he put the command knife in his hand back into its sheath. After standing at the edge of the circle, George looked at the Temple of Heroes in the Book of Dawn and touched his chin slightly. When he just collected those naval generals, he discovered an extremely interesting phenomenon, and it seemed that Wallace and others had already discovered this. The ghost warriors were almost clearing away the demon servants at this time. Thor did not dare to come down and fight these thousands of ghosts. Instead, he flew into the town and started setting fire to it. Thor's vitality is actually extremely terrifying, reaching nearly 4,000. If there are many demons around it on the battlefield, then with its terrifying recovery ability in the flames, its magic wings will be a mobile barrier to protect its subordinates. But if the troops around it are not effective, then if these thousands of ghosts impact, it will fly and be annihilated. The Templar troops had withdrawn from the other side at this time. The demon spiders arrived first, and laid layers of spider webs in front of the port. The sergeants came to George's side, and began to form a formation. More and more ghost warriors are coming to the town, and the cobwebs are gradually freezing and breaking. Looking at the group of ghost warriors coming towards them, the sergeants reluctantly took out pieces of blue wither. But the power of the sticks rushed over first. Pieces of blue snow drifted by, and the surrounding black and red flames were instantly extinguished. A blue lightning storm suddenly appeared among the ghosts. After a moment, his eyes were filled with blue ice crystals, leaving only a few 10 mutilated ghosts. In the bodies of these ghosts, blue ice crystals continued to spread, and then shackles with divine patterns appeared on their bodies, and they were dragged into the book by an irresistible force. In an instant, a large open space appeared in front of the sergeants. The ghosts who broke through the spider web looked at the snow falling in the sky, stopped in the distance, and stared at the naval commander opposite, who was holding the stick scroll. On the arm of this naval commander, there is a tattoo of a moving spider. The ghost steps were just right. The ones behind were pushing forward, and the ones in front were moving back. It happened that a large number of people entered that circle.
Damn rebels! He's a wizard! Kill them!
The power of the sticks did not seem to completely block the steps of these soldiers. After stopping for a moment, they rushed towards this side with shouts. Suddenly, several naval admirals appeared next to the naval commander. They drew their weapons and shouted at the ghosts, causing those ghost warriors, who still wanted to step forward, to hesitate.
Take a good look around you. The Garrick who enslaved us is dead now. Wake up quickly. Duke Winsong was ordered by His Majesty Phillips to come and receive us.
These ghost soldiers are completely different from the spirit bodies of those naval admirals. The latter have pure bodies and clear consciousness. The former's body was filthy, and his eyes were dark. Amidst the roars of the naval admirals, they called out the names of these people, trying to awaken their memories, and let them use their will to break free of Garoxter's remaining shackles. However, the ghost soldiers hugged them in pain for a moment after waking up. His head, and then his eyes were filled with bloodthirsty killing intent after being confused. The battle was about to break out, and the ghosts charged in front of the sergeant's formation. In that close combat, no one listened to the orders of the generals. Augusta among the crowd, after sighing, took out the weapon in his hand and pointed it at the ghosts. The naval admirals struggled to stop the soldiers, who were about to fight each other. Amidst the cries and roars, they did not know who to aim their weapons at. However, at this moment, a strange scene suddenly appeared. These ghost warriors suddenly discovered that the enemy was right in front of them. But no matter how they ran, they couldn't reach them. A warm light rain suddenly fell from the sky, and the dawn him fell on the earth, purifying the land. This light rain gradually washed the bodies of the heroic spirits, but it did not have the final effect. But the earth suddenly became brighter. The priests released all the sacred power in their bodies, and the power to dispel evil spirits swept across the entire port. The last remaining power of Garrix finally disappeared and dispersed. The sound of fighting gradually stopped, and the sergeant saw the bodies of the ghosts in front of them gradually fade away. They gradually woke up in the confusion, and their bodies gradually turned into nothingness. At the last moment, they slowly put down their weapons and faced the priests. Bow and bow. In the blink of an eye, many ghosts flew into the sky and disappeared. But at this moment, a spider shadow suddenly enveloped the ghosts. The ghosts within the circle drawn by George actually flew halfway and emerged from the ground again. It's as if they are in a maze. And this maze is dedicated to stealing the ghosts in the river Styx, as if it has increased the distance between them to ascend to heaven, preventing them from touching the door of heaven for a long time.
Sorry. You guys are too expensive.
A black magic spider web suddenly appeared from George's hand and shrouded a group of ghosts, leaving dozens of people behind amid the angry shouts of the ghosts. The sticky cobwebs prevented them from ascending to the sky or the earth, because the power of the Styx in their bodies had disappeared, and they could no longer condense the cobwebs into ice.
What are you doing so stupidly?
George yelled at the demon spiders, who often used demon spider webs to steal souls in the river Styx.
Why don't you tie up these prisoners for me?
Looking at the ghosts shrouded in cobwebs, George breathed a sigh of relief. In front of his eyes, the light of dawn marked a note on the ghost warriors. Angry heroic spirit. Quantity, 3,376.
The liar who is called Duke Yongfeng is a despicable person.
Explanation. Obviously these heroic spirits did not stay voluntarily. Tip. In order to save the power of hope in the sanctuary, the shameless CEO cut off some of the heroic spirits who were about to ascend to heaven. But if you want to sign a new labor contract with them, you have to talk to them again.
Don't worry, Dawnlight. These guys who refuse to fight will know what to do in order to prevent their souls from dissipating when they see demons attacking the sanctuary.
The heroic spirits now have no home to go to, and the sanctuary of the heroic spirits temple is the only place they can stay. Although he was a little reluctant, to be honest, since he had stayed. If these heroic spirits could be allowed to truly serve Rodent for the mistakes they had made by following the devil, they are still willing. In their hearts, they actually have obsessions. And they also know that in that battle with the devil, only those who have made mistakes can achieve true redemption. After daylight, these ghost captives can be transported back to the sanctuary by the servants of the kingdom of heaven through the Book of Dawn. They are both heroic spirits. When the sun shines on the Book of Dawn, they can travel between the shelter and the book as long as the light of dawn allows. However, although the book is part of the sanctuary, and the heroic spirits return to the sanctuary, they do not come from the sanctuary. But this kind of behavior still consumes part of the power of hope. However, it is not the consumption of summoning the servants of heaven. Only part of it is consumed, and it consumes the power from the Book of Dawn. Therefore, it can be said that the power in the Book of Dawn was not wasted at all before it dissipated. In order to save some money, I really worry about it. With this force in the shelter, coupled with the Archangel and Miss Hand's garrison, it is enough to fully cope with various possible situations. Chapter 333, Fierce Wolves. Yongfeng City. A certain Urn City. A demon sitting cross-legged in a tower with thick and long horns on its head, 6 slits and sharp ears, saw the army outside Yongfeng City, and finally decided to enter this gateless Urn City, and let out a teasing cry. Laughter. Let the demons who secretly look outside stay away from the city wall. This unit is loaded with guns. The troops that came to support Yongfeng City last night entered several Barbican cities. After receiving the guards, they directly destroyed the city gates. This caused a large number of refugees to flow out, and the demons had to occupy Wenqing. To be honest, this consumes too much troops and greatly reduces the efficiency of massacre. Therefore, there is only such an Urn City that is heavily guarded. Coincidentally, the elite mercenaries who came to take over the guards of Wenqing collided with the demons. After being tortured to learn that a Templar force would be arriving tonight, the demons took advantage of the situation and destroyed the front door, preparing to bury you in the urn. As for the back door, through the long corridor of the front door, it was impossible to tell whether it was open at night. To be honest, Kerr still regretted killing the guards too early. Otherwise, it would be more interesting to see these humans killing each other. In the past 2 days, the drama performed by these guards really made Kirst extremely happy. In order to please themselves, they even did things that even the demons could not do, because of those scenes of sacrifice that won his own happiness. Kirst finally decided to grant one of their wishes. As the devil's most loyal slave, his heart's desire should naturally be to take out his heart and lungs for his master. Those humans were close. The demons lurking throughout Wingcheng are already in place. The hell-throwing spears in the hands of the overseers are like torches on the city wall. The tomb vipers have picked up human bows and arrows. And 5 or 6 hell-blood orioles are leading the fallen chanters at any time. They can bring the demons and lemurs into the urn to block the front door and finish it off. This army, dominated by red devils, was led by a big devil and several black devils. The main force numbered more than 3,000, and it could be considered a regular army. As for the evil demons, there are even more of them, and some of them have moved the crossbows to the firing ports in the Urn City. Although they are dizzy due to the suppression of the fire, their accuracy is far less than humans are accurate. But in this Urn City, you can shoot a bunch of people to death with your eyes closed. These humans seem to be very smart and only halfway through. 500 knights in white robes with red trim and 2,500 knights in white robes stayed in place. 100 knights in red robes and 300 female priests in red robes led 3,000 poorly equipped infantry. Ran over 600 steps, 500 steps, 300 steps, 200 steps. The knights and priests in the human team rode forward at a steady speed. And behind them, 3,000 warriors wearing half-body armor, and with huge steel claws on their wrists, also started running wildly. An astonishing scene suddenly appeared. Those barefoot warriors were sprinting at an astonishing speed, even faster than horses. What's even more strange is that the direction they are heading is not towards the city gate. The priests sang loudly. The blood vessels of the warriors bulged. Their eyes turned red. Their bodies lit up with the blessing of the dawn. And flickering holy marks appeared on their steel claws. A howl of wolves suddenly resounded across the earth. Under the bright red moon, the muscles of the warriors bulged, and patches of lush hair grew. In the blink of an eye, these warriors had turned into bloodthirsty beasts more than 2 meters high. With their incredible agility, they jumped more than 4 meters high and climbed to the top of the city wall in several attempts. The demons who crowded on the Urn City, holding long-range weapons and waiting for humans to enter the urn, were dumbfounded at this moment as they watched the ferocious wolves leaping from the sky.
Alien! Idiot! It's a werewolf! Quickly change weapons!
The demons mingled together, and the 6 eyes of Keyhurst watching the battle on the tower flashed with lightning in their anger. These werewolf noses smelled us. Yofeng City has not received the news about the royal capital, and does not know about Morphus. As for the great demon who had just arrived, he only heard about a divine knight in the valley from the boss's mouth. Curse knew that the demon spiders and werewolves were originally regular troops prepared for Elizabeth to attack Winsong City. But he couldn't figure out why they rebelled. The demon quietly observed the battlefield. This is a Templar order and 3,000 werewolves. Among them were 2,500 religious soldiers led by 500 Templar knights, plus 300 priests. These 3,000 werewolves are nothing, as long as they guard the city wall and prevent the wolf descendants from bringing up the Templar knights. The tens of thousands of lemurs in the barricade are enough to defend the Barbican with the help of those cannons and crossbows. After the wolf descendants were eliminated on his side, there was only one ending for this human force. However, it will have to bide its time. The real elite troops under his command will also have to wait. If we rush out now, if these things rush towards us in thousands, they will be broken into pieces. Many demons have now been torn into pieces, and the weapons with the power of the stigmata have left billowing smoke on their corpses. But the sheep-headed supervisors also left horrific scars on their bodies, with the spears in their hands. However, in this kind of fire, it is difficult for a demon to heal after being injured, and the stigmata directly hits the soul. But the werewolves were affected by this fire. Non-special weapons could not kill them at all, and their wounds healed extremely quickly. Humans use silver swords and sacred weapons to deal with werewolves, while demons use evil fire and magic to deal with werewolves. However, amid this fire and dawn blessing, the magic and evil fire in the red devil's hands were like scratching an itch. This update cannot effectively kill. Among the weak and strong, the red devil, who was originally able to fight the werewolf one-on-one, is now far behind the werewolf. And they suddenly discovered that these werewolves had extremely rich combat experience, as if each of them had experienced thousands of life and death battles. It makes the demons feel as if they have met a regular army of the same level as themselves, but more well-trained. This is by no means an ordinary werewolf army, and they also maintain a calm attitude despite their bloodthirsty. They were jumping around among the city walls and towers, and their figures were elusive. They were like a group of cold and cruel killers, ferocious beasts that could not be killed, beating the unprepared red devil troops until they were dizzy. Just when the occupation was about to collapse, a group of demons emerged.
and several nuns suddenly appeared. They wore blood-stained tattered robes. Their faces were beautiful, but they were extremely distorted by their hatred of the world. They remained silent without saying a word. When they walked, their feet creaked, as if they were wearing very high clothes underneath the divine robes. High heels. Behind them, there were dozens of disgusting things with humanoid upper bodies, twisted limbs like spiders crawling on the ground, and lower bodies swollen into huge tumors. Many human traces can be seen on the bodies of these chanters, with tattered divine robes still hanging on their bodies. It seems that they were originally all friars in the cathedral. Their combat power seems to be only slightly stronger than the red devils, but they can bless the devils with evil hymns like priests. Moreover, the pus spurting out of the mouth seemed to carry a terrifying curse. After the werewolves touched it, the body began to decay rapidly. The werewolves knew that if they wanted to defeat this force, they had to kill these people first. 7 or 8 werewolves pounced on a fallen chanter. One of the werewolves, with his dexterous posture, turned around unexpectedly and pounced on the nun next to the chanter. The werewolf left an afterimage in midair, and in the blink of an eye, he had stabbed his blade claws in front of her eyes. However, what he didn't expect was that the nun was faster than him. The moment she turned around, her arm was already on the blade claw. With a snap, sparks flew everywhere, and the werewolf's blade claws and arms were chopped off. The night wind blew by, and in an instant, the werewolf saw that what was in the woman's cuffs was not an arm, but a long blade. Then he raised his foot, revealing the blade from H.L. under the divine robe, and cut the werewolf in half in the blink of an eye. Blood splashed on the nun's body. She looked at the 7 or 8 werewolves not far away, suddenly opened her mouth and let out a silent cry. There is no tongue in the mouth. It seems that someone has already dug it out. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of the 7 or 8 werewolves began to open, with countless wounds. After a few breaths, they were rolling on the ground in pain. Evil fire also ignited in the wounds, as if under some kind of curse. The body and internal organs were instantly torn apart and ignited by countless blazing blades. This situation is almost unbelievable, because in this fire, a dozen werewolves can almost tear the black flame demon to pieces in the black flames. After the beating, if you rest for a while, most of the burnt injuries will be recovered. But under the double blessing of dawn, blessing and fire, they seem to be unable to withstand this terrifying curse. A group of red devils rushed over and cut the dying werewolves into pieces. In the blink of an eye, the nuns had already rushed into the wolf pack. The dancing sword blades were flying up and down, and the werewolves were falling down one by one. Chapter 334 Silent Blood Oriole. In the turbulence, George walked crookedly to the window and threw a starfish out of the captain's cabin. Ice rain mixed with cold air blew in from the sea. This made the cabin smell slightly less musty. Looking at the big waves on the sea, George put down the Book of Dawn in his hand, his heart surging. The battle for the third life channel has begun. After seeing the special nun shown in the book, George became curious about them. Agatha also encountered these things called Hell Blood Orioles last night. They were finally tortured at the hands of Agatha. After that, the bodies and souls of these black demons were eaten away bit by Agatha. After that, this big demon already had enough understanding of the Hell Blood Warbler, and Dawnlight had been chatting with George for a while after analyzing it. Go on! Dawnlight! Not all of them are real nuns. There are many. They are all castrated ****. They used to have different identities. They were all the purest and most beautiful girls. But when they entered the monastery, they were actually very young. In order to hide these playthings, the woman's arms and calves seemed to have been deliberately cut off under inhuman torture, so that she could play with them without worrying about escaping. The tongue in the mouth has long been dug out. The monks don't like to play with adult boys and girls, but the nobles are very new to this kind of plaything. However, due to their gender, the priests would not give those adult boys to their fellow nobles. So most of the adult male monks would be disposed of, and the nuns gave them to the nobles. They euphemistically call this nun doll the Silent Oriole, while the nobles prefer to call it the Weeping Oriole. Depravity is a poison. The deeper it gets, the deeper it gets. When the monks were no longer satisfied with these playthings, and set their sights on the real nuns, the wind-singing cathedral completely degenerated. The young warblers eventually grew into the blood warblers of H.L., transforming and enslaving the masters who had brought them all the disasters into the most filthy, evil and twisted monsters that could not be freed after death. Mary is the one who liberated the young warblers. She gave them a new hope and redemption. But ironically, this hope and redemption came from H.L., while despair and degradation came from the church. For this matter,
The Light of Dawn feels ashamed for the 7 gods. I hope the Knights of Dawn can give these suffering angels a real salvation.
The matter of redemption is too difficult for us. Light of Dawn,
George said.
My people are best at salvation. Stop being so picky. I promise you. Let Agatha catch some live animals for you to play with and redeem you.
Seeing that the Light of Dawn was about to write a long list of fonts, George said quickly,
Don't dwell on this topic. Now, let's talk about Mary, the Light of Dawn.
Annelius is her original name. She was once a real angel who wandered around the world after descending without permission. She has been committed to helping the Holy Court and finding a way for humans to survive the Dark Tide. But in the end, he was lost in that belief and fell into the shadow of the ancient god. Indeed, not even the Light of Dawn could save her. Unlike those heroes who were guided by the Light of Dawn, this uninvited Mary could walk around the shelter at will and talk to various people in the territory. Not even the Light of Dawn can stop her steps. But there is no mark on the top of her head, an unstoppable force of destruction, which shows that she has not completely fallen. There was a slight chance to save her, and there was also a slim chance to kill her. At the beginning, after seeing the so-called
despair, pain, and anger are all given by gods.
In her heart, George hinted the sergeants to lure away the residents of the tavern. The strike was to kill her attention with one sword. However, it wasn't that George guessed the guy's identity at the time, but for this guy, a little suspicion was enough. In addition, this virgin bitch actually planned to return to the Holy Court and tell everything she saw in the sanctuary. George's murderous intention towards her was already beyond measure. Unfortunately, the licking dog next to her is too fierce. Alexander led a group of red-robed knights, but none of them even managed to defeat him in his human form. So after seeing Alexander and others defeated in the flames, George had to change his attention. That deeply corrupted witcher will definitely explode after Mary's death. What came out was definitely the stuff of a demon lord. With the little capability the shelter had back then, there was only one end for this kind of thing. As for the Light of Dawn, even a large wave of zombies can't hold it back. George hadn't counted on it at all. Fortunately, despite Dawnlight's efforts, no potential enemy could be saved as the patron saint of the sanctuary. But this Mary will never return to the Holy Court after being fooled by the Light of Dawn. This prevented the sanctuary from being exposed to the Holy Court in advance. Even if the Holy Court didn't know the Light of Dawn, just seeing this Knight of Divine Grace they didn't know was enough to finish the sanctuary. After all, at that time, this Knight of Divine Grace had not yet become a real person. Therefore, before this, George was extremely afraid of the Holy Court. Indeed, there was no large army of demons in the Holy Court, but it has a lot of Aloysius power in this world. So let alone those lurkers. Even those high-ranking priests could reach out and crush this little Lord Johannes to death. But now, he is welcoming with open arms. No matter it is the lurker or the high-ranking big shots. One by one, once they come, don't even think about leaving. Sanctuary is now powerful enough to be called a Temple Knights. Even the Divine Grace Knight, who leads the Temple Knights, already has won. The 500 people on the ship, plus the 400 red robes and 300 verdicts in the shelter, are the core. Those old white-robed knights with red robes are the backbone. And Sergeant Wolf Slaughter and Sergeant Black Lake, who are already qualified to wear white robes, are the Templar Knights led by the core and backbone. As long as the new army is equipped with divine pattern suits, this complete Temple Knights, even in the Holy Court, will be enough to bear the word strategy.
Light of Dawn. What is her relationship with Aloysius?
She is the one chosen by God. Also in that prophecy, 12 people were contaminated with the blood of the ancient gods. Therefore, no matter whether she turns left or right, she is destined to find new life in the West. However, the brilliance of the 7 gods was ultimately no match for the shadow of the ancient gods, and Mary eventually took the wrong path. Aloysius brazenly named these 12 special fallen angels his 12 magic wings. Indeed, as Aloysius, who is born from the essence of the ancient gods, he is nominally qualified to say this. But other masters also have such qualifications. However, no matter who it is, they may not have any connection with these so-called magic wings. This situation is like a certain knight of divine grace who claims that the entire world's heavenly armies are his subordinates.
So that means that as long as I kill it, there will only be 9 magic wings left?
George asked.
What's so special about these magic wings?
Just like the Garriks you have seen, they spread shadows for the ancient gods. And the place where they exist is H.L. This allows Aloysius to open a gate to H.L. in Garroxter, and also allows demons to breed around Annelius. George nodded, probably understanding. because the power of fallen angels is too strong. After appearing in the world, some small cracks will appear around them. But these cracks may not lead anywhere. They may just be cracks in a world that will soon be restored. Therefore, not all fallen angels can extradite demons from them. Aloysius did a good job with Garrix. Don't forget to hang your share of the loot back to the shelter. Perhaps the light of dawn can find a way to open a door to heaven through this medium. Well, George looked at the huge red moon on the sea level.
The third life channel will be opened soon. At this time, the battle on the Wingqing side had reached a fierce stage. Hell Blood Warbler. Hee hee. Chapter 335. No one can be missing. The fallen blades began to wander around, and their figures were frighteningly fast. The werewolves they encountered were constantly killed, and almost no one was their enemy. The great demon Cursed, who was standing on the high tower, stretched his body and flew over after seeing the chaos below. Its body drew a black trajectory in midair, and when the magic wings rubbed against the air, they emitted patches of piercing electric light. Suddenly it opened its arms and released a terrifying blue lightning towards the werewolves below. And then the dozens of werewolves immediately fell down. Their bodies were scorched by electricity and burned with blue flames. After falling down, their bodies continued to twitch, but they were still alive. Some of the werewolves whose bodies were burning with blue fire even shook their heads and stood up again. But the surrounding red devils have already pounced. Many troops in the valley could not afford divine pattern armor, and only the Wolf Slayer sergeants were fully equipped. After the werewolves transform, their physiques are the same as those of Black Lake sergeants. Although their recovery power is higher and their bodies are more agile, their resistance is not comparable to that of the fully armed Black Lake Knights. The situation of the battle changed. This group of demons turned the tide and gathered the red demons to fight back, and gradually began to gain the upper hand. Seeing that the battle situation had gradually stabilized, Keyhurst flew high, intending to fly to the city wall and shoot down the last group of werewolves who wanted to climb up. It knew that those werewolves should be planning to bring the female priests up with them. As long as they are knocked down, the female priest will be smashed into a meat pie. The blue body of Cursed almost blends into the night, making it difficult to spot it. Soon, it came to the edge of the city wall, but it didn't expect that it hadn't seen the werewolf climbing the wall first. But the troops on the ground discovered it first, and shouted at it while picking up the werewolf in their hands. Short spear. It seemed as if it was being projected towards him. Seeing those people picking up short spears, the devil almost laughed out loud. Those people were 200 paces away from me, and even my magic couldn't hit them, let alone their short spears. The crossbow is almost the same.
Curse smiled mischievously and ignored the people on the ground. It recited magic, accelerated its flight speed, and arrived at the edge of the city wall. Saw those werewolves climbing the wall. Then, the demon was struck with an astonishing lightning strike. But at this moment, the devil suddenly saw those people climbing the wall, and many light groups lit up on their bodies. That should be the protection of heaven. The devil had already expected that some high-level priests would be able to release this mantra to resist his own magic. But I didn't expect that there would be hundreds of people who could release this mantra. Looking at the hundreds of light groups on the wall, the devil's eyes widened. Is it possible that they have hundreds of great priests? Only then did it realize that it was not only werewolves who climbed the wall, but also many female priests. And those female priests can climb walls faster than werewolves. These female priests and werewolves worked in pairs, holding heavy armored knights with their hands. They kept climbing on the city wall, and the backs of those heavily armored knights actually had a pair of wings of light. These light wings shrouded the 2 or 3 companions around them, and after the lightning struck them, there was no ripple. Temple Knight. At this moment, the devil's scalp exploded, and it turned around to escape. But it's too late. Hundreds of red and golden punishment powers suddenly shined on the big demon. At that moment, the demon's wings ignited flames, burning a batch of them black. In that pain, it lost half of its life, and its body tilted in the air and almost fell. Immediately afterwards, the devil saw thousands of spears burning with holy fire projected from below. The sound that broke through the air was like a crossbow. Many projectiles had no time to dismount, and their dismounted mounts screamed and broke their backs. The distance of about 200 steps flew by in the blink of an eye, and instantly penetrated into the demon's body just like the arrow shot out by the cannon and crossbow. What's even more weird is that many of the spears should have missed the target due to the demon's changing trajectory. But instead, they made a small turn halfway and hit the target accurately. In the blink of an eye, the huge demon's body was already filled with throwing spears. Its body instantly burned with a holy fire that reached the sky.
and it fell downwards. Before a complete sound could be made, it was already gone into ashes in midair. Several sergeants, who rushed under the city wall, rubbed the charred remains with their throwing spears. After being stressed, the remains shattered like rotten wood. The wolf-slaying sergeants looked at the 5 or 6 small stone pieces of the fire, and smiled at each other. I have long heard that the mercenaries occasionally found these goodies when dealing with some special monsters. The moment they saw this fool appear from the sky, they knew that there would be good stuff. The sergeants stretched out their hands, took the horns, stone flakes and other unburned loot in their arms, and then rushed towards the Iron City. The situation on the battlefield also completely changed after the priests and knights climbed up the city wall. The female priests stretched out their hands and issued red punishments to the chanters and red devils. After the red lightning struck the demons, the evil blood on their bodies began to burn, and after a moment they turned into balls of torches. As for those werewolves who were cursed by the nun, during this punishment, the curse on their bodies actually burned, and their bodies began to recover rapidly. The red devils wanted to hold off this team, but the knights had already taken the lead in charging. These knights who control the sacred charge are more powerful than the blasphemers' charge. In the blink of an eye, the group of red devils, who had gathered to block the city wall, were pushed out. Many demons' chests were dented in the impact, and they vomited blood and flew out. The demons hit by those heavy weapons were as if they had been smashed into the hospital by giants, and the wreckage was shattered into pieces. The nuns immediately turned their target on them. However, although the curse of the hell blade made the knights feel pain, they did not roll around like werewolves. Instead, their eyes were filled with lust. The fury of blood stared at her fiercely. Looking at the vicious stares, the nuns suddenly realized that their curse had no effect on these people. It seems that these knights are extremely resistant to darkness, and his physical fitness is far superior to those of werewolves. Waves of holy flames ignited on the knight's armor, and most of the curse's power was instantly purified. Then the knights created a path of flames on the road and rushed towards them desperately. At this moment, the strength of the knights seemed to suddenly increase a lot in their anger. The red devils that were hit flew out of the wall one by one. The werewolves following these tanks completely tore the devil's formation to pieces. In the blink of an eye, this team had cut through the demon, and everywhere they passed, the sky was filled with ashes burning in the holy fire. The angry knights responded to the curses, magic, and weapons that struck them. They were frantically slaughtering the demons around them, and every piece of demon blood spilled allowed them to recover the damage they had suffered in their bloodthirsty frenzy. The red devils suddenly realized that this was not a Templar soldier or a Templar warrior at all, but the Grand Knight of the Templar. And here, there are hundreds of them. When they came in front of the nuns and raised their sledgehammers, flails, and swords, the nuns stretched out their blade-like hands to resist, and looked at the pairs of light wings that suddenly stretched out from their backs. Another name appeared in my mind. No, they are not the Grand Knight of the Templar at all. This is the coming of 100 heavenly armed forces, a truly formidable group of temple knights. Then, the blade was smashed into pieces, and Julie took the pieces and smashed them into mud. One by one, the souls were released from the body of the blood warbler, flew out of the mouth, and were transcended to the kingdom of heaven. The demon's troops soon began to collapse. However, when they rushed under the city wall, they found that the 500 knights in white robes with red trim and the 2,500 white-robed sergeants had already poured in at some unknown time. Witching massacred those bad demons. They suddenly discovered that each of these knights knew how to use the holy fire. There are no teaching soldiers here at all. All of them are the elite Templar knights led by the Temple Knights, and they have already made plans not to leave a single living thing behind. Chapter 336 Garvey's Layout. Not bad. When Garvey arrived at the Iron City, the sergeants were cooperating with the spiders to sort out the more than 16,000 demon corpses. There was a secret tunnel expanded by the spiders near the city. This secret tunnel connects to the sewer area of Winsong City, where corpses will hatch. The priests were treating the wounded, those werewolves who were covered in bruises and vomiting blood under the curse. Garvey thought they would die. However, he did not expect that after the curse was purified, these seriously injured patients actually stabilized during the healing process. It's like as long as you don't die immediately, you can survive with just one breath. It can't be understood in terms of human injuries. Garvey shook his head. Winching can be said to be a complete victory, and the result did not surprise Garvey. The physical fitness of the main force of the shelter is comparable to that of monsters. According to Anthony's test data, even if the wolf-slaying sergeants take off their armor, they can kill a red devil with their fists. Moreover, each of them has mastered the Holy Seal. Sergeant Wolf Slaughter has mastered level 1 darkness resistance. With all buffs, the darkness resistance has reached a terrifying 65. And the Dawn Knight has a darkness resistance of 100. Not to mention the fire. It is impossible for the magic of those black demons to cause effective harm to them. As long as the demon leaders are caught from the monster pile, they will die. There is nothing that can be arrogant in front of the knights. At present, all the main forces of the shelter have arrived, and only the 10,000 garrison troops of Mizhan remain in the valley. Although these 10,000 people are mainly used to maintain security and order in the valley, population 200,000 to 300,000. These soldiers often go to the western region for training after coming out of the school. Although the city wall of the shelter is only 5 meters long, it is a real spider building. Even part of the underground area of the city wall was solidified with metal. The city wall, which is just over 700 meters long, is not as close as the distance between the two urns in Yongfeng City. The 10,000 people in Miss Han's hands can be rotated to defend. Moreover, all the things used to defend the castle in the hands of all the lords in the valley have been gathered on the city wall. And there is still a stock of strong medicines in the laboratory. With the slow growth rate of the demons, there was no time to worry about the shelter. At most, they could only detach an army composed of thousands of demons. Under the shelter's power, they are no match for Mizhan and the others. The fallen angel is still in the city. She is obviously not stupid enough to give up on the creatures in the city, and directly leads the pitiful number of demons to the sanctuary on the 2nd or 3rd day. After today, although the base number of demon troops is sufficient, they will begin to increase rapidly. But as long as she hits fast enough and hard enough, she won't have time to care about the valley. Of course, this is all a thing for another day. There is only one good road from the valley to Win-Win City. Jack and the others did not see any demons on the road. And when they arrived, they already had enough troops in their hands. These demons had no chance. Send a large force out again. Unless that fallen angel no longer plans to play in Winsong City. To be honest, if there weren't so many horses in the valley and everyone could be equipped with 2 or 3 good horses, 20,000 people would indeed have a chance to kill the fallen angels when the divine soldiers descended on Wind-Win City the next day. At that time, there were not that many demons in Wind-Wing City. The one who fought the battle with the mercenary group is considered the main force. However, there is no if. It was now the 3rd night. The city was already in chaos, and the number of demons began to increase. If you want to attack the cathedral, Sanctuary's power will have to be attacked from both sides. Even if they beheaded the fallen angel, the army would still be crippled. By then, all the refugees in the city and the soldiers in Winsong City will be overwhelmed by those demons. So now, the right way is to stand firm on the life channel. Find ways to evacuate the refugees, and reduce the power of the devil. Although Windyong City is not as good as the capital of Darkans, which has a dozen large and small gates, it still has 6 gates. Currently, Garvey and the others have captured the 3 middle ones. At this time, among the corpses under the Urn City, 3,000 bright moons and 800 blood descendants have been divided into several parts. Some blood descendants and 2,000 wolf descendants formed a supermobile assault force, and the rest organized together with hundreds of elite bounty hunters, forming dozens of squads. These teams will go to the sewer area with the spiders. The intricate environment will be very suitable for hiding refugees. Half of the Wolf Slayer Knights plus 500 Dawn Knights are enough to guard this life channel for a few days. Garvey rubbed his chin and thought. Today is already the 3rd day. In the next 2 days, we have to have a good game with the demons. The 3 life channels have been established, and Garvey has completed the redeployment. In the middle were 100 Red Robe Knights, 1,000 wolf-slaying sergeants, 10,000 Bienham mercenaries, and 10,000 human soldiers, as well as some priests from the valley. The main forces on both sides of the Wingqing were 2,000 wolf-slaying sergeants, and each had 10,000 gathered guards from Yongfeng City. As for the arrangement of the elite troops, there are 100 red-robed and 400 white-robed knights on the left. On the right are 300 white-robed and 300 ogres wearing armor. In addition, there are also elite rangers Jack, 200 red robes, and 300 knights of the Judgment Corps. They never showed up on the battlefield, and Garvey had other uses. How did the boss say he wanted Jack to come? Garvey shook his head. He didn't know much about those weird words that the boss occasionally used, such as Chanshan Jiao Zilong, 7 in and 7 out, open unparalleled, unstoppable and so on. But after Kai Wushuang unfolds his light wings, regardless of whether the demon will be scared to death, Garvey feels that with the current strength of demons in the city, the red-robed knights are indeed unbeatable, and this force should be better utilized. Ichiban,
The boss has already made a final decision on the matter that he raised. Just tonight, the boss chatted with himself for a long time through Agatha. Garvey agreed with the strategy given by his boss. However, he made some changes. This change was crazier and bolder than George's original plan. But after thinking about it, he handed over all decision-making power to Garvey. With the current strength of the demons, a group of temple knights would have a chance to break into the cathedral and behead the fallen angels. However, the environment of the main hall is extremely complex, and it can be said that it is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Therefore, launching an attack can almost be said to be giving up your hometown in the rear and dying with this devil. So normally, even if the temple knights were here, they would not choose to do such a crazy thing, unless that army is a bunch of fanatics.
What's true is what's true. What's true is what's true.
Garvey narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed, the troops in Sanctuary are a little crazy, especially this wolf-slaying army. When facing enemies, he is even crazier than those so-called fanatics. But this army is not a fanatic, who will not hesitate to kill the refugees with a word from the gods. The Dawn Knights are rational and calm. They just know their mission and what they should do. They will question and be firm in their goals. They are not afraid of death, just for their own mission, and for the people behind them and around them. Neither Garvey nor George could bear to part with these Dawn Knights and the remaining 70,000 guards in Winsong City. However, in this collision between Sanctuary and Fallen Angels, there must be a head-on confrontation. Then just play the big one. Sacrifice? There must be sacrifices. Whoever is afraid will sacrifice more. They want to leave a warning to these demons. Not long after Garvey arrived here, artillery crossbows and garrison troops had been deployed in the direction of another demon-guarded city gate connected to the left wall of the Barbican city to prevent demon troops from rushing here from the side wall to attack. However, within one day, no demonic troops would dare to attack this terrifying Templar troops. Of course, after tonight, when the number of troops around the fallen angel reaches a certain level, it is indeed possible for her to come either to a few Earn cities or to the castle. After a while, the generals of the human army also came to Garvey through the paths of the city walls connected by the 3 Earn cities. After discussion, they began to deploy. Now, the 3 life channels have been established. The battle fought by the Dawn Knights today has prevented the demons from wandering around here, giving the survivors in the city a way to survive. But this is just the calm before the storm. Tomorrow, there will be a tough battle to be fought. Don't dare. What Garvey plans to do is not to defend the city with all his strength, but to let more than 2,000 bright moons attack each city gate. In other words, it can turn into a feint attack at any time. This crazy move caused a series of chain reactions in the city. At this point, the small number of human troops has caused the growing number of demons in the city to completely fall into Garvey's rhythm. Chapter 337 The Shining Star. The 4th day of Yongfeng City. The fallen angel appeared in the most well-established life channel where Garvey was, and had even spread to part of the southern city. But instead of killing the nearby refugees, she let the demonic troops behind her capture all the nearby refugees. These refugees were placed in the cathedral, where the deep areas were not affected by fire and could create high-quality demons. However, the second fire brought by the shelter was ignited inside the cathedral. This scene completely angered the fallen angel who left the nest. Furious, she mobilized the main force of demons to frantically attack the Earn City. A large number of demons killed many demons with their crazy volleys of crossbows and sacred fire spears. But in the 3rd round of attack that night, the Barbican city was suddenly breached. More than 3,000 humans died, including more than 500 Templars and priests. But after entering the Wingqing, the demons discovered that other humans had already withdrawn from the back door. The passage was completely blocked by the demon spiders, and almost all the other 3 city gates occupied by the demons were lost. Not only was the deep area of the cathedral ignited by fire, but a large number of wolf descendants, elite mercenaries, blood descendants, and demon spiders also appeared in the empty inner city. There is also a terrifying Sun Ranger force. They cooperated with the knights of the castle to kill more than 10,000 demon troops besieging the castle. Afterwards, he broke into the dungeon of the cathedral, snatched away many refugees, and sent them into the castle. Although many refugees were killed by small groups of demons along the way, many managed to escape under the guidance of the Iron Wall Knights. Moreover, many refugees hidden in the city either spontaneously or took this opportunity to be sent into the castle by the bright moons. It was obvious that these refugees had all hacking escaped through the castle. That night, the fallen angels learned of the existence of the Rangers and evacuated back to their nest, no longer doing such meaningless things. Her troops are currently too few. Most of them are low-level demons. On the other hand, humans are elite Templar troops, and they cannot afford this kind of guerrilla warfare. She doesn't plan to leave her lair until she has enough troops. Moreover, some elite forces were also brought into the depths of the main hall. The defensive situation here is even better than those city walls. Curse didn't lie to her. What it says is true, but the quantities are somewhat wrong. What the demons described as the 500 knights with light wings on their backs represented made her feel a little frightened. There was also some anger. You are all wrong. Day 5. The demons seem to have changed tactics. There are many demons in the city concentrated near the 3 life channels. It seems that after being caught by the demons in the city, many of the demons who originally planned to wait until the fire subsided were transformed by the fallen angels. The total number of demons in Nanchung is 60 or 70,000. 2 other elite troops of 6,000 demons each leading 20,000 Lemur demons, appeared outside Yongfeng City. Of these 2 troops, one was wandering outside the city, completely blocking the road out of the city. The other was divided into more than a dozen groups, and some were stationed in the fortresses on both sides of Yongfeng City. With this natural danger, they could prevent anyone from entering the city. The human troops wanted to take the mountain road. Part of them began to search and chase the escaped refugees in the Western Territory. So far, even with the power of this second fire brought by the shelter, no refugee can leave the city again. The devil carried out several attacks, and after capturing 2 of the earned cities, he found that the remaining 3 were made of iron plates. So his advance was not that strong. The main purpose was to consume human energy and completely block the life channel. The walls of Winsong City are so tall and strong that even demons are intimidated. Of course, this is not entirely because of the more than 20-meter thick city wall, but because of this guard pattern. In addition to those things that can be defended, there are churches and so many priests and medicines in the city. It takes hundreds of demons to replace one human life. Therefore, after the 2 waves, the demons stopped this wasteful consumption and began to besiege but not attack. Without the fallen angels, there would be no way to storm this fortified earned city. However, some disobedient demons led their troops to take advantage of the demonic troops' frontal attack to pass through the Barbican they occupied and take the corridor above the city wall to conduct a sneak attack on the Barbican with human garrison next to it. However, not only was there no breakthrough on the front, but the attack on the city wall also failed. On the city wall where only a dozen people could walk side by side, the Dawn Knight and dozens of cannons and crossbows were placed on the city wall. The crossbow that ignites the holy fire makes even the great devil fearful. But although mankind has won a victory, the 3 life channels have been completely blocked. The castle was also blocked again by demons. The demons in Nanchung searched for the survivors in Nanchung, and other demons began to arrest people unscrupulously in the city, and sent them deep into the main hall where the fallen angels were. The demons seemed to be waiting for the fire to subside. Windyong City became an urn in their hands. It looks like the devil's strategy worked perfectly. However, this game has just begun. In this city, the Sanctuary's special forces started a guerrilla war with the devil's forces. Although there are still a lot of demons in the city, most of them are ridiculous evil demons. There are only 4,000 special forces in the Sanctuary, but they are all wolf descendants, blood descendants, soldier spiders, crystal spiders, and elite bounty hunters. Both sides frantically plundered the last remaining survivors in the city. The demons killed those humans who could not enter the cathedral on the spot, and the guerrillas sent the people and corpses they found and rescued into the sewers. They all know that the path from the underground waterway to the outside of the city can be easily opened by demon spiders. And there are also a large number of small demon spiders, so humans can survive as long as they are sent down. But there are too many escape routes in city walls, castles, and underground. Today, we are fighting for this last channel of life. Indeed, they have always been led by humans. Fall into their rhythm. As a result, about half of the millions of refugees in the city fled. But the fire is already fading. Success is also in Wingqing, and failure is also in Wingqing. This time, the number of demon troops was sufficient. Some of the 100,000 demon troops in the south of the city had been detached and circled outside Yongfeng City. These demons may not be able to block the way of all humans, but if the humans in Wingqing want to evacuate, the demons close to the city can quickly occupy Wingqing. At that time, as long as the demons outside the city delay for a while, they will start a pursuit of the fleeing human. If they don't escape, in a few days, they won't be able to escape forever. Similarly, an elite demon force has found the entrances to several secret passages from the castle to the back mountain.
It is difficult for demons to break into that narrow passage. And it is also difficult for humans to break through and escape from here. However, these humans seem to have no intention of escaping. In the few hours when the fire is about to die down, Jack led a city gate troop to abandon the Barbican and scale the city wall. They gathered together with the troops in the second human garrison in the Urn City. Then, 700 Temple Knights and 5,000 Templar Knights formed an elite force of the Temple Knights. They detoured from the city wall and broke through an area with the Urn City guarded by demons. Because of the presence of a large number of demons outside the city, there is no need to defend this Urn City, and there are not many troops left. During this battle, the demons in the city saw 700 Temple Knights with light wings on their backs, leading 5,000 Templar Knights, instantly destroying the demons in the city gate. And then they detoured to the west of the city, climbed down the city wall, and rushed madly towards the main hall. Yofeng City is surrounded by steep mountains on 3 sides. If humans want to leave the city, they must go south. But if they want to go to the center of the city, there are too many roads to take through the city wall. The most important thing is that the Iron Wall Knights in the castle also rushed out and rushed to the main hall. Most of the White Robe Knights, mercenaries, and guards in the other 2 Urn cities also rushed out. Only 300 ogres, 3,000 soldiers, and a large number of horses stayed behind to guard the gates of the 2 Urn cities to prevent the demons outside from entering. Way to go. The posture was as if he knew he would die here today, so he wanted to use his life to hold back all the demons in the city. This momentum seems to have been discussed long ago, and we will take advantage of this situation and behead the fallen angel today. This crazy move caused all the demons in the city to put down their work and block their way. Big demons appeared one after another, and were shot by the spears with magic spider webs attached to the handles, and were pulled down and torn into pieces. The demons swooping down from the sky were hugged and pulled down by the jumping warriors, and they were pulled down together, turned into fire, amidst the angry and crazy shouts. Every time a person in the army died, these people became stronger and stronger, as if dying on the battlefield was their greatest wish. It's like each of them is carrying a heavy mission, and even if it's the last one left, they must complete it. The eyes of the Temple Knights were filled with fire of fanaticism and revenge, and they advanced all the way in the charge, instantly tearing apart the demons blocking the front. A small amount of sacrifice made those demons fearful, and reduced the casualties to this army. Soon, the demons that were 10 times their size were almost on the verge of retreating. The leaders of the demons suddenly realized that no one could stop them, because this is a group of lunatics rushing towards death. They just want to see the fallen angel and turn into fire with her. The corners of Analia's eyes also twitched fiercely. What she never expected was that this army would do such a thing. Human beings are extremely rational in their behavior these days. What is shown is also the preservation of strength and the fight for refugees. But what I never expected was that they were actually a group of fanatic believers who had been pretending. And what they are waiting for is this moment when the demon troops in the city are empty. Indeed, the main force of the devil is not with him now. If these 6,000 people rush in front of him, dying together with these people may be the best ending for him. However, after their death, these human beings have no ability to wipe out the demons in Winsong City. Except for some Templar Knights, most of the human beings will die here. This is tantamount to giving up the home base of the Temple Knights, and also giving up everyone in Winsong City. But it seemed that he had driven them to a dead end. And in addition to those lunatics, the guards of Winsong City also joined the fanatics' plan. A choice was placed in front of Analias. She could either run away and hide in a certain area in the city. As long as she doesn't reveal her true identity, no one will know where she really is. However, this meant giving up the Great Hall. The Temple Knights will defend this place. And after the meager food in the cathedral is eaten, these fanatics will slaughter all the human captives under the cathedral, then rush out and die with the devil. Analias chose the second decision. The main force of the demons immediately abandoned their subordinate soldiers. They used these soldiers to break up the rear, and the main force rushed to the main hall, competing for time with the elite of the Temple Knights. The demons knew that in the complex environment of the cathedral, even a group of 600 Templar Knights led by the Templar Knights would have difficulty breaking into it at once. And as long as the fire deep in the cathedral subsides, Analia's troops will continue to flow in. So there may not be a winner or loser in this battle. However, things took an unexpected turn. The main force of the demons did indeed return to the main hall in advance and arranged it densely. After the miscellaneous soldiers were also defeated, some began to hide around the city. The leaders leading the miscellaneous soldiers gradually gathered on the inner city wall and established defenses. Soon,
The demon soldiers scattered in the city, just like the refugees at the beginning, ran away when they saw anyone, and eventually broke into pieces and hid in various houses and hidden fortresses. However, just like the evil demons, those humans who were close to the city wall suddenly withdrew from the Iron City, and those who penetrated deep into the city were broken into pieces, like the evil demons, and disappeared into the city. The demons on the walls of the inner city were confused as they looked at the chaotic city and the gradually scattered humans and lemurs. At first, they thought that these humans were trying to kill the hidden lemurs, but in the end, they all disappeared like the lemurs. As for the ogres in the Iron City, they had already taken advantage of the chaos and protruded into the city. They led the human troops on horseback and dispersed the chaotic soldiers outside the city with a momentum that no one could match, and drove away crazily. By the time the demons realized something was wrong and sent the news back to the main hall, only the demons were left in the city. Seeing the figures of the ogres running into the distance outside the city, Annelius and her nuns stood in a mess on the inner city wall.
Many paths in the sewers have been collapsed by demon spiders, and the dense insects inside have come out and are swarming towards the main hall,
the demon said anxiously.
These pervasive insects seem to want to kill all our prisoners.
Luz,
little guy, why don't you burn the last fire? If all the demons catch up, Agron won't care about you.
Agron shook his head and looked at the human army running wildly after him. The right side of his head added,
The most I can do is let you ride on my shoulders. Burn your ass. Chase. Let them chase. If their main force dares to leave the city, the beheading in the main hall will become a reality.
Garvey shouted with excitement.
She doesn't have the guts to dare bet me. She doesn't know whether the group of fanatic believers underground have really left the city, or whether we are using this escaped soldier to lure them. Stop bragging. You're all just pretending. If that monster leader personally takes people out of the city, we'll be done for,
Agron said breathlessly.
Ha ha ha. What a joke.
Garvey whipped up his riding crop and laughed wildly.
If she dares to give up the location of the main hall and lead the troops out of the city in person, I will dare to fight her to the death here. Drive.
The Dawn Knight caught up in a moment, and if the fallen angel left the city, he would appear behind her troops. In the melee, it was difficult for the demon to detect the sudden appearance of the troops. It was easy for Jack to seize the opportunity and rush to the fallen angel from the weak point. There is no cathedral to guard outside. As long as Garvey and the others attract good firepower, Jack and the others will have a chance to behead them if their magic soldiers descend from the sky. He made a lot of money by using his own soldiers and his own head to hold back the demon's troops and replace them with the fallen angels' heads. But this is a gamble, because the situation on the battlefield is unpredictable, and Jack may find an opportunity or not. So not necessarily percent decapitation, but as Garvey himself often said, in a war, whoever gives up will lose. Like the fallen angel, he cannot afford to lose, and both have a certain winning rate. But he dared to bet. But the fallen angel didn't dare to bet. It is the best decision to send an elite army of miscellaneous soldiers to pursue the human miscellaneous soldiers and eat some of them on the way. But Garvey has already arranged coffins for these demonic troops who are about to pursue them. Indeed, he would have killed many people for this coffin. But he exchanged those deserters and demons for the elites in pursuit, and delayed the demons from arresting the refugees who fled south. So he still made a profit. Cold numbers flashed in front of Garvey's eyes, and he rode forward without looking back. If you don't dare to gamble, you will be bullied by him. Behind him, winds roared in Windsong City, surrounded by mountains on three sides, and the fires in the city illuminated the night red. He has decided to take down these guys. So far in this battle, the devils have no control over it, no matter what strategy they adopt next. They have already fallen into his layout. He was sure to bully this newborn fallen angel. Chapter 338 Annelius. Annelius looked up at the blood moon in the sky. In the brilliance of the blood moon, the blue fire in his eyes became more and more intense. She has already felt the power given to her by the darkness after the fire faded. She looked in the direction of the main hall. The evil fire nearby had rekindled, and the swarms of insects that were rushing toward the main hall were using their bodies to extinguish the flames. The fallen angel stretched out his hand, and the flames near the cathedral shot up into the sky. In an instant, the sky was filled with blue ashes, as if a blue snow had suddenly fallen. However, there are many weird-looking bugs that don't seem to be afraid of that kind of fire. Moreover, these all-pervasive insects have poured into the cathedral through many vents. Stop chasing. Search for the remaining refugees in the city and the soldiers who have time to escape. Veronica,
Take some people back to help the remaining troops guard the main hall. And don't let those bugs eat those poor innocents.
A nun whose body gradually ignited with blue flames bowed and left after hearing the order. The other nun looked at her master and became slightly agitated. She saw her master's concerns. This cunning human force has always been true and false in tactics, allowing the demons to follow them in the past few days and fall into their traps one after another. If the miscellaneous soldiers led by the ogres outside at this time are luring the demon army out of the city, and if the real knights of the temple didn't really leave, things would be serious. The nun said,
Sister, why don't you let the three brothers Ordas, Haters and Belram take their people? It would be a pity to let them go like this.
The meaning of the nun is very clear. Although the current large army of demons will have to be busy in the cathedral for a long time, exorcising insects, as long as a part of the army is sent there. Although the elite of the human army may not be left behind, those many of the Winsong City guards who were following the ogres on horseback could stay behind. Hearing this, the three big demons couldn't help but look a little ugly. Indeed, they have the power to leave many behind as long as you give them a few demons. But those temple knights may catch up from behind at any time. When the time comes, with a few soldiers in his hands, he will not be able to save his life. Besides, those ogres are a bit too difficult to deal with. Each ogre has armor several centimeters thick. This is usually impossible, because generally only an outstanding ogre lord can have the opportunity to have such luxurious equipment. But with the help of humans, these 300 terrifying ogres were not only armed to the teeth, but also had divine patterns on their armor and weapons. Those humans didn't equip their trainers first, but instead focused their resources on these terrifying foreigners. But it's no wonder that the combat power displayed by these ogres is indeed too terrifying. In the past few days of fighting, Aldos had seen with his own eyes several huge divine maces, with the sacred marks of priests, that had been thrown out by the ogres, like streaks of dawn light, hitting a big demon in the sky with a continuous flip. Then the guy who had been lying on the ground for a long time, and every time he regained consciousness, was blown into pieces by the group of giants who rushed over. Moreover, the ogre leader with two heads can also chant an extremely simple, but extremely crude magic multiple times. Aldos swore that he would definitely stay away from those guys who were half as tall as him during this pursuit. The limit of the attack distance of those terrifying giants has not yet been grasped. But it has no doubt that even if a giant dragon dares to swoop down on these ogres from the sky, there will only be one end.
That's fine.
Analius nodded and said,
Remember, bring more lemurs with you. After that, you must focus on the western region and do your best to bring back those poor people who have wandered away. We want to build a shelter in this Winsong City to help these poor people survive this disaster.
The three big demons around looked at their boss. From her words, they could tell that she was using the three of them as pawns to exchange for part of the human army. As for bringing more lemurs, it was because after the pursuit force was dispersed by the temple knights, the good things would be exhausted. After the Templars caught up from behind, they didn't dare to fight for too long. Therefore, it can only eat the main force of the demons, but not the scattered evil demons. After the main force is lost, these evil demons will spread all over the western territory, rescuing the refugees everywhere. The three demons recalled the horrific torture suffered by those poor innocents in the main hall, and their eyes couldn't help but twitch slightly, showing an expression of extreme fear. Finally, he bowed and accepted the order and left. Seeing the three knights who spread the glory of the gods leading their troops away, Analius' eyes looked into the distance. She knew that what this force in the valley wanted to tell her at the end of the day was this sentence: we have the ability to perish together with you in the siege. Naturally, I am also capable of beating you up in the defense of the city, so that you can run away in all directions. This extremely arrogant declaration made Analius feel angry and humiliated. However, she had to admit that those saints who moved forward crazily, jumping on each big demon and dying with them, left a very profound impact on her. This impression made her feel a little humiliated and extremely angry. However, I'm afraid that Valley is indeed a hard nail. With her current strength, it might be difficult to break this iron plate. After Yongfeng City was eaten by her, there were still too many things to do. Although there are no mines here, there are some or reserves. Moreover, there is a large amount of metal left behind by the soldiers after they died in the city, enough to last for a while. The demons' troops need to rest and recuperate, and they need to forge weapons and armor to build a real army. At the same time, we also need to gather the poor refugees in the western region. And when most of the entire western territory was recovered by her, mineral resources would also be available. They need time. Moreover, she also has to deal with that Aloysius. He must have felt his arrival,
and those who believe that after a period of time will come into contact with him. Thinking of those devils who have no faith. Analia's pure face showed a look of extreme disgust. They have been dreaming of getting rid of the glory of God the Father. However, she had to admit that no matter what purpose the two parties had, they were indeed working hard for the creatures of this world. Try hard to let those innocent people use another way to survive in the new century, and adapt to, and welcome this burning new world. How can the future be an apocalypse? Suffering, sorrow, fear, hunger, disaster, death, and disease are also given by God, and true believers should be willing to accept them. Chapter 339 Super Troop Training. Return safely. The Cenas River is one of the largest canals in the world, and the Blue Wave Strait it leads to is also chaotic and majestic. At this time, 3 ghost ships have passed through the strait and are getting closer and closer to Biswi City. The fog has gradually reappeared since the past 2 days, but it is very light, and it's not covered all day long. The sun was shining brightly at this time, and George was sitting on the deck basking in the precious sunshine. He felt that the rash that had appeared all over his body in the past few days was much better. After turning the pages of the last few chapters, George slowly closed the Book of Dawn, put it into the sunlight to dissipate, and took a good stretch. Soldiers have been arriving at the shelter one after another. This battle between Garvey and the others was better than he expected. Although the sergeants from Yongfeng City only brought back more than 30,000 people, the elite force of the shelter was well preserved. They were almost arriving at the shelter now. It is difficult for the demons to catch up with the fleeing teams on horseback led by the ogres. As for those temple knights who don't ride horses, they can't afford to offend them. Therefore, the final tactic adopted by the chasing demons was to separate some extremely fast elite forces from the team to harass the troops led by the ogres. This tactic did work. They were like cutting a cake, cutting off the less qualified troops in the human team piece by piece. Then the low-level demons who caught up behind them surrounded and ate these people again and again. The main force of demons is actually only 4,000 red demons, but there are nearly 10,000 Lemure demons. Although Garvey's troops numbered more than 20,000, there was a big devil and a dozen black devils among the demons. When they led the elite charge, they were unstoppable, and during this retreat, it was difficult to counterattack. However, the commander seemed to have no intention of counterattack. On the one hand, this is a screening of his troops, and on the other hand, it is also his intention to pull these demons further back and eat them. It was an exchange of chess pieces, just as Garvey had planned. His timing was extremely accurate when his retreating troops turned back to attack. The 5,000 Temple Knights led by Jack caught up just in time at the most chaotic moment. The sudden appearance of these 5,000 elites had a great impact on the hearts of the demons. They almost thought they had encountered an ambush. In this first battle, Jack and the others cut through the demons' troops and went straight to the position of the demon leader. Afterwards, the castle troops led by the Iron Wall Knights, not far behind Jack, also caught up. After more than 30,000 people appeared on the battlefield, the devil's troops were completely defeated. But what these idiots don't know is that there are actually people chasing not far behind the castle troops, a total of 8,000 red demons, and 2 big demons, plus 20,000 lower demons, and many demon species. But it was already too late. The battle was over before the demons' follow-up troops arrived on the battlefield. In addition to beheading some elites, Jack and others also beheaded a big demon. Next, the troops of the 3 leaders were integrated very quickly. All the soldiers continued to evacuate under the leadership of Garvey. 5,000 Temple Knights and 3,000 castle elites mounted their war horses and became the strong wind that swept across the battlefield, blocking the path of the devil's pursuit. Surprisingly, in this horse battle, the most outstanding ones turned out to be the knights of the castle. Like their strongest enemies, they started the classic tactics of nomadic cavalry, so that the demons behind him can't catch or catch up. But they keep getting beaten. Under the support and escort of the Dawn Knights, the low-level demons were cut into pieces, and the elite demon troops had no cannon fodder to use. As the evil demons fled, the more than 8,000 red demons were also divided. The stigma weapons flying around in the sky prevented those big demons from showing their heads. After that, these demonic troops, who wanted to pursue Garvey, were completely intercepted by the 8,000 cavalry. After being defeated several times, they finally fled in panic. Not even the last spark of fire that Garvey gave to Jack was used. It seems that ever since the final battle in the Winsongjing City, the demons have developed a deep fear in their hearts towards this so-called army of fanatics. The elite of the castle seemed to be suffering from the hardships of Winsong City and the excessive use of fire. It was difficult for anyone to collapse under the mental impact of the great demon. And fighting together with the Temple Knights,
Their psychological advantage is also huge. Most of the Red Devils and Black Devils were strangled, and only one of the demon leaders escaped. In the end, only the more than 10,000 low-level demons were left in the demon army. For these guys who were much more powerful than zombies, but smarter, more flexible, and better at running, the army could not wipe them all out. They could only after being completely dispersed. Some of the scattered Winsong City guards gathered together and returned to the shelter. The cavalry fought quickly and boldly. They expected that no other team in the Winsongjing City would be able to catch up. After all, it was only a little over 100 kilometers in total. As the fleeing troops had horses, the main force of the demons was delayed by the cathedral for a little while, and could no longer catch up with them. Garvey finally used the weakest chess pieces in his hand to make an exchange with the devil. Completing his escape, George lay on the recliner, crossed his hands on his chest, and completed the entire review of the Battle of Winsong City. This war can be said to be a war in the true sense of the word. It started suddenly at Garvey's initiative, gathering 20,000 people in 3 days at remarkable speed, and covering more than 100 kilometers. Later, under the auspices of this general, a super training was held. When he goes back, this guy will definitely be knighted. From this war God George can see that it is more appropriate for Jack to position himself as a fierce general. Although his personal strength cannot be compared with Alexander, his bravery and momentum are no less than Alexander, and Jack's precise judgment, timing, and commanding abilities on the battlefield are also extremely outstanding. Garvey showed his talent as a commander in this war. He commanded a total of 50,000 people, and coordinated a large force of more than 40,000 friendly troops, making perfect layout and coordination. And this guy is both offensive and defensive. In other words, he likes to use offense to defend. George believes that Garvey can turn this war into a super military training. In fact, it is based on the premise that the shelter has taken a big advantage. Of course, his decisive attack was also the most important reason the demon army in Windwing City had not yet truly taken shape. This is not only because Sanctuary's power comes too quickly, nor is it just because Garvey does an excellent job of disrupting the demon's rhythm. What's more, most of these demons are naked. Although the demons in the royal capital have been busy opening the door, many demons are mostly naked, but the equipment of their elite troops is very luxurious. The sons of Milos on the ground and underground are not as well equipped as the Templar Knights, and the elite Balrogs and Blasphemous Knights are also very well equipped. Originally, in the Wind Singing City, according to the rhythm of the fallen angels, a team of Blasphemous Knights must have been formed first. However, several fires burned one after another, causing her plan to be strangled in the cradle. A fallen person of the Profane Knight's level, without fire, is more powerful than the Red Devil, but they have been weakened the most among the fire types. And the most important thing is that among the fire, if the fallen angels set their sights on the dead knights of the cathedral, they will only call out blasphemers. This leaves the fallen angel with nothing to provide early support. So overall speaking, the demon army in Windwing City is much worse than those in the capital. The enemies they encountered were the strongest. In the past half a year, the Wolf Slayer Knights in the Sanctuary have become much more powerful than the Thorn Birds. The core of the former's military soul is revenge and the fulfillment of the mission, while the latter's swan song is about leaving the nest. The two have their own merits on the battlefield. The latter is extremely terrifying in decisive battles, and the former is very powerful in comprehensive combat. The power of Sanctuary is much higher in terms of experience, psychological advantages, and physical fitness in dealing with demons. They can almost crush these demonic troops that have not yet been fully formed. In the final battle in Winsong City, the loss ratio between Jack's troops and the demons was 1 to 10. Although there were a large number of low-level demons and naked red demons among them, the black demons and big demons who stood in front of them could not even escape, and were suppressed and killed by groups. As Garvey said, whoever is timid will sacrifice more. The devil's strategy is to delay and retreat. So even though this battle is 6,000 people versus 60,000 people, it is a sure win. Things were just as he expected. When the battle loss ratio of the demon's army reached 10%, they were frightened. In this battle, more than 800 Sergeant Wolf Slaughter died, which was much more than the number of people who died when they were guarding the end of the Wingqing. In addition, some of the sergeants failed to escape underground in time, and finally fought to the death with the demons on the ground. George calculated that there were more than 6,000 core human warriors in the shelter. In the past 5 days, there were about 2,000 people who died in battle. Those who fell behind and were lost in the city and were tortured to death, and those who failed to follow the team and escaped during the final tough battle. The number of Wolf Slayer sergeants that had just grown to 5,000 was now reduced to 3,000. However, the number of red robes and white robes will increase dramatically. The 5 days of fighting in Windyoung City were no less sublime for the warriors than the battle in the royal capital. Although their enemies are far less elite than the main demon forces in the capital, they are still attacking, not defending the city. Then came the soldiers from Winsong City. The garrison and soldiers maintaining law and order in Yongfeng City totaled hundreds of thousands, half of whom either successfully gathered at the castle in the past few days, or gathered at the city gate and were gathered by Garvey and others. Of the other 70,000 people, more than 20,000 died in 5 days. Most of these people died on the last day. After they began to flee, more than 30,000 people were lost in the fallout, defeat, and interception. Fewer than 20,000 people ended up arriving at the shelter. It can be said to be tragic. On the contrary, the Moon troops suffered the least losses. For these original leaders of trouble in the valley, even if they were placed in Yongfeng City, they would still be a major special operations force. In this chaotic Windyoung City, both the ground and the underground can be said to be their home ground. In addition, during the feint attack, I only pinched the soft persimmons. Later, when I played in the inner city, the proportion of lemurs in the inner city was very large. When hunting the black demons, I was prepared with the crystal spiders. Less and more, coupled with the immortality characteristics and terrifying healing abilities of Wolfborn and Bloodborne. They can be saved as long as they are not killed by a single blow. This resulted in only a few dozen people dying in the battle. However, because many bright moons drank the blood of demons in this battlefield, many side effects and hidden dangers were left. At present, the bright moons have arrived at the shelter. Anthony is very concerned about this matter. There should be new news in a few days. The losses of the Bienha mercenary group were also huge. In 5 days, the mercenaries fought dozens of large and small battles. In the end, only 3,000 of the 10,000 mercenaries were left. However, this unit that had been fighting tough battles had completely grown into veterans. Due to their better foundation, after settling for a period of time in the future, they will be even more powerful than the original Wolf Slayer Legion. This will be Sanctuary's 3rd Templar force. Unlike the other two, they have different talents and are extremely good at special operations. Many people can say that they are the seeds of the Dawn Blade. Moreover, this force is extremely tolerant. The mercenaries, who are rough and carefree, have often formed various task teams with the Bright Moons before. It can be said that they get along with each other all the time. This time, the team showed perfect coordination. George found that those elite bounty hunters seemed to be very suitable for organizing with the Bright Moons. This gave George the idea of reorganizing the Bienha mercenary group. In this army, in addition to the Bienha soldiers, there will also be some brave and cunning Jiayue werewolves, blood descendants. It will be a special elite temple team in Sanctuary in the future, or a special mercenary team that can go deep into the Southern Kingdom to perform some tasks. In fact, he had considered the idea of signing an agreement with that Analius after returning to the Sanctuary and clearing up the situation in the Western Territory. This agreement allows the Sanctuary to stop having to show off, so that it can wait until the battle between the Holy Court and the main force of the demon army begins. At that time, the situation was decided, and the main force of the demons had no time to look elsewhere. It can be said to be a period of stable development for the shelter, and during this time without external harassment, he will also lead the mercenary group to the kingdom of Elda to meet the king, who may be a little weird. This super elite mercenary group, or super mercenary knights, will give full play to its strengths in the mercenary country of Erda. The river in the distance was already in sight. When the fog covered the sun again, George stood up and stood on the bow of the boat, looking at the clear water pier in the distance. The scene when leaving the port and Adeline's figure appeared in front of George's eyes, making him slowly close his eyes. Adeline, rest in peace. I will fulfill all your last wishes. Chapter 340 Duke George. When George's fleet passed through the fog and arrived near the dock, George saw chaos in the port. The place was crowded and almost full. There were chaotic shouts everywhere. The sour smell of sweat almost covered up the smell of water vapor. However, the common people have neither ships nor wealth, nor connections and channels. Under the interception of the soldiers, most of them could only crowd in the port, and few people were able to enter the dock. I could only watch the nobles in clothes and leather shoes, slowly boarding the ship with their slaves, retainers and even pets. In fact, this started a week ago, and half a year ago, George started planning. The dozen old soldiers who were picked out by George half a year ago are now covered in vultures. Before he left, The bandit leaders began to integrate the underground world of Biswi City under his guidance and secret help. Later, the largest gang appeared in Biswi City. After the Blood Moon came, these veteran soldiers began to organize thousands of gangsters and spread various rumors. These crows knew that the bosses planned to do something big. This prompted those who caught the scent to evacuate. When Duke Shenbao returned to Blue Water City, the entire Landry nobles in Blue Water City began to evacuate. This guy did two great things while everyone was retreating. One persuaded Charlie and some of the ministers who had begun to believe in the situation in the east, and asked them to turn a blind eye to the people who left Biswi City. Another thing is that the various news coming from their mouths also caused more and more people to leave Biswi City. The hidden dangers in the royal capital were solved by His Majesty Phillips. But the noble coalition was defeated, and a large number of corpses were already heading towards Biswi City. This is the news that Duke Jumbo brought back to Charlie. On the one hand, the wizard does exactly what he says. On the one hand, he did not tell about the gate to hell, naturally because he did not want to cause too much confusion and rumors, which caused the morale of the troops in Biswi City to be weakened, and the entire city began to flee. This will make it difficult for the nobles of Landry to evacuate first, and will also make the entire Landry have no time to respond after the early fall of Blue Water City. But there are more and more rumors. Many lords who carried out a cleanup near Biswi City and brought people back after seeing the blood moon said that they saw traces of demons outside the city. At this time, those who had just returned the lords also took the stray demons and red demons they killed as trophies and organized a victory banquet. When they heard the news of the defeat of the noble coalition coming from the city, even these lords, who had fought against the demon army and despised the demons, began to believe that Qishan in the east was indeed probably because of that Phillips, the greedy man, rushed forward and was destroyed by the tide of corpses. Brenda's fleet was doing big business at this time, with hundreds of ships transporting many people back and forth to the other side of the river. At first, these boats were free, but not many people took them. Many people thought that was a rumor. But when there are fewer and fewer ships, and the charges become more and more expensive, with almost every trip being priced at the same price, the residents of Biswi City can hardly stay any longer. Indeed, those nobles said that the news coming back from the Eastern Territory were just rumors. But they were walking while talking. What's the big deal? Stay on the other side of the river for a while. Winter is coming. It's a good decision to go to the south to find relatives and come back in spring. It wasn't until the day before yesterday that Volp led the defeated army of the noble coalition to rush back into the city, and things began to truly change. Charlie attacked decisively and integrated his troops overnight before starting the evacuation. He executed the defeatists among his troops. Although this group of people exists, they do not occupy the mainstream, because except for a few high-level officials such as Charlie, most people only knew about the defeat of the noble coalition and did not know about the so-called Gate of Hell. This allowed the army to maintain order, and the city began to evacuate in an orderly manner. The nobles rushed to use their connections to occupy the official fleet and get on board first. After that, watching these nobles using their privileges to leave first, the residents could no longer stay still. The Great Escape from Biswi City also completely broke out. Of course, there are still many people who want to rely on the natural protection of Biswi City to win a share of military exploits and still stay in the city. But today, they have joined the riots in Biswi City. The manpower of the huge garrison was dwarfed by comparison. Most of the energy has been spent on organizing evacuation, and the troops themselves are mixed. Many people are even secretly looking for connections to get a ship ticket. As for the army, they are intensively preparing for war, and even going to war under Charlie's arrangement as the army retreats. Many monsters have gathered outside Biswi City. The grieving Charlie had wiped away his tears at this time. He knew that his father would be able to block the black tide in the capital for a while. They still had time to reduce the number of monsters outside the city. In the entire city, only the port is now free of rotten skin. According to the old soldiers, the current vulture leaders, now is the perfect time. A fleet of ships sailed from the river and docked at the port. The residents who had already bought their tickets began to board the ship nervously under the arrangements of the soldiers. The residents who were queuing up to buy tickets looked at them with great envy and contacted their relatives and friends to see if they could find connections to join the queue. The price of ferry tickets is reduced today. Who knows who won't rise? However, it is difficult for them to find connections with the ships of the nobles. These ships have a great chance. I heard that Brenda's fleet has now changed the conditions for boarding. It seems that as long as you have some talent, you can board the ship. In the past few days, these selected people have been placed near a warehouse in the port. Starting today, it's time to board the ship. Many people are blacksmiths. However, what no one knows is that the batch being selected today is the last batch. Those who have not entered the warehouse probably have no chance. Moreover, these people who will spend money to buy tickets and hire people to carry people from the blacksmith shop and various shops to the boat are not going to cross the river on the boat. Instead, head to the shelter. This trip is faster than snatching. With a clang, the ghost ship docked. The sailors and garrison troops on the dock who were preparing to help dock looked at the three ships and were stunned. The corners of George's mouth curved slightly, and he withdrew his gaze from the residents and looked at Brenda beside him.
If there is anyone who wins the hearts of the people in the entire Biswee City now, it is probably Earl Brenda.
After hearing what her boss said, Brenda shook her head helplessly and stepped onto the receiving board. It seems that he is used to this kind of teasing. He picked up the story of
500 warriors fighting for the ghost ship
that he had already prepared in his stomach, and led it to the nervous and panicked garrison on the dock. This time, though, much of the story is true. Only the true horror of the demon was not told by him. Only Charlie knows about this.
Iron Wall Knights.
George looked at the 12 Iron Wall Knights in front of him and said solemnly,
I want to lead a team to meet with Miss Tanya and others. You guys go find Charlie, and we can say goodbye.
Iron Wall Knight Commander Badolf and his comrades around him looked at the Grand Duke Yongfeng in front of them at this moment. His expression was extremely complex. If there was a Duke of Winsong in this world in the hearts of Nabaldolf and all the Iron Wall Knights, then it could only be Adeline. But in these days, the man who led the troops to rush into the capital, destroyed the gate of hell, led them to burn the ghost port, and successfully returned to report the news, has completely won all their respect. Looking at the seal on George's finger, Bardolph and others solemnly showed the courtesy that a retainer should have, and then rushed into the port like a thunderbolt, took it away without saying a word, and took away the garrison officers. The horses, carrying Archduke Adeline's suicide note, galloped into the city. When leaving the port, Badolf looked back for his Grand Duke. For a moment, he had an extremely strange thought maybe this was the last time he would meet him. He shook his head, smiled to himself, then threw away this weird idea and accelerated his horse's hooves. Duke George said that he would lead the team to defend Winsong City until the last moment, and then evacuate with a large army at the end. Chapter 341 Riots in the City. A quiet place on the harbor.
I just counted, and there are only a lot more fishing boats of all types, plus the special boats we bought before. The number is enough.
Brenda patted the dust on her hands and said,
The last batch of wooden boards has also been transported from my manor to the other side of the river.
Beside Brenda, there were also several vultures who often worked for him, as well as elites who once belonged to the Brotherhood and later became his followers. Behind these people, there are still many people standing. All of them are vicious guys. People in the distance can be seen walking around here.
Sir, since you gave your instructions before leaving, the fishermen in Biswee City have not had boats to fish for several weeks.
A vulture opened his mouth to please and said,
A few days ago, someone offered a high price to buy a boat to cross the river. We didn't sell any of them to them.
Obviously, the fishermen in Biswee City have suffered from these gangsters, and they dare not speak out these days. As for the person who bought the boat at a high price, of course he didn't buy it, because the bad guys here have been using the price of buying boats to send people across the river. Only fools are selling these money trees.
Well, good job. You will be canonized when you go back,
George said while looking at the water without looking back. These words gave these guys a burst of joy. However, the noble knights in the valley are not pampered gentlemen. If they want to have food to eat, they usually have only one way out the battlefield. The old soldiers have long been waiting to receive the little clever guys they selected. Krauber has long wanted to build a slave army. The losers didn't know that they had been sold long ago, and they didn't know where under the water. Many servants of the kingdom of heaven were quietly leaving. With the current power of the shelter, they can move within a dozen kilometers near the summoning site, which is actually only 2 kilometers away from the other side of the river. So it is enough. George counted the number of fishermen in the city in his mind. There were tens of thousands of households, although the large and small boats were of different heights and lengths. Together with the boats specially used to build pontoons, it was definitely enough to span both sides of the river. Just to see how wide the pontoon bridge he plans to build.
Sir, the wind should be southerly tonight.
Risgard looked at the sky and said,
It seems we will have to save energy tonight.
Indeed. It doesn't matter if it's a south wind or not. With so many wizards combined, it's no problem to temporarily change the direction of the wind. But with Siljak, the magic spider silk, and the wind direction, there is no problem in covering the distance of 2 kilometers. The Sand Sea is much wider than this.
And the demon spider is hundreds of times larger than the spider. After everything was confirmed, George took a look at the Book of Dawn. On that map, the demon spiders have come from all directions on the south bank. In the past few days, they have been wandering around the south bank, eating up all the monsters within dozens of kilometers of the entire south bank. There were originally no monsters on the south bank, but after the blood moon, some appeared. But it can be said that it was completely silent at this time, because there was no fog a few days ago. Some refugees saw these demon spiders driving away swarms of terrifying insects and chasing the lemurs and zombies. It can be said that I was trembling with fear when I was on the road. However, in fact, there are only a few hundred giant devil spiders in total. It can be said that it is a small probability event to encounter them within a range of dozens of kilometers. Although there are many palm-sized little devil spiders, these things that are spread out on the road to eat corpses and lying in the woods to make webs to eat bats and birds can all be classified as strange phenomena brought about by the blood moon. And since the demon spiders avoided the main road, although there were people who saw the scene, there were not many. And they are all people who have evacuated south and will not return to Yongfeng City. So in these short few days, these terrible rumors were still circulating only in the south bank. People in some villages even began to worship the spider god and believe that with its protection, the monsters would not attack. This is indeed the case. There are enough weavers. Everything is ready, just waiting for the fog to rise tonight. Next, George arranged for the wizards to notify Volpe, Tanya and others. He, Wallace, Aji, Rusgard, Brenda and others each brought a man into the city. Aji is going to lead the old soldiers to meet with the vulture leaders. Rusgard was going to find the scholars. And Wallace and Brenda rode to the palace first to prepare the way for the new army to leave. It is absolutely impossible for the new army to retreat directly in violation of Charlie's orders under such circumstances, because this will cause a chain reaction. But Yongfengqing is an excellent reason. If there is a fire in the rear, it must be extinguished immediately. But the matter must not be based on the actual situation. Otherwise, when the coalition forces in Blue Water City know that the situation in Winsong City is so serious, Elda's troops will withdraw immediately after all. If the Western Territory falls, the Elda Kingdom will it's time to face the enemy. The defense of Blue Water City will also lose most of its meaning for the Eldar people. However, two big liars have already made up the story. Judging from the content of the story, the level of crisis in Winsong City is just right. Although Charlie has not yet received any news about Winsong City, it is extremely reasonable if the Divine Grace Knight has a special channel to receive news from the Valley in advance. Coupled with the identity and status of the Divine Grace Knight, and the endorsements of Wallace, Brenda and others, it is not difficult to get it done at this time. For Charlie, it is better to believe that there is a fire in the rear than to believe that it is not. As for George, he was not in a hurry to catch up with Brenda and others. He planned to give Charlie some time to digest the news from the royal capital. Whether it was Hellgate, Phillips or Adeline, was too much of a shock to him. On the way, he observed the situation in the city. He wanted to make sure that the things he had arranged before were completed by the old soldiers who stayed in Biswi City. If he didn't clean it up, then tonight, when the refugees were heading south, he would have to continue the chaos and make a good deal. The situation in the city was extremely chaotic. It can be said that the city was in chaos before the war started. These citizens were not as quiet, honest and easy to manipulate as those in the countryside. Under the instigation of the dozen old soldiers who stayed in Biswi City, the vultures actually took the lead in organizing the first parade in the history of Biswi City. And these demonstrations turned into riots at an extremely fast speed. In the riots that have occurred one after another in the past few days, there are many people who are dissatisfied with the nobles, hate the rich, and take advantage of the situation. Doors and windows in the streets were broken, and many houses were even in danger of being extinguished by fire. Chaos. Don't mess with the things in this city. But everything will be left to the devil. In the short evacuation time, what can you take with you? However, in comparison, although those black-hearted rotten people are the tipping point, the outbreak of class conflicts is the most fundamental. This riot is actually inevitable. In the commercial area of the auction house, the guards seem to be resisting the marching riders. George looked at this group of people from a distance and knew that none of them were from Lao Yibing's side, because this area had already been robbed once last night. And now, the following citizens have robbed this place several times. After seeing the more than 300 knights walking leisurely on the street, both the garrison and the riders on the street became quiet. Some of these 300 people are in the standard attire of the Templar Knights. and some are hell walkers with the emblem of Blue Water Cathedral. If you pick anyone at random, they are all big men who cannot be offended. Chapter 342, We are the porters of the seven gods. You continue. The leader waved his hand and walked away regardless. To be honest, this wicked man had no psychological pressure at all about the riots in the city. According to his shameless explanation, there will definitely be riots in the city after the evacuation. He just arranged people to carry out orderly robbery. No. He protected the property of the rich and nobles. Don't worry. These things you can't take away will be of great use. It wasn't until they left that the street became chaotic again. The troops had already passed by Lord Wolf's shop. After seeing what was going on inside, this guy Eve sat directly in front of the door and burst into tears. George touched his chin. He flipped through the Book of Dawn and found that Volpe, Brenda, Tanya, Charlie and others were gathered together, seemingly still discussing. So I didn't rush and let him cry for a while. Those damn bandits are better. I still have some treasures in the valley. I will give you some collections later. After comforting him for a while, the guy was finally pulled up. A few old soldiers secretly laughed in the background. They could guess at a glance that all the gadgets in the Ives store were probably kidnapped by someone arranged by the boss. I wonder if the items picked out by the ignorant boss will look a bit familiar to Ives. This mysterious neighborhood was completely looted under the specific instructions of someone. However, as a place with the most rare items, many people continued to pay attention to it after it was looted by the main force. The scoundrels and mobs in the street originally hid after seeing the knights walking in. But after discovering that the knights were ignoring them, they started looting in front of them. Looking at this scene on the street, the instigator George curled his lips, withdrew his gaze, and said to the Honorable Templar Commander Irving, who was holding two boxes next to him, "These scum can be said to be the entire city. The biggest trouble. Fernando has spoiled them all. But it doesn't matter. Let them have a good time these 2 days. When they return to the valley, Krabber will teach them a lesson." In fact, the dozen or so veteran soldiers, who were the bandit leaders in the city, had already reached some kind of agreement with the vultures. However, when these vultures enter the bandits' den, they may not have the final say as to who should own the trophies in their hands. After hearing what the boss said, Owen, who was holding the box, raised a hand and scratched his beard with a strange expression. During these days on the ship, the boss had had separate conversations with himself and others, and he had a clear understanding of the Ark plan and the future North strategy. In other words, after seeing that the Gate of H, I was half destroyed by the well-prepared Knight of Divine Grace. He guessed it indeed. For today's devils, the lair of the Knight of Divine Grace is probably it was to disrupt the situation. Otherwise the North would be completely occupied by Aloysius. Therefore, after most of them learned the top secret that the Holy Court had laid a nail in the valley, they expressed their intention to leave the army and follow the Knight of Divine Grace to complete the true mission entrusted to him by the Holy Court. But in fact, George could see that some people still wanted to return to the Holy Court for development. After all, it is filled with the glory of a hero. Over the past thousands of years, has anyone had such honor? It will definitely be spread in the epics. And these myths that come back alive will definitely become popular in the Holy Court in the future. George could clearly see the little thoughts of these people at a glance. However, he felt that these thoughtful people were too few. He picked out a few more people, collected 100, and decided to leave them to Volpe. On the one hand, 100 Judgment Knights plus 100 Glory Temples will make Volpe's subsequent escape smoother. On the other hand, Volpe needs a group of hardcore assistants who are familiar with the rules of the Holy Court. Under the leadership of Volpe, these glorious gods of war, who put on their triumphal robes and return to the Holy Court, will surely be able to exert their own light and heat while rising to the top. And with these rockets that reach the sky, Volpe is sitting on the top of the rockets. His achievements are not small in themselves. He saved many nobles and powerful lords. And he also defended Biswi City and rescued the fleeing dignitaries and refugees. With the help of these rockets, even if his identity is discovered later, no one can defend his position. It won't take long before there will be 2 Divine Grace Knights from the Black Pearl Valley in this world. Irving is the one who chooses to stay with the boss. He is the clearest among everyone about the boss's plan. However, what they were going to do today still somewhat subverted his views. "Sir, do we really want to join this robbery?" "No," George said without looking back. "We are going to rob the palace." Owen's eyes twitched a few times. Owen felt that the impact of these unabashedly rude bandit words was a bit too much. After all, with the strict training and rigid education he has received since childhood, no matter what the reason is, this is not what a Templar should do.
However, in his heart, there was such a weird excitement. At this time, he watched his boss turn around and look at him with admiring eyes.
Owen, the royal capital of Rodent, cannot stand in darkens. And the same is true in Biswi City. It has to exist in the valley. Robbery? Please don't use this word.
After saying this, George looked at the Glory Temple members with strange expressions. He stretched out his finger, shook it in front of their eyes, and said solemnly,
You are not robbing. You are fulfilling your mission. We are not bandits. We are just porters of the 7 gods.
At this moment, the knights were all sore and numb, and their eyes only felt dark, just like the Enlightenment, and their whole bodies seemed to become translucent. The priests in the valley looked at the knights, who suddenly turned red and became excited, and couldn't help but shook their heads. These newcomers may be led astray by their boss. Entering the palace again, George couldn't help but feel a little sad. Over the past 6 months, he had witnessed the prosperity and decline of this palace. There were heavily armed knights everywhere on the road. They were walking back and forth, trampling the dirty snow outside into the palace. The servants had no time to clean now, and were hurriedly serving the sergeants. Wipe armor, sharpen swords, sew and wash clothes, treat wounds, prepare meals. But fortunately, all the monsters that have gathered near Biswi City in the past 2 days have been cleaned up. This afternoon, many people have begun to gear up and set off. On the one hand, more cleanup must be carried out to provide services to those who came from the surrounding towns of Biswi City. The refugees from the villages fleeing to Biswi City reduced the disaster. On the one hand, they also have to go to various villages, towns, and estates to bring back the pioneers. The road in the corridor was almost a bit crowded, but seeing the Templar knights rushing past, the knights and servants all gave way to the way with discernment. Some people recognized the leading knight who was flipping through the holy book, but most people were so busy that they couldn't care about who it was. In the past few days, there have been too many members of the Holy Black Lake Knights and Holy Glory Knights coming in and out. George has lived here for half a year and is already familiar with the route. Reading through the Book of Dawn, I actually confirmed the movements of Tanya and others. Tanya and the others have returned to the military camp and are preparing to leave the city. As for Yudlin and other knights, they will stay in Blue Water City. These people didn't know much about demons, and they were optimistic about the battle to defend Biswi City. Therefore, they will probably join the Eldar Lords to guard the city until it is breached. You won't have the chance to return to the Elda Kingdom until you go south with Vulp, just in time to join the coalition established by the Kingdom of Elda in the west of the country. Tanya's more than 30,000 new troops now only have 20,000 left, and they need to occupy more than 20 large ships to return to the sanctuary. Also leaving with them tonight were the supplies, as well as the craftsmen and family property among the refugees. Altogether, there are more than 100 ships. In addition to the refugees, there will also be some noble officials from Biswi City who will board the ship tonight. These corrupt noble officials in Biswi City can be said to be the great contributors to the sanctuary. Ever since George got engaged, he and Brenda had developed a relationship with these people. In these days, these corrupt officials have replaced the good grain in many barns with grain mixed with a lot of sand. Those that were fished out were transported to the shelter among the teams heading to the valley. In exchange, George has signed agreements with them privately. As long as these agreements are brought to the valley, they will be exchanged for a title and a large territory. According to the agreement, the grain and valleys were divided equally with them. This is simply a huge benefit. For these nobles, their territory has long been gone. Although many people have titles, the extra ones can be passed on to heirs or even illegitimate children. Don't worry, I will fulfill these agreements. Otherwise, who will lead the valley refugees to open up wasteland? In fact, it may be more appropriate to use the words distribution and exile, because agreements are based on systems. It is a method of implementation in the world's mainstream system. But under the valley system, those reclaimed territories naturally have lease terms. How dare he really use these corrupt officials? However, with these guys' harsh attitude towards the refugees, it's just right for them to make a bad face during land reclamation. While distracted, George had already arrived in the corridor of the small conference hall where Adeline used to work. Looking at the door, he couldn't help but recall that when he was busy in Biswi City for half a year, Adeline had to leave because of her. These aristocratic officials took bribes and violated the law, and warned themselves. It was because he was his son-in-law. Otherwise, he would have given up on himself as a scum who was colluding with the nobles. Adeline, you always thought that I was motivated by ambition and greed. But after the Biswi City was breached,
How could I leave the large amount of food here to the devil? George stopped in front of the door and stretched out his hand to signal the knights behind him to wait in the corridor. Then he pushed the door open and went in together with Owen, who was holding the box. Charlie's meeting has ended, and he is standing next to the sand table, looking at the snowflakes outside the window. Next to them, Wallace, Brenda, and Volpe were standing and sitting in front of the sofa, looking at the tall figure standing in front of the sand table, drinking water. For a moment, a name almost blurted out of George's mouth. George shook his head. Charlie used to drink. Volpe, standing opposite, saw George entering the door first. Everyone also turned around. George's eyes stayed on Volpe's face for a moment, knowing that he had taken off his disguise before entering the city. But after today, they will change their costumes. Let the devils guess who is the Knight of Divine Grace. One more suspicion will give them more doubts. No matter whether the guess is accurate or not, it cannot change the fate of the main force of the devil heading south, because the situation has changed now. The moment he arrives at Biswi City, he has no choice but to decide what the demons will do. The whereabouts of the Divine Grace Knight now have more impact on the future situation of the Holy Court rather than the upcoming war. Because after tonight, the devil's march south will become a foregone conclusion. Everyone stood up, and Charlie came over and gave his brother-in-law a big hug. This unexpected but supposed hug made George feel a little complicated. After letting go, George looked into the eyes of the man in front of him, and could tell that his brother-in-law seemed to regard him as a real relative. Indeed, it is unfortunate that the Weinzinger family has one less member. But luckily, there is one more. George knew that there was no need to say more. He took the two boxes Owen was holding with his own hands, placed them on the sand table, and opened them. The one in the middle is Rodent's red dragon crown, and the one in the middle is the king's scepter. Looking at these two things, Charlie's eyes were extremely complicated. Can Rodent still be called Rodent without Phillips and Adeline? Charlie couldn't help but smile slightly to himself. He realized that he had made a mistake. The so-called Phillips is not the real king. This false king, although flattered as Rotump's brains, is a loser. George can do better than Phillips, and he will do better than his father. The collapsed mountain did not break Rotump's backbone, but instead made it stronger, and its spirit will be passed on to all Rodent people. Charlie's eyes gradually became firmer. He believed in his heart that Rodent, which was burned to pieces by the war, would be reborn from the ashes. From Charlie's eyes, George saw his desire for restoration. Afterwards, the two discussed the real matter. As the topic deepened, the two became more candid, and George suddenly discovered that the two of them had the same ideas on many things. This made him decide to reveal some honesty to his brother-in-law. If Charlie can cooperate, things will be more than just getting twice the result with half the effort. As the topic deepened, the two of them became more and more involved. Many things were also mentioned in Adeline's suicide note. After Charlie received the suicide note and heard what Wallace and others told him, he had completely digested it. After they talked about the time after the mountain collapsed and the demons emerged again, Charlie expressed his hope that the refugees would move westward. The situation in Yongfeng City is worse than you imagine. George came up with a heavy hammer, overturning Charlie's decision to move westward. The valley is indeed the best place to go. It is only more than 1,000 kilometers away. But my troops cannot take away so many people under the blockade of Yongfeng City. Most of them will die and become nutrients for the black tide. Looking at on the sand table, George said slowly, although it is more than 2,000 kilometers to the south, and the refugees have to stop and go, it will take several months. But it is a way to survive. The Violet Plain alone covers an area of more than 300,000 square kilometers, with several rivers in the middle. After passing here, we still have to walk a long way south to get away from the war in Kuroshio and reach the truly safe area in the south. The total distance is more than 2,000 kilometers. On the way, we traveled through mountains and rivers, endured hunger, walked through wind and snow, and walked through the woods. Also be careful of bandits, those lords fighting in the south, and small groups of monsters that may be on the road. The hardships are unimaginable, and it can be said to be a journey through Guangdong in this world. Chapter 343: The Future of Southern Rodent. Rainbow Bridge. The refugees stopped and walked, and on average they could walk 20 kilometers a day. In total, it would take at least 3 months. And there are many people who may stop on the road and flee to the southernmost safe zone without following Charlie's arrangements. Some of them may be disobedient fools and make their own decisions. But more parts may have been forcibly kept by the lords on the road. The number may account for half. These people needed follow-up troops to recruit local lords, and food to lead the refugees to evacuate.
And this journey is the most difficult one for Charlie and Volp. In addition to dealing with demons, they also have to deal with the lords on the road. If we say that the lords in the south pose more threats and obstacles to the migration of refugees than the devil, well, this is just ridiculous. But this is indeed the case. So if Charlie can help, in his capacity as king, it will be very effective. However, although those lords are causing trouble, there is actually good news. When George and others set out a month ago, Bishop Avery reported the news of the collapse of the royal capital and the siege of the noble coalition back to the Holy Court. Many foreign noble lords are also working hard because of this matter. Judging from the current news, the Holy Court has sent support troops under pressure from various countries. Coupled with the coming of the Blood Moon and the news of the Gate of Hell that will be passed to the Holy Court, the Holy Court will definitely make every effort to find ways to build checkpoints at strategic locations on the road this time. Under the auspices of the Holy Court, there will be far fewer troublemaking lords, and the refugees will have more time. Therefore, from a route perspective, when the demons pass through Biswi City, they will disperse. The main force of the devil will focus on capturing those strategic locations. Therefore, the monsters that separate from the demon army and snatch refugees will be mainly linear demons and red demons. Therefore, as long as Vol breaks off the rear troops and then deals with the strongest part of the capture team, it will be okay. As for those evil spirits, they will be delayed in the territories of various lords in the south. Therefore, the lords will hinder the migration. But if Charlie and the others can lead the team to deal with those lords, they will also provide some assistance. But this is also the nightmare level of difficulty. Therefore, the earlier the refugees leave, the harder it will be. There is a big difference between everyone evacuating a month later and everyone evacuating these days. The later the refugees evacuate, the devils will be less anxious about going south and will allocate more troops to the west. On the contrary, more demons will go to the south. And no matter whether the demons go south or west, these refugees must not let them get it. If they eat one more, there will be one more demon in the world. What George said about the situation in Yongfeng City made Charlie look a little ugly. After listening, he put down his water glass and looked out the window with extremely complicated eyes. Another fallen angel. Windyong City has completely fallen. The end has really come. After a moment, Charlie seemed to have come to his senses, calmed down from this extremely bad news, nodded slowly, and said no more. George looked at the man in front of him and found that his tenacity and endurance may have exceeded his previous expectations. And what Charlie said next made George's eyes light up. I strongly agree with the refugees going south. Because in that disaster, the fewer refugees there are in the city, the fewer potential enemies the sergeants have. The Clearwater Cathedral can also focus more on put it on the defensive city, Charlie said slowly. In fact, I originally planned to let the residents move westward, but the situation in Winsong City forced me to reconsider compared to the valley. Although the distance to the south is longer and more difficult, there will definitely be a lot of monsters in the western region at this time. The Blue Water City can be used as a natural barrier to block the black tide for the refugees. The valley is indeed good, but I also have a better way. Charlie raised his head. They can go to the enclave of the Dakins family and their vassals in the south. I already know the territory in my mind, and there is one place among them. Rodang, the safest area in the south, will be reborn from there. With someone, everything is possible. Charlie's words made George's eyes light up. The Northern Army is probably the only army that has ever fought against the Kuroshio. After the refugees have experienced this series of black tides, as long as they survive in the end, they will also have great resistance to corruption and infection. According to the observation data of the wizards, those refugees who were recruited by the lords and joined the suppression team, it is more difficult to be directly transformed by blasphemers than the militias in the south. Fear is no longer so impactful to these suffering people. And Charlie and his group of generals will also pass on their experience in fighting the Kuroshio to the south. Their firm main fighting force will also greatly change the situation in the southern countries. At this moment, George couldn't help but look at the brother-in-law in front of him again. Suddenly I realized that maybe he was as good as his father. Volpe will have an extremely reliable partner during this trip. With Charlie's full promotion, the situation of these refugees on the road will be better than he had previously expected. They will be the foundation for resisting the black tide in the future. This new blood injected into the south will also affect many people. Under Charlie's leadership, the future situation in the south will undergo earth-shaking changes. Not to mention that Volp and those demon-slaying heroes will still be operating in the Holy Court. And the Northern Rodent in the valley will also have a great impact on the politics of the South and the decision-making of the Holy See, forcing the Holy See to provide some help to Charles after all. This is a nail buried in the hinterland of the Kuroshio. North and South Rodant will work perfectly with each other. Charlie and Volpe will definitely give Aloysius a headache in the future. It had to spend a lot of energy to put it in the South, a place that he had already made a mess. George discovered that the flower he wanted to plant in the South would be more radiant than he had originally imagined.
However, it is really difficult and dangerous for the refugees to go south.
Charlie couldn't help but sigh. In the past few days, he had been very worried about this matter. The pressure on his body was almost crushing him. And only now did he have someone to share it with and talk to. From his words, George also learned the details about Biswi City.
The black tide has caused an addition to the population in the east. Many people from other regions have also poured into Biswi City,
Charlie said,
counting the Acropolis and the surrounding rebuilt towns and manors. The total population in the city-state, I'm afraid there will be a population of more than 5 million. And Biswi City alone accounts for half of its population.
Charlie sighed and said,
this is equivalent to a small country outside the 7 major countries. And in this Biswi City with a huge number of ships, there are only a few 100,000 refugees evacuated in the city.
George nodded. He knew that in fact, the residents had only been evacuating at full speed in the past few days. But it was already good to be able to evacuate 50,000 people a day. Judging from this situation, when the war breaks out, people may not be able to leave. Many ships were the private property of nobles. Although Charles commandeered some of them, many of them were foreign. Those who left were also the family members and relatives of the lords who were left behind. Charlie also expected them to help defend the city, so he couldn't use force. Moreover, there is going to be a war soon, and the army still needs ships. In the past few days, cargo transportation between Acropolis and Biswi City has been stopped. In this day and age, crossing the river is so difficult. There is no such thing as a Yangtze River bridge. Looking at the history of this world and other worlds, no one has built any bridges on such long rivers and Yangtze rivers in ancient times. And Charlie believed that a temporary pontoon bridge was absolutely impossible with the rapidity of the river. Ropes were simply not possible. In his impression, there is no such thing as a
steel wire rope.
After all, in this world, building such a long steel wire rope is no less difficult than building a Yangtze River bridge. It can only be transported by boat a little bit. Speaking of this, George could also feel the tremendous pressure from Charlie. If he hadn't started preparing half a year ago to evacuate all these people within a day, he might be like this guy now, almost pulling his hair out. Charlie sighed and continued,
although the rivers in Blue Water City will block the devil for a long time, the sooner the refugees leave, the greater their chance of survival. In the south, there is still a long way to go. If Blue Water City cannot survive the end of winter, many people will die on the road in the pursuit of demons.
After listening, George looked at Charlie, shook his head slowly, and decided to tell him a worse situation so that he could be more prepared.
As for whether the river can stop the devil for how long,
I don't have any hope, because according to the predictions of my wizards, the Senes River will probably freeze this winter.
George's words made Charlie feel dizzy. He couldn't believe the words of the man in front of him, and the freezing of the Senes River was beyond the norm. But George's wizards judged the black tide and blood moon so accurately that he had to believe it. He couldn't help but ask,
your wizard said that the Senes River will be completely frozen, but this is a river close to the mouth of the sea. Charlie, Biswi City will be destroyed.
George stared into Charlie's eyes and said seriously,
in 2 to 3 months at most, the waters near Changchuan will be completely frozen, and the defenders will have to leave the city.
George's extremely serious words were like a heavy hammer hitting Charlie's chest, because this general knew that with the layout of Biswi City, even if half of the river water froze, the defense system would be completely useless. By then the dock will be frozen and the defenders will not be able to escape.
I will build you a long bridge to the other side of the river. Both refugees and defenders will be able to cross the river through this road.
George stood up, looked at Charlie with stern eyes, and said,
remember, don't forget to use the potion I left to break the long bridge before leaving. George, are you kidding me again?
Charlie stared and said,
do you know how wide this river is?
Not to mention that the hundreds of kilometers around Biswi City are either narrow rivers or narrow rivers. Even a temporary pontoon bridge cannot be built with the current technology and materials. No. In fact, historically, there was a man who built a floating bridge. And through this pontoon bridge, he led his troops across the north and established Rodenk. But it took more than a month. and only 2,000 people could pass through it in an hour. Of course, if the material of this pontoon bridge could be stronger and wider, then these people in the city could complete the walk in just a few days. George's big hands were placed on Charlie's shoulders, suddenly pulling the man back to his senses.
Boy, I originally planned to forge an order to rob the palace.
George lowered his head slightly, his eyes showing excitement.
After this thing is done, how about you let me rob it openly?
Since ancient times, the Cenis River has been a natural hazard, and given the rapidity and width of the river, no bridge can be built. However, if that material is many times stronger than steel bars, and someone can connect the two ends in one day, then it will indeed appear on the long river between Biswee City and South Bank. George had already started working on this project half a year ago, so this bridge is bigger and better than the historical one. Thousands of Black Lake sergeants dispersed all the people near the slum, and then guarded the area, not allowing anyone to approach. Accompanied by several close guards, Charlie stood on the wall on the south side of the slum and looked at the two girls next to George with a strange expression. He had seen the tall one on the left. She was George's sister, and she had often been in and out of the laboratory before. She is proficient in many magics, and can also retrieve objects from the air. The court wizards were astonished that she was a genius. She could learn everything instantly, and the lords, who had fought alongside her, were in awe of him. Some people said that when the blood moon came, her body suddenly burst into flames, and the monsters around her suddenly fell to their knees in trembling. Others said that at that critical moment, she cast a very powerful magic that froze all the monsters to pieces. But no matter what, the sister of the Divine Grace Knight should naturally be somewhat special, and she should not be associated with the evil leader. And in that chaotic battlefield, there were too many more exaggerated rumors than this. However, after the blood moon, no monsters would attack her anymore. Of course, no one noticed this, which was normal. After all, those monsters generally would not choose powerful enemies as their opponents. Just like the powerful Miss Tanya, as long as she leads a charge. Even if she doesn't use any holy light, the monsters who see her will flee in panic.
He had actually seen the little boy with a baby face on the right once or twice. But compared to Lorna Austin, who occasionally sneaked in and out of the laboratory, she was blacklisted by the palace wizards. It is said that not only is she very naughty, but she is also a thief. However, her status seems to be higher than that of Rathbone. Except for George's sister. The wizards around George seemed to be very afraid of her. Especially those dark wizards. The flags on the wall waved. And just as Rusgard had predicted, the wind would be from the south tonight. The young girl next to George couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after feeling the wind blowing towards her. Even without her guidance, her spiders can shoot the spider silk hundreds of meters into the air. The wind was blowing in the right direction tonight, which made her job much easier. Seeing her pick up the weird little spindle in her hand, Charlie began to look towards the mist in the distance. Then I saw white silk-like threads passing through the fog, flying from the high sky, and hanging on the city wall with the wind. Looking at the thread that seemed to be floating from the other side of the river, Charlie's eyes widened. He couldn't help but curiously step forward and touched it, and found that the silk threads were like pieces of silk tape. Lighter than expected, there is still some undried mucus on it. After being exposed to the air for a while, the mucus condensed into silk, making the pieces of silk a little thicker. It looks like a rope. When he wanted to withdraw his hand, he found that the silk ribbon had stuck his hand. Seeing such a scene, the knight beside him took out his dagger and wanted to cut off the excess part. However, when the sword struck the silk ribbon, many sparks appeared, and the dagger actually had several flaws, as if it had been scraped open by an extremely tough steel wire. For a moment, a cobweb appeared in Charlie's mind. But then he shook his head and threw away this ridiculous idea. If this is a spider web, wouldn't the spider that spins the web be hundreds of times larger than the spiders in common sense? Besides, the cobweb was crumbly and tattered, and would break as soon as it was hung, and it was not as strong as a hair. Not to mention that the knight just tried using fire to burn these things, but he couldn't burn them at all. However, how could the ancients know that not to mention the spider silk? Even hair is tougher than steel. As for fire, spider silk is not afraid of fire at all if the steel wire is made as thin as spider silk. It will burn much faster than spider silk. The spider silk in front of me is as thick as a rope and can be split or burned. Lorna came over, stretched out her hand and stroked the silk ribbon. And then the silk ribbon condensed with blue crystals and broke into pieces. Seeing this scene, George shook his head. This guy had to come over and take a look, so he had to hire a bodyguard for him. However, The number of those spider webs is too large. If Hildak does not operate them well, it is easy to fall into the city. They are very light, and are likely to fly far away in the wind and land on the residents, possibly entangling them to death. Things will get a little difficult then. These spider webs are not afraid of fire or ice. Except for blue wither and some special potions. They cannot be dissolved at all.
Charlie!
George looked into the air and said suddenly,
Today, the Kingdom of Heaven will build a rainbow bridge for Biswee City.
As soon as the words fell, many servants of the Kingdom of Heaven suddenly appeared in the mist. Under them, there were many unmanned fishing boats being pushed to the designated location. It is constantly being stuck and fixed by several ropes controlled. After the servants of the Kingdom of Heaven fixed these ships at the designated location, they looked into the misty depths on the other side of the river, as if waiting for something. Then, the little girl's eyes glowed with blue flames, and her body floated into the air. In the blink of an eye, amid the flying angels, the thin threads in the sky passed through the moonlight and mist, reflecting the hazy brilliance, just like the rainbow that the angels pulled from the end of the horizon towards here. Bridge. Chapter 344 The Shameless Instigator. The King's Coronation. Densely packed magic spider silk ribbons continued to hang on the city wall under the command of the spindle. Under Siljak's power, the spider silk ropes gradually turned into a crystal-like color. Looking around, there are hundreds of super steel wire ropes erected on the solid wall of Biswee City, stretching to a width of less than 30 meters on the river. On the city wall, these ropes were like countless densely spread creepers, sticking together the 20-meter thick city wall and the entire 10-meter high wall behind it. The width of its bonding on the city wall is hundreds of meters wide, covering half of the city wall where the slum area is located. It is as strong as a city wall and can carry large groups of people walking or even driving horses and carts. Below the area where these ropes cross the river, there are 2 or 3 fishing boats stuck sideways at each distance. In the higher areas near the city wall, there are some larger ships. The central width of the pontoon is enough for more than 20 people to walk side by side. Although the distance between those ships is relatively large, this pontoon bridge will be made of materials stronger than steel. It can be said to be a nanoscale pontoon bridge. There is no need to worry that when people step across the gap between the ships, the weight of the bridge will collapse. Therefore, in fact, the most important role played by ships is actually buoyancy and reducing the pulling force on the city wall, so as to prevent the city wall from collapsing when tens of thousands of people pass by at the same time. Therefore, as long as a layer of magic spider blanket is laid on it to cover the holes and increase the tension, and then let the little magic spiders sew it on, it will be a super floating bridge. With its toughness and width, it might be a bit overwhelming to pass through an entire city in one night, but it would be no problem to pass through 20 to 30,000 people in 1 hour. Within a week, the large number of refugees in the city were driven and walked enough to be completely evacuated. There were many cobweb fluids sprayed out by the demon spiders. After slightly condensing, the cobwebs separated from the main body and were pulled by Cilia. When these scattered cobwebs fell, colorful rain fell in the sky, which was extremely beautiful. However, when Lorna looked at these spider webs, she nervously picked up the wand, and her eyes involuntarily glowed with a faint blue fire. In an instant, a stream of blue ice and snow rose from the area inside the city wall, condensing the spiderweb silk ribbons flying behind into blue frost, and shattered to the ground. Among the 2 powers of the 2 witches, the brilliance of the blood moon gradually reflected. The colored mist in the sky was suddenly dispersed. After being dispersed to a distance of several hundred meters, they began to churn. This scene looks like the terrifying evil spirit is about to come. But the angels flying in the sky, the melodious hymns, and the rainbow bridge in midair are so dreamlike. People can't even imagine that ugly thing. Miracle, Charlie murmured to himself. And many knights looked at the rainbow bridge in front of them that seemed to lead to heaven, knelt on the ground, and began to pray devoutly. But this miracle is obviously not revealed by the 7 gods, and people's faith has long lost its purpose. Siljak's face suddenly showed a look of greedy satisfaction, and the power in his body became more and more abundant. It seems that a lot has been stolen from the power of faith scattered in the air. But soon, a certain totem on her back began to heat up, and most of the stolen items were handed over. And the power of hope in the Book of Dawn has quietly increased a lot because of this.
How's it going? Did it satisfy your curiosity?
When Charlie heard the words around him, he looked at George and nodded deeply. He took one last look at the busy servants of heaven in the sky, and walked away with George. The work of the spiders is not over yet.
They will next spread those spider blankets on this thin rainbow bridge to prevent people from being scratched or even falling from the gaps. Together with the servants of the kingdom of heaven, the distance of 2 kilometers can be covered in one day. The viscosity of spider silk is extremely high. After George's previous purchases, many items placed in Brenda's manor were also transported to the other side of the river. If you stick it directly on top, the river water won't wash it down at all. Not to mention that the river water has such a cobweb. Even a dragon will stick to it. However, these tasks of the servants of heaven and the demon spiders are no longer suitable for viewing. Although the servants of the kingdom of heaven are responsible for the last section of the road. If Charlie and the Iron Wall Knights around him have someone with excellent eyesight, they accidentally see the densely packed demon spiders crawling around in the depths of the mist. The internet is not that good at paving the way. After Charlie returned that night, he made arrangements overnight for the refugees to go south. In fact, the managers of Biswee City had already arranged this matter a few days ago. However, the previously estimated evacuation time was more than a month. But now it is a week. Originally, George planned to grab a fortune in Biswee City and then take advantage of the chaos to escape overnight. But now, the sufferer has cooperated, and he decided to stay for a few days to help Charlie arrange the evacuation. He went to the church that night and had a family affair with Lord Avery. Most of the knights of the Clearwater Great Temple went out of the city to meet the chasing monsters when Volp led the defeated army back. After that, they went to the surrounding areas of Biswee City to eliminate monsters and evacuate refugees from various towns. And just as George had guessed, when the riots in Biswee City were at their worst 2 days ago, this old guy had already sent someone to notify the Templar Knights. The front line will send 1,000 people back, and they can arrive at Biswee City tomorrow. After hearing this, George secretly laughed in his heart. These 1,000 people were borrowed directly. That night, under the informant's notice, the vultures became quiet, having reaped all the benefits. They could not wait to go to the valley to receive the reward. Therefore, most people were very cooperative, and almost all of them boarded the boat and headed to the valley the next day. What makes these guys incredible is that the port of Biswee City not only opened a special channel for them, allowing them to easily bring the trophies in their hands onto the ship, but Biswee City also allocated many official ships to them take the ride. After the nearly 10,000 vultures left, the initiator of the riot began to order people to suppress the riot. Volp directly led more than 1,000 people and many noble knights to suppress the riots in the city with the force of thunder. Many stubborn people were directly labeled as heretics and demons, skinned, and hung on high wooden stakes in the streets. Within a day, thousands of vultures and thugs with ulterior motives, who did not obey the orders of the old soldiers, or simply belonged to another faction, filled the streets, and the shameless instigator, Street Point George, destroyed the bridges, not only completely frightened all the rotten people in the city, but even the residents in the city were frightened back into their houses. It made the city quiet and prepared the conditions for an orderly evacuation later. While Volpe took the lead in suppressing the riot, the pontoon bridge was completely completed by noon that day. The new army became the first group of people to walk onto the pontoon that afternoon. They were not crossing the river, but conducting a test. With the toughness of the spider silk, it will never break. All that needs to be considered is how many people its buoyancy can carry. The floating bridge can actually allow more than 30 people to walk side by side, so that the entire 2-kilometer floating bridge can be filled with 50 or 60,000 people at the same time. But after all the 20,000 people from the new army boarded the bridge, the ships and planks in the river to increase buoyancy became somewhat overwhelmed. But fortunately, these 20,000 heavily armored warriors made it back and forth safely several times. According to the data obtained by the wizards, it is completely reassuring. It's 2 kilometers long, and you can go back and forth in half an hour by walking on the pipeline. However, it took nearly 2 hours for more than 20,000 people. But this made George extremely satisfied, because at this rate, 1 day and 1 night is 4 to 5 million. If the people in the city evacuate in an orderly manner, all people in the city can be evacuated within 5 days. If the chaos is evacuated in a disorderly manner, it may take much longer. However, the people in the city were not in a hurry to evacuate immediately, and the new troops also guarded the slum area and did not allow anyone to enter. After the test, George included the divine pattern spiders in the book on the other side of the river, leaving behind the Spider Queen, brain spiders and those they controlled, preparing to transport them by ship later. Then he went to the palace. Different from the scenes he had seen before, the streets at this time were deserted. It seems that the riot has completely calmed down, and groups of soldiers are heading from the direction of the castle to guard various urban areas.
paving the way for an orderly evacuation.
You can blame me for everything you did in the past few days after all. It was my instigation. But if it doesn't stop today, you will be in trouble.
Looking at the hangings on the street, George knew that not all of these guys deserved death. But those who died were definitely the stupidest ones. On the way, George saw Volpe riding a horse with a group of knights. These people held flags and loudly announced to the houses on both sides of the street that no one was allowed to go out. Seeing that this guy was already idle, George pulled him up and went to the Biswi Palace together. When he led people into the wealthy area, he saw many nobles walking in the streets, with many knights and bodyguards holding flags. George noticed that among these flags, many represented the King of Rodenk. These flags were resewed overnight. Today's coronation was also extremely hasty. Most of these nobles were familiar with George. They are all Roden nobles with titles and origins from great aristocratic families. This makes them and Rodunk both prosperous and devastated. So they are extremely loyal to Rodunk. Moreover, they are all people with excellent reputations and have great appeal in the hearts of the residents in the city. These nobles selected by Charles were all his staunch supporters. They had defected to him after he became betrothed to the princess. Because these people were very close to Charlie, they did not leave after making arrangements for their relatives to leave. Instead, he took his own people and prepared to defend Biswi City with Charlie to the death. They believed that since they could escape back to Biswi City from the Black Tide in the east, they would naturally be able to escape when Biswi City fell. And in their hearts, it is impossible to break through the defensive structure of the Biswi fortress. Afterwards, when support from the Holy See arrived, they would gain both fame and fortune. Of course, the nobles who dared to stay in Biswi City during this period also had perseverance and belief in their hearts. However, the King of Rodenk has already arranged a new important task for them. What surprised George was that after greeting him, these nobles also took the initiative to say hello to Volpe. And from the eyes of these people, the respect comes from the heart. This couldn't help but remind George of what Charlie had talked about with him about Volpe the Silent Silver Knight. Charlie hopes that George can go to Winsong City and Volpe stays. On the one hand, he knew that the future situation of Winsong City and the North required George to preside over it. On the one hand, he believed in Volpe's abilities. George was more supported by the Templars, but Volpe was more supported by the Alliance. He was in the Eastern Territory, and he showed his talents, especially the Battle of Whitestone Castle. The fighting situation was more fierce than the siege of Biswi City, facing the overwhelming monsters swarming towards Whitestone Castle. The lords despaired several times, but Volpe became the backbone of the lords, like a needle that fixed the sea. Silent Silver Knight, the lords will never forget the scene when this knight put on the silver heavenly armor and led everyone to repel waves of monsters. With the precedent of Whitestone Castle, the lords have great confidence in the next defense of Biswi City. However, when George and Charlie talked to the end and Charlie knew his plan, his expression couldn't help but become weird. At that time, they had a conversation like this.
George, to be honest, it would be a great thing if the name Knight of Divine Grace can be used while fleeing south. However, many lords are not satisfied with WRP's fighting style and temper are now very familiar. Therefore, I'm afraid he will be exposed in less than 2 days. What a fool. I'm telling you just to ask you to find a way for me. It's enough to let the Knight of Divine Grace be your advisor. If the river is not frozen yet, the Knight of Divine Grace will come to play. You should quickly figure out how to retreat.
After this discussion, George believed that with Charlie helping to cover up, Volpe would be able to pretend to be fleeing south, or even pretend to be in the Holy Court. In fact, judging from the current situation, the demons had no choice but to march southward in the face of the refugees, who had evacuated early from Biswi City and started to break through the South Pass. However, if Volpe can pretend for one more day, the judgment of those lurking in the Holy Court will be wrong for one more day. When George walked into the King's Hall of Biswi Palace, Charles I was standing on the steps in front of the throne, giving his final speech after his coronation. The newly appointed hand of the King Count Fernando stood below him. The hall was crowded with people, and his loud voice echoed in the hall. The nobles whose names he mentioned took the knights out one by one, went to the outer hall to pick up their personal guards, and headed with the soldiers to the directions of various urban areas. Seeing such a scene, Volpe's eyes flickered. George on the side looked at him, and knew that he didn't need to say more. Now Volpe is no longer the little bandit who just walked out of the mountains. During this journey eastward, he saw too many things. His gaze was no longer at his feet, but farther away. Ugly, greedy, selfish, black-hearted, beautiful, glorious, contented, selfless, pure, There are all kinds of people in this world. There are some heinous people among the nobles. And there are also people among the common people who can do unbelievable, despicable things when the circumstances are right. It's just that they are different in terms of their status. And their harm is different. The essence of a person has nothing to do with origin, but with environment. In the White Stone Castle, there was the lord who he originally despised, who did glorious deeds for his comrades at the last moment of his life. There was also the honest man who was once protected by him in this city, who was exposed in the riots. Intrinsical. Black and white are sometimes really hard to distinguish.
Let's go! Volp! Let's go see how many good things Charlie has packed for us.
Seeing that the crowd in the hall had begun to leave, George put his arm around Volp's shoulders and looked at the king not far away. Said,
I'm leaving today.
Chapter 345. The pirate ship sets sail.
Hey!
Standing in front of the floor-length mirror, George fastened the last few buckles of George Power and looked at Charlie I next to him with a look of resentment.
Yes, I still think you are more pleasing to the eye in this way.
Charlie looked at George in front of him and said in a teasing tone,
Charlie, aren't you afraid that the treasures in the palace will be taken away by the surrounding lords after being sent to the southern territories first?
George curled his lips and patted his breastplate.
They are very safe in the valley. Absolutely no one dares to touch it.
Hee.
If you take away all the gold, silver and jewelry, it will be enough for you to open up wasteland in the future. George, if I tell the sergeants to send all the refugees to Violet Castle, then it will be nothing. After all, when Blue Water City was first besieged, there was a precedent of this in order to prevent plague and corruption. Some civilians went to various acropolis, and most of them went to Violet Castle.
Charlie shook his head.
But if I send all the delicate things in the palace to the valley, there will be no need to fight those Eldas in this battle. Everyone is watching.
As Charlie said, nominally, those refugees will go to the Purple Castle under the leadership of the nobles. It is in the Violet Plain, only a few hundred kilometers away from Biswee City. It is a granary, and there are many pastures. Violet once belonged to Phillips, but now according to the right of inheritance, it naturally belongs to the current queen. The Blue Water Fortress is about to face a war, and it is extremely reasonable to move the residents in the city to Violet after all. Even if the city is not destroyed, the residents cannot be exposed to the chaos of war. Moreover, many of them are originally from the south. Indeed, these refugees in the city will indeed go there, because there is a lot of food stored there. As well as many horses and vehicles, it is a transit warehouse for overland logistics from south to north. But in fact, Violet is just the first stop for refugees. After arriving there, Prince Adeline, Her Majesty the Queen, Hand of the King Fernando, and a few nobles who know the inside will lead the residents to continue south. Fernando has already set off with some knights. At their speed, they will arrive several days ahead of the refugees. After arriving, they will take charge of the work there and arrange the transfer of the refugees. Nominally, those refugees were going to various areas of Violet under the leadership of the nobles. The fall of the East made it meaningless to concentrate the population in Blue Water City. Violet needs many people to clear the land and work next year. But in fact, these people went further south. After the refugees left the territory of Rodunk, fighting began in Biswee City. Even if someone from the Southern Kingdom sent the news back to Blue Water City at that time, the dark enemy troops outside Blue Water City would make it extremely reasonable for the refugees not to stay in Violet. Fernando will stay in Violet until the end, paving the way for the subsequent retreat of the army. The large number of horses there will be arranged near the south bank when the Biswee City defenders begin to retreat.
George, you have to know that the remaining things in the treasury are very hot to touch.
After saying this, Charlie's mouth curved.
Many of the good things in the palace have been sold off, and the remaining things in the treasury are very hot.
If the things are not snatched away by the lords in the south, how can I repay my debt to the Mithril treasury? There happen to be a few small countries fighting in the vicinity of the new territory. I chose this place specially.
Hearing this, George opened his mouth slightly. I found that this guy was just like his father. Simple and honest on the outside, but full of bad things inside. Luo Dunkey now owed millions of gold lions, and once Biswee City was destroyed, he would be completely bankrupt. Although the various chambers of commerce can no longer ask for this money from the poor king of Rodunk, they will never lend him any more money. Not only that, the part of the treasury that is transported to the valley will also be demanded by various chambers of commerce. These guys really can't get anything back from the bandit leaders. But in the same way, George will also be blacklisted. But if the national treasury is eventually robbed by some countries in the south, then not only will Charles's army going south have a reason to annex and open up wasteland, but the big chambers of commerce will also give their full support. However, those small countries and small lords who have no backers are better off. Those who have backers. After the war, the countries and the Holy See will mediate and let Charles return part of the land. The reason why the safe zones in the south are the constant fighting is the result of these idiots mediating for their own benefit. Otherwise, a new country would have emerged long ago. Those countries will no longer fight because they have been annexed. Of course, these guys may not all be idiots. Those lurkers are never willing to see a truce in those places. Therefore, there needs to be a suitable reason for most people to side with Charlie. How much money is in the treasury is all accounted for by Fernando. Those warring lords in small countries may have actually only robbed hundreds of thousands of golden lions, but their accounts showed millions. When the time comes, after Charlie has defeated the warring lords in small countries, he suddenly discovers that the robbers have transferred the money. And then all the castles, land, population, etc. will naturally be used to pay off Charlie's debts. Taking this opportunity, Charles will carry out a perfect integration of the melee fighters in the south. And the Holy See, which would have been the mediator, has no reason to let him return the land and money. At that time, as long as Charlie distributes the benefits with the surrounding big countries, chambers of commerce, etc., he can reasonably be a robber. The appearance of this bandit will completely stop a part of the originally war-torn area in the south. Under Charlie's command, it will become the land of Rodenk, twisting into a rope to fight against the Black Tide in the north. After the two bandit leaders chatted here, George couldn't help but give this guy a thumbs up. Consider this money as my investment in you. Set up your chassis, and I can go to the Forbidden Sanctuary in the future. I need to borrow away. Brenda said that he was very familiar with the area that Charlie had chosen because he had been a pirate there. After packing up, Rusgard beside Volpe was also busy. But this time, Rusgard did not change Volpe's face directly. Instead, after doing the preliminary work, he left him a bottle of potion. According to Rusgard, the function of this potion is to unlock it. After taking it, Volpe will look like George. Neither Volpe nor George changed their faces. According to Charlie's arrangement, George would go out of the city as his own identity, and Volpe will stay in the city in his own appearance for a long time, until the critical moment when Biswi City is about to evacuate. He will spread his wings with the 200 Temple Knights who have not been fighting, and appear there most conspicuously the place. Therefore, after a period of time, the lords and demons will see that the Knight of Divine Grace, who has already left, suddenly appears in Biswi City. This looks like it must be a big plan. In Charlie's design, this is indeed a big plan. It's just that the Knight of Divine Grace suddenly appeared not to give the devil a painful blow. Instead, it ignites a fire of divine grace in the hearts of the army and demons. When the Knights of Divine Grace suddenly appeared at that most critical moment, the originally desperate army must have had high morale in the fantasy of the Knights of the Temple coming to support them. The devil's speculation and hesitation will also provide more opportunities for the retreat of the final troops of Biswi City. George, before leaving, Charlie said with some complicated eyes, Sophia, including the people in the city, thought that she, like her mother, would go to the south. So the people in the city, including herself, thought that she and the maid and her knights are just taking your ship to the south coast. Let me tell you that after you lead the troops to eliminate the disaster in Windsong City, you will soon return to Clearwater City to provide support, and you will also lead the Temple Knights in the valley. You're so panicked. You really made it right. George looked at Charlie and nodded slowly. Judging from this news, the sudden appearance of the Knight of Divine Grace in the city was indeed unexpected and within everyone's expectations. And these people defending in the city will always have a hope in their hearts. They know that reinforcements will come back at any time. Where is she? After the coronation ceremony, she went to the boudoir to pack her bags. The brother-in-law touched his chin and said, My sister does have a lot of dowry. George finally kidnapped a group of people in addition to Sophia. There were also many of her friends. Those noble ladies were really just taking the boat along. In the evening, when the Brenda passed through the fog in the river and docked near the pier of Brenda's manor, Sophia and her knights looked at the hazy manor and couldn't help but stood still for a long time. The location is a little off, she muttered in a low voice. But she didn't dare to talk to the bandit leader, who always looked fierce. Looking at the dock getting closer and closer, she twisted her long skirt and thought about how to say goodbye appropriately. Speaking of which, I haven't said a few words to him in total. Moreover, I wore a formal long dress today to say goodbye and see me off. Now I look absolutely stupid, because this place is more than 10 kilometers away from the port on the other side of Biswi City. According to rumors, there are many scary things moving around here. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at the 24 or so thin knights around her. These guys looked at their family master, and their faces turned a little pale. Sophia couldn't help but look at Antonia and Lorna as if asking for help. But these two guys showed weird smiles. I don't feel sad at all that my best friend has passed away. In the end, she did not propose to return and send her some distance. And the ship had already anchored at the shore. There was another crashing sound, and a dozen large ships around them also docked nearby. Being in line with the ship is like welcoming someone off the ship. Time passed too quickly, and he didn't say a few words of those very embarrassing farewells on the way. At this moment, he stood next to him and looked around at the shore, as if he was very anxious to get off the boat so that he could quickly get on the road and rush to the battlefield. Look, I took the ship specially to say goodbye and see me off today. It really seemed a little inappropriate. Not only did I look a little stupid, but I also looked very ignorant. Seeing his impatient look, Sophia finally stumbled out two very official words, lifted up her skirt and bowed, and walked towards the side of the ship. Then she froze there. This ship didn't seem to be parked on the pier at all. I couldn't see it clearly in the fog just now. It was too small, and could not dock this big ship at the height. Miss, a noble knight looked at the group of things crawling from the depths of the mist with a livid face, and tremblingly touched the long sword at his waist. Sophia followed his gaze, and turned pale with fear. She has never seen such a big spider. Each of those extremely ferocious behemoths is as big as a small house, and there are hundreds of them densely packed together. What's even more hair-raising is that the skulls of these big spiders seem to have been knocked off, and the brains inside have been eaten, replaced by an ugly parasite the size of an arm. The parasite looked like an echinoderm, and part of its body had penetrated the host's spine, as if it was controlling their body in this way. Swish, swish, swish. There was a sound of breaking through the air, and several huge spider threads passed through the fog and stuck to the sides of each large ship. The impact caused by the jet caused the ship's hull to shake slightly. Steady! Steady! Don't let me run into you and get stranded! George raised his naval command knife and shouted loudly. And then the crew members on each ship started to move. The sailors pushed heavy objects to the side of the ship on the other side to prevent the ship from tilting. While the crew was busy, Sophia looked at the Templar Knights blankly, as if they had no intention of fighting. After their asses were kicked by the sergeants, they lazily stood on the side of the ship at the other end. While thinking about whether to eat stew or grilled fish tonight, I watched those heavy guys climbing up. What's even more bizarre is that after these big guys came up, they stayed on the deck with their legs crossed. Their bodies are too big to fit into the cabin. The Caliceri are also too strong and sharp, and can easily pierce the bottom of a boat if it stays on it. However, in this river, there are no strong winds or waves, and the demon spiders can cling to the deck tightly. Even if the ship is traveling very fast, they will not fall off. There are more than 20 giant demon spiders in each big ship. Basically all the demon spiders that cannot be controlled by the brain spider and the spider queen, but cannot be collected, are here. Seeing this, Sophia can already guess that these boats are parked here to welcome these big things. Hee hee! Sophia, don't be afraid. A big hand patted her shoulder and pulled her to the middle of the deck. These things, are all magic power puppets made by forbidden wizards. They don't eat people. Although these words seem to be lying to ghosts. Although they didn't get along with him much, Sophia felt that with George's status as a knight of divine grace, and the gentlemanly demeanor and behavior he had always shown when he was in Biswi City, he should be a knight with high moral character who never lies. Therefore, Sophia still nodded dully. After a while, she looked at the half-eaten, ferocious-looking food in the hands of the big guys who came on board later, and believed that she must not have woken up yet. Chapter 346 Sophia. Black Pearl Valley. After these big guys folded their bodies became twice as small. They looked like beautiful big gems. But if you look closely, you can see the hard fuzz on their bodies. However, if these magic spiders can be explained far-fetchedly by the magic power puppets, then the 24 big guys who finally boarded the ship and can talk seem a bit unreasonable. Especially the Spider Queen who boarded the ship. Seeing this scary-looking but elegant thing, Sophia knew that she must not have woken up yet. George called her Black Heart. Her body seemed to have just shed its SHL in the past few days, so the huge, jewel-like abdomen still looked a little tender. Its body is 2 circles larger than other spiders, and its body is red and black. There is a V-shaped twinkling nebula printed on the back of the spider. Its grown upper body looks like a woman covered with lava-like scales, but it is much larger than an ordinary person. In proportion, it looks more like the upper body of a giantess. She has 4 arms. One pair is like a blade, and the other pair has fingers. Her 6 eyes seem to be flowing with lava, with fire flashing constantly, and her mouth looked like a crab, chewing something. Indeed, this kind of thing must only exist in dreams. Several noble knights fainted on the ground, and Sophia kept looking up, sizing up each other with this thing. Finally, she saw the huge horns on the top of Blackheart's head twice as thick as the horns of Earl Brenda's trophy. It looks like a demon that can only be imagined in nightmares. But it exudes a faint sacred aura. This aura seems to come from that totem, which makes the chaotic and evil aura of the monster become more meaningful. Order, so that as long as it manifests, its breath will not affect people. In one of her hands, she held several beautiful fluorescent mushrooms that had been eaten several times. The other hand was holding half of a goat-headed demon. The demon kept wailing and bleeding as it struggled, and its lower body had been completely eaten away. The big devil slowly leaned down and bowed respectfully. That look was just like the skirt-lifting gift Sophia herself had just made. Then, she hid the bloody food behind her back. "I'm getting off the ship!" Sophia lifted up her skirt stupidly and walked towards the side of the ship as if she was sleepwalking. However, at this moment, her buttocks were suddenly pinched. She woke up from her dream with a scream and looked at George in disbelief. "Get off the boat!" The evil bandit leader laughed, grabbed her waist, and pulled her into his arms. "I remember you can read." "Right." Sophia looked at the person in front of her, and her face suddenly turned pale. The kidnapping experience in Yongfeng City came back to her mind again. If it was a dream, Sophia felt that this dream was a bit too long. The huge fleet stretched for 7 or 8 kilometers. They did not go to the port on the other side of Biswi City, but continued to the west. When passing by several acropolis, we can see that residents in those cities are constantly crossing the river by boat. Although there are no pontoons in these cities, the number of people in the cities is far smaller than that in Biswi City. Most of them can be evacuated in 2 weeks. The fleet met up with another fleet in Fallen Leaf City, and a smooth-tongued guy named Martin boarded the flagship. Looking at the Campbell family flag on the fleet, Sophia knew that her brother's order should be sent to Luoya City. Now that each acropolis has been taken over by the army, the politicians like Earl Leiden, who were lying on the Fallen Leaf City to suck blood, were all driven away by his brother by taking the opportunity. This matter seems a bit unpleasant to the Campbells. After all, many people are still waiting to continue this war and make a big fortune. Sophia can understand this idea. After all, before she boarded the ship, also believed that the Biswi city-state would not be breached, and that this battle would be a must-win outcome. However, judging from Martin's report to George, this Fallen Leaf City may have been divided between Black Pearl and Campbell before the Blood Moon came. Antonia was very happy that her brother could finally leave the north for the reason of being driven away. However, Sophia felt that George's expression was a little weird. Soon, Sophia could read the tangle in his heart from his eyes. The Archduke of the Campbell family has only one son and one daughter left. Leighton's brother, Earl Jagger of Thorns, is also George's comrade in arms. This matter is probably really confusing. However, for Sophia, who had come to the Blue Water city-state a long time ago and dealt with these nobles, she believed that although this guy Leighton was a smart man, he was a bit weak, greedy for comfort and enjoyment, and lacked initiative and responsibility. This is completely opposite to Antonia, who is decisive and responsible. In times like this, what the Campbell family needs is a person with a strong opinion. Sophia believes that if Leighton really dies in the north, Antonia may not be able to benefit from the fight among those uncles. But given the future situation in Rodent, only the valley is left in the north. Black Pearl Earl Tanya Campbell, if at a critical moment, go to the kingdom of Elda. So whether from the perspective of Grand Duke Sky Eagle or King Elda, Tanya Campbell still has a good chance of inheriting. Regarding this matter, Sophia really wanted to talk to George. Although Tanya and Leighton were both distant relatives of hers, her relationship with Antonia was much closer, so she naturally wanted to help her plan a benefit. Besides, I have now married into the valley. However, George is too busy. He is like a traveling king, meeting with his staff day and night to deal with various matters. I almost never go back to my room. There is definitely not so much to do on the ship, which makes Sophia wonder if this guy has some way to communicate with Goody in time. Not long after, the fleet heading west past the Wind Whisperer Basin. It is adjacent to the Black Pearl Valley, but one is within the territory of Rodunk, and the other is mostly in the hands of the Eldar people. After driving for a while,
We have to follow the Sanus River and enter its tributary, Danube River. The Danube River connects to the Black Pearl Lake. On the road, although George has been too busy to be seen, he stays in the office almost every day. But Sophia slowly learned many things about Windwing City from the meetings he held with the leaders. He learned that a disaster that could destroy the city had broken out, and that the troops from the shelter had already fought a big battle with the demonic troops of the fallen angel. As Adeline's daughter, she is not the kind of stupid, vain, and uninformed lady who indulges in parties all day long. Under their father's strict teachings, the three brothers and sisters all have a good foundation in politics and military affairs. Therefore, she could see what kind of situation Yofeng City was facing back then. Without the sudden appearance of a shelter, the entire millions of people in Yofeng City would have faced certain death. Sophia thought twice, went to his office, and solemnly expressed her gratitude to George on behalf of all refugees. However, a rude, and unaristocratic guy.
This courtesy is too pale. Sophia, I think you should give me some real gratitude.
George stood up slowly, walked to him, and closed the office door.
Grateful?
The words in the reserved lady's mouth were trembling. She saw George locking the door of the office, and his scary look made her tremble all over.
Yes. Sophia, you know I'm free right now. Right. I specifically found this time to come here. Right. With our relationship. If you want to thank me, you don't need to find any reason to come here, ha ha ha.
Indeed, they have such a relationship. But shouldn't they treat each other with respect? However, this person overturned all the common sense he had established in the education he had received since childhood.
Sit down. Sophia, it's very tiring to stand like this. I think you always look afraid of me. We should really have a good talk.
Seeing George's suddenly gentle attitude, Sophia thought she had misunderstood him and felt ashamed of it.
I mean, sit on the table and spread your slender legs.
These words were simply shocking. And the next moment, he directly hugged him up and tore his skirt. She was so stupid. When he suddenly acted like that a few days ago, she should have guessed that this person in Bisui City had always been pretending before. He liked to misinterpret other people's meaning very much. It was a very normal statement, but it was always misinterpreted by him into a very obscene meaning. This made her extremely ashamed and angry. But she could not fault this person at all. She knew she had no reason to respond, but she had to defend his words. Gradually, she discovered that he just liked to deliberately annoy herself and enjoy the fun. He didn't like the word Duchess and ordered others to call him Miss. But he really likes others to call him Master, and allows himself to call him that way too. This is simply incest. After getting along with him, she discovered that many of George's actions almost refreshed her outlook on life again and again. It has nothing to do with the gentleman, priest, bishop, or knight of divine grace that I once imagined. Sophia swore that George was the complete opposite of the person she fantasized about growing up. But, sometimes this person can give others a great sense of security. Even sometimes, when he pretends to be in front of others and preaches. His broad shoulders always remind him of his reliable father. Damn it. Finally, the fleet gradually sailed into the valley. One day, George held a meeting with the leaders in the cabin as usual, or brainwashed Wallace and others. Sophia came to the deck alone, trying her best to look into the distance into the depths of the mist, trying to see clearly the landscape of her new home and the only peaceful land in the north. But the distance was hazy, as if in a dream. This made her feel very scared, and she was very afraid that she would really wake up suddenly. Then, the surrounding fog was suddenly dispersed by the sunlight. It was as if it foreshadowed that everything he saw was not in a dream. However, this place is like another world. The sunlight seemed to have placed a barrier here, preventing the churning mist from taking a step beyond. The fog keeps rolling, like a neatly arranged high wall of thousands of feet, completely separating the world of sunlight inside the high wall from the world of fog outside the high wall. Roost collar. This is what George said to him. It was only over 100 kilometers away from his castle. Sophia, the rat leader, knows this place. It is the most important wheat-producing area in the hands of Earl Black Pearl, and it is also the large barn behind Windward City. In this small land of more than 1,000 square kilometers, the arable area is only more than 1 million acres, which is pitifully small compared with the entire Wind Whisperer Basin of 260,000 square kilometers. Compared with the Black Pearl Valley, it is only 1%. But this small rat-dwelling territory provides hundreds of thousands of people in the Black Pearl Valley, as well as the entire army in the hands of his father. Sophia looked into the distance and saw the red sun rising with dawn on the distant horizon.
with rivers, mountains, forests, and plains all in sight. Countless farmers are busy in the fields through the thin snow, turning over and sorting the piled wheat straw. It seems that the farmers in the valley have grasped the timing of planting and harvesting well this year. They seem to have planted one less crop than the farmers in Violet Plains. But they allow the wheat to mature perfectly. I heard from Martin, who stayed in the cabin all day long, playing cards with the knights, that the wheat yield per moo this year was 4 bushels, about 220 kilograms, in addition to a crop of potatoes, some beans and some vegetables. This was simply unbelievable to Sophia, because there was almost no damage to the Violet Plains. Last year's production did not reach this number. However, after seeing these farmers, Sophia understood why there was such output here. There is no heavy fog here, and those busy farmers have horses or cattle available. The farming tools in their hands are often only owned by wealthy households or nobles. The plows even had iron heads. Some fields are not cultivated extensively, but cultivated intensively. Although this would greatly reduce the area that each household can cultivate, it would allow those precious lands that are not polluted and even covered by sunlight to produce better food. Sophia remembered that according to the data she compiled in Biswi City, the food consumption of a farm family was only 8 bushels of wheat, more than 80 pounds of meat, and a variety of vegetables and beans similar to the staple food. If the output of the rat territory is not used for farm animals, but only for food, then based on the food consumption of residents under the rule of the Western Territory nobles, 8 bushels of grain, more than 400 kilograms of wheat, plus wheat bran and water, etc., can be made into brown bread, about 700 kilograms, which can be used by a family. It is said that according to the new farming system of Chishu Territory, each family is responsible for an average of 50 acres of land. In addition to handing it over, farmers have 20 acres of food left to distribute among themselves. There is also a basement for mushroom production. An average of 100 kilograms of mushrooms are produced every month. Every household also has chickens and pens and cattle, sheep and horses grazing. While grazing, you can also pick wild fruits and grapes and even use these fruits to make wine. Sophia did the math, based on the average household having 5 people, in addition to the grains, beans, and other food necessary to feed livestock, and excluding other expenses such as clothing, repairs, etc. Each person can have 8 bushels of grain, and various vegetables such as mushrooms are available for consumption. Each person eats more than 3 kilograms of food per day, including vegetables, mushrooms, and meat. This amount is 4 times that of residents in the western region and twice that of Biswi City. It is equivalent to the food of soldiers in the army. If there is a man in the family who often participates in some mercenary, escort, and other tasks, the family can still save more than 10 silver foxes every year. And if this family does not participate in such tasks, but is relatively industrious and often does some part-time work, then this family can eat meat in addition to fruit, wine, and eggs. No, they already had meat to eat. Locust. I heard from Lorna that people in the valley all eat grasshoppers. Sophia shook her head violently at the scary bugs in her head. However, if all his people eat these things, then he must be the first to eat them. After all, in times like today, it is very good to have more food. She couldn't help but admire the person who first proposed eating this food. I have mentioned to my father many times that I want to try more food to relieve the pressure of the victims in the Western Territory. But this decision is extremely difficult to implement. It may even cause riots. Valley is undoubtedly a pioneer. It can be said that in the entire northern border, almost everyone is starving. But in the valley, life is better than before the disaster. But the nobles here. Sophia's lips twitched as she looked at the nobles working in the fields with the farmers. That nobleman seems to be Viscount Claudette. Didn't he go to the valley to buy real estate? Why did he come here and become a farmer? Chapter 347 Bienham Mercenary City. Little hands are cool. Recalling the Viscount's ridicule to the pioneers and lazy farmers during the banquet, Sophia felt that this was simply a kind of irony. She really couldn't understand what it was that made this nobleman change so much. Suddenly, Sophia understood what happened to the nobles who were attracted to the valley. They entered a land that had been completely centralized, and the managers of this land were a group of bandits who did not pay attention to the rules of the aristocratic game. This group of managers has re-established a new order. Sophia suddenly understood why the people in the valley were living so well. I am afraid that most of the property, land, and rights in the hands of the nobles in the valley have been exploited by George. And then all these things were given to the common people. As the farmers waved their hands, the fleet of boats in the river continued to move forward. Sophia couldn't help but ask curiously, "Are we going to Vienna City?"
Bienha City. This is the word that has been mentioned most frequently by the nobles and civilians of Biswi City in the past 6 months. Before the blood moon came, many people had already formed a caravan to go there. However, none of these people returned. Just like poor Viscount Claudette.
We do have to pass by Bienha, but we are going to Liming Xiaoqing, which should be called the city.
George felt a little sad. Wharfs, city walls, and trade channels for 2 or more cities. Already satisfied, Dawnlight has fulfilled its new agreement. The Church of Dawn, now built outside the sanctuary, has the same function as the Cathedral of Dawn to collect the power of hope and dispel the fog. The sunshine in the rat territory comes from this. And in order to make the sunshine here shine better, George also allocated part of the sunlight from the shelter to the rat territory. 1 person is 1 meter of sunshine. And now the sunshine in the valley can spread for hundreds of kilometers. But after the sunlight spreads to the mouth of the valley, it is no longer difficult to spread. This situation actually started to appear after the blood moon. According to the light of dawn, the sunlight can only dispel the fog without any hindrance in the valley. An area that is completely in order. After leaving the valley, it is not so easy to dispel the fog. This is especially true in places occupied by demons. The light of dawn calls the power of sunlight, and he shelters the power of order. And the Winsong City controlled by the fallen angels is the power of chaos. One side can dispel the fog and restore order, while the other side spreads fog and chaos. Now that Winsong City has been completely absorbed by the demons, it has become a relatively dark area on the map. If you want to let the sunshine out of the valley, you must first clean up Wingyong City. Sophia seemed to be used to George's distraction. After seeing that he was no longer talking, Sophia looked forward. And not long after, a large town on a hill by the river appeared in her eyes. The fleet stopped briefly at the port, and some of the ships docked here to unload their cargo. The flagship she was on had not unloaded the cargo. But George, who was busy all day and was nowhere to be seen, took some people off the ship. Wallace and other priests, who had been marveling at the miracles of the sunshine in the valley, also followed him.
Tanya, Lorna, you two stay with the ladies, and don't let the spiders scare them again. We'll pick up Garvey and come back.
After he left, Sophia felt much more relaxed. She lay on the side of the ship with her good friends and looked around the city curiously. The port was bustling with people and people. It's like the scene when disaster strikes.
This is Bienha Town.
Tanya touched the amulet on her chest, tapped her slender fingers on the side of the ship, and looked at the town in the sun with interest.
Garvey did a good job. This place is twice as big as before.
Sophia couldn't help but look at the strange amulet on Tanya's chest again. The talisman looked extremely ferocious, like the horns of a great devil that had been shrunk many times. I don't know how it was shrunk. However, this thing carved with the devil's horn is a bit strange. Among the incantations engraved on it, there is a module called Guardian of the Night. This thing is the favorite of night dyers. It can travel through shadows. And it is also very popular among ladies of powerful families. It can prevent sunburn. She had seen court wizards working on these things, and she had one on her hands. Never admit your mistakes.
Tanya, why are there so many mercenaries here?
Sophia looked at the bustling crowd below and couldn't help but ask. This town, which has always had trade with Blue Water City, was a little different from what she had imagined. The mercenaries wearing messy armor and holding weapons were indeed more numerous than the merchants.
Because it is actually a mercenary city.
Mercenary city. Tanya pointed to the port on the other side of Bienha Town and said,
"Look over there."
Sophia followed Tanya's fingers and looked behind her, and found that on another port on the other side of Bienha Town, hundreds of houses had been built. The crowds there were also noisy, and there were many teams heading westward to the valley. There are also many teams that have just returned from Gushi. Hunting is the word that people talk about most. On the waists of many mercenaries, there are also strange decorations carved out of devil horns. Some are from Lemur devils, and some are from red devils, or even black devils. This couldn't help but remind Sophia of the Battle of Winsong City that George and others talked about during the meeting. There was a bit of sadness in his eyes. I am already a homeless person.
It can be used to make alchemy.
Lorna teased and took out a long decoration from her sleeve, including bones, horns, and small skulls. These things are all beautifully carved. Some look weird and scary, and some look very beautiful. She picked out a delicate little horn and handed it to Sophia to see.
The amulet is very clean.
Sophia nodded. She came from a famous family and was well informed. He is also a good friend with Lord Wolf, so it can be seen that it has been processed. She took it curiously and found that this amulet was different from those worn by the mercenaries. It was made of the same material as the amulet on Aunt Tanya's chest. It seemed to come from the horns on the head of a demon. But the engraved incantation is somewhat different. They should all be written by Lorna. The moment Sophia took it over, she felt that the sunlight above her head seemed to have become much dimmer. Even looking directly at the sun felt dazzling. And her vision became clearer. This feeling made Sophia slightly surprised. She discovered that amulets made of this material had the same effect even without the Guardian of the Night engraved on them. So if you use this basic knowledge and carve a night guard, how afraid is Aunt Tanya of the sun? Shaking her head and smiling, Sophia's eyes fell into the distance and she discovered that besides this talisman, she had more abilities. This thing seems to be able to detect living creatures through heat. The houses that originally blocked the view were all penetrated by her gaze. And she could directly see the moving figures in the houses, and the crowds in the streets. And those people who should have been blocked by walls and houses were now clearly visible in her eyes, like small lanterns. At this moment, Sophia couldn't help but think of things like snakes. She had read in a forbidden book that this kind of creature could sense through heat. This statement was regarded as absurd by the Vatican. But the court wizards, but I agree very much. But what is different in her eyes is that although most of those people are red with heat, a few female mercenaries are emitting a strong but cold light, just like the starlight at night. Each of those female mercenaries is very beautiful, and their skin color is too fair. The mercenaries all like to tease them, but they don't dare to be rude. He seems to love and fear them at the same time. Sophia noticed that these female mercenaries all had spell tattoos on their bodies, and their contents were very similar to those on the amulet on Aunt Tanya's chest. In addition to tattoos, some people also have Guardian of the Night, which is very similar. After a while, she found George, who had entered the castle. He is like a sun, exuding extremely dazzling light. Although the nights around him were as shining as the heat he radiated, Sophia still recognized him at a glance. She turned her head curiously and looked at the people around her. She found that her best friend and the noble knights had about the same amount of heat. Like candles. The new knights who were carrying me to the port on the deck were like lanterns or torches. And the Black Lake sergeants were like burning furnaces. Tanya is exuding a cold blue light, like the bright moon, constantly flashing. However, Lorna's body was burning with ghost fire, and she looked somewhat similar to the Black Heart sleeping on the deck. But it is several times more powerful than it. Magic! Magic! Lorna seemed to have thought of something, and a panicked look appeared on her face. Then the cold fire on her body disappeared, as if it had disappeared in her own eyes. When Lorna put the amulet in her hand back into her sleeve, the cold light of the thin, bright moon emitted. Sophia! Tanya lifted the girl's hair and raised her eyebrows and said, "We are witches. We are different from ordinary people." And Tanya's hands were so cold that Sophia couldn't help but hold them in her hands and cover them. Then she nodded towards Lorna, expressed her gratitude, and handed the amulet back to Lorna. She could tell from those spells that this should be a very powerful amulet, and its effect should not only affect vision. If you understand those incantations, you should be able to release powerful magic. Judging from the book she had read, that magic should be related to lightning. Give it to you. Lorna took out a crystal and twisted it into a small necklace-like rope with her hands, following the spell in her mouth. Spells appeared on the necklace. Then she threaded the amulet and put it around Sophia's neck. Sophia stared at this scene with wide eyes, feeling very incredible. As the daughter of Adeline and the assistant to the chief executive of Blue Water City, she has seen almost most of the alchemy methods in the world. However, she has never seen someone make a strange object using only spells and hands without using instruments. And she remembered that this amulet had no holes to wear before. Its texture was comparable to gold and stone, and a spell allowed the necklace to pass through it. The stiff horns were like tofu under the witch's spell. Many noble ladies looked at the necklace with extremely envious eyes. They know that no matter where this thing is placed in the castle of a powerful person, it is worthy of being collected for generations and has the title of devil-slaying hero. And if he is sent to the Holy Court, he can be exchanged for at least a dozen Templar Knights. However, the trophies of Templar Knights and demons don't seem to be valuable here. It's time for your knights to exercise. A familiar voice sounded behind Sophia. She turned around and saw George pouting at the noble knights below who were moving things. She noticed that standing next to George was a bearded man with a resolute face and eyes like an eagle. She knew that this person should be Garvey. Sophia led many noble ladies to pay tribute to the two of them. Thank you, Lord Garvey, for your assistance to Winsong City. Weinzinger and all the survivors of Winsong City will forever remember the heroic deeds of the Valley Warriors. Miss, you don't have to be so polite. Garvey nodded and said, as nobles of the Valley, we have been protected by the King of the West for generations. This should be our responsibility and duty. Sophia is still not used to it.
She has said a lot of polite words to me on the boat these days,
George whispered to Garvey. After George finished speaking, he looked at Sophia and opened his mouth to say something. But in the end, he winked at Martin without saying a word and asked the walkers below to quickly get on the boat. In fact, what I really want to say in my heart is everyone should be grateful to the one who is truly grateful is your father. The fleet soon set sail again. But this time, most of the ships stayed in the larger Mouse Harbor on the edge of the river, while a small half of the ships went to Johannes' new port of Dawn. Along the way, George chatted with Garvey and others about more things. Sunshine, food, winter, spoils of war, and new troops were the things they talked about most. From their conversation, Sophia quietly heard that the direction of the sunshine in the valley seemed to be related to those churches. These words made her confused, but Bishop Wallace nodded repeatedly, seeming to connect these sunshine with the divine grace of the seven gods.
In addition to the church in the Rat Territory, the reconstruction of the church in the town of Golden Maimong should be listed as the top priority.
After hearing Garvey's report, George nodded and said,
It is in the center of the valley, and is the future site for land reclamation in the west of the valley. Transfer station. Garvey. When it is established, the mercenaries' work will be much easier. Indeed.
Garvey nodded and said,
As the mercenaries explored westward again, we found many traces of werewolves and blood descendants near the town of Golden Maimong. After the blood moon came, these escapees, the guys who went into the forest, showed up again. Ha ha. But they did clean up a lot of monsters for us. Did you catch some?
George couldn't help but ask.
Did Anthony test them?
Many of the werewolves in the valley are Terrian werewolves. They appeared thousands of years ago, and their ancestors died long ago. The local werewolf ancestors and blood descendants in the valley are also gone. So these wolf descendants and blood descendants will not have much influence in the blood moon.
Scholars are already studying it. According to them, these guys who suffered secondary corruption are much more serious than the bright moons. So they are developing new potions. There is no shortage of things or people now. The second order potion should it won't take long.
The conversation between the two people made Sophia confused. But she was able to guess that there were many members besides humans living in this mysterious shelter. She couldn't help but think back to those Antonia she saw in Vienna town, as well as the cold light shining on the strange female mercenary. And those amulets. Sophia couldn't help but touch Tanya's hand. It was frighteningly cold. This time, Sophia didn't hold her hand in her arms, because her little hands are also getting cold. Chapter 348: The Rise of the Magic City. Analia's visit. After sensing Sophia's little movement, Tanya winked at her. This neurotic female knight has no awareness of being a vampire at all. Sophia looked outboard with dull eyes, feeling that she should not warm her aunt's bed at night anymore and listen to her stories about vampires.
Well, the situation in Gushi can be regarded as an opportunity for the new people to practice.
George nodded and said,
After absorbing the refugees from Yongfeng City and Bishui City, our population has reached 600,000. After that, a large number of people participated in the land reclamation. I'm afraid the new recruits will have to be busy for a while.
There are currently more than 50,000 people working in the Kyushu territory. The taxes paid by the farmers and the food used for living expenses support all the troops in the sanctuary and the entire Bianha city, including the farmers in the Kyushu territory. A total of only 200,000 people. In addition, most of the 400,000 people are off-the-job workers, and food cannot be brought in or out of their area. Therefore, the pressure on the entire valley is extremely high. The food brought back from the city-state of Bishui City, as well as the original food reserves in the valley, can continue to support it for more than a year. If the valley cannot produce food for 600,000 people next year, they will starve. Judging from the consumption of horses and livestock in the valley, the existing land of a rat territory alone can support 200,000 people. Reclamation, land reclamation and increased food production are urgent matters. George planned to leave 100,000 people to work in the shelter, and another 300,000 people were sent to Gushi to open up wasteland. However, now that Gushi is after the blood moon, there are more monsters. Although compared with many other areas, it can be said to be very clean and cannot affect towns and manors. But because those monsters are so scattered, they cannot be eliminated by large forces.
It's just the right time for the mercenaries to show off their skills,
Garvey said with a smile.
As long as these guys make money, they will be very motivated day and night. Winter and summer.
George nodded. In fact, today's mercenaries should not be called Bianha mercenaries, but Black Pearl mercenaries. There are more than 30,000 newcomers coming to Yongfeng City, and most of them have joined Jack's hands. It's just that for now, I'm only training on Garvey's side. The quality of these guys varies greatly. Except for the elites in the Wind Wings Castle. They all need to practice hard. And letting those guards join the mercenaries is a great way to exercise their courage. With the guidance of these old people and Garvey's rotation training, he will grow up quickly. Moreover, these guards all had basic skills. And what made him even more happy was that they all had weapons and equipment in their hands. Having said this, Garvey asked a knight next to him to bring over a small box. After opening it, he said,
"The only thing missing now is weapons to deal with demon-level monsters. We got some from the demons, although the quality is good, but the quantity is a little too little."
Everyone looked at the things in the alley and found hundreds of thumb-sized gems of various kinds. Each of these gems has some texture on it. These textures are very delicate and faintly combined to form a strange text.
"The quality is indeed good."
Wallace nodded. He picked up a gem and recognized it immediately. However, the wizards' names for these things are somewhat different from those of the priests.
"Rune of Order?"
Rusgard picked up a rune and picked up a number 5 rune with interest and observed it. Runes of Order are another name for the language of divine runes by forbidden wizards. Wizards believe that this kind of thing is not created by gods, but is naturally generated in nature. Part of the magic developed by the world's first generation of wizards came from their research. George's inspiration for renaming this rune came from Rusgard. In fact, the Forbidden Wizard statement about the origin of the Rune of Order is very similar to that of the Heavenly Kingdom archives. However, in order to monopolize this thing, the Holy Court changed it to another way of saying it given by the gods.
"Although we didn't rescue many supplies from Windsong City, the demons gave us a lot of gifts,"
Garvey said with shining eyes.
"According to Anthony's data, the more chaotic the power in the body, the more chaotic the creature. When the energy escapes after death, the probability of condensing the Rune of Order is greater. The probability of the Red Devil condensing this thing is 1%, and the probability of the Black Devil being more than 1/10. And in the body of the Big Devil, it will inevitably appear.
This thing.
This time, Garvey and others beheaded tens of thousands of demons, and most of the gadgets they collected are here. In addition, there were many trophies that the demons collected in the city. Most of them were gems and rare objects with magical power. But most of these things were rewarded to the soldiers by Garvey.
We also seized a badge from the capital of Darkins and the Great Hall."
Wallace put down the runes in his hands and said,
"The number is about 3,000, and there are hundreds of good quality runes among them. Arts."
Having said this, Bishop Wallace looked at George and his eyes became intense.
"Sir, we can form a second Knights Templar. It's the third one."
Dan on the side said,
"Sir Wallace, the main force in the Battle of Windsong City is not the Riverside Knights and the Windsong City troops. It is the Chief Templar Knights of the Sanctuary. 5,000 people in total."
Wallace's eyes widened fiercely. He originally thought that the Knights of the Black Lake were the main force in the hands of the Divine Grace Knight. But he did not expect that this army was only part of the power in the hands of the Divine Grace Knight.
"You?"
Wallace looked at George with burning eyes and couldn't help but ask,
"How many troops do you have in hand?" "The Holy Court sent me to form a Knights of the Temple.
George said slowly.
"Now, the Knights of the Dawn can be established."
The Knights of the Dawn that George was referring to was the name of the first Temple Knights of the future Sanctuary.
"We already have the core force. The Knights in red robes you saw at Bienha Castle are the core members."
George looked at Wallace, Garvey and others and said,
"After that, I plan to start from Yofone. 20,000 people were mobilized from the city guards and the new army to build up the Temple Knights. As for the missing strategic equipment, there will be people to support us."
A corps of Temple Knights, 3 Templar Knights troops, and 20,000 religious soldiers are the standard configuration of the Temple Knights. The so-called support is naturally produced by oneself. As the shelter is more fully established, more rune words can be produced. In his plan, this winter, the shelter will have houses suitable for 100,000 people. The foundations of these houses have already been laid when the Great City Wall was built. Just remodel it. And when all these 100,000 people can live in the shelter, there will also be a stable source of power of order. Runes and fire are no longer a problem. Of course, according to the understanding of the priests, the so-called support is naturally the kingdom of heaven or the Holy Court. Hearing this, Wallace's eyes couldn't help but become extremely hot. He knew what it would mean if the Holy See fully supported this divine knight in establishing a Temple Knights. After the conversation, Wallace and other priests were immersed in the longing for the future. But when Sophia looked at George,
she felt the extremely heavy pressure in his heart. The total strength of the valley now has reached 80,000. And with the addition of 600,000 subjects, The pressure on the entire valley in terms of food, weapons consumption, etc. will be extremely terrifying in the future. The military-civilian ratio was 8-1. And they are all retired professional soldiers. You know, for a small country with a population of 2 to 3 million, the overall number of professional soldiers is far from reaching 80,000. But the valley must need such a number of soldiers to open up wasteland, guard the city walls, clean up the valley mouth, and maintain order. Moreover, the structure of these 600,000 subjects was extremely complex. Sophia concluded that after the great reclamation of wasteland began, many bandits and robbers would definitely appear. In addition, the valley also needs these soldiers to suppress the nobles. Many of the nobles, who took the lead in land reclamation, would recruit soldiers to maintain the security of the land reclamation. If the valley still wants to maintain the current system, it must have a huge army to keep the nobles in awe. Therefore, half of them may have to be deployed in various territories as mercenaries and garrison troops, while the other half may need to deal with the demons from the western region, judging from the arrangements of Garvey and others, in order to prevent large groups of demons from crossing the steep mountains and reaching the valley. Troops have begun to station, patrol, and rotate on the important roads in the mountains. Although these places are all places where one man can guard against 10,000 men, the area of the valley is so large that at least 10,000 people are needed. Therefore, these 80,000 soldiers have no time for military cultivation. At most, the troops stationed in the shelter can participate in the construction. Sophia feels that if there is no support from trade in the future, the valley may face disarmament or collapse within 2 years. However, if there are stable trade channels, then war can be used to support war. The trophies captured by the mercenaries from the demons in the western region will be very popular in the south after being made into various alchemical items. At this time, small snowflakes suddenly started to fall, and the fleet had already arrived near Johannes in the light snow. A port slightly smaller than the Shoe Mouse harbor appeared in front of Sophia's eyes, and she was deeply shocked by the scene in front of her. Starting from the port to the center of the castle 5 or 6 kilometers away, there are crisscrossing deep trenches. Hundreds of thousands of workers and hundreds of demon spiders are busy near these trenches, as if they are trying to build an underground world. The sounds of falling trees, rolling logs, and crumbling rocks echoed in the distant mountains and forests. Vehicles piled with goods walked along various roads, stretching to the top of the mountain. The simple houses were demolished one after another, and various planned buildings were pulled up in the hands of workers. The tall chimneys of several completed buildings had already risen from the green smoke of the alchemy furnaces. Cigarette, and these architectural patterns are very similar to the wizard tower described in that book. And some are alchemy workshops used solely for smelting and forging. Snowflakes do not exist here. When they fall in the sky more than 10 meters above people's heads, they are evaporated by the heat. If this place is built and winter comes here, it will definitely be a warm winter. In front of Sophia's eyes, a super magical city is slowly rising. 2 weeks later, the demons of Winsong City launched an attack on the sanctuary. Under the leadership of George, they were successfully repelled. The night watchmen flying all over the sky, the light wings spread by thousands of dawn knights, and the ghost troops rushing out of the city wall left a very deep impression on the demons. But in fact, this battle was a battle with heavy thunder and small rain. The demons only fought for 1 day, and then all retreated. This scene made George feel a little strange. However, after the demonic troops retreated that night, the shelter captured a special prisoner. That prisoner said she wanted to visit the Temple of Heroes. Lord, we can't stop her. The tall and stout Sergeant Major Bien, he wiped the sweat from his head and said to the big boss as he walked. At dawn after the knights arrived, we all heard the sound of dawn light and did not attack her. The armor on the Sergeant Major's body was torn, and there were many thick black wolf hairs hanging near the metal cracks. But this guy's shirt doesn't belong to Jiaoyu, but to Bien. Obviously, when what just happened, he was too anxious and accidentally exposed. But now no one pays attention to this kind of thing, and there are indeed some undiscovered wolf descendants in the shelter. Well, George asked after a brief thought. What else happened? Sir, the prisoner revealed his aura after seeing Miss Lorna. I don't know if it was because she felt the threat from the wizard to her. Dirk recalled the blue sky that Lorna showed on the city wall. During the scene of the storm, there was a shocked look in his eyes. But the strange thing is that the prisoner felt a little unscrupulous. She easily broke away from Miss Lorna's restraints, and then said something in her ear. I don't know what she said. She said something, but Miss Lorna seemed to be frightened. George frowned slightly, remembering what Brusgard told him in private about Lorna. In deep thought, George stepped into the door of the Cathedral of the Dawn.
More and more Dawn riders are seen on the road. They held their weapons, and were a little nervous. The look in George's eyes expressed that he didn't want the Great Lord to go down. Many knights followed George. Sir, I saw her in Winsong City. I feel that her power now is even more terrifying than that then. The sergeant hesitated to speak. The meaning of the word seems to be that he hopes the Lord will be more cautious. He knew that this was not the first time that the big boss had seen the fallen angel. And with so many Dawn Knights around, this guy couldn't make a difference in their territory. But as a soldier, how could he be willing to see his boss put himself in danger? If the guy who calls himself an alias is going to carry out an assassination, and then something really goes wrong, the sergeant major felt that someone else should meet with her on behalf of the High Lord. You're quite courageous. George nodded, and the corners of his mouth curved. He found that this guy was very vindictive. Previously, Garvey grabbed her sore foot and bullied her severely. Now that my wings have grown hard, I came to ask for them back. Yes, it's been 2 weeks since I came back. And it's been more than a month since the blood moon. It was indeed enough for her to grow strong wings. Just like Garvey before. She expected that she would definitely come here to meet her today. But the difference is that Garvey has made arrangements and is extremely sure of what the enemy will do. But this is not the case with fallen angels. So, if we say Garvey has 9 points of preparation plus 1 part of madness, so her persistence is actually 9 points of madness. Analius is a true fanatic. At this time, George had entered the main hall and glared at the statue of the 7 gods in the main hall. If this guy hadn't had to personally redeem a fallen blood warbler, the prisoner would have gone directly along the entrance to the cemetery and entered the underground. Paradise Lost. Now that something happened, this guy hid in the kingdom of heaven, leaving only the statues of the 7 gods, and asked himself to come and mess with it. When George looked back, he found Lorna standing in front of the statue. His face looked like he had lost his soul, and he didn't know what he was thinking. There were more and more people on the road, on both sides of the wide corridor leading to the Temple of Heroes. There were fully armed knights. After they saw George coming, they all beat their chests and saluted. The Dawn Knights called him the Great Lord, and the Iron Wall Knights called him the Duke. Chapter 349. How the H.L. did I know? When George walked out of the cloister passage, the crowd crowded at the entrance of the hall made way for him, and the wide hall of heroes was revealed in front of his eyes. Thousands of Dawn Knights surrounded the hall with weapons in hand. Already in a fighting posture, he was glaring angrily at the lone figure in the clearing in the center. It seems that as soon as the leader Alexander gives the order, they will rush forward. But the nun ignored all enemies, knelt down devoutly in front of the main mural of the Temple of Heroes, and prayed silently. At this moment, the gate of heaven was right in front of her, but she was standing outside the gate. In the H.L. Hearing her low, devout prayer, George narrowed his eyes slightly, and the words of dawn appeared in his eyes. The light of dawn suddenly realized that in her eyes, the world was not upside down. She just sacrificed herself for the future of that world and fell into H.L. She believes that when the world turns into a scorched earth and everyone becomes a devil, everyone will be able to adapt to this new century and live and work in it peacefully. For this obsession, this ideal, she is willing to give everything she has, and sells everything of others to the devil on her own initiative. This obsession and ideal are so twisted and terrifying. The shadow of the ancient god distorts her faith, making the light of dawn tremble. What makes dawn even more terrifying is that her heart is so holy and pure. Frightens you? There are many people in this world who are much sicker than her. Which one are you afraid of? Are you afraid that we might start a fight at your house and hurt yourself? But this stinky bitch will really build a memorial arch for herself. Siljack. Yes, Master. This Analius is a complete bitch. Look at the memorial arch she built for herself. Can you build one for me too? I saw it before. Someone outside the valley is worshipping the spider god. George pressed the little spider in his arms hard, warned her not to talk anymore, and let her blend into his body. Then, there was a hint of gold on George's skin under his armor, and a golden holy fire flashed across his eyes. I'll go down. Don't disturb Sister Mary's prayers. George waved his hand. The Cavaliers always implement George's words without thinking, no matter how exaggerated the words are. But this time, the situation is a little different. After he finished speaking, there was a slight confusion in the hall. The knights stayed still, their armors and weapons shaking, and they turned their heads in hesitation. But the stupid guy at the head said, "Oh," took steps, put away his weapons, and walked towards the door. This scene stunned the knights. Then, Martin looked at the boss. The boss's eyes did not show any emotion or hint, but Martin rolled his eyes, put away his weapon,
pulled the excited-looking Jack, and called the knights to go down together. However, under his arrangement, these people did not go far, and went to another hall outside the door. You can't hear the conversation inside from this position, but you can rush in at any time. Martin knew that with his boss's personality, he must be prepared. Maybe Anubis and Siljack are both on the boss's body. These two things together can even defeat the Fire Demon King twice. So safety is not a problem. Annelius has been too unscrupulous since she came here, and the boss must show his unscrupulousness before he can start real negotiations with her. He didn't know what the boss was paying attention to. But Annelius came here looking for someone to talk to. How could he be someone who was afraid of her? Martin was the last one to leave and close the door. He saw the boss figure walking next to the nun. The scene when he looked at the nun reminded him of the first time the boss and Mary had met in the tavern. The scene when we met.
Don't you pray to it?
The nun's gentle voice suddenly sounded in the hall.
Pray? I said. I don't believe in God,
George said, looking at the mural in front of him. But what was different from what everyone saw was that in his eyes. The mural rotated like a gate. Thousands of angels with wings of light on their backs, armed with weapons, guard the gate. They looked at the main hall and talked a lot, but their voices could not be transmitted into the main hall. As if there were two worlds on both sides of the door. This gate prevents things from outside from getting in and things from inside from getting out. Unless the light of dawn consumes the power of order in the sanctuary, the passage can be opened, allowing the heavenly armed forces to descend into the hall with the sanctuary's tickets. Like George, they could see each other across the door, but the voices of both sides could not be heard.
Unbeliever. Liar. Magician. Madman.
The nun trembled all over, and there was an extremely suppressed anger in her chest.
Morpheus, you have deceived everyone.
George did not answer. He knew that the news in the royal capital should have reached Aloysius's ears, and the demons pouring in from the west had also brought the news to Annelius.
I finally figured out why you don't believe in God, and why you want to turn all those poor people into unbelievers. Because you are a true heretic, and you only pray to yourself. Mary, the world has changed a long time ago.
George looked at the wall and smiled.
However, you seem to have realized that the shadow of the ancient gods has shrouded the world, and all the prayers to the gods in the sky will eventually. It's into its shadow that I teach these people. What's wrong with praying to your own soul?
Mary, George turned his head, looked into her eyes and said,
I am different from Aloysius. He is a humble slave, a despicable reptile. He holds the stinky feet of the ancient god and licks them wantonly. But I will not surrender willingly to any god.
He taught the people in the sanctuary not to pray to gods, but the light of dawn taught them how to pray to their own hearts.
You have created a twisted monster.
There was a kind of fear in the nun's eyes.
You are even more greedy than Aloysius. You are looking forward to replacing everything of the seven gods and standing next to the creature you enslaved. Above, become a god above God.
George did not answer. He knew that this company was a crowdfunding joint stock company, and he was a small retail investor in it. Dawn of Light was only a small shareholder, and its equity did not exceed 51%. However, if it is Morpheus, he will indeed retain most of the shares. Then after some operations, all retail investors can be kicked out at any time, and the shares of major shareholders can be diluted to achieve the ultimate dictatorial goal. Instead of dispersing most of their shares, like the seven gods, leaving only a part of their essence, or a few percent of their shares, to give birth to the light of dawn that guides mankind. Therefore, the future of this world is not controlled by gods. As someone who has come from a world dominated by humans, George can understand the structure of this world. But Mary couldn't understand it. In her opinion, there cannot be a world without God. Whether it is the seven gods or the ancient gods, there must be a god to rule in order to have order. Otherwise it will be chaos and the real doomsday. In her opinion, Morpheus, the loser in the battle of the gods, wanted to replace the seven gods. A god who controls both the underworld and the human world is really terrifying. A god who controls both the lava H.L. and the human world is equally terrifying. Annelius couldn't help but start to worry about the future of this world. She feels that humans are different from demons. Demons do not need gods and have never had faith. It is enough for them to have a king. The devil's power also comes from himself, not from gods.
You and Aloysius did exactly the same thing.
The nun slowly stood up. These sudden words made George confused. But then a note appeared in front of George. George! In the hands of Aloysius, there must be a creature identical to the light of dawn. He wants to use this method of Morpheus to get rid of the shadow of the ancient god. The light of dawn does not care who believes in it, and neither does the old god. The latter didn't care about this world at all, and even looked away after taking one look at this world, Death of the Seven Gods. If Aloysius had a dark jigsaw puzzle in his hand, which was born from the essence of the ancient god, he could use the method of Morpheus to destroy the world with a shadow of the ancient god, and then use the ancient god's shadow to destroy the world. God unintentionally used the shares that Shadow had occupied to kick him out. Previously, only a few fallen angels such as Garoxter knew about the Master's plan. Dawnlight and George only thought that the demon was the minions of the ancient god. But judging from the news accidentally revealed by Analius, Aloysius, who was born from the essence of the ancient gods, had long wanted to pull his small team out of the company and start a business outside. George and Dawn are also starting a business now. So Analius said he was doing the same thing as Aloysius. However, she felt that what he was about to do was even more terrifying.
But it is even more terrifying, because you turned everyone into demons without faith.
After the words fell, George was slightly stunned, and it took him a long time to understand what she meant. In her opinion, whether a person is a devil does not depend on what the person does or how he looks. It's about whether he is faith. A person without faith is the same as a devil. These people, like the devil, are betrayers who have thrown away the glory of God the Father. And the power of demons also comes from themselves, not belief in a god. So even if these people have wings, in her opinion, they are all heretics and demons. As for the current father god of Analius, it is the ancient god. She was born from the blood of the ancient god. It can be said that the ancient god gave her a new life. Creation transcends the new her. It's just that people don't care about her at all. He didn't have the slightest interest in what she was doing. George looked at the woman in front of him and thought about the phrase turning everyone into demons without faith. He couldn't help but feel a little funny in his heart.
So, what you did was to make those demons have faith.
This was originally a sarcastic statement, but in the nun's eyes staring at the dome, George realized that he was right. He realized that he was wrong. Aloysius is the one with some backbone after all. The one who really licks smelly feet is this bitch. The demon army she controls is probably a group of true believers of the ancient gods. Therefore, she has the corrupted blood warbler in her hand to create the despair chanter. However, the irony is that her heart is as high as the sky. But the troops in her hands are the weakest. He can only serve as Aloysius's little brother, and live with him in vain.
Analius, I understand what you mean by coming here.
George nodded slowly and said this lunatic, fanatical believer, and mindless spreader of faith came here, originally wanting to persuade him. But he found that he cannot be persuaded. You can't beat him, or you can't beat Morpheus. She cherishes her life more than herself. She has a glorious and great mission that must be completed. Therefore, she must have someone who can allow her to let her live and support her work in Yongfeng City. The burden of her work in Yongfeng City will be left to her.
Let's make a truce. George, I can act as an intermediary between you and Aloysius.
Before she finished speaking, a big hand grabbed her neck fiercely, turned her face, and looked at her fiercely. George, you are crazy.
Your Majesty, you need me.
The nun's whole body trembled. Her body was slowly lifted up in the big hands, pinching her body so hard that it was difficult to breathe. She begged and said,
If I am gone, the Holy Court and the demons in the east will start a war in the west and in the valley. Stay peacefully in Winsong City. Next time you step into my territory, I will smash your pretty little head.
The devil touched Analius. The delicate face pinched hard.
Tell that coward that I already know who he is.
As soon as the words fell, the devil threw the nun to the ground. Analius fell to the ground like a doll. Her eyes were distracted and stagnant in place. I don't know what's going on in my heart. She thought she had the absolute initiative. So she was ready to speak out loud in her first sentence. She did have the initiative. Because her proposal was something Morpheus could not refuse. He must cooperate with him. Because if the fallen angel in Winsong City dies so soon, Aloysius will definitely explode. When the time comes, he will have to take down the shelter first, even if he tries to save all the refugees. And if he cooperates with Aloysius to spread the news about Morpheus, Morpheus will have a headache after the sanctuary is contaminated with this dirty water. However, Morpheus seems to have guessed who Aloysius is, and how can he throw such dirty water at him? If everyone reveals each other's identities, there will be nothing left to do. And Analius never thought that the person in front of her was not that easy to talk to at all. However, she should have expected it. How could a true majesty tolerate a little fallen angel squatting above his head and acting wild? She couldn't help but feel glad that what she just said was planned. Otherwise her verbal threats would definitely make him furious. And she would die without a burial place today. The Valkyries in front of the gate of heaven seemed to have stopped discussing it long ago. They all looked dully at the scene taking place in the hall, and turned into sculptures. George's gaze finally swept across the gate of heaven. The angels who had not yet been formally accepted by him, and became his subordinates, were chilling in his gaze. After that, he no longer paid attention to the pale nun on the ground, walked away, and walked towards the door. As Garvey said, "Whoever is F** King Cowardly will be F** Ked up." Ananias walked in unscrupulously today, and he must get some benefits before leaving, such as threatening himself and sending a large number of refugees into Yongfeng City. After she blackmailed him, Aloysius would blackmail her again. So, if he is too F** King scared today, he will still be playful. Even if his life is lost here, this pussy still needs to be rounded out. Otherwise, if you let this little bitch scare you on your own territory today, then you will be a mess in the future. Those heavenly armed forces are watching helplessly. They are all their future little brothers. The CEO of Dawnlight actually guessed who Aloysius was? The Light of Dawn was shocked. Who is he? How the hell did I know? Don't talk nonsense. Chapter 350. I'm determined to be Wolverine. The entrance to the Cathedral of Dawn. When the nun spread her black wings and soared into the sky, Garvey and others finally wiped away their sweat. George patted these guys and said, "Let's take a look at it later. We can give some mercenaries a holiday to move around freely. Tanya's new army has been a little too tired in the west of the valley recently." Having said this, he looked at the group of Dawn Knights who were staring at him, and walked down the steps. "You have to wait for a while before I ask Wallace to write to the Holy Court. After the Holy Court's envoy comes, after the discussion is over, some of us can take turns hunting in the western region." "That's right." George stopped on the steps, looked at Bishop Wallace and said, "Campbell's delegation has arrived at Black Pearl Manor. Tanya is receiving them there, and can let them come. You take care of yourself. Receive them. Be cautious." In addition to Lighten himself, members of Elda's royal family seem to be in the team. If anyone plans to go to the west to see the world, let the mercenaries take them with them. Judging from the structure of the Campbell mission, he was a little confused as to what the Campbell family was planning. If he had no choice but to bring that royal family member, then that guy's power and energy in Elda might be very ordinary. No wonder Robert had to rely on his military exploits to retain his status as chief heir. It is said that the troops loyal to that guy are one level higher than those loyal to Robert. It gave Archduke Xiongning, who was holding the thorn bird, a headache. After saying that, he walked down the steps amidst the cheers of everyone. Although only a few people can take the holiday first, it is enough to get everyone excited. There are really too many places to take risks in the western region. If Yongfeng City reaches an agreement with Sanctuary, we can have a good time in the future. I heard that Campbell's mission is very rich. It's so exciting to get a commission from those stupid big investors. Of course, soaking in the Dawn Tavern and the Pot of Dawn is also an excellent decision. The best wandering warblers in Bisui City-State are here, and the current shelter requires many beautiful noble ladies. But you still can't relax during these days. Earl Garvey dusted off the Major General badge on his shirt. By the way, this happened just in time. After the battle yesterday, everything stopped. This morning I dared to go to the castle early in the morning, waiting for my boss to knight me and receive a military rank. I had already changed into my regular clothes, and suddenly I heard that I had caught something amazing. He almost died of fright. But this Ananias is really crazy. What's the difference between this and a suicide attack? There are thousands of heroic souls in the Dawn Cathedral alone, as well as Hathaway and other high priests. The Judgment Team. More than 200 people from the Glory Temple who came back from the royal capital, etc. live here. It can be said that the military strength here is even more powerful than the castle. Garvey looked at Jack and others and said solemnly, "You can move freely in batches, but the guard work of the shelter can be guaranteed. Judging from this guard battle, there must be 10,000 people permanently stationed in Johannes." The 700-meter city wall at the entrance of the valley was packed with 3,000 people, coupled with the crossbows, the cobwebs on the stone walls at the entrance of the valley, the cobwebs on the ceiling, and the night watchmen flying and patrolling on the cliffs, under the light of the shelter. It can be said that one man is a guard against 10,000 men. Open. However, if there is a war, it is necessary to rotate the defense. Otherwise, no one can bear it without sleep. After a few words, Garvey arranged the defense matters, and then he grabbed the Sergeant Major Bienha, who wanted to go out at stance to reason that these meritorious people should take a holiday first. So they were excitedly discussing whether to go to the Dawn Tavern or the special taverns newly established in the shelter. After the Sergeant Major was caught by Gavira, he felt chills running down his back when he looked into the boss's eyes. I couldn't help but touch my cracked breastplate and the hair hanging on it. After Garvey looked him up and down, he nodded and said,
Dirk, this prisoner you captured is really good. Also, you are quite good at pretending. Last time, someone new said something about you. It smells strange, but you don't admit it. Why? In a hurry today. You exposed your wolf's tail?
Cold sweat broke out on the palms of the tall and stout Sergeant Major Bienha, and his eyes were pleading like a wolf dog. Boss,
your vacation is gone. Go to Jinmei town. No salary or trophies until you catch 100 werewolves. No vacation. Boss, I need 2 bottles of potion, and I'm going to turn into a Wolverine.
The word Wolverine comes from several special potions newly developed by the wizarding group for the wolf descendants, because it can greatly increase recovery and resistance to blows, and the effect is terrifying. From this, George blurted out the word Wolverine, which was greatly loved by the Wolfborn, and the word quickly spread. It was a good thing that Dirk didn't mention this word, but when he mentioned it, Garvey almost fainted. When they began to integrate their troops a few days ago, many wolves were added to the Riverside Knights. He specifically asked these newcomers to screen his men for any hidden naughty eggs. As a result, under his nose, there was a sergeant who had lied to him for a long time, and he almost became the Knight of the Dawn. If he hadn't planned to keep some pillars, he would have sent him to the Knights of the Dawn. The last time, a wolf descendant secretly reported Dirk to him, and he caught him and asked him, but the guy refused to admit it. After this blood moon, the wolf descendant will have to take medicine, but also because Dirk acted so normal. I believed him. Now that he mentioned Wolverine, he was just so angry with himself. Garvey kicked him in the butt, knocking him down along with the 3 unlucky guys around him. After a few unlucky guys were kicked down, they quickly abandoned their friends and headed towards the tavern. Sergeant Major Dirk ran towards the port in a hurry while turning back and shouting to Garvey,
Just watch. I'm determined to be Wolverine. Besides, I want to form a Wolverine team at Golden Maimong.
More than a month later, the snowstorm had just passed, and it was frighteningly cold. 7 people stepped on the snow and stood on the top of the southern mountain of the shelter. It seemed that I had finally found the right direction from that lost state.
Dirk, it's your dog nose that works best.
The heroic Lena inserted the wand into her waist, because she was wearing too thick clothes. Her movements looked like a fat penguin, which was very funny. She lifted up her thick cotton hood, exhaled a breath of white air, put her hands on her waist and said,
I'm freezing to death. This damn blizzard has finally arrived.
Dirk shook his head and didn't dare to talk. Not only was the blood magic in his hands extremely weird, but his new teammate was also very tough in the background, and he couldn't afford to offend him. After several days of walking in the snow in the mountains, Dirk and his comrades climbed over the Nanshan Mountains and saw the Dawn Town below. A very effeminate man tightened his cotton cloak, walked up to Dirk, pointed down and said,
Boss, you haven't been back for more than a month. Look at the new city to the west. Those with big chimneys are all alchemy workshops.
Every move of that sissy was very elegant, as if she had once been a noble. But today he behaves like an old country farmer. Having said this, he put his hands in his cuffs, raised his elbows, and pointed to an area below and said,
Look at those smoking chimneys. Work should have started.
Dirk followed his comrade's fingers and looked over there. I couldn't help but rub my cotton gloves together excitedly. When he left the shelter, he knew that the master craftsmen in Bisui City were ready to start work. Later, groups of mercenaries went to the town of Jinmei, all carrying beautiful equipment. The craftsmanship in forging magic armor and magic weapons made him jealous. It is said that the newly opened store in the shelter came from Enamel Hammer. Everyone said that they used to serve the king. Chapter 351: The Rise of the Sanctuary Special Operations Team. The Enamel Hammer may not be the most powerful on the continent, but it claims to know how to forge all the weapons and equipment on the continent. Dirk doesn't know if this is bragging. After all, the most powerful craftsmen he has ever seen have wings. However, it is said that Enamel Hammer established its headquarters in Bisui City, and this time it was Lien who took the blame. It was not just the Alchemy Guild that was expelled. There were also several famous ones. In order to prevent these guys from slipping away, there are many night watchmen guarding the door for them every day. With the cooperation of these alchemy masters, there are now hundreds of types of equipment sold in the shelter. Although, many of the newly purchased equipment by friends in the group look like second-hand goods and even have the label of Bisui Auction House. However, there is indeed an Enamel Hammer mark on the lining. In addition to several teams such as Enamel Hammer, it is said that the new pharmacist teams
who have settled in the shelter have also opened stores. Those guys used to serve the king. There are hundreds of formulas in hand. And there are hundreds of them now on the black market alone. How can they compare with the pitiful few potions in the past? Just for the most precious basic evolutionary potion, there are now more than a dozen types. There are also 8 types of complementing potions. There are countless other functional purification potions and special purification potions. These things are all chosen by the regular army of the shelter. Although you have to queue. Although he is from a mercenary group, he has now been included in the regular army as one of the 5,000 official members of the Bianha Knights. Unlike the tens of thousands of others, I am qualified to receive all the basic and complementary potions. However, as elderly people in shelters, no one likes to increase the pressure on the shelter. So everyone likes to hand over some materials directly to the shelter so that the queue can go faster. At present, I have actually taken the first 5 basic evolutionary potions, in addition to the physical constitution. After taking the 5 basic potions and supplementary potions, the vitality has increased by an additional 60 points, among which the supplementary potion of snow and frost power has increased the vitality by 40 points. After taking the crystal power, the resistance of each system increased by 20. Judging from the latest data ratings given by the Forbidden Wizards, his data is already very high. Physique, 14. Strength to speed ratio 6:4. Recovery power 1.3 plus 1/s. Vitality 150 plus 20. Wisdom, 0.5 plus 1, blessed by the bright moon. Mana, 15. Black magic, basic mastery. Hymn/sacred seal, unintelligible. Currently only mastered stigmata. Wrath of the moon, restoration plus fanaticism. Defense, 7. Physique/2, plus 22. Guard spider leather armor, plus 8. Guard spider leather alchemy special effect. Resistance, all series 29, basic, plus 18. Guard spider leather armor, A, plus 15. Guardian of the Dawn number 3, plus 10. Sea Demon Snake LV1 enchantment. Enchantment special effect Red Devil, plus 1/s life recovery. Plus 20 points of maximum life value. Physical damage reduction, 42.5%, defense plus 50. 13 damage reduction, defense/2, for puncture and slashing. Magic resistance, 57.9%, resistance plus 50. Reduce the probability of being affected by negative effects by 6.9%, magic resistance/10. Alchemy special effect of the guard's Nerubian armor, resist directed magic once every 8 hours. Loot special effects. Special effects of magical objects, Dark Torment, Amulet of Night Demon. Vision plus 10, Amulet of Night Demon. Unstoppable Rage, Cathedral of the Dawn. Fearless of Fire, plus 10 fire resistance. Cathedral of the Dawn. Karakos Guardian, plus 30 fire resistance. Cathedral of the Dawn. Fallen Angels Redemption Gray. The above is the standard equipment of Dahongpo. The Knight suit has slightly higher defense, and is blessed by the Holy Seal. The Wolf descendants have low ability to understand the Holy Seal in him. But with the help of potions, they can understand some black magic. The Blood descendants understand they are all variants of hymns, or simply hymns of the bright moon. It is difficult to understand the Holy Seal, but the talent for black magic is extremely high. Both kinds of bright moons are very high in resilience, and have natural resistance, and are difficult to be destroyed. Fatal Blow. As for the overall rating, the wizards can no longer give it. And the difference in strength between one's own transformation and the one without transformation is doubled. However, his ranking on the hero list is 667. He is considered to be the most advanced member of this elite team he formed recently. Speaking of which, this group of teammates is also extremely impressive, with the worst one having more than 900 players. It is enough to be proud of among the more than 80,000 people in the shelter. Basically, every special operations unit is similar to his own. According to Boss Garvey, the shelter's special operations unit has risen. Of course, this ranking does not include the more than 400 people who return from the royal capital, because they are special. They never participate in mercenary missions. If I participate, I'm afraid my ranking will be over 400 places later. Indeed, if I were to compare myself to the more than 1,500 people under Boss Jack's command. After all, they all experienced the battle in Yongfeng City, and he almost went in. So even in this ranking list, most of the top 2,000 people are members of the Temple Knights who have participated in hunting. But he still squeezed into the top 600. However, the 500 people who came back from the royal capital were all monsters. They drank heavily of the blood of the fire demon,
and took the fallen angel salvation which Dawn of Light participated in producing. Therefore, their current level of evolution is much better than mine. Fallen angel redemption is elusive, and special evolutionary potions such as Blade and Fire Demon will not have a chance if we don't go deep into the Western Territory. However, this time when I came back, there were ready-made potions waiting for everyone. That is Gron's Wrath. This winter has driven many giants from the north. Although the Gron's Wrath potion is extremely rare, even Knight Commander Owen and the others are very greedy. But this time, this big thing that my group has done is definitely worth it. And this team will definitely become the strongest this time. According to the wizards, Gron's Wrath can increase physical fitness by 5 points and an additional 100 points of vitality. Among all the medicines, it is the one that can bring about a qualitative change in people the most. And although after bathing in the blood of Corrin this time, I did not gain as much strength as the legend said. It is said that after bathing in the blood of Corrin, drinking a special supplement potion, like Attack on Titan, will increase your physical fitness by another 20%. In addition, Lord Wolf said when receiving the goods that he would be rewarded with 2 additional functional evolution potions. Although most of these things are given to wizards and blood descendants to increase their control over elements. But there are still many suitable for you. He had already paid attention to what he chose. So he used Troll Heart and Steel Body. After taking these 2 medicines that greatly enhance recovery, vitality, and resistance to attacks, you will not be far from the Wolverine that the boss talks about. It's a bit embarrassing to exchange these 2 things based on merit. After all, they are for sale to the public. Each copy costs thousands of silver foxes. But internally, as long as you bring the materials, you can directly go to the quartermaster to get them. Moreover, it is not the kind of watered-down product that specializes in deceiving southern caravans. And the success rate after taking it is only 20%. My previous ranking on the shelter list was more than 600. After taking the Golden Potion and 2 functional potions this time, I should be able to reach the top 100. As for her teammates, Lena is about the same as herself. And the others can also enter the top 300. Thinking of this, Dirk's heart felt hot, and he led his teammates down the mountain. There was a thick layer of snow on the mountain, which touched the calves in some places. And there were some depressions that could even reach people's shoulders. However, whether these people are stout men, women, or sissies, their figures are all extremely strong. They walk swiftly in the mountains and forests. And the women and sissies sometimes even flew into the trees. Occasionally, I passed by a low-lying area, and I jumped 5 or 6 meters. I grabbed my arm on the tree trunk, turned a corner in the air, and stepped on clean ground. Looking at the town gate in front of him, Dirk scratched his head and walked over there. Speaking of which, has the gate of Dawn Town been moved some distance south? I remember this used to be Agron's camp. Right. Dirk twitched his nose as he walked. Even their taste is gone. I haven't been back for a while. A stout fat man sighed, carried a huge horn on his back, looked at the street inside the gate and said, "Oh, it's all paved with bluestones." The floor. Chapter 352 Dawn City. Lord Bishop Wallace. Before entering the gate, everyone heard the sound of shoveling snow in the distance. He remembered that there was a snowstorm when he was in the mountains yesterday. As a result, the streets were almost clean this morning. Looking at the square snowdrifts that had been piled up on both sides of the street, Dirk couldn't help but feel the efficiency of the residents. There are many new houses. Although this is not the place where I grew up. I only stayed here for a few weeks. But every time he returns to Johannes, Dirk always feels like he's coming home. Because the residents were so welcoming, Dirk felt as if he had returned to his hometown during his stay at the shelter. Speaking of which, I have been staying in Bienha these days, and haven't returned to the shelter for several months. The last time I followed Mr. Garvey to Winsong City, I just took a quick look here, and didn't notice that the town now has so many houses. How many residents are in the town now? Dirk couldn't help but ask his companions. It should be called Inner City. The official name change was carried out a few days ago. More than 50,000? More than that. Look at the new houses to the west of Dawn Cathedral. I'll get the mission later. When the time comes, ask Miss Dana, the leader of Luing. Miss Dana must have missed me. Hey, there have been a lot of new people coming to the tavern recently. Tavern? There's more than one now. Didn't you hear? Boss Martin gave that bottle of Cinna's moved here. It is said that in the past, it was dedicated to the pampered nobles from now on. Amid the excitement and noise of his companions, Dirk looked at the bustling crowds on the surrounding streets. And Dirk couldn't help but curl his lips. Damn it. Dirk cursed. I remember when I was assigned to Bienha, there were only more than 30,000 people.
At that time, the training of the Bright Moon troops was completed and a large number of refugees from the western region were pouring in. Later, he and some of his companions from the garrison followed a group of refugees who were assigned to Bienha and joined the mercenary group. Having said that, the process of joining the shelter was a bit embarrassing. I just snuck in. Not only did this make me constantly worry about having my identity exposed, but I also got a small bottle of potion later and had to buy it on the black market. Now, every time he sees the treatment of new people who join the mercenary group, Dirk feels a little regretful. However, his situation was eventually sniffed out by the newcomers with dog noses. After being reported, not only was he punished, but he was also sent to stay in the small town of Golden Maymong. In the past 2 days, I finally completed the task target, and I can finally come back. From now on, there is no need to go to the damn woods in the west of the valley. They are going to the western region to do something big again. It is said that the tavern has been offering bounties for several tasks in the western region recently, and many people have already started to go. If my group can also hunt down a black demon, then the blade potion will have a clue. This damn thing is a must-match for Wolverine. While thinking about it, the 7 people had already entered the Lingning New Street. The streets here have been completely cleaned, and many of the former store stalls have been set up. When the passing citizens saw this group of soldiers wearing the uniforms of the Dawn Special Forces team, they all greeted them warmly. Those unfamiliar faces exude enthusiasm and concern from the bottom of their hearts. Just like looking at the folks and neighbors where they grew up. And like the family members who care about them the most. The aunties who had just come out of the morning market and bakery stuffed the eggs and white bread they had just bought into the arms of the soldiers. Some people also stuffed them with the southern fruits that the Campbell family brought with them in their caravan to sell. Fruits are not only worth their weight in gold this winter, and there is a limit to purchasing coupons. Although I can exchange my merits for any limited purchase coupons I want, I can definitely afford them. But he is not willing to waste it on the lust of words. But the citizens seemed to be satisfied as long as they watched these soldiers eat it. As if eating it in their mouths was sweeter than eating it in their own mouths. Dirk and others quickly pushed back and persuaded the citizens to take back these things. The pastors provide ideological education to everyone every day. As an old man who has been in the shelter for more than half a year, Dirk feels deeply about those words. This entire valley was fought back inch by inch by the big guys. The fog in the valley was also dispelled step by step. Comrades sacrificed their lives and blood in order to create a shelter free from disasters and disasters. This is the ideal and belief in everyone's heart. How can you accept gifts from the people because of your own belief and ideal? In the midst of the excitement, 7 people brought the Grand Horn to the Great Church of the Dawn. Bishop Wallace had been waiting here for a long time. After ordering people to put it away, the old guy's face was filled with smiles, and he praised everyone in an official tone. Dirk and others couldn't help but curl their lips. To be honest, everyone still respects this old guy. After all, he was the one who participated in the Battle of Wangdu. Among the more than 500 people who survived, they all respected him very much. After all, many of these people were saved by him when they were on the verge of death. And others also received his treatment. Indeed, Bishop Wallace's status in the asylum is actually very important. Now he basically serves as the interface between the valley and the caravans led by the Campbell family in the south. Wallace's status and connections in the kingdom of Elda are extraordinary. He is the kind of person who is truly at the top of the pyramid. As the executive bishop of the Wilmot Cathedral, he has some influence in some countries outside of Elda, and even in the Holy Court. Now, with the final evacuation of Blue Water City, there is no news about Lord Bishop Avery. Wallace became the only archbishop in the north. So this die-hard supporter of George, at this time, naturally had no need to say more about his status in the hearts of many nobles in the south. Moreover, Lord Bishop Wallace has already written to the Holy Court. After a while, a team from the Holy Court will come to visit the valley. The Great Lord believes that after these delegations from the Holy Court come, the demons from Winsong City will also come with a delegation. One after another. They are all for one thing: cooperation and negotiation. But the Holy Court will represent the Holy Court, and those polluters will never dare to come. The city of Yongfeng will represent the devil. Mention the polluters, and bring their words. Once this negotiation is completed, the rumors about the sanctuary and the existence of polluters in the Holy Court will cease. Moreover, not only Archbishop Wallace will be promoted, but Dawn Cathedral will officially become a church. The situation in the western region and the current situation in the Violet Plain will also be deeply affected. Speaking of which, it was the battle at Taniguchi last month. It was so beautiful.
Ever since the Great Lord took the lead in repelling the demonic army of Wind City at the mouth of the valley, Wind City had completely stopped. The night watchmen flying all over the sky, the light wings spread by thousands of dawn knights, and the ghost troops rushing out of the city wall will probably leave a deep impression on them. Especially the ghosts. Judging from the confessions of those demon captives, they felt that this battle was completely unnecessary. And Ananias doesn't seem to have the same heart as Aloysius. It wasn't until later that the prisoner was captured by him and taken to the shelter that the matter became clear. Dirk didn't know what the fallen angel was talking about with the big lord. But now the West has completely stopped. The demons in Windsong City allowed the small forces from the shelter to hunt in the western region and wreak havoc on the newly established camps of the demons in the burning hell in the western region. But he never dared to attack the shelter again. But a new battlefield has opened up in the western region. It's quite lively and exciting. But no matter what, in recent days, the western region seems to have seen an influx of demon troops from the eastern region. I heard that they are very arrogant. So everyone is very interested in going deep into the western territory. I heard from the brothers, who were later sent to Jinmei, that during their exploration, the situation in the western territory had been fully understood by the shelter. I don't know how arrogant those few thousand black demons are. If Yulfeng City hadn't been caught in the middle, and the shelter was worried about baggage supply problems, people would have gone to help them out. Now, Yulfeng City is very quiet, and the small battlefield in the west is constantly being fought. After a while, when the situation is completely stable, I might have the opportunity to go south with the big boss. Recently, Elda's delegation is headed to the valley. In addition to the Campbells at the head, there are also many dignitaries from the Elda Kingdom. These foreign nobles made a lot of fun, which made the mercenaries feel very interesting. Many people want to go south to visit, but it is estimated that among the 80,000 people, there are only 2,000 to 3,000 places at most, which is a huge number. Now, the leaders of the shelter are either busy guarding the valleys and mountains, or they are busy absorbing and integrating 600,000 people and building shelters. He ignored Erda's mission. As for Miss Tanya, she also led the new army to be stationed at Black Pearl Manor. On the one hand, she has to develop a new mining area under the manor. On the other hand, she has to deal with the giants coming from the north, and the monsters clearing the west of the valley to pave the way for reclamation next spring. The intensity of this kind of battle is just suitable for the growth of the new army, coupled with the assistance of the mercenaries. There is no problem in this matter. Therefore, she mainly took the lead in the matter with the Campbell mission. The great nobles who were approved by her to go to the Valley East Sanctuary were all contacted by Wallace. What did Boss Aji say before? Yes, those dignitaries outside the valley who are domineering, have high self-esteem, special status, and are extremely cunning are really a bit unreasonable based on their Dao Xing. The identities of Martin and others also lack some weight and cannot deter them. However, in front of this great priest who represents the Holy See, those powerful people are often trained like grandsons. On the other hand, Bishop Wallace was always kind to the soldiers in the sanctuary, especially when he saw the red-robed knights with gold trim on their cloaks. The fire in his eyes was like seeing his own relatives. Son. Although, this old guy has some power. However, Dirk could also see that this extremely active and good assistant of Lord Dawn still tried his best to integrate into the shelter. However, according to the adults, the habits developed by this old fox in the temple will not be changed for a while. What pleased Dirk and others was that after Bishop Wallace distributed the potions and other rewards, he also gave them some additional rewards, 3 gold coins for each person. Oh, and they were all of good quality, printed with the Cathedral of Wilmix gold. This one is as good as several gold lions, and it is highly collectible. No one can use it unless it's the high-status church master. After all, there are not enough positions, and the salary cannot be settled in gold coins. As the executive bishop, Wallace's salary is only about 20 gold coins of the church a year. Of course, his great income may be hundreds of times that. Gron is much harder to deal with than the Black Devil. It has no magic, but it is extremely powerful. Even the big devil dare not fight with him. But you defeated it with your body. This is enough to load the history of the shelter. Accept it. This reward is nothing based on your merits. To be honest, if he wasn't afraid that George would know that he had done all the corruption in the past, Wallace felt that he would definitely take out more goods from the small treasury and win over these soldiers. The veterans in the shelters all have bosses. There are not many people who work as followers for me. Therefore, Wallace's eyes have long been aimed at those outstanding guys in the new generation. This amount of money is nothing to Wallace. But to the mercenaries it is different in fact.
As an elite bounty hunter, Dirk really doesn't care about this amount of money. But this rare gold coin is worth it well collected. Moreover, from a private pocket perspective, this is really generous. Amidst everyone's smiles, the members of Bienhe's special operations team immediately became closer to the bishop. Later, Dirk put on a red robe, and his companions also put on either pure red or white robes with red edges. It's a pity that if you join the Temple Knights, you can add another gold rim. Although the inner linings of these cloaks are different colors, their outer appearance is as pure white as snow, and it feels like spider silk. In fact, spider silk is actually used for weaving. Therefore, warriors love this kind of cloak very much, because they are not only extremely tough, but also difficult for ordinary soldiers to split open, and even for powerful crossbows to shoot through, and not afraid of fire. Unlike ordinary clothing, you have to consider repairing it after a war. More importantly, if you are dealing with those brainless demons, if you use this cloak at the critical moment, the monster will seem to have lost all sense and become motionless. Therefore, many soldiers like to use this kind of cloak to capture prisoners. And they are so tough that not even the red-robed knights can tear them apart. Whether you are fishing when you are hungry, dismantling it and using it as a rope, or loading it with a throwing spear to deal with night demons, there is no problem. Someone even strangled a red devil with this thing. But what the soldiers love most is that this thing is equivalent to half an invisibility cloak. For some demons who rely on magic, energy, and soul to perceive living things, it is difficult to see clearly a person who is completely covered by the demon spider silk. This makes those members of the Special Operations Team who are good at lurking in the Western Territory feel like they are in no one's land. Unfortunately, although the demon spiders weave this kind of thing very quickly, they have a lot of work to do. So only white robes are equipped with this kind of demon spider silk. But now, those former reserve knights, white robes, have become official knights, white robes. They are basically the official members of the three major knights of Bienhe, Black Lake and Toulon. Therefore, the demon spider who did not participate in the construction would not be able to finish it in a few years. However, fortunately, there are now many craftsmen in the shelter, and there is an endless supply of spider silk in the demon spider's nest. The yield is much higher than that of the large sericulture farms in the south. At present, the shelter has placed many orders for textile carts and other advanced equipment with the mission from Elda, and will make up for the needs later. This kind of thing seems to be very popular in the south, and it is far more advanced than the crude stuff in the north. According to George, the place has entered a renaissance period, and as the land route becomes more and more difficult to travel, navigation has also developed more and more in these 11 years. The technologies brought by the people and businessmen of the Mithril Island Academy City are being spread around the world. Although in the eyes of forbidden scholars, the gadgets made by these people are just useless toys, but it has had a great impact on the mainland. It is said that the Mithril Island has not yet been covered by the fog. Dirk felt that as long as he made a great contribution during his adventure in the western region this time, from now on, I will definitely be able to hug the big lord's thigh tightly and hang out with him. And after that, I will definitely be able to follow the great lord to the holy city for a tour and get some robbery on the way. Boss Garvey has already said that he is included in the list of candidates he recommended. What's worse is that I'm giving him face. Currently, Bienhe's list has been completely outclassed by Jiaoyu and Tu Lang. The most eye-catching among them is a pair of sisters. One is called Teresa, and the other is called Angel, who are Lena's good sisters. According to Lena, Teresa and Angel have an unusual relationship with Dan. I heard that the two of them led a small team some time ago and caused chaos in a demon stronghold in the western region, and even kidnapped 2 black demons back. Having said that, I had also captured a fallen blood warbler myself. Ahem. When he thought of that special prisoner, Dirk felt depressed. Lena was as depressed as he was. She, a wizard, was originally considered the eldest sister among the vampires, and she was Angel's roommate. However, because of that, she was called by Miss Tanya, who temporarily filled her position and served as the Black Pearl Knight to welcome the delegation. So she missed the adventure and was jealous of it. Now these 2 girls have abandoned their best friends and flew into the sky. One stayed with Sister Hathaway, and the other entered the wizarding group and was taken as a treasure by the old people in the shelter. It can be said that among these 3 lists, everyone has extremely wonderful experiences and deeds. The best among them will be trained according to Jack, and others in the future according to the bosses. They will be the new generation of the shelter. There is even a chance to become the personal person of the Great Lord, join his adventurous group, and go outside to play. Although I brought back a Goron's horn, I can be considered one of the more eye-catching people. But if you want to do it, you must be the first. Chapter 353 Elda Tourist Group. After putting on new clothes, the soldiers headed to the Knight's Hall, under the guidance of a faceless heroic spirit wearing a red robe. Everyone silently took oaths and prayed. This is not the first time they have been here. Dirk remembers that when he first visited here, the huge Goron head hung in the center of the Knight's Hall. The devil hung on the left, and the bones hung on the right. The remains of the devil. On the corresponding window sash, there are paintings of 18 militiamen in poor armor, 40 knights rushing toward the flames, and hundreds of heroes rushing into the body of the bone demon. It was that scene that made Dirk and others suddenly understand that heroes do not matter their origins. Even a small militiaman can still stand in front of a giant as tall as that day, as long as he has courage and persistence. It was precisely because of this that the 12 of them dared to stand in front of the one-eyed Goron rushing towards the town of Golden Maimong and block it with their bodies. At that moment, they understood what fearlessness is, what sacrifice is, and what faith is. The three comrades have rested in peace and were buried in the Temple of Heroes for eternity. At the last moment of their lives, they received their own glory. Those who survived helped them fulfill their wishes. Dirk will always remember the peace on his face when he held the broken half-body in his arms and soothed the eyes of his comrades. Now, on the wall of glory of the Knight's Hall, the biggest trophy has been replaced. There is also a new painting on the dome. In the center of the painting, there is a thorn bird with its wings spread out, and a figure rushing into the demon's mouth. During the prayers and oaths, the sunlight passed through the painting, refracting the scene before everyone's eyes. They saw the thorn bird flying away into the sky, and saw thousands of unknown heroes surrounding the giant Balrog, covering it with their bodies and tearing open the gate of H.L. with their lives. Unlike all the sanctuary soldiers who sacrificed their lives in the past, most of these heroes, who were eventually buried in the mountains, still have no names. Among those thousands of poems, I still don't know who to sing praises to. But just like himself, maybe after he dies on the battlefield, there will be no bones, and no one will know who he is. Just as I am now suffering from what these lost unknown heroes fought for. Although they are nameless, they have had a profound impact on the world. The stories they left behind will surely be passed down forever. Indeed, we may not let our descendants enjoy the extravagant glory and wealth, but the big tree we planted will allow everyone to take advantage of it. We will also strive for a pure land where future generations, and all people thousands of years from now, can live and work in peace and contentment. What could be more meaningful than this? A hero doesn't ask about his origin, so why should he ask about his false reputation? After praying, the 7 people left the Dawn Cathedral. At this time, the new clock hanging on the top of the cathedral, said by the Campbell family, had already turned to 8 o'clock. This is the most lively time in the shelter. In Liming Industrial New Zone, it is the busiest time. The sounds of construction and production around the Wizard Tower and the Alchemy Workshop were loud, and the queues of people transporting coal down the mountain had already formed a long queue. In the trench, truckloads of stone and soil were transported towards the river, and the vibrations of the ogres walking as they moved the items continued to be heard on the ground. Dirk looked over there and knew that all the stone and soil had been transported from the ground. It was extremely cold this winter according to the wizards. The coldest days of this year would reach minus 35 degrees. It's so damn scary. This is the valley, not a polar wasteland. According to the wizards, the lowest temperature in the history of the valley was just over 10 degrees below zero. The river on the other side of the dock is frozen, and the soil on the ground is also frozen thick. It seems that the underground area should be as deep as the Hall of Valor. It is said that many people will live underground in the future, and many buildings in the new area, including the Wizard Tower and the Alchemy Workshop, will be connected to the underground just like the layout of the mining town is the same. I heard that this winter is not the coldest yet. When the coldest winter comes in the future, everyone will go underground to drink tea. It must be very warm. We still have to start construction in the winter. Yes. Look. Lord Anthony is watching over there with his students. It is said that the first Wizard Tower will be built this month. Look at this place. The first phase of the project is probably to build 4 more Wizard Towers near the main tower. When the buildings around the towers are built, they will form a big castle. The scale seems to be even larger than Johannes Castle. It's twice as much. Listening to the discussion among his companions, Dirk scratched his hair. He didn't know how to read, but he heard from his companions that on the door of the central Wizard Tower, it said Forbidden Academy. Lena in the team talks about being able to enter the academy for further studies every day. Judging from the time, next month, there will be one less person in the team. Thinking of this,
Deck pulled his friends to speed up and headed to the Dawn Tavern. As soon as they entered the door, they felt a burst of heat rushing towards them. Dirk and others did not expect that this morning. The tavern was already crowded with people. And in the mission hall, there seemed to be many outsiders from the south. Looking at those noble knights with glorious armor and luxurious equipment, Dirk couldn't help but curl his lips. They came for the winter hunting feast. The feast is indeed a feast of the hunt. For the warriors of Sanctuary, the West is a hunting ground full of glory, and a touchstone of their abilities. For outsiders from the south, the western region is purgatory. A place full of fame, wealth and status. However, in the eyes of the people in the shelter, they have a different view on this kind of fame and fortune.
3,000 silver foxes! 3,000 silver foxes!
The noble man with gorgeous armor stood on the table and shouted.
You can make so much money in just one trip! Is there any business in this world that is more profitable than this?
However, the sergeants in the tavern were doing whatever they were supposed to do. After chatting with him, two of them looked at the person the nobleman was taking with him, curled their lips, and continued drinking. Dirk couldn't help scratching his head. 3,000 silver foxes is indeed a large number. Even I was a little tempted. But what's the use of asking for so much money in the valley? Most things require limited purchase coupons. For this small amount of money, it is really uneconomical to bring a group of useless people who are holding them back. Although every boss said that there is no need to rescue if you are really in danger. But if we really encounter danger, can we ignore him? We still have to help a group to some extent, whether it is the education given by the priests, or because these guys will not be transformed by demons after death. No one really cares about anything. And these cunning guys make a good point. But every time they go, they leave their money in the hands of their friends who stay in the shelter. I gave you the money after I came back. So if you bring it, it will be troublesome.
I'll add 20 more gold lions. A total of 120 gold coins.
The noble shouted loudly.
No matter if we encounter it or not, we will give you money. I can pay the commission first.
Hearing this, Dirk's eyes couldn't help but light up. 120 gold lions. Each of the 7 of them can get 12 or 3 pieces. Enough to buy his brother a non-fancy, but practical full-body armor of a noble knight. And this is the exit fee. If you encounter good loot later, everyone will have money to get it. Judging from the generosity of this boss in Chengdu, he will definitely not return empty-handed. He asked a mercenary who was drinking in the tavern.
Old John, what are these guys looking for?
Old John put down the dark beer and said,
These guys plan to get the spoils and go to Wilmec Cathedral as a sacred church proof. Oh, no wonder no one pays attention to them.
Dirk suddenly realized. Su mercenary went to the western region for the potion, but more importantly for the talisman, the head of the Black Devil, which was a prerequisite for being on the list. So it's no wonder that no one in this group of nobles wants to take them. However, my team had all participated in the Battle of Winsong City. In that city, more than a dozen of them, and the demon spiders hunted demons for 5 days. As for the big devil's horns, the big guy really doesn't have them. But if it's a black devil, it's not impossible to let them go depending on the situation. In the past few days, most of the warriors, who had no shortage of black demon trophies, had to stay in the shelter. The remaining ones either have special missions, or have already left their homes. There are indeed not many people like me who get a holiday, and come back late after being punished like me. Thinking of this, Dirk slowly walked over, and nodded to the noble. The nobleman on the table couldn't help but his eyes lit up, when he saw the 2-meter-tall man in front of him slowly walking over. When these 7 people came in, he noticed it. This group of tall mercenaries reminded him of those tall Highland knights and barbarians from the far north. The extremely beautiful lady seemed to be a wizard, and the noble man in the team seemed to be a priest. Moreover, Lord Alfonso knows his stuff. Not only are these guys' belts inlaid with order runes, they are also wearing Nerubian leather armor. And there is also hard armor made of crystal texture on the leather armor. This thing is more powerful equipment than adamantine armor. Not only is it extremely tough, it is also very soft and can be expanded and contracted at will. No matter what size you are, you can wear it without modification. And the weapons of these guys, let's talk about the big iron-encrusted oak mallet. It looks like it's not only inlaid with iron, but also has an iron core. I'm afraid it weighs over 100 kilograms. In addition, there are also the spell rune silver sword, the terrifyingly large order rune fist blade, throwing spears, hand crossbows, and horse scimitars. The most special thing is that the spell armor on the witch is very similar to the Black Pearl Knights around Miss Tanya. I don't know if he is an admirer of Miss Tanya, or if he is really a
Black Pearl Knight
who is out to make extra money. Such a team is really reassuring. But the strange thing is that when this group of people came over and looked into their eyes, the nobles felt a kind of heart palpitations. Are the pupils of these 7 people special? The hair is still too thick. What's wrong is the temperament of these people. This temperament reveals a ferocious aura, like a wild beast. Chapter 354 Golden Griffin Knight. Dirk looked at this nobleman and found that he was about 40 years old. But he was very well maintained.
Do you know how powerful the Black Devil is? Of course. I have read the biography of Earl Brenda. It is said that there is a demon called the Fallen Blood Warbler in the western realm of Rodent.
After saying this, Alfonso's eyes lit up. I don't know if this excitement stems from my admiration for Brenda, or whether I am more interested in the story about the Fallen Blood Warbler. After hearing the name Brenda, several of Dirk's companions looked at each other with strange expressions. It was another nobleman who was poisoned by Brenda. Many people in the Campbell mission became interested in the West after reading Brenda's biography. Dirk's eyebrows rose. As a sergeant major, he knew the inside story of the biography. There is a lot of content in it, not just the details provided by the Bright Moons. And there are wizards' research on demons. Various habits, weaknesses, and difficulties are connected with various stories under Brenda's writing style. It can be said that it is a popular science book specially written for nobles. Those who have read this stuff will definitely know no less about demons than the veterans. Therefore, it is obvious that this nobleman knows very well what he wants to do. Thinking of this, Dirk couldn't help but feel a little funny and looked at the nobleman again. On the helmet of this nobleman, 3 colors of swan feathers, dyed, are inserted, and 3 gems of different colors are inlaid. The lining of his clothes and cloak not only showed exquisite and complex patterns, but also vaguely resembled a griffin. Dirk recognized this kind of armored headgear. Boss Garvey is now an earl, and the Great Lord's helmet has also been replaced with this decoration. The headdresses of earls and dukes are very similar, but the styles are slightly different. But what's interesting is that the knights didn't call him Count Alfonso, but Lord. Dirk noticed that these guys brought a lot of things and seemed to be well prepared. I don't know if it has something to do with Archbishop Wallace, but the cloaks he wears are all red robes. Not only is it concealable, but many demons will turn around and run away after seeing this lining. The Dahongpo itself is a good piece of equipment. Because of its production capacity, the shelter does not sell it to outsiders. But Mr. Wallace seems to have given special care. Their equipment is also very good. The armor that occasionally shines under the thick cloak is very unusual. The fine patterns and grooves on it are not much worse than those of the big lord. And it seems that they have just recently been enchanted with the sea demon snake. However, the styles of these armors are a bit too gorgeous and complicated. Each set of armor probably requires several blacksmiths to maintain it. Supporting these dozen knights is equivalent to supporting 100 people. It can be said that the attire of these guys is no worse than that of the Dawn Knights. Or even better, even in the Black Flames. I can still go back and forth several times. The most damning thing is that the long sword that these guys can't put down seems to be the latest weapon of the Sanctuary. The Holy Thunder. This is a weapon forged from the blueprints of the Kingdom of Heaven. Something exclusively for the Heavenly Armed Forces. Many temple-level Dawn Knights in Sanctuary are not equipped yet. This made Dirk feel that if this shelter did not sell the mission 10,000 silver foxes, it would not be worth the money of the rich people in Elda. This set of equipment is definitely enough to go to the western region. If these guys are a little bit better, they don't have to be that strong. Similarity to the Grey Knights is okay. A dozen people can definitely defeat a dark demon. According to the latest data evaluation by the wizards of the shelter, the strength of the Red Devil is in the range of Worker Spider, Soldier Spider, and Brain Spider, with a suppressive power of 300 to 600. The suppressive power of the Black Devil is 2,000 plus. And the Guard Demon Spider is medium to low. Dark demons. But this is because they don't know magic and can only fight with each other. Therefore, ordinary black demons cannot defeat them. The Great Demon's suppressive power is over 8,000. With no upper limit, which is similar to the Spider Queen's strength. Guys like the second most powerful among the demon spiders, Siljek's adjutant Agatha, 32,000, and fallen angel Garokster's confidant Thor, 37,000, are considered very powerful among the great demons. It's very high, and you will be a lord when you get out. Strictly speaking, the 7 Rose Knights around Elizabeth, including Geoffrey, are also in the category of arch-evils. As for Elizabeth's adjutant, Tanya, the Scarlet Enchantress, she could only be suppressed by more than 30,000 people if her demon blood had not been burned away, or her strength had not been greatly reduced. With the equipment of these knights, the armor's protection is slightly better than that of the Nerubian leather armor, which is made of the body materials of the soldier spider and then alchemically processed, of course. My own is made of crystal spider of. But the luxurious equipment of the noble in front of him was the type that Alexander had newly installed. It was much better than his own. Standing there, most demons would probably be helpless. The soldier spiders are very powerful among the red devils even if they are crushed by equipment. Generally only red devils armed with heavy weapons can harm them. So regardless of their level, just rely on this set of equipment. There is no problem in hunting the red devils. But the shelter is reluctant to let these wealthy donors and stupid wealthy people go out and die on their own. To go out, someone must take you with you. Otherwise the gate will not let you through. As for the nobles, in this tavern there is the best demon hunter in the world. And they are all familiar with the western region.
Well, the equipment is pretty good.
Dirk nodded, implying that these guys would not die if they were watching the battle. He looked at Alfonso and asked,
"What's your name? Do you understand the rules?" "Boy, watch your words,"
a knight in golden armor shouted angrily, almost pulling out his sword.
"The person in front of you is Count Alfonso."
The first sentence was full of energy, but the next sentence was completely deflating. This made the lively group of mercenaries around laugh away their anger. This laughter made these knights blush. But they raised their heads proudly, pointed their noses to the sky, and showed dissatisfaction in their eyes. They looked like they were the king's guards.
"My name is Alfonso. I have a territory in Elda. I have some relationship with the Campbell family,"
Alfonso said with a smile, his words full of kindness.
"This time I came with Campbell's delegation because I heard the news from the Griffin Knights. And I plan to come and see what the devil looks like."
The moment the battle began in Biswi City, ravens began to fly all over the sky. After saying these words, the eyes of several Black Lake soldiers in the tavern lit up.
"Do you know the Griffin Knight?" "Of course. 2 days ago, I also received news that they arrived in the royal capital, Elda,"
Alfonso said with his hands in his waist. There are many Black Soul sergeants in the tavern. These lazy guys are not as diligent as Sergeant Wolf Slaughter, who likes to stay in the school grounds. Nor are they as fond of going on missions as Sergeant Bienha. When he's not taking risks, he likes to hang out in various taverns and make jokes with wanderers and mercenaries. So many people know about the Griffin Knights. As for the veteran soldiers, starting from Luoya City and Hongzhuang and returning to Whitestone Castle, they spent the most time with the Griffin Knights. The relationship between many of them was more than just a friendship. They even had lifelong acquaintances on that battlefield and were true comrades in arms. These guys like to brag, so everyone knows a lot of things. So after hearing Alfonso's words, the tavern became lively. Everyone was talking about it.
"Robert, I even drank with him. You can brag, but I always drink with the knight commander next to him. And he even invited me to play a few times. I also remember that big bearded man who was very good at drinking. What was his name?"
Alfonso took over.
"It should be Eddie. He didn't come back. And many Griffin Knights didn't come back. The troops loyal to Robert have been disabled."
At this point, Alfonso shook his head, and the expression on his face was unclear whether he was happy or sad. The noisy tavern gradually became quiet. Chapter 355 The most exciting thing. It has been more than 2 months since the blood moon, and the demons of Darkins have reappeared earlier than everyone expected, not 1 month, but 3 weeks. The zombie hordes from the east began to besiege the city in the first month after the blood moon. Due to the distance in March, the demons' large army arrived a week later than the corpse hordes. However, not only did the river freeze earlier than expected, a special force also appeared in the hands of the devil. That's a terrible flying force. They are all black, and their bodies are burning with flames, like burning obsidian. Demon head, lion body, eagle wings, proficient in destructive magic. Judging from the number, there are only a few thousand of them, but they are extremely terrifying. And among the tens of thousands of flying troops they lead, there are also a large number of red devils. In the end, Biswi City only lasted less than a month. In other words, half a month ago, Charlie and others had to run away. According to the news that came back, Balrog did not appear more in Blue Water City. This may be related to the death of Garoxter and the shattering of the Gate of Hell. But tens of thousands of black demons still appeared on the battlefield. And those flying troops were also extremely destructive. When those terrifying flying demons and various flying monsters flew over the sky of Biswi City suffered a devastating blow. Although the destructive magic in their hands cannot be compared with guys like Thor, and the heavy fog greatly reduces the advantage in the air. But similarly, those glory guards, who operate the Scorpion Cannon crossbow, only have a field of vision of only 200 steps. A distance of 200 steps. although this is the limit of attack by those flying demons in the fog. But in this short distance, their flying figures disappear in an instant, and it is not as easy to deal with as imagined. Biswi City eventually turned into a sea of fire, judging from the latest news from Charlie back to the valley. Although the frozen Senna's river cannot allow the large number of demons with scorching bodies to pass, they have recovered the river with spider webs, and have crossed the river one after another to attack the Violet Plain. The Violet Castle has become the new guard location. I don't know how long the Iron Wall Knight can delay the attack after the Violet is broken. The army of the Holy Court has been sent out. They have the most orthodox inheritance of the 7 gods. They seem to have found a plan on how to deal with the demons from the ancient books. But Violet is not suitable for defense. In this winter fog, the circulation of baggage supplies is a big problem. So the knights have been abandoned. The only good thing is that all the refugees have already evacuated the Violet Plain. Because of the leadership of the nobles, the team was relatively orderly, and therefore moved faster than expected. The battle in Blue Water City was very tragic. Although the team of refugees, King Charles, Volp and others went smoothly, only half of the 300,000 soldiers in Blue Water City survived in the end. The Black Lake Sergeants got along very well with the Griffin Knights. From Luoya City to Hongzhuang, from Biswi City to Qishan, and from Qishan to Baishur Castle. It can be said that we have formed a deep friendship. Therefore, the death of many friends in the Griffin Knights made the veteran soldiers feel uncomfortable.
A drink to the Griffin Knights!
A veteran soldier stood up, and amid the noise in the tavern, the place became lively again. However, the topic began to shift to the battles such as Hongzhuang, Qishan, and Baishur Castle in the east, and the words could not help but be filled with respect for the Griffin Knights. The expressions of the knights behind Alphonse became complicated. When looking at these mercenaries, their eyes began to look a little special. It was as if they were the ones being honored. Dirk's topic was interrupted for a while, and he asked again.
There are many demon captives in the sanctuary. Didn't your delegation visit them? Why do you still want to go to the western region? I told you. Sir, I intend to get a certificate.
Alfonso stood on the table with his waist in his hands, which made his slightly shorter stature much taller. Just like this, everyone in the tavern would have to look up to him.
There are a lot of Black Devil's trophies in the shelter. Why do you have to go to the west to see more?
Dirk couldn't help but ask curiously.
The shelter's temporary auction house has auctions. Although it is very expensive. The Night Devil, the heads of the Balrogs, the Blood Moon clan, and even the Sons of Milos are some of the trophies of the Black Demons. And they do not require material proof. Buying them from us is very troublesome.
According to the rules of the sanctuary, although the sanctuary allows employment relationships between mercenaries and the Campbell mission, it is absolutely prohibited for mercenaries and nobles to trade trophies at the price of the valley. A Black Devil's trophies are tens of thousands of silver. Fox. If the nobles were to spend this money directly in the hands of mercenaries, it would probably destroy a good warrior. Therefore, whether a mercenary joins a group on his own or leads a boss, all trophies must be handed over to the shelter first. After all, the Devil's trophies are contaminated. These trophies were then processed by the wizards and sold to the nobles. As for the rewards that the mercenaries should receive, they are also the rewards that the shelter gets for hunting demons' potions, equipment, etc. On the one hand, in the entire valley, only Wallace and others, or a few Parthen birds such as Lord Wolf, can deal with the Devil's things. This prevents mercenaries from violating principles due to greed and conducting private direct transactions with nobles. On the one hand, for mercenaries, it is useless to take so much money. After all, in this end of the world, equipment and medicines of the same value are more cost-effective. Therefore, no matter whether they have the talismans in hand or the fresh trophies, they are not willing to trade directly with the nobles. However, there are very few people looking for a team to find the Dark Devil. After all, it seemed like he was looking for death, and the shelter had stuff for sale directly.
Sir, as I said before, our trip is to find a certificate of the temple.
Alphonse said seriously.
If I want to spend money to buy it, I don't have to go through all the trouble. Go to the valley to buy trophies. Whether it is the trophies you buy or the proof you get in exchange for donations. In my opinion, it is not an honor, but a shame.
These words surprised Dirk slightly. To be honest, Sanctuary encourages mercenaries to join the nobles in their regiments. Dirk can understand the reason for the Great Lord's arrangement. He hopes that the elite nobles and knights in the south can come into contact with those monsters early and frequently, and pass their experiences back, and even create a culture where killing demons is an honor, rather than being afraid of them. After thinking about it, Dirk decided to get the deal. With the strength of the team, as long as these guys don't seek death themselves, they will definitely not die. In addition to the special abilities of the team, plus the talisman of the Night Demon, Dark Demon level, it can be said that in this fog, they can easily know what is a few kilometers away, and their skills are even more powerful than those Night Demons. It won't put everyone in danger.
My name is Dirk.
Dirk stretched out his hand and was about to take out the wanted notice he had asked for in the town of Golden Maimong. But he discovered that there was also her in the Dawn Tavern.
Let's talk first. Sir, our group is mainly looking for her. Did you see the wanted poster in the center of the lobby?
Alphonse followed his finger and looked at the wanted poster. His eyes couldn't help but sparkle with excitement, to be honest. Whether it's a church or not is just an excuse. It was only after seeing this wanted notice and reading the story about her that I decided to go to the Western Territory to broaden my horizons.
How's it going? This guy is not ordinary.
Dirk looked at the wanted poster and said that Cher was named by the light of dawn.
And this time, we have to catch him alive. But there should be a few night demons around. If you agree. Dirk, do you know what the nobles of Elda usually do?
Alfonso suddenly interrupted Dirk. He patted Dirk on the shoulder and looked into his eyes and asked. These sudden words made Dirk confused, but he still pricked up his ears.
Hunting foxes, hunting wild boars, catching robbers.
Alfonso shook his head and said speechlessly,
What the L is there to show off? I, Alfonso, am going to hunt demons today. To catch angels.
Fallen Valkyrie Sail. Is there anything more exciting than this in this world? Chapter 356, The Alluring Rags. The fog rolled in at night. In the hunter's hut in the snowy forest, a burning bonfire illuminates the house very warmly. Dirk took a swig of royal deer brandy and felt a lot warmer behind his mouth. The brandy Alfonso brought was actually better than that from the valley. I'm afraid this is how the king enjoys it. Right? This guy said he has dozens of kinds of this kind of good wine in his house. I don't know if he's just bragging. Looking at the bosses who were excitedly playing with several big sheep heads, the mercenaries looked at each other and were speechless for a long time. They really don't understand why these guys are interested in this kind of garbage. To be honest, these guys were fine at the beginning, and they were all pretty good. Not only is his physique very impressive among the noble knights, Dirk estimates that it may be more than 4. And these knights are very skilled in martial arts. What's the name of that move? Eldar Griffin Leap Sword. It's like a lion fighting a rabbit. Or an eagle fighting. He suddenly flew 5 to 6 meters away and arrived in an instant, killing the scavenger owl on the spot. This kind of martial arts was a bit unimaginable to Dirk. This is definitely not something that ordinary knights can do. And the Iron Wall Knight can't do it so neatly, of course. If there is a horse, they are better suited to concentrated operations and are better at fighting than fighting. Even before I took any medicine, my physique was at level 4. So I would never be able to do this. And even after the transformation, when the constitution reaches 8 points, it is difficult to achieve this. Moreover, I am naked, but the armors on these guys are all heavy armors. But when they jumped with the sword, not only were they as light as a swallow, but all their weight was also used in that blow. In terms of Nimbus martial arts, Dirk felt that no one could compare with these dozen knights. Even the Valkyrie projections he had seen were similar to them. His feeling was right. These martial arts skills had been passed down for thousands of years, and had been sharpened through various battlefields. There are some famous combat skills for the sons of God to learn. Most of the martial arts of the 7 kingdoms are in the Eldar mercenary country. In the mercenary country, most of the martial arts are in the royal family and the Silver Griffin regiment. Dirk didn't know the identities of these knights, but he saw the real martial arts today. He was just as shocked as George when he saw the thorn bird growing up like Elda. After seeing these knights display their martial arts skills, Dirk finally understood why these dozen knights always had their noses pointed at the sky. They are indeed entitled to be proud and arrogant. But it didn't take long for these guys to show their true colors. Ever since the Red Devils team was wiped out, these guys started picking up rags behind the mercenaries. My friends didn't bother to bring those trophies with me, because they thought they were taking up space. I finally came out. But why didn't I hang the head of the Black Devil on my waist?
When I go back, I must use the Sart's head to make a helmet,
Alfonso said excitedly.
I killed this thing with my own hands. And now I am also a demon slayer.
Yes. They call this kind of executor and supervisor a Sart.
Alfonso, is this thing really so popular in your south?
Dirk put down the wine bag and became curious. During the time they spent together, he found that this guy was very knowledgeable. According to the words of the sissy, This guy definitely came from a noble family. And he was very unusual. Very much like the ancient aristocracy. Therefore, red devils should be extremely rare in the south.
I once witnessed several mercenaries being conferred titles in the palace. They were invited to the royal capital by His Majesty the King with Sartre's head,
Alfonso said with bright eyes.
Do you know that because of this thing? The royal capital has held more than 300 large and small banquets. Almost every noble with some energy has invited the mercenary group. The Carnival of Doomsday.
Dirk took a sip of wine.
Such a mercenary group will be finished sooner or later.
The companions were convinced. They had already heard about the luxury and drunkenness of the South from the priests' mouths. The veteran soldiers were deeply touched by this. After the big lord came back, he arranged for Martin and others to start educating everyone. According to Dan's words, the flowers in the backyard are still singing across the river. This word came from the mouth of the great lord. I don't know what it means, but in this doomsday, if anyone is lazy, then those who stop will definitely be eliminated. Alfonso continued.
Even now, a horn that you call the Red Devil can make the mercenary group in the south famous. Let a noble knight wear the halo of a demon-slaying hero, and under the worship of the nobles here, enjoy the luxurious glory. This thing, although it can't win a position in the church now, it can still be exchanged for a wide estate.
Alfonso's words left Dirk and others stunned.
How much does this thing cost in the Red Devil market? 300 if processed. Sartre's is more expensive. 500. His grandma's. Isn't it a bit too cheap? Didn't you think it was expensive before? Sartre's trophy amulet can increase life recovery a little bit, 1 point every 6 seconds. But a sophisticated one can increase 5 or 6 points of life force. Who is willing to spend so much money?
After hearing this, several Griffin Knights turned slightly red, and could not help but quietly caress the amulets around their waists. When I bought it, I felt the surging vitality, and watched the wounds on my body heal as before in a short period of time. They once thought they had immortality. Moreover, they spent more than 3,000 silver foxes on this thing. Apparently, it was killed by the guys at the shelter who were urging people to donate all the time.
Do you know how much a similar product like the talisman you are talking about costs in our place?
Alfonso stared into the eyes of the mercenaries and said,
30,000. The nobles believe that this type of magical artifact can make people live forever and have an immortal body.
A mouthful of wine spurted out from Dirk's mouth. He finally knew why the asylum was so hostile to this southern mission. He mentioned Gorin's head. He had killed hundreds of red demons himself, and the black demon had torn 5 or 6 into pieces. Then in the south, wouldn't he be treated like a king? To be honest, if it is not the end of the world, the sanctuary is still facing a crisis, and the Dawn Knights have not completed their mission. He believed that even he would have to pack a bunch of things and go to the south to enjoy it.
Then those potions sold in our market can make people reborn? Have immortal bodies?
Lena couldn't help but ask. Speaking of this, her face turned a little red. According to this statement, he is now immortal. Moreover, he lives forever and never grows old. Chapter 357 Alfonso's Ambition. Alfonso nodded.
Do you know what these evolution potions and functional potions you call mean? It can transform the useless heirs of the nobles. It allows me to build an army comparable to a temple, or a group of wizards. These demons can also condense the language of divine runes.
Having said this, Alfonso's eyes sparkled.
Anthony, who established the shelter's potion garden, is simply a genius.
He really admired the wizards under Duke George. I never expected that the Duke would actually agree to write down the method of establishing the potion garden in the agreement. If their own country had these magic potion gardens, these potions, and those demons, they would be scared of nothing. The agreement between the mission and the shelter can be said to be a win-win situation. But in Alfonso's view, they took a huge advantage. Many cutting-edge technologies are sold in the Valley potion production, mineral smelting, weapon manufacturing, and even some potion formulas, although the Valley Lion opened his mouth and asked for a large amount of supplies, materials, and tens of thousands of armors and equipment. But these technologies can innovate the workshops and alchemy laboratories in their own country, produce better quality armor, and produce some of the medicines in the Valley. Campbell's group of short-sighted idiots actually got involved with the Valley because of the problem of numbers, even losing face to Earl Leiden and Tanya. This seemed ridiculous to Alfonso. Those people only see money and their own family's interests. I didn't go to the dangerous place in the west of the Valley, didn't see how elite and powerful these warriors were, and ignored the demon corpses that the mercenaries kept bringing back to the shelter. They think it's a loss. But Alfonso had different ideas. He took the order. Sure, it seemed like a loss,
But he didn't care. Elda is so large that it is larger than Rodent. The port on the west side of the sea is not even as small as Landry. This little thing is nothing. In the future, Elda will be a processing plant in the valley, which will send qualified basic products to the valley for in-depth processing. And the valley will continue to bring back those things that Elda cherishes so much from the Western realm, and teach the Eldar how to plunder demons. The valley is the frontline battlefield, which has brought peace to the north for Elda. Erda only provided some supplies, weapons and armor, but the Rodent people were bleeding for them. This is what Alfonso can see. And for these things, he is willing to satisfy the mouth of the lion that grows in the valley. And Gu Di is also satisfied with his big mouth. After the main agreement, he proposed a new cooperation with the sanctuary and threw out his own money bag in that agreement. The mines in the Weinzinger Basin could not be mined after the fog. The field has been transferred to the shelter. The ore produced can be divided into 5 layers, as long as Erda is responsible for transporting it. The most important thing is that mining area is rich in gold. In the hands of those wizards, they can be refined into the eternal gold needed to make the magic hub and the alchemy furnace. Indeed, that mining area belonged to the Elda Kingdom, not him. But he believed that he would be able to go back and convince everyone after this first act. In this entire world, apart from the Forbidden Sanctuary, there is no area that can produce alchemy furnaces and magic hubs on its own. Produce those terrifying magic weapons. Produce magic power puppets. The latter two were tricked by George. But Alfonso believed that since they had the magic hub drawings, they would be able to make these things. But Sanctuary will be the first, and Elda the second. He believed that with the alliance with Sanctuary, the kingdom of Elda would be able to survive the dark tide in the future. At least I can survive until the very end. Alfonso and Dirk talked a lot, and Dirk gradually understood why the Sanctuary paid so much attention to the southern mission even though it was facing a serious enemy. As the black tide spreads, the devil's strength will become stronger and stronger. A shelter alone cannot change the world. They need these assistants. Just like Johannes back then, who needed the rat collar. In the eyes of the great lord, Elda may be that river. This mercenary country is among the 7 countries with the highest military strength. Moreover, the infantry and fighting skills are very famous. And both the army and the navy are very powerful. It was an important kingdom holding on to the south of the valley. It has to last until the end. Otherwise, the lips will become cold, and the teeth will die. For Elda, the same is true for the sanctuary if the valley is gone. The devil's troops can bypass the complex mountains and lakes in the eastern border of Elda, directly to the heart of Eldar. In addition, Dirk could also hear the compliments Alfonso said about Miss Tanya, as if he extremely hoped that the future Grand Duke of Cheongning would hold different views from the current Grand Duke, support different princes. Robert was dead, but his father was not dead, although dying. Moreover, the old king had more than a dozen sons. Although, there are only 2 people who are most likely to inherit the throne. But the power of Grand Duke Cheongning is very crucial in the matter of inheritance. After all, Robert's father was the chief heir. It can be said that I came to the shelter at the right time. And I will definitely be able to bring back a more perfect answer than Robert here. Alfonso, full of adventurous spirit, is like a child sometimes. He doesn't look like a man in his 40s, who already has 6 or 7 sons and daughters. In the next adventure, as we go deeper into the western region, the things we encounter become more and more terrifying. But this group of mercenaries is extremely relaxed and reliable. According to Dirk, he really hired the right person this time. The advice given by Lord Wallace is good, since the rules say that you must find someone to go out. You must find a person wearing the big red robe. To be honest, only after seeing these demons in the west did they realize how terrifying they were. Those terrifying blasphemers. Demons with different abilities. Red devils with infinite strength and cunning. They often appear in groups. At least in groups of 3 or 2. If it appeared in the kingdom of Elda, it would be enough to make every lord feel like they were facing a powerful enemy. If a dozen of these monsters bring thousands of zombies, they can completely destroy a castle. They were a little too arrogant at first. And the western region was far more terrifying than Gushi. It's not something they can just walk across. If my group really went to this western territory by themselves, then the best outcome would probably be to escape back on horseback. Indeed, those demons are very terrifying. But this group of mercenaries is even more terrifying. It seems that they only spent a little money to hire a group of bodyguards, who are more terrifying than demons. Chapter 358 Cold Wasteland. Gradually, the team walked out of the valley mouth and went deep into the icy wasteland. While rummaging through a large house in a farm for treasure,
Alfonso once witnessed a mercenary easily lift off an entire collapsed beam and roof, including the gravel on top. The total weight may reach 2,000 kilograms. Alfonso knew that according to the standards of the wizards in the shelter, the physique of these guys would probably reach 20. Just like little Gorons. Indeed, this is the result of the potion, which makes them as strong as giants and so agile that they cannot catch shadows. But when one's own people explode, the damage they can cause is not much worse than their physical agility. But this group of ignorant soldiers has a frighteningly rich experience. One night, Alfonso asked the knights in the team to practice with Dirk and others. The mercenaries used the same strength and speed, but they beat the knights with fear. Although the cavaliers won in the end, everyone knew that they won because they were not risking their lives. These mercenaries seem to only know a few very simple tricks, but they are extremely tricky and practical. No matter what tricks and routines they face, they can deal with them calmly and decisively. It's like it was honed from thousands of life and death battles. Later, this kind of sparring became a routine every night. The mercenaries never hid their skills and taught each other the skills they had mastered, and also taught them their experience and routines on how to deal with various demons. This made the knights blush a little.
Aren't you afraid that one day in the future, we will meet on the battlefield?
One day, while chatting beside the campfire in the cave, a knight finally couldn't help but ask. Regarding these words, Dirk smiled.
What era has it been? And we still have this old idea. All of us will have only one enemy in the future. If we still fight each other at this time, the world will be terrible. That's it.
The knights nodded deeply.
If you have the chance, I will take you to our country to have a look.
Another knight issued an invitation.
We have all kinds of fine wine and food there. And there are many beautiful girls and noble ladies. We are there. Bien is quite capable and can definitely entertain you. Well, come to our place and call your name. If you like our children,
I'll introduce them to you. If you don't want to, I'll tie them up for you. No. How can you do something that people don't want to do? That's right. With your experiences, noble ladies, why don't you rush to crawl into your bed? You must be more popular than us.
The knights laughed. Hearing this, Alfonso's mind changed. He smiled and said to everyone,
Elda is rich and prosperous. With your ability, you will definitely be treated like heroes. Join the Silver Griffin group, and be named by the king, Golden Griffin, and be awarded the title of nobility. Own a territory of your own. Live a life with endless money.
Alfonso finally saw this opportunity, and quietly extended his olive branch. During this period of getting along, he has been using a lot of tricks intentionally or unintentionally. The mercenaries could also see that what this man said was probably not a lie. Even not only Alfonso, but these dozen knights are probably extremely expensive. And Alfonso can guarantee that if these people follow him, he can fulfill all their wishes. Yes, if you can have such a group of guards loyal to you, how can you still let the old goshawk do mischief everywhere? I'm afraid my father won't hesitate any longer. Robert was too young to be entrusted with important tasks. He is too willful. When has this been? Are you still thinking about your love? Alfonso's words filled the mercenary's eyes with yearning. Dirk slapped his thigh.
I want to carry the devil's head to Elda and enjoy the treatment of a king.
Alfonso was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly and said,
I also want to carry that devil's head and go back to be the king. Yes, the black devil's head, blown so loudly, must be treated like a king.
A mercenary couldn't help but say. The companions discussed it.
If I had so much money, I would definitely build more houses in the Shushu territory so that everyone would have a good house to live in. I really want to go south. If the old king can give me a territory, I will buy all the cotton and grain, recruit many people, and make clothes and white bread. Bring back carloads of things for the refugees. Everyone has good food and warm clothes. You can't just think about the valley. I heard from the priests that there are many people in Elda who are living a hard life. We are all the people protected by the 7 gods of Li. Having money and land cannot solve everything. Whenever I think of the heinous scenes in the royal capital that the priests talked about, and the scenes that the refugees in Windsong City experienced, I can't sleep peacefully all night. Indeed, only when all the demons are expelled from the land of my grace can everyone live and work in peace and contentment and enjoy prosperity and abundance. I really hope that the Kuroshio will pass soon. Our generation will surely suffer a lot. The prosperous times are for the next generation to enjoy.
During the discussion among the mercenaries, Alfonso couldn't help but open his mouth. He stared hard into the eyes of these mercenaries and found that everything they said came from their hearts. At this moment, he seemed to see the 7 knights of the gods in ancient times. They adhere to the 7 most sincere beliefs and possess the highest character. They are extremely powerful, but they don't care about death. They will sacrifice everything for their beliefs. This is true faith, a true patron saint. Thousands of years ago, the faith in the hearts of the Asylum Knights was to protect the world, protect this land. Once upon a time, all nobles and knights flaunted this as their highest honor. In the midst of countless crises, the banners of the nobles were the hope in people's hearts. And the enemies on the battlefield were also the chaotic species from the outside world. But now, the nobles have long forgotten the glory of the past and the mission of their ancestors. In that glory, it gradually decayed. The knights looked at these real knights in front of them and were all moved by them. It was as if I had seen my first belief. As they grow older, they have long been fascinated by the power and interests. When they stand at the top of the kingdom, they have forgotten everything in the past. A knight suddenly stood up. He saluted solemnly, thinking of Alfonso, then looked at the mercenary with burning eyes and said, "Come on, let's fight again." Alfonso looked at the 2 people who were on the battlefield again and heard the voice of the Golden Griffin. "Today, I will teach you the Eldar Griffin Leap Sword. This is a martial art that can only be practiced by members of the royal family and the Silver Griffin group. If Rodent's cavalry is invincible and has won a place among the 7 kingdoms, then the mercenary country has firmly established itself among the 7 kingdoms with its various fighting skills. The Silver Griffins relied on various martial arts and mortal skills to stand on par with the Thorn Bird given green fire by the gods. In the end, the incomparable Thorn Bird was reduced to a pitiful number of more than 3,000 people. Let the eagles in the sky not dare to covet the throne." With Alfonso's tacit approval, the Golden Griffins had increasingly heated exchanges with the Moon mercenaries in the following days, and later even openly discussed their martial arts and experience. As Dirk said, they should have opened their minds and learned from each other to become stronger. George first opened a door for them, and Elda's envoy gradually opened the crack of the door wider and wider. A few days later, 20 people continued to walk through the icy wasteland. On the way, Dirk and others led the knights to bypass the large and small teams of demons. The process was frightening, but there was no danger. On several occasions, they even passed by hundreds of demons, which made Alfonso and others feel extremely excited. But the highlight of the day was this. The location where the fallen Valkyrie occupies was originally a church south of Moofing Manor. It is the core of this small parish and the largest cemetery in the surrounding area. Although not many knights are buried here, there are not many blasphemers. But the mutated undead they met on the road seemed to come from this cemetery. There are countless zombies surrounding the cemetery. The mercenary led the knights around and found that there were low-level demons working in various areas of the cemetery, and the red demons guarding them. Although it is very scattered, the number is quite large. It was like a large manor with thousands of people working on it. Looking at such a scene, Alfonso and others couldn't help but take a breath of air. He couldn't help but ask Dirk, "Our target this time is not the leader here, right?" To be honest, Alfonso has already begun to think about quitting. The same goes for the knights, of course, but like Alfonso, they have all blown too much off each other in so many days. Therefore, if the word retreat is spoken by oneself, it will be difficult to get off the stage. Moreover, many people in the shelter will definitely know their identities in the future. The majestic future king of Eldar. The majestic Golden Griffin. Let people call him a deserter. Then how can the Eldar raise their heads in front of the people of the Vale? Of course, the mercenaries are not fools. They have given them this step, so they should know how to go down it. Chapter 359 Unexpected Adventure. Probably, Lee Church has never been so generous. Dirk touched his chin and looked at the simple map in the snow, as if he had no intention of retreating at all. At this moment, a knight pricked up his ears and looked into the distance of the mist. It felt like I heard a group of things flying through the woods. Not long after, Lena, who had left the team before, came over there while tying her clothes. After she came to Dirk's side, her eyes shone with excitement. She picked up the branch and added many more strokes to the simple map. After a while, several more mercenaries came from the fog in the distance, holding the heads of 2 demons in their hands. "This is a camp of burning H.L. The demons seem to be planning to establish a stronghold here. Those stationed here should be the early troops, with a lot of baggage. I tortured and found out that in addition to the fallen Valkyrie, there was also a night demon, a blood demon from the east. This time, we made a lot of money, got it." "Blood demon?" Lena's eyes lit up. "I have taken the Scarlet Enchantress, and this bone marrow can be used as a replenishing potion." Seeing the heated discussion among the mercenaries over there,
Alfonso couldn't help but feel dizzy.
Is that fallen blood warbler a little lord? Lord?
Dirk scratched his head.
She controls the territory. So let's take it for granted. But don't worry. This blood warbler's main ability is resurrection. And she may not be a lord. Otherwise she will not be the only blood warbler around. Yings! Instead, it looks like the Wind-Winged City was specially sent here to cooperate with the Burning Hell to establish a stronghold.
Dirk's words reassured Alfonso and the knights. He felt that the judgments of these mercenaries must be much more accurate than what he heard.
However,
Dirk said with bright eyes,
the ones who were named are also at the level of great demons. And as far as I know, anyone with the word Valkyrie has extremely terrifying martial arts skills. Alfonso was stunned. Dirk patted him on the shoulder and said,
although I am short of such a trophy, I still hand it over to the shelter and give it to you, don't worry. You have already participated in the war. I can protect this trophy, you have rights. And you don't have to pay any money to the shelter. You are really joking. Dirk, you don't really want to go in, do you?
Alfonso blinked hard, knowing that this guy must be joking. However, these guys were discussing it in front of their eyes.
It's perfect now. It's daytime. Night Demon and Blood Demon are useless. I've seen it. There are fewer ghosts. The Blood Warbler usually only goes to the prisoner camp to check the situation at night, and stays in the church during the day. Underground tomb. The other guys basically sleep, hanging upside down in the dome church during the day. I really envy these carefree guys. My jet lag is completely reversed now.
Dirk assigned a task.
Lena has figured out the situation. We are divided into 2 teams. You follow Lena and Carl, and I will lead the knights and take this best path.
Lena handed him a small box.
Be careful. I took a long time to get these eggs. Your dog's nose should be sharper. Don't pick the wrong monitor. Don't worry. You have to adjust the triggering time of the potent potion. Last time in Windsong City, it was accidentally detonated by a Lemure. I'm not worried about this. I'm worried about the big bulb lying to us. Is she really not protected by the kingdom of heaven?
The big bulb is the word used for the light of dawn when outsiders are around. And it was George's first nickname.
They've all fallen. They're nothing to protect.
Watching this group of mercenaries discussing in low voices how to go in and behead someone, they discovered that their joke seemed a little too serious.
Alfonso, didn't you say yesterday that you were going to bring back the head of a real demon and go back to be the king?
Dirk's face was full of excitement, and he threw up his cloak, revealing the inner part of his big red cloak. Lining!
Every one of these 3 heads is a real devil. I will take you to get them back today. When you go back, you will definitely be able to enjoy the treatment of a king.
The faces of Alfonso and the knights couldn't help but turn blue and white. They regretted blowing the cowhide to the sky. The most embarrassing thing is Alfonso. He is the biggest boaster, and the knights around him know who he is.
The word escape
was held in his mouth for a long time, but he couldn't say it.
Let's go. Follow.
Dirk revealed his head and slowly crawled out of the snow pit. In his eyes, the group of demons dragging the dead trees had already walked deep into the mist, heading towards a burning place in the distance. He discovered that there were many red devils from the east. They are different from those in Wind-Winged City. They are very afraid of the cold. After the mercenary whispered, he crawled towards the depths of the mist. After entering the small group of corpses in the fog, he stood up, ignored the zombies around him, and walked slowly through the middle. He also gently pushed away a few zombies blocking the road. Damned. Alfonso's lips were livid with cold. I don't know which mercenary figured out the dirty trick first, but it is indeed very effective. But stuffing ice and snow into the armor and smearing the body with the excrement of the red devil is really terrible and painful. After seeing Dirk leave, he quickly followed with the knights. Another mercenary followed the knights elusively.
In this foggy snowfield, they would not be able to find the figures of these mercenaries if they were away from a distance of 10 meters. Twice, someone fell behind, only to find the mercenaries lying next to them. No, I don't know when the guy came over, and I don't know how he found me. Are their eyes or noses more powerful than that demon? Alfonso swore that he had only read Brenda's biography as a piece of entertainment before this book was not up to standard and was not as true as the previous ones. It made him suspect that some things had been artistically processed. But I didn't expect that many things would be verified today. He couldn't help but feel deep admiration and respect for the great adventurer Earl Brenda again. He remembered that there was such a passage in Brenda's biography.
The demons have no discipline at all, and those seemingly well-guarded strongholds are actually chaotic inside. However, if there is a small number of night dreams because of this, look at them. If they think they can enter a deserted land, they will die without a burial place. Because of the magic and special abilities in their hands, they can easily catch you. Sure, I can do that.
Today, he did the same. He never thought that one day he would actually have such an adventure like the demon-slaying warrior in the book. Alfonso quickened his pace and followed closely. Chapter 360, Fear's Heart. The environment nearby is extremely complex. In addition to the monastery cemetery, there are also monastery manors and fields. The demons are scattered in various areas, as if they will establish a stronghold here in the future, transporting many things, and are very busy. But as Dirk and the others said, they are very scattered. Demons with a slight status would gather together and hide in a lit house to keep warm, or simply hide in the basement. Only those red devils with blue skin, or devils with thick hair, would occasionally lead groups out for activities. But most of them torture lemurs out of interest. Or if you are hungry, you can go to the prisoner camp to steal some fresh prisoners while the adults are sleeping during the day. These prisoners will not stay for a few days before being sent to Winsong City, or those strongholds with incubation pools. A few bosses won't know. However, although the demons rarely come out to move around, the undead are everywhere. They either stood motionless on the spot, or wandered aimlessly, or crawled in the snow with their incomplete bodies. But most of these guys turned a blind eye to these infiltrators. Instead, the mercenaries used these zombies to hide themselves. Today's knights have gained more experience as they get along with mercenaries. Already bold. After they began to get deeper here, those reliable mercenaries eliminated the distracting thoughts in their minds and made them focus. Indeed, as Nadek said, it's either death or life. If you don't dare to go in, leave early. Once you come in, there is only one way. Alfonso didn't know why he made this exciting and crazy decision today, but it reminded him of the first time he set foot on the battlefield. At that time, in every battle, he maintained determination. Soldiers who hesitate will be the first to die. The leader, Dirk, suddenly extended his fist, and everyone quickly stopped and lowered their bodies. Then Alfonso saw him carefully taking out an egg from his arms. Many spells were engraved on the egg, which was left by Lena. There were blood stains on it, as if it had been soaked in Lena's blood. In Dirk's lame whispered spell, the spell left by Lena sparked. Then a weird and disgusting insect broke out of the egg. After listening to the spell in Dirk's mouth, he knew who to look for, and then crawled away. Alfonso knew that he should have discovered another watcher. He didn't know how this guy did it. He could often see these things before they were hundreds of meters away and pick them out accurately. In fact, monitors are special zombies specially refined by demons. They are controlled by certain red demons and can drive away corpses like sheepdogs. The red devils can also use them to sense the surrounding situation. The mercenaries never kill the watchers because it would expose them. They use a special parasite. The insect is like a lobster or a scorpion, but its body is soft and has no pincers. Its legs and tail are like spikes, and there is a sapphire-like thing on the top of its head that glows with a faint blue fire, like a soul. After it finds the monitor, it will become parasitic in its body. The monitor will then send back incorrect information, and when the time is right, you can directly use the parasite to seize control. This kind of thing was jointly developed and cultivated by the resting birds and the demon spiders. It was originally stemmed from Rusgard's curiosity about Siljak. Later, in Clearwater City, they developed a device that could assist the control of brain spiders. Spider larvae. This makes the demon spider puppets no longer as stiff as before, and also reduces the brain load on the brain spiders, allowing them to control more puppets. After returning to the sanctuary, Rusgard conducted new research on this project, hoping to use this larvae to control demons and lay eggs after parasitism. George was very interested in this for a while, but Anthony was extremely panicked and came up with several hypotheses. Therefore, this experiment was finally carefully considered, and many restrictions were added. It could not be recombined with human genes, and it would die after absorbing human nutrients. The lifespan of the larvae was greatly shortened, and the body after death would be it is completely decomposed, with no residue, and cannot be reused by demons, with technical restrictions. The demon spiders cannot develop it again based on the wizard's research. This kind of larvae eventually became a kind of terrifying black magic that can only be used once. A special kind of egg of the demon spiders, after being processed in the laboratory, can be used as a hatching source or a goo for the dark wizards. Just follow the owner's orders. As several versions continue to be put into the battlefield of the Western Territory, various monitors, demon species, and demons are captured. In the midst of the continuous improvement of the rest birds, several more stable products have emerged. Although this kind of larvae cannot currently parasitize the body of the black devil, and the red devil controlled will become a fool and cannot act independently after leaving the control of the caster. But it has become a good helper for the special operations team in lurking and counter-reconnaissance. After walking for a while among the corpses, everyone saw the church in the distance. There were no monsters wandering around the church, and there were very few footprints. It seems that even those demons rarely come near this area. No one dared to get close, but hid among the corpses and began to wait. As the corpses wandered around, they gradually moved away from here.
Alfonso, we have some special potions. Have you heard about them?
While waiting, Dirk got vaccinated. He had vaguely mentioned this matter on the road before.
Miss Tanya is really not doing that stunt to ask us to buy more things?
Alfonso raised his eyebrows. The Wild Heart Potion was a name he had heard many times. It is said that there is a magical potion in the sanctuary that can turn people into wolves. Alfonso was very interested when he first heard about it, but after hearing the transaction conditions proposed by Miss Tanya, he lost his mind. The list she put forward was too big and couldn't be achieved in a short time. After hearing Alfonso's words, Dirk laughed and said no more. What Tanya said is indeed a bit of a gimmick, but it may not be impossible to achieve in the future, because there are several dark wizards in the shelter. They have the skills to transform into werewolves. Of course, if you don't know magic, it will be difficult to use this special medicine even if it is produced. So it's aimed at transfiguration apprentices. After a while, when they were about to wander back to the area again, Alfonso and others saw a sudden light of fire in the distance. After a while, the group of corpses began to commotion, seemingly attracted by the fire. But in fact, they flocked to the places where refugees were detained and baggage was placed. Fires were something that often happened in the demon camp, but it was never that big. The commotion of the corpses made the entire area chaotic and full of corpses. Not only did it cause great difficulty in putting out the fire, but it also made it difficult for the entire camp to see who was who and to hear what was happening in the distance. Many burning demons cursed the ghost demons who controlled the corpses, and the ghost demons cursed those demons who liked to set fire everywhere. Not long after, the sound of chaotic fighting came from the distance, which made Alfonso and the knight's expressions dull. Alfonso remembered a sentence in Brenda's biography.
Although these demons are extremely powerful individually, they are a piece of loose sand.
Even if the leader fails to take care of him, a fight will break out. If I lead my troops in the south and encounter a group of demons, I will definitely capture the thief first.
5 of them are in. We have 5 minutes.
Dirk's voice woke up the knights, and then they pushed away the zombies crawling around, took the lead in running towards the church, and disappeared in the mist in the blink of an eye. Alfonso and others did not expect him to be so reckless, but now they could only grit their teeth and rush towards the church. As they approached the church, they saw a sudden fire blazing into the sky. There were many beast-like roars and demonic roars inside, accompanied by a crisp but extremely filthy prayer. Voices. In an instant, a giant shadow broke through the huge glass window of the church. 2 behemoths fought madly in midair. Blood sprayed continuously, and the howls of wolves and the roar of demons echoed in the sky. Werewolf. Alfonso had the pleasure of seeing such a terrifying thing before. There are many stories of vampires and werewolves in Elda. After the Blood Moon, there were more and more of these things. However, he has never seen such a big werewolf. Compared to this, Elda's werewolves are just cubs, and the armor on the werewolf belongs to Carl. The sluggishness only lasted for a moment, and a scream of agony suddenly resounded in the sky. The werewolf tore the demon's wings to pieces with great force. The demon fell from midair, and another window sash of the church was suddenly broken. A huge burning figure flew into the distance hastily, but before it flew far, there were 3 or 4 huge, heavy, the square hammer shining with a holy mark. The full strength of the holy mark struck 4 times, hit the demon with the terrifying sound of breaking through the air. The demon was wearing armor, but there was a terrifying dent on his back. It lay on the ground vomiting blood and half of its horn was broken. When he finally got up, he suddenly saw a dozen knights with angry eyes, like griffins fighting, leaping in front of them in the blink of an eye. The big red cloak made a hunting sound in the midair. In the cracked eyes of the demon, more than a dozen long swords pierced its extremely tough breastplate, stabbing its 5 already broken hearts. Pulpy. The demon's body is extremely weird, like a viscous liquid. After being hit, it must recover immediately. However, most of the stabbing damage was resolved by it, but the holy flame rune on the sword shone brightly. In the blink of an eye, Golden fire burst out of the demon's body from the inside out. From the wounds and facial features. Chapter 361 The Terrifying Fallen Valkyrie. Alfonso led 12 Golden Griffin Knights and cooperated with Karl. It didn't take long to kill these two demons, who were at the end of their rope. When they jumped into the church, they saw 4 werewolves, a witch, and a priest fighting with the fallen Blood Warbler. Alfonso noticed that the Blood Warbler did not have any hands or feet. This was very similar to the bodyguards of Anelius described by Brenda. It seemed that the Blood Warbler had just emerged from the ground not long ago, and they had just been fighting for a while. But the hall was already in chaos. The seats were shattered on the ground, and many blasphemers rushed out of the underground tomb driven by a few desperate chanters. The knights shouted and rushed towards the monsters. After the despair chanters discovered that the dozen knights were surrounded by blasphemers, they emerged from the ground. But as soon as he emerged, he saw the dozen or so surrounded knights charging away the many blasphemers. Although the charging power of those blasphemers is terrifying, the strength of these knights is comparable to the first batch of white-robed knights in the sanctuary. The blasphemers in the first 2 rows were knocked to the side, unable to stop their progress. Then they didn't stop. Like the dexterous lions, they even bypassed several enemies in front of them during the charge. The distance has been shortened again. As soon as they met, these knights rushed to the vicinity of the despair chanter. Their eyes widened in fear. They felt relieved when they saw that the knights were finally blocked by the blasphemer 5 or 6 meters away. But in the blink of an eye, these knights were like the griffins, leaping in front of him in one big step. The speed was even faster than that of the wolf demon. Before he could react, his head was split in half by multiple long swords. It's as if no matter how many people are in front of these knights, there is no distance between the target and them. And as long as they want to, no matter how many enemies there are in front of them, they can't be surrounded. Here, the Griffin Knights dealt with the despair chanters, who had just come out in one confrontation. On the other hand, Karl also joined the battle of the fallen Valkyrie. In that melee, the fallen Valkyrie Share was so skilled in martial arts that she managed to defeat 7 with 1 against her. That agile figure was crawling around on the walls and dome. Everywhere, almost the entire hall was filled with the afterimages of her. The werewolf, the witch, and the priests. Her speed must be faster, and her weapons sharper. But the werewolf's power was extremely terrifying, far incomparable to those she had dealt with before, and even far beyond those terrifying temple knights in Winsong City. One hit, and it was a horrific wound. It made her wonder if she had encountered the first few wolf demons that appeared in the valley. Moreover, these werewolves actually wore an extremely tough armor that even their own weapons had to work hard to pierce. But that strong body was like a man of steel, which was incomparable to the tofu she had cut. She finally left a terrifying wound, but it healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. As long as another werewolf interfered with her and prevented her from focusing on dealing with one, she would wait until the werewolf she had knocked down appeared in front of her again. The wounds on the body have been completely healed. What surprised her even more was that the figures of the witch and the priest were actually faster than herself. The power is not small. The witch and the priest were both holding 2 daggers, and they were able to fight several times with them. As the figure was flying up and down, he kept uttering spells and mantras. He was constantly bleeding himself and releasing the blood curse, and he was constantly dismantling his own curse. After several battles, the fallen Valkyrie Sayer became more and more surprised. She found that although these mercenaries were very poor in martial arts, they had very good tricks. What shocked her even more was that they seemed to be extremely knowledgeable about their own martial arts and methods. Learn. It was as if he had fought against him hundreds of times before. Be extremely aware of your own weaknesses. Soon, the fallen Valkyrie, who had never been left behind, began to feel confused and exhausted. Immediately afterwards, Sayer saw the dozen or so big red robes rushing into the church. She was surprised that these guys didn't bring hammers or flails, but she saw that they instantly chopped a despair chanter to pieces. Sayer's scalp immediately exploded, and he tried his best to get rid of the difficult group of guys in front of him. He was determined to leave. What a joke. There were too many demons who died in the hands of these lunatics in Winsong City, and on the battlefield in the Western Territory. At this moment, amid the bursts of wild wolf howls, the speed of the 5 werewolves doubled. Their eyes suddenly burst into fanatical and bloodthirsty flames. In their unstoppable rage, their bodies suddenly grew in size, and their strength and speed increased by 3 levels. In the blink of an eye, she was beaten into a panic. After a round, they all pounced on her together, as if they wanted to capture her alive. At the critical moment, the Valkyrie suddenly raised her sword in front of her eyes.
Under the fallen brilliance, a pair of black wings suddenly stretched out from her back. Heavenly arms. Immediately afterwards, in midair, she used a heavenly spin slash to disembowel 5 werewolves, whose power was comparable to that of a giant, sending them flying in all directions. This move seems to be able to burst out with great power in an instant. And the more people around, the faster the sword accelerates after it strikes people. Carl, who was finally swept away, was almost cut in half. The soldier spider skin armor was cut open like tofu. The speed of the fallen Valkyrie is too fast, and the 2 combat skills displayed by the mercenaries have never been seen in the school. They didn't even have time to exert their power before they even touched the enemy. The enemy's long sword had already arrived first, slamming them down to the surrounding walls and ground. Then she used a speed that was so fast that she couldn't see it, and used a flashing sword of heaven to jump in front of the witch, who was still blocking the road. She is still chanting the curse? The Valkyrie smiled viciously, and she reached the distance of more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye. In the sudden flash of black light from the long sword in her hand, Lena was split into 2 halves. The armor that was so tough before was actually vulnerable to this move. But at this moment, an extremely weird scene appeared. The blood on the witch's body was pouring wildly, and the corpse seemed to melt, turning into blood and flowing on the ground. And a naked woman slowly stood up from the pool of blood on the ground. Body! And the curse in her mouth never stopped. Blood demon? The fallen Valkyrie yelled. But at this time, the cloak left by the witch in midair had turned into a sky full of spider silk and entangled her. And the 2 halves of the red curse she had just passed through had turned into the armor, and armor suddenly came together, covering and tying her up. Ha ha ha! I finally deceived her wings! Look! You still want to run away! Amidst the wild laughter of the witch Lena, the 5 werewolves pounced and lifted the Valkyrie, who was struggling in the spider silk and armor from midair. He was pulled down, pinned to the ground, and his wings were torn apart. After the wings were removed, the Valkyrie lost most of her strength and became languid amidst the shrill screams. Wahoo! Dirk picked up the 2 girls on the ground and shouted at the knights who were fighting with the blasphemer, and flew out the window. The knights had only been fighting the blasphemer for a few rounds when they realized that the battle in midair was over. As Dirk said before, the entire beheading operation ended in less than 5 minutes. Without enough time to lose sight, the knights spread their arms and jumped out of the enemy group. Their figures flashed through the obstacle and flew out of the window sash, following Dirk. Although those blasphemers charge extremely powerfully, they only know this move, and they cannot compare with the flexibility of Griffin Charge. Their mutilated bodies are even more like zombies. They had to climb tables, chairs, benches, and windows more than 1 meter high for a long time. In the end, they could only be blocked by obstacles and watch them escape. On the other side, a werewolf had already carried Carl, who was holding his stomach, and jumped out of the church. The priest stretched out his hand and radiated a bright light at the blasphemers, but also disappeared. After the other werewolves came out of the window, they put the precious trophies on their backs, took a look at the chaotic group of corpses and chaotic demons in the fog in the distance, jumped onto the roof of the church, and escaped into the fog. It is said that this guy awakened after the fall. He is really strong. After escaping from here, Dirk looked back at the fire burning in the manor in the mist in the distance, and wiped the ash on his face with the lining of his cloak. Shue finally breathed a sigh of relief. He put down the girl who was struggling in a cobweb like a cocoon under his arms, and put the cloak on Lena. He patted her smooth butt and laughed. Lena glared at him fiercely, then took a package from the priest's hand, and the priest were busy around the captive, drawing incantations and mantras, divine seals. Seeing the cocoon gradually stop struggling and trembling, Dirk felt relieved. Having lost most of her strength, she has become a complete prisoner. The main material of the spell armor worn by the wizards of the special forces is actually crystal spider silk, although they are not Seljuk spider silk. Today's spider queens are also very powerful. After being refined, it becomes a rare alchemical item specially designed to deal with big monsters. Spider queens boast that even a dragon can be entangled for a moment. Dirk didn't know if this bullshit was exaggerated, but now the spider queens are using this thing to deal with the giants coming from the north, let alone this Valkyrie. Besides, the spell on it was specifically designed to deal with demons. After tearing off the wings of the fallen Valkyrie, she couldn't break free at all. Now add a few more solid seals, and put on a few layers of spider webs. Basically, she didn't have to run. Dirk! How many soldiers like you are there in the shelter? Alfonso looked at the prisoner, and couldn't help but ask. The strength of this fallen Valkyrie
is much more terrifying than he imagined. I am afraid that if 5 or 6 black demons confront her, they will be killed on the spot by her in a few rounds. What's more, she was not the only one in the cathedral, but his group of people really took her down. And he saw that Carl could tear the Black Devil apart by himself. After suffering such serious injuries, he is now able to walk on the ground. It is said that there are 500 temple knights in this valley. Alfonso's words made Dirk stunned for a while. Looking at the red robe in his hand, he made some calculations in his mind. When the Great Lord left, he did not take any of the red robe knights with him, but only took with him some members of the adjudication team. At that time, there were 300 real red robes in the sanctuary. Most of them were from the Wolf Slayer Legion. Later, he resisted the corpse group at the entrance of the valley, cleared the valley, exorcised demons, and was training in the western region. There are more and more up-and-coming people like Wayne, Ian, and Dan. Most of these people come from the Riverside Mercenaries and Judgment Corps. But in fact, although they have the level, they also have enough willpower. But merit is not enough. During the battle in Winsong City, Jack was about to set off. The positions of these people were all promoted one level. So he had 400 red robes, 300 black and red striped Judgment Knights, and 800 white robes in his hands. After the war, he was completely qualified to wear the red robe. In addition, from the Sergeant Bien, he who followed the leaders to guard the Urn City and City Wall, and escaped and counterattacked, and from the 5,000 Wolf Slayer sergeants, who followed Jack in the charge. Many people also emerged, excluding those who finally slept in the Temple of Heroes. After the return of the Great Lord, the number of people who put on red robes for everyone has reached more than 1,500, and he is one of them. Among them are many Black Lake sergeants, who participated in the battles of Hongzhuang, Xishan, Save the King, and Whitestone Castle. Among the more than 1,500 people, there are more than 100 people with outstanding achievements, whose red robes are inlaid with golden borders. In addition to the more than 300 Black Lake Knights, and more than 100 glory temples beside the Great Lord, whose red robes are inlaid with gold. There are currently 2,000 red robe knights in the shelter. Among the 2,000 people, more than 500 people were specially named by the light of dawn. They had either fought against the fallen angel or killed the big demon. Most of them were old people from the shelter like Jack. These more than 500 people are not allowed to go on missions because of their higher military ranks. So it didn't make the list. These 2,000 people make up the current core force of Sanctuary, the Knights of the Dawn. Less than 2,000, Dirk said. Then he picked up the prisoners on the ground and led them on their way. Alfonso's eyes twitched fiercely. But how did he know that guys like Xian Carl, who were capable of taking on the Dark Demon alone, were among the top 300 in the shelter's rankings according to George? They were called the King of Soldiers. As for people like Dirk and Lena, who are on the list and are eligible to join the Knights of the Dawn, there are only more than 100 people in total. But such an army is enough to fight head-on with the demons in the Western Territory. It is enough to be called the Knights of the Temple. What is missing is the combat skills that the temple should possess. Alfonso had to re-examine the power of this sanctuary 2,000 warriors, like Dirk and the others. He felt that this was enough for him to cling tightly to the thigh of the Lord of Dawn. Why? I can't let go either. Who said that the Temple Knights of Sanctuary were fake? 2,000 warriors, like Dirk, are not the Knights of the Temple. They are another hidden card besides the 3 major strategic forces of the Holy Court. Chapter 362 The Core Power of the Holy Court. The huge demonic shadow unfolded its broken magic wings, and its whole body was burning with flames and rushed into the sky. The high temperature made the surrounding air scorch, and the clouds in the sky turned red. The pain caused by the sword wounds all over his body made the terrifying demon grind his teeth with hatred. It looked at the 24 knights on the ground and stretched its hands into the sky. Immediately afterwards, the blood-red clouds began to roll, and the entire area seemed to be enveloped in the doomsday. Then the meteors and fire showers came, and as they rolled down, they made dents as big as round tables on the ground. The 24 or so people immediately dispersed and began to dodge dexterously. The figure of some of the best ones was even comparable to that of the fallen Valkyrie Share. These knights are all powerful, just like the Temple Knights, who fight against demons in the midst of various temple domes. And the coat of arms engraved on their chests and shields is the emblem of the Holy Court. The heavy shields in their hands were as tall as half a man, engraved with exquisite patterns and inlaid with magic gems, reflecting the brilliance of order. But they didn't dare to use shields to catch things. Only when they had no choice. They would use big swords and shields to deflect things falling from the sky. This blocking and dodging technique seems to be extremely sophisticated,
and it can actually take away most of the terrifying meteor shower. There were several unskilled knights who failed to dodge in time. Amidst the wild laughter of the big demon, the hand that was holding the shield was directly fractured and shattered. The long sword in his hand was also directly shattered after contact with the fire rain. After a while, there were only a dozen knights left. While they were dodging, they pulled out the rune spear behind their backs and threw it fiercely at the demon high in the sky. The spear turned into a spear of light in midair, arriving at extremely fast speed in an instant. The devil was extremely afraid of this move, and hurriedly fanned his magic wings, constantly changing his trajectory. At first, it seemed to want to hide in the clouds, but the damaged magic wings prevented it from raising its body any higher. The light spears were struck by lightning, and several of them penetrated its ribs, directly piercing a large hole burning with pure white divine fire. The pain caused it to roar, and continued to burn its chaotic power. A moment later, the light spear had been fired, but the demon could no longer support itself in the sky. Even the sun shining down from the clouds made it feel extremely painful. But it seems that what it is waiting for is the moment when the light spears in the hands of the knights are exhausted. A huge demonic shadow fell from the sky, like a burning black-red meteorite, and swooped towards a lone knight on the ground. As long as it is caught, the terrifying impact will cause the demon to tear the flying knight into pieces at the moment it takes him. But just when the demon's swooping momentum could no longer be changed, a dozen knights suddenly spread wings of light on their backs, raised their swords in their hands, and soared straight into the sky. At this moment, a dozen knights were like those dozen thorns of light, attacking the meteorite. The meteorite passed by the thorns of light, and the demon's body was pierced by the thorns of light, turning into countless fragments and burning up in midair. The fallen debris shook on the ground, and demons crawled out of the ashes. The knights fanned their light wings and fell from the sky, put away their broken light wings, looked at the demon on the ground, and passed by with a heavenly thrust, and the distance of more than 10 meters was approaching in an instant. The body shape is very similar to that of the fallen Valkyrie when she beheaded Lena. In one move, he stabbed the demon through and burned it in the holy fire. However, a few people are not skilled enough. The strange thing is that they could have cleaned up the dozen demons on the ground very quickly. But instead, they practiced various combat skills. Some people's shoulders had collapsed and fractured in the impact from the sky. But he took his time and sparred with those demons. The knights stabbed their swords, and the blood on their wounds continued to spill down. Under the sunlight, it reflected a faint golden color, which seemed to be filled with extremely rich sacred power. When the last demon was eliminated, the surrounding scene suddenly changed, and the scars on the knights' bodies, the holy court emblem on their armor, and the flames on the ground all disappeared. The dead soldiers also stood up blankly as if they had woken up. It is the school grounds after the expansion of the shelter. After the entire school field was expanded, it was now connected to the various military camps to the east, 5 or 6 times larger than before. 5 areas are formed. The rune spears on the soldiers naturally disappeared. This kind of strategic weapon came from the blueprint of the heavenly armed forces, and was a one-time consumable. A silver fox costs more than 5,000 yuan, equivalent to a vineyard, or the cost of 2 sets of sea demon snake level armors. Moreover, with the current technology, the probability of inferior quality failure products is high. Even the Holy Court cannot mass produce them, and the shelter simply cannot afford to use them. Currently, there are only a dozen of them in total. These 2 dozen sticks, together with the dozens of unusable failed ones, were all carried on the backs of the great knight captains guarding the city wall to scare people. Therefore, the spears used by these knights in the school grounds are all equipment of the dawn light projection. However, these rune spears are indeed very powerful, and the heavenly armed forces call them thunder, and George prefers to call them patriots. Outside this place, there are many people who are sparring with the celestial armed forces, or are practicing various celestial kingdom combat skills, or are frowning and thinking hard in the training of the Valkyrie, understanding what the power of dawn is. Undoubtedly, compared to the 36 people on the field, they are still far behind. George, who had been watching from the outside, clapped his hands and traced his fingers in the sky. Many angels fell in the sky over the school grounds, soothing the bruises and fatigue on their bodies. George's eyes ignored the knights discussing the gains and losses of the battle, and looked toward the sky. This battle actually happened. After the expansion of the school grounds, the Heavenly Kingdom arms will not only be able to move around in this school grounds and teach the knights Heavenly Kingdom combat skills. Lingming campus also has a copy. Dawn of Light can move some real battlefields to the school grounds for training. The battles experienced by Sanctuary can be simulated, and if there are magical images that Dawn Light can refer to, they can also be simulated and restored. What was demonstrated in this battle was the scene when the 36 Temple Knights of the Holy Court killed a certain great demon lord. This image has been transmitted by the Holy Court to the capitals of the 7 kingdoms. With the sanctuary, it was claimed that the Holy Court killed a fallen angel. This is obviously nonsense. But except for those who have seen fallen angels, everyone will probably believe it, including the Holy Court. However, George feels that the core senior officials of the Holy Court should also be able to tell the difference. But making such a claim is indeed very inspiring and morale boosting. Even George felt so. This image was also transmitted back to the shelter. It was sent here when the Holy Court replied to the letter a few days ago. It was a friendly response and unofficial recognition of the importance of the Cathedral of the Dawn. It can also be regarded as a declaration of strength. Indeed, the strength of the great demon lord is indeed very terrifying. Even stronger than Siljak, who has now devoured the flesh and blood of the fallen angel. George's great fire demon Thor is also extremely afraid of that guy. But the Holy Court showed their core strategic power in this battle. It also declares that their dominance in this world cannot be underestimated. Indeed, the real battlefield is far more terrifying and intense than this. There are far more knights and demons participating in the battle in the school grounds of the sanctuary. It is a super large dungeon used for large-scale training. In addition to the large battlefields on the ground, the battlefields in the sky also continue. However, it was indeed these 36 people who rushed into the center of the demon army alive and participated in the beheading, excluding Alexander and other core players. Among the more than 500 people in his hand, more than 100 knights who have awakened the power of Dawn after taking the fallen angel redemption can also pass the level. However, it was his first victory with 36 men. But if these 36 of them were placed on a real battlefield, they probably wouldn't be able to defeat the great demon lord. That would be a higher level H.L. level challenge. And what they are currently picking up is the nightmare level. The H.L. level challenge completely simulates the real scene at that time after the rain of fire falls. Many demons will crawl out. It was in this scene that the 36 knights of the Holy Court beheaded the great demon lord to the ground. Of course, they can't just fly for a while. Chapter 363 Holy Thunder. Those real temple knights in the Holy Court are either truly people recognized by the 7 gods, or they have been recognized by the heavenly armed forces, so that the proud angels believe that these human heroes are qualified to stand side by side with the angels in the kingdom of heaven. Or maybe some temple knights are simply the awakened son of God. From this battle, George could also understand why Aloysius was so afraid of the Holy Court's army entering Darkens. Currently, the knights in the sanctuary can only fly in this school grounds. If you want to truly obtain this ability, you naturally do not need the approval of the 7 gods now. But it is necessary to obtain the feathers of a certain heavenly weapon. This is equivalent to tearing their wings apart once, and requires their great affirmation. For these guys who are so arrogant and ignorant of current affairs, it is not enough to gain their approval by using the truth. They must be convinced mentally. Passing the copy of Hell level is the prerequisite for obtaining affirmation. Compared to the H.L. level battle in the Holy Court, Sanctuary is now practicing a weakened version of the Nightmare level copy. In this weakened version, the Great Demon Lord is simulated using the template of Thor after taking the fallen angel flesh. The real one did not take it. Obviously the strength is worse than that demon. But if you use a real template, it will be H.L. difficulty. The Temple Knights used the Divine Fire in this battle, and the school field was replaced by the sunlight, although the effect was twice as bad. The increased difficulty could just offset the part of the demon's power weakened by the fire. The 36 people on the field were not as strong as the Temple Knights in the real station, but their opponents were not as terrifying as the Great Demon Lord, who could summon demon servants. At present, it can be said that the Nightmare level dungeon has been cleared. When the knights are completely proficient, they will have to tackle the more advanced dungeons. George, Alexander and others are in the school dungeon and others. In addition to the 100 or so people who conquered the Nightmare level dungeon, many of the remaining people were still lingering at the difficult level. Currently there are 2 types of training at Liming Campus. One is the Purgatory Challenge. The highest level is a Doomsday level copy, the Guide Garakost. It is a combat scale of 6,000 people. So far no one has passed. Without the Thorn Bird and Linyu, it would be impossible to defeat them. What's more important is that the boss in the school field doesn't look at George's pretentiousness. There are 2 H.L. levels. One is this. One is the Battle of the Spider Nest, when all the guard demon spiders are with Siljak. Current strength. There are more than 1,000 demons and more than 1,000 knights participating in the battle. Obviously, when there were so many demon spiders, the Spider Queen's magic was too terrifying.
After holding on for a while, the insect swarm hatched. So everyone has given up. It may be necessary to successfully pass the level after the wizard group is established. Nightmare level is also these two. Among them, the Battle of the Spider Nest was a situation where Siljack did not have so many guard demon spiders around him, although her current strength is very close to that of the Great Demon Lord. But 100 people knocked her down directly. For the difficulty level, it's better to fight Siljack. What appeared back was the scene when George had 5 people piking her. Currently the knights lack a wizard like Lorna. Neither Risgard nor anyone else in the Birds of Rest will do. Only Agron can participate in the war. But it is not considered a wizard. In addition to the Purgatory Challenge, there is also a Heavenly Challenge. In the Kingdom Challenge, it's all single training. There are thousands in total, each one representing a celestial force. The combat skills of the warriors were learned from them. The 7 strongest individual trainings among them. The fight is about 7 12-winged angels whose positions are not clearly defined. At present, no one can pass it. After George, a cheater, turned on all the cheats. He was beaten to the point where he couldn't find his way. He had experienced this kind of scene many times when he fought against Garikost in the Doomsday Challenge. He believed that if these archangels were placed in a large dungeon, they would definitely die in a pile of people. But it cannot be done by one person. But what's interesting is that most of these 12-winged angels are usually good at playing tricks. If they are in a good mood, they will teach you 2 moves. A lucky guy can even understand the hymn or holy seal directly on the battlefield without consuming prayers. The one who is most taken care of at the moment is Jack. Both the Light of Dawn and these archangels seem to be particularly fond of this knight with impeccable moral character. However, usually after someone learns something from these angels, that angel will not accept the challenge for a long time. It's like I need to rest for a while. Somewhat strangely, George looked through the books and could not find any heavenly weapons similar to theirs. And no one can see their faces. Their faces are shadows inside the hoods. Can't see clearly. It can only be judged by some physical characteristics. The most obvious feature among them is an extremely tall archangel. The armor on his body is like the god of war coming to the world. It looks like there is no hair. The action of this phantom is extremely mechanical, as if it is controlled by Dawn Light itself. But his strength is extremely terrifying. He never gives up. No one can withstand his blow. Alexander recently had a stubborn relationship with him. And the 2 guys are actually the same height. I heard that I learned a lot of martial arts skills from fighting. Garvey's voice.
This new type of long sword is considered qualified. It can be put into official use,
Jack said.
It should have been replaced a long time ago. The old-fashioned long sword is too light and not easy to use. Many people use hammers and flails.
The partners' discussion interrupted George's thoughts. He turned around and saw Garvey and the others at the table, playing with several weapons. The shield currently used by the Knights of the Dawn is a standard Templar shield, which is about half a man tall, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, with a bulge at the top. It is the same as the shield of the Holy Court except that it does not have the mark of the Holy Court. The Weinzinger Valley coat of arms, patterns, etc. on it are all very beautiful. First of all, blacksmiths are most familiar with this kind of shield, which facilitates mass production. Secondly, there are 3 types of people who are best at using shields in the entire Sanctuary: Heavenly Arms, Alexander, and Glory Temple. Heavenly Arms is good at medium and small shields. Or don't bring it at all, it's too fiddly to use in the sky. And it's hard to dodge. Alexander can use any shield, including door panels. Not very suitable to be an instructor. As for the Glory Temple, they specialize in this. Best suited as an instructor. Therefore, the standard shield of the shelter was built according to their opinions. The name is Shield of Glory, with extra deflection. Its enchantment is Warrior's Heart, which not only increases defense and recovery, but also reduces the control effect. The divine pattern is Glory, 3 runes plus 1 brightness, 10 all resistances, and a probability of neutralizing a magic spell. As for the new sword, it is a bit special. Forged from the template of the sword used exclusively by the Heavenly Arms. It is between a 2-handed sword and a slashing sword. It is 1.55 meters long including the handle. It has a slender front end and a wide and thick handle. A perfect combination of cutting and stabbing. It has a beautiful steel pattern on it. The craftsmanship of this long sword comes from the Kingdom of Heaven. During its creation, the power of thunder and lightning needs to be poured into it. Therefore, it cannot be done by humans or servants of the Kingdom of Heaven alone. It must be assisted by the armed forces of the Kingdom of Heaven or the Knights of the Great Dawn, who have mastered the high-level Thunder Seal.
Only when the thunder seal is struck in the sword body can it be forged. Its forging conditions are extremely demanding. And its basic effect is also extraordinary, plus 10 armor penetration. And the holy thunder and heavenly fire must be ignited during the strike, plus 10% basic damage. Sacred characteristics. This damage ignores defense. And it can purify evil. Effect. It is a holy sword that can directly kill undead and demon species without any enchantment or rune inlay. It is especially suitable for enchanting thunder special effects, and thunder or holy fire runes. The wizards enchanted it with the spell Raikiri, plus 5 armor penetration, plus 3 lightning damage. Enchanting this sword adds additional special effects, plus 3 burning mana. The runes George inlaid for them are thunder, 3 runes plus 10 armor penetration, plus 25 quick strike, plus 8 lightning damage. Inlaying this sword will add additional special effects, paralysis. The name of this sword was also named Holy Thunder. Or there are enough people. The enemy will be knocked out by the paralysis effect. Of course, if a person's hammer can be inlaid with countless runes, and does not pursue the combination of special effects, but only inlays various individual runes, then inlaid with evil breaking, thunder, blitz, light, whirl after waiting for the single rune. Such a hammer, even without the paralysis effect, can still beat others with its abnormal attack speed and terrifying impact. At present, except for Alexander, I am invincible in single combat. George looked at his S-level rating and the title of Rich Fool, and felt that Dawn of Light finally had to recognize him. Chapter 364 Valley's external technological output. Even when the Dawn Knights use the Holy Thunder to fight alone, they will have a great advantage in the confrontation with the Black Devil. Although the physical strength of the devil, the paralysis and stiffness only lasted for a short while. But in a desperate fight for the wounded, the knights holding the Holy Thunder were able to dodge after stabbing the enemy. The enemy, on the other hand, missed the opportunity due to stiffness. In other words, as long as it hits the enemy, most of the enemy's attacks will fail. And if a Black Devil faces a dozen knights, he will basically be beaten to the point where he can't even fight. If the demon stuck to them is hit by a combo, it will basically be impossible to escape. Many of Brenda's damage-free challenges utilize the properties of Holy Thunder. During a demonstration at that school ground, a dozen Grey-Robed Knights held Holy Thunder, and under his command, beheaded a dark demon without any injuries. Of course, in this demonstration, big player Brenda's understanding of the Black Devil played a decisive factor. It can be said that many demons have their own routines and weaknesses, and their own flaws. They have been completely mastered by many knights. The Sanctuary's Holy Thunder is extremely powerful, but in fact it is a copycat version of the Divine Thunder used by the Celestial Armed Forces. The latter uses a large amount of adamantine, mithril and eternal gold, so shelters are unavailable. When adamantine, eternal gold and mithril are forged and fused into a special structure, a strange change will occur: weightlessness. It is as light as a feather, but full of inertia. The slashing is extremely impactful, but the wielder feels like holding a feather. Therefore this is a weapon exclusive to the Heavenly Army. In addition to the special effects of weightlessness, its penetrating and paralyzing special effects are also higher. The most important thing is that it also has the characteristic of confining magic silence. Once several special effects are triggered, the hit demon will have difficulty in fluttering its wings for a period of time. In the air battles between the demons and the Heavenly Armed Forces, they would always be shot down from the sky by the Heavenly Armed Forces. Sanctuary can't afford mithril and eternium right now. Mithril is better, because in addition to being produced through alchemy, mithril is also found in mineral deposits. However, eternal gold is extremely rare, and can only be obtained through alchemy. The main materials are spacetime crystal and gold. The magic hub core of Darkins uses eternal gold, but even Holy Thunder is enough. The army does not have such great requirements for load-bearing and flexibility, so having an indestructible weapon is enough. Because the Holy Thunder is an adamantine and mithril sword, it weighs more than 30 kilograms. This is equivalent to a heavy hammer, or a large spear made of pure steel. This is extremely effective in breaking armor, and because of its indestructible nature, ignoring defense. Even if the Grey-Robed Knights hold this sword, they can still split the magic pattern armor of the big demons. Judging from the news brought back by the mercenaries, the demons in Winsong City have mined the mineral veins of the western region with the burning demons of the western region, which has led to more and more demons wearing armor. And the forging craftsmanship of the demons is no less than that of the servants of heaven. The production efficiency is also extremely terrifying, and many black demons have already put on adamantine armor. The adamantine armor is comparable to the hardest carapace on a soldier spider.
and conventional slashing is ineffective. As for the Great Devil's armor, it is even comparable to a crystal spider. If a normal longsword is struck on these two types of armor, the result will be breakage. Only heavy weapons can be more effective. But for humans, no matter how thick the armor is, they will still vomit blood if they are hit by a heavy weapon. But the tolerance of demons to impact and shock injuries is simply terrifying. Unless they have the same strange power as the Dawn Knight, they will just scratch their itch. Therefore, the Holy Thunder is an important weapon against the elite demonic forces in the future. The craftsmanship of the Holy Thunder sword is not complicated and can be learned by human craftsmen. This has increased productivity significantly. 90% of the shelter's labor force is now done by humans. The servants of the kingdom of heaven are mainly responsible for leading humans to labor, and to lead humans to overcome difficulties. In other words, they are human teachers. In order to allow people in the world outside the valley to use this high-tech weapon, the alchemist masters designed a low-profile version of the Holy Thunder sword. It uses less adamantine and mithril, so its features and special effects are lower. But it reduces weight and saves costs. In terms of penetrating power, although it is not as terrifying as the Holy Thunder, it is qualified. In the munitions plan, the Grey Robe Knights will use this special Holy Thunder sword, which is also sold to the outside world. It is not the standard of the Holy Thunder sword, but is forged according to the specifications of a standard knight's long sword. Slightly weaker at cutting, more suitable for stabbing. The weight is 8 pounds. In fact, when facing many armored black demons, without abnormal strength, no matter how good the weapon is, chopping, slashing, and beheading are meaningless. Thwarting is often the best method. Moreover, if the weapon is too heavy, it will put a huge burden on the user's wrist. 8 pounds is a considerable burden for even the most elite noble knights. After all, generally speaking, a normal long sword only weighs about 3 kilograms, and a heavy sword weighing 5 kilograms is already an épée. Therefore, in the Eldar people's future army, only elite troops can afford it. Alfonso's Griffin Knights have this kind of Holy Thunder sword. Judging from the results in the western region, this kind of long sword is perfect in combination with the Griffin Knights' combat skills. At present, the Sanctuary has negotiated many things with the mission. Regarding weapons, in the future the Sanctuary will provide them with high-grade materials such as fine gold, which are extremely rich in the valley. The Eldar people will keep part of the finished long sword for themselves after forging it at home, and send part to the valley. It is equivalent to the shelter buying a small Holy Thunder sword from Elda at a 50% discount on the cost price. The alchemical industry of the Eldar is extremely developed, although it is not as advanced as Sanctuary at the most advanced level. But when it comes to producing weapons such as the small Holy Thunder sword, the production output is extremely high. As for the quality, because their labor force is uneven, it is generally not as good as the enamel hammers they produce. But it is still qualified. Products that do not meet the requirements of the shelter will be kept by the Eldar people for their own use. For them, even this kind of unqualified product in the eyes of the shelter is hard to find. As a country of mercenaries, Erda would always grab it no matter what kind of gadgets it produced. After thinking of this, George picked up several lists on the table, with a name and introduction on it. I watched it again. Garvey watched the boss put the list sent by Jack and others back on the table, leaving his own in his hand. He couldn't help but look at Jack and the others with pride. Garvey made a plan, and several of his subordinates had already been noted down by his boss. Garvey came here today to deliver the list. And there is one more thing.
My lord, Duke Alfonso has come to visit you in the castle again,
Garvey said.
Miss Sophia is receiving him.
The corners of George's eyes twitched slightly. Chapter 365 Duke Alfonso.
Didn't Elda's mission leave?
George put down the list and said,
Didn't Tanya just leave yesterday?
Tanya has led the Sanctuary mission to the Kingdom of Elda. First, her father was deeply shocked when he heard about Jagger's death. As a good daughter, he had to go back and take a look. George strongly agreed with this. He also helped Earl Leiden and persuaded his sister Tanya with some great reasoning. Let her, despite the hesitation, definitely go home to see her father for the last time and show respect and filial piety. After all, according to Alfonso's words to George, her father's current condition probably won't make it through the spring of this year.
That guy heard that you were going to leave for a while, so he stayed here.
Garvey touched his chin and said with a strange expression,
I heard he planned to go back with you.
Really? George felt a little headache. This guy has been clinging to me every day lately. But how can I have time to spend with him? He didn't see anyone outside. He just wanted to go wherever he went. But how can the school grounds, the Temple of Heroes, and other places be suitable for him to go to? Especially the school grounds. which are right inside the castle. You can't see the situation here from the outside. But it's different when you step into the school grounds. Usually when people came to the castle for discussion, George would stop the training here, or let the soldiers do regular training. But this guy has been coming almost every day recently, and expressed great doubts about why half of the castle is completely closed.
Tell him that I have a meeting and ask him to listen together. Then I will take him somewhere else.
George shook his head. George picked up a quill and drew on the list, and then gathered everyone towards the castle. Okay. After entering the castle, George found that all the servants of the Kingdom of Heaven on the east side of the castle had stopped working. Only the sergeants were still busy working on the expansion work. I met a few Golden Griffin knights wandering around on the road. I found that they were talking shamelessly to the sergeants guarding the door, and wanted to go to the school grounds to have a look. George couldn't help but feel a little headache. But at this time, several noble ladies came from the distant corridor and greeted the Griffin Knights affectionately. After a few words, he cleverly hooked away the Griffin Knights. When two noble ladies were leaving, they turned around and saw their lord, and quietly winked at him. This wink made Martin, Jack, Audrey and others fascinated. This made George cough awkwardly. George couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he looked at the ladies of the Rodent aristocracy who boarded the boat with Sophia. These ladies have been of great help these days. The maids in the castle and the ladies in the valley have become more and more polite and good at flirting. To be honest, at the beginning, I was very happy to answer this guy Alfonso correctly. He discovered that Robert's Uncle Juan could be said to be a wonderful person compared to Robert. In fact, the negotiations and consultations carried out by the Campbell mission this time did not go smoothly. There were many things that even Tanya's brother Leighton Campbell could not convince those idiots, who were short-sighted and only cared about immediate interests. But for those agreements that were not reached with Campbell, Alfonso quietly found himself later, and signed them with the shelter. Although Alfonso's territory is far from comparable to that of the Campbell family, he represents a noble group in the Kingdom of Elda. When the East is not bright, the West is bright. It can be said that these negotiations have achieved a very good result in the end. This guy Alfonso is not only more talented than Robert, who is not doing his job properly, but also has more vision than everyone in the Campbell mission. Compared with Alfonso, the Campbell mission is simply petty. This rich man even gave himself a mining area. It is in the Weinzinger Basin, in the southeast of the Black Pearl Valley. It has nothing to do with the Weinzinger. Several mines in that mining area not only produce iron, but they also produce gold. If there hadn't been a path leading to the basin in Rodunk, this place would have been taken over by now. This time, the nobles of Elda opened the door to themselves. It can be said that Alfonso has scratched his own itch. Gold can be used to make eternal gold. It is also an essential material for the demonic nexus and alchemy furnace. Otherwise, if you want to build a magic hub and produce an alchemy furnace in the future, you don't know how many golden lions you have to burn. After going to Elda, we can discuss the development here. Alfonso was indeed able to talk to him about many things, and he knew what he was thinking. It can be said that this investment has been decided in my heart, and Alfonso could tell it from some of his own hints. So this made him wrap himself around tighter and tighter. As for this future partner, who could play a role in the succession of Duke Cheongying, I really couldn't ignore him. On the way, I met some key members of the shelter who came for a meeting. Garvey and others went to the Parliament Hall to prepare first, and George took Aggie and Honor Knight Commander Owen straight to the reception room. As soon as he entered the outer hall of the reception hall, George saw many graceful ladies. They were standing or sitting chatting happily with the Golden Griffins, just normal chatting and having fun. The 12 knights beside Alfonso all have very unusual identities. Many people are not the second sons of some great duke or great nobleman. He is a great baron who owns a territory. It can be said that they are the real mission of Elda, can represent 1/3 of the nobles of the Kingdom of Elda. Facing these ladies who spoke very well, these knights were extremely gentlemen, and the ladies also know how to communicate with these nobles and knights. In fact, these best friends of Sophia are all truly white and rich. Those who can be so close to the sister of King Charles and the heir of Duke Yongfeng either have an unusual status or have unusual means. And most of these noble ladies who are going to follow Sophia to the south bank of Biswi City are single or widowed. After all, those who had husbands and relatives ran away with their families. It can be said that half of the single, rich and beautiful people in Rodent were captured by George in one fell swoop. Many girls still have titles, and even inherited enclaves outside Rodung that are not enveloped by the black tide. Originally, they wanted to rely on the relationship between Sophia and Charlie to start a new future in the south. But I didn't expect that I would board a pirate ship. However, During these days, they had changed from the sad faces they had when they were kidnapped and boarded the ship, to becoming happier and brighter, because they discovered that the valley was not only a bandit den, but also a truly good place, much better than Violet, which had been caught in the flames of war. Many of George's bachelors have already sworn to the god of love and held marriage ceremonies in just over 2 months. And these temple knights, and the chief knights of the temple, have also allowed many noble ladies, who have no backers, to straighten their backs again. Marrying a diamond king is much better than marrying an earl. After all, the people with the most status now are those from the Holy See. Next are the leaders of the warlords and the army leaders. It can be said that the Dawn Knights of the Sanctuary have taken all of these. After everyone saw George coming, they all nodded. George waved his hand to indicate what everyone should do, and looked towards the inner hall of the reception room. The inner hall of the reception hall is actually the half-study in the castle, a half-office and half-leisure place. Sophia and others seem to have moved from casual chat to serious business. So the main characters entered the semi-study, while the entourage stayed outside to chat. George discovered that on the sofa where Sophia and Alfonso were sitting opposite each other, there were still some Elda nobles who had not left, as well as Gaster and many rodent nobles. And they seemed to have already started discussing some follow-up details of business from that casual chat. Some of these rodent nobles are nobles from the valley. After joining the sanctuary, they are considered old citizens. Some of them came from the Blue Water City, and were deceived by Gaster and Clobber into retaining them. They are all very young, full of energy, and are the elite of the valley, the literate elite. Some of them were wearing the robes of trainee priests, and some were wearing construction site clothes. The dust on it has not been cleaned yet. It seems that I was busy in the new city just now, and was called over by Queen Sophia. This attire seems impolite, but the nobles of Elda have become accustomed to the conditions in the valley. They found that the whole people participated in labor here, and most of the time it was the nobles who took the lead, whether they are bound by faith or by restraint. This was something that the nobles of Eldar could not imagine for a long time. As Alfonso said, the nobles in this valley have the style and beliefs of the ancient nobles. Even the noble Miss Sophia is often seen dressed in simple clothes, inspecting and patrolling the work area. The scenery of the valley was originally only in the book. After the number of ignorant people who were literate became less and less, it was no longer even in the book. Chapter 366 New Deal in the Valley. George picked up a glass of wine in the outer hall and looked toward the inner hall while drinking. His eyes couldn't help but linger on Sophia's white shoulders for a moment. Sophia is a member of the business negotiation team, apart from Tanya and Wallace, one of the few people who can be treated seriously by the Eldar nobles. She is currently cooperating with Gaster to be responsible for the logistics of the valley. She has played a great pacifying effect on the Rodunk nobles who later came to the valley. And she is also very loyal to the Iron Wall Knights. After that, when the business relationship between the valley and Erda gradually expanded, the Rodunk nobles were bound to join the trade. They had many connections. And the nobles who were deceived into starting a business in the valley were all elites. Even the policies in the valley are extremely balanced, and even more biased towards the common people. But these nobles, who had been defrauded of a lot of their capital, were still the fastest after they stood on the same starting line as the civilian entrepreneurs in the valley. Many people have already accumulated their first pot of gold, and they often have many relationships and relatives abroad. After the incoming trade is opened, it cannot only be the official business group. This traffic is too small. It may be able to satisfy the military needs of the shelter, but it cannot satisfy the people's livelihood. This made George discover that the asylum's exploitation of those nobles was a bit too much. There may be backlash and side effects in the future. And these elites who are literate, well-connected, and have channels cannot be used in shelters. They all use illiterate people, old peasants and big-headed soldiers. After all, in this world, there is no learning and no enlightenment education. The new world must not become a wizarding society where wizards dominate and manage everything, and mortals cannot control their destiny. As a result, some nobles with suitable ideas and character stood out. They understand politics, people's livelihood, and business better than the wizards, and they value human life more than the wizards. George gradually discovered that he could not take too big a step. After the transition from enfeoffment to centralization, it would probably take decades of transition during that centralization. Therefore, the rules and policies of the shelter have gradually become more balanced, giving everyone a chance. After these nobles came to the valley, they followed Gaster and Clobber and played a great positive role in the shelter. Many of their ideas and actions were good, and they were the innovative faction of the nobles. From George's point of view, the framework they established in valley politics is more suitable for transition.
So there are some things that must be done by them. But they are getting stronger and stronger. And their energy is getting bigger. Sophia's appearance was a turning point. Charles was now a king. And she was now a princess and a duchess. The most important thing is that she is still the daughter of Adeline. As the leader of the rodent nobles, Bygast has a higher centripetal force. The relationship is closer to myself. And I obey my own words. And I am integrated with myself in terms of identity. Without any small thoughts. The smart Gaster followed her early. Knowing that his boss had some things that were not appropriate to mention directly to him. But he could use Sophia to weigh the direction of his work, lest many heroes follow him in the end. As his status rises, his domineering attitude goes too far. This caused the boss to throw in another person, like Volpe, to clean up. At least fish yourself out. Therefore, the elite team cultivated by Gaster has a new backer, and is close to George again. The nobles often had heart-to-heart talks with Sophia. George used Sophia to pay closer attention to them. And these people were getting more and more right about their new future in Rodent. The valley has moved from enfeoffment to centralization. Labels such as Lord of Dawn and King of the West were gradually put on George by nobles and commoners. Sophia has recently been weighing in with Gast on a more appropriate, open specification, in order to avoid the iron law of the sanctuary from pressing the nobles too tightly, leading to population loss or even traitors. The reformist nobles, under the guidance of the priests, gradually followed their ancient noble ancestors as their models, and had the same faith as the Knights of the Dawn, regaining the supreme honor of ancient nobles protecting the earth. As a great noble, Sophia has a very good grasp of how to weigh things up. After having the aristocratic reformist team and George's guidance, she knew a lot of routines herself. And she also had a deeper understanding of the aristocrats' routines. After the business negotiations, she and Gaster took charge of the follow-up matters of the business. Within the framework set by the sanctuary and the heir to mission, flesh and blood are constantly being filled. Future trade will require the participation of many unofficial caravans. Otherwise, it will not be able to meet people's livelihood, and commercial prosperity will not develop. Support the huge army and losses in the valley. After seeing George walking in, many noble ladies nodded and saluted. Your Majesty the Duke, was heard one after another. George nodded in return, feeling a little uncomfortable. After Alfonso and others heard George coming in, they slowly stood up with Sophia and others on the opposite side. He finally said to Sophia and others, Duchess, your proposal couldn't be better, Alfonso said with shining eyes. Few people are willing to participate in the purchasing thing, unless it is to form a large sailing fleet in the valley. But the various eliminated components in the hands of the Elda nobles can only be discarded waste in the hands of the nobles. In the hands of the forbidden wizards of the valley, they can play their true role. The Kingdom of Elda is a major maritime trade country, and many antiques that have been eliminated from the Forbidden Sanctuary have been acquired by these rich people. The magic industrial system in the kingdom is far more complete than that of Rodunk. This can be of great help to a shelter that has just started its alchemy industry. George and Alfonso had discussed purchasing on behalf of others before. In the exchange of interests, Alfonso agreed to give up a small amount out of political considerations. These things are hard to change, and cannot be bought with money. Therefore, no matter how much the Eldar people earn from the price difference, it is meaningless. And these things that can be enchanted, produce metal, and forged in batches are strategic items that will not be sold to anyone. Therefore, the equipment that Erda can flow into the valley cannot meet the needs of the shelter. But in fact, over the years, Elda still has many obsolete components and scraps. In the capital of Darkans, George obtained the blueprint of the demonic hub, and also had blueprints for various components, equipment, and alchemy furnaces that could not be carried. Under the leadership of Anthony and Rusgard, the wizards were able to renovate the scraps purchased from the Eldar people, or reuse some of the accessories. Once the magic industry has established a prototype, many things can be produced by oneself, and the waste products that flow into the valley will also have greater value under the processing of these alchemy equipment. A few words interrupted George's thoughts. He looked towards the seat, and found that everyone had seen him stand up. My lord! My lord! My lord the Duke! Boss! After seeing George enter the semi-study, Sophia and others nodded, packed their things and prepared to leave. Duke Alfonso gave George a warm hug and mentioned his intention to stay in the valley for a while. In addition to planning to return with George and be his tour guide in Elda, he also had a better idea. Reasons. Look for untapped negotiation value. When are you planning to travel? Alfonso said excitedly, as if he was extremely excited when he thought that George wanted some temple knights to go to Elda. The royal capital of Elda is far more beautiful than the Blue Water City. Prosperity is near. And the girls of Elda are the sweetest.
Having said this guy said excitedly,
Many ladies are already admiring the Knight of Divine Grace. Especially my younger sisters. Elda will definitely welcome you warmly.
Sophia, who was listening with a smile on her face, originally planned to say a few words to cheer her up. But after hearing these words, she couldn't help but look blank. I didn't know what to say for a long time.
Alfonso! Your voice can actually be louder.
George looked at Sophia and laughed awkwardly. Alfonso's previous words were almost like pimping him. Although PC breaking shoes is very common among nobles, it is even semi-public. But no matter what Sophia thinks, it is extremely inappropriate to say such things in front of others. Moreover, how could he have such leisure? However, George knew that Alfonso's original intention was not actually that. He just couldn't wait to support him by himself. Chapter 367 Support and Leader. The dull Sophia smiled stiffly, lifted up her skirt and nodded slightly to George, then politely went down with everyone. George couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. Alfonso saw that Sophia ignored him as a pimp before leaving. There was no awkward look on his face at all. Instead, he giggled. This guy is indeed not very aware of this problem. On the one hand, this guy is used to it. And on the other hand, he is too excited. After seeing clearly that the younger brother was seeking help from his elder brother, George touched the new necklace around Alfonso's neck. I recognized that it was a talisman made from the broken horn of the blood demon.
The Holy Court's delegation will be arriving soon. After the meeting, we will leave together.
George put down Alfonso's necklace, patted him on the shoulder, and decided to give him support. Over the past few days, he has seen through this person. No matter in terms of politics or ability, George believes that Alfonso is an extremely good partner. Also the best investment in the valley. And Alfonso is also very likable to him. This is actually very important. Sometimes, the result of the leader's cooperation has a great relationship with the compatibility of the two people. He believed that their future cooperation would be very pleasant.
The joint greeting of Rodent and Elda is enough to express our importance and expectations for the Cathedral of the Dawn to be promoted to the 4th church for the demon-slaying hero Alfonso. The cardinals can't help but just baptize yourself.
As the only Eldar nobleman left in the valley, a member of the royal family and a duke, Alfonso can indeed represent Elda to some extent. But there is a huge difference going out to greet him with George, or attending the ceremony as a guest in the cathedral and showing your face a little bit. What George expressed was the former. For Alfonso, this was a good political gift. The old king had so many sons and grandsons. How many people are remembered by the order of cardinals? More importantly, it sent a signal of support for Alfonso. This is especially true for baptism. And there are many more explanations: ordinary baptism, church baptism, or the baptism of the temple knights. Not to mention George. Even with Wallace's current reputation and face in the Holy Court, it was enough to add a few more people to the baptism list. This was the excitement that Alfonso had been looking forward to but never said out loud. Originally he thought that attending the celebration, being introduced by George, and establishing a connection with the Holy Court would be good. But I didn't expect to hear a surprise. After being stunned for a moment, Alfonso solemnly said,
Elda knows something about the war in the valley. As you often say, the lips are cold and the teeth are dead. What I saw in the valley, it's the valley's all-out resistance to the demons, and its strong restraint on the demons. This makes it difficult for the demons to pass through the western border of Rodent and go south to harass the eastern border of the Elda Kingdom. Regarding what I saw and heard, I will discuss it with my father and the nobles after I return. I think it is time to establish a joint defense alliance, and it is time for Elda to fully support the war in the valley.
George nodded, knowing that what this guy said had weight. In fact, the alliance between the valley and Elda is beneficial to both parties. All that's missing is a capable leader. And this Alfonso is far more important and more suitable than Robert and Leighton. Alfonso's support in the country was already considerable, and his participation in political affairs, his importance in the king's heart, and his friendship with ministers were also higher than Robert's. Otherwise, Robert would not have been forced into the Black Tide battlefield as a secondary heir. Of course, the main reason is that Robert's father is not dead yet. Otherwise the inheritance rights would be undisputed. The throne belongs directly to Alfonso, and Robert has no share. So now Robert's father is fighting with his father to see who dies first. Therefore, in this situation, Alfonso's words carry a lot of weight in the kingdom of Elda. His political stance can be said to be the weather vane for 1/3 of Elda. The other two parties are Dome Eagle, Grand Duke. One is a wallflower. The only reason why he was opposed to Grand Duke Cheongying, and the only reason that made the domestic voice and the king's tendency moved towards Robert, was that he had a wife. There is no way to marry that Philip's sister. Therefore, Philip's visit caused Elda's political situation to become chaotic. Let Robert, a guy who was originally less vocal than Alfonso, suddenly rise up during that time. Some people even directly proposed that Robert's father should be directly passed over in terms of inheritance rights, so that the king would directly inherit Robert, the little prince, in the future. That period was the darkest period for Alfonso. However, now it is ridiculous for Elda to annex Rodent through marriage. And Campbell cannot let Jagger control Rodent through Philip's sister. And this Grand Duke Cheongying, who lost his son, is now completely in his twilight years, and can be said to be like a clay Buddha crossing the river. If his future heir cannot support the family, the royal family will begin liquidation. Alfonso's joining the mission means that the Campbell family has become a weakling in terms of succession to the throne. Completely lost ambition. So the only thing Alfonso can't compare to Robert now is his glory and merit. George can provide this. The western border can give. The valley can give. To a certain extent, Alfonso and Robert were back on the starting line because the king began to swing from side to side again, leaving Elda's political situation in a mess and unable to be unified. The above is what George has learned from these days of contact. He hoped that the king was just an old fool, not just another Philips. If it is the latter, then the only thing that can be fortunate is the strength of Duke Cheongying and the king's sons, Elda's enfeoffment system, and the 1,000-year-old church St. Wilmec in the royal capital.
Let's go! Alfonso!
After seeing Martin at the door, George put his arm around Alfonso's shoulders and walked out.
I have a meeting today, and I think it is necessary for you to listen to it.
There are some things that the Eldar people should be vaccinated against. He knows the current situation and battlefield in the east better than anyone else. The battle images of Biswi City were only transmitted back to the sanctuary and the Holy Court, facing those terrifying air forces. If anyone thinks that a few lords leading a group of ridiculous militia can defend a castle, that is simply a joke. The entire Elda must unite as one. In his opinion, the shelter needs to cooperate with Alfonso, a man with energy and ability who understands. In addition to him, there must also be another person to preside over Elda's future eastern battlefield, Swan Lake Wetland. The person who presides over the Tianan's battlefield must have great centripetal force in the country and be able to call on the nobles, because Swans is likely to become the next Biswi. Given the current situation, it may be able to sustain itself for a while. The pressure it faces will become increasingly terrifying, no less than the valley. Chapter 368 on the throne. In the corridor, George asked about Robert. Alfonso thought for a moment and gave a pertinent speech as he walked.
Robert's achievements in resisting the Black Tide in the north are great in the eyes of all countries. Although Biswi City was finally lost, he was honored even though he was defeated,
Alfonso said.
But the hero who resisted the Black Tide is still a hero in the country. It seems that is not the case. The great nobles that Elda sent as vassals to participate in the Black Tide can be said to have suffered heavy losses. This made everyone in the country have great complaints against him.
Alfonso shook his head. His expression became complicated.
Nobles, it is believed that he misjudged the intensity of the Black Tide and insisted on holding on to Biswi City with Charles I, causing not many of the kingdom's 200,000 elites and hundreds of thousands of lord troops to return.
Having said this, Alfonso laughed and looked extremely mocking and questioning.
Those nobles thought Robert was a killer and a murderer. This made the boy and many Griffin Knights extremely depressed, spending all day in taverns and banquets. I was drunk and immersed in the gentle countryside.
To be honest, Alfonso couldn't help but feel a little aggrieved about this competitor's experience. But he also thanked this guy. Without Robert's mistake, how could he and Robert return to the starting line and let his father swing back and forth?
You know,
Alfonso said,
the loudest voice among the domestic lords now is not Robert, let alone Jagger. Instead, it is the two people in Rodent, Miss Tanya and Count Wall. They were canonized in Charles. Their performance at Chishan was shocking. They turned the tide at Whitestone Castle
and saved many people from the hands of the lords.
George shook his head, feeling a little ironic. The man who stood firm on the battlefield and bought time for the world eventually became infamous in the country. Deserters and wise protectors have gained a great reputation. He originally thought that the most suitable person to preside over the battlefield of Swan Lake was probably none other than Robert, as long as Sanctuary sent a general. There would be no problem in guarding Swan Lake. But this boy seemed to be unable to recover from the blow, and the nobles also lost confidence in him. George couldn't help but hate the fact that iron cannot become steel. Robert's life was going too smoothly. His ability to withstand pressure may be okay, it comes from his extreme ego. But his ability to withstand frustration is really poor. And Robert's extreme self-confidence has been completely destroyed in the Black Tide. And he can no longer bear this burden. This made it difficult for George to trust him. For this person, he still needs to look at it again. If after that understanding, it is found that this is a role that cannot be supported by mud, then on the bank of Swan Lake, another person will have to be selected.
George, I need Miss Tanya's support.
Alfonso narrowed his eyes slightly.
Today's Dome Eagle is no longer what it used to be. And the Elda Kingdom should also unite as one.
With his eyesight, he had already seen it. Miss Black Pearl, who was highly respected by the Campbell mission, was following George's lead. And the valley was definitely not what the people in the country thought. With two forces, there is only one leader here. He is the King of the West. But he is standing on the throne. His words are more effective than the Archbishop and the King. This is the first totalitarian society he has ever seen. George's power was unbelievable to him. He had already firmly grasped all the political, military, and religious affairs in his hands. Whatever he wants to do, he does not need to seek the opinions of the Archbishop and high priests, does not need to compromise with the great nobles and vassals, and does not need to bow to the legions. This valley is completely different from what the Eldar nobles imagined. It's a red-hot iron bucket. Trying to counter-control the valley through Wallace and Tanya is simply a joke. The country has no idea about the situation in the western region. I don't know the power of this Lord of Dawn at all. George's steps slowly stopped, and he stood in the corridor at the door of the conference hall. He looked at the person in front of him for a long time. During George's inspection, Alfonso's heart couldn't help but tighten slightly. For a moment, he felt that his own thoughts seemed to have been seen by this man. Indeed, he not only needs Tanya's support, he also needs her to help him summon an army to go to the east to fight the devil. Now that the war situation has changed, Elda wants to defend the Swansea lakeside. To a certain extent, she needs the valley as an anchor to the sea in the west. Therefore, the valley is very important to the entire Elda. If you have the full support of the valley and the help of the Dome Eagle, he, Alfonso, will definitely be able to lead an army and make achievements in the east. The achievements he has made will far exceed Robert's. It can even be said that he, who was guarding the military power, could no longer help the nobles to support the little Prince Robert at that time.
Alfonso, I think the battlefield in the west is more suitable for you.
George threw out his pie.
Because here, you will have my full support. Today's situation is no longer what it used to be. Today's world, the Holy Court is not the same as before. In the future, the Kingdom of Elda may not have a second Temple Knight stationed abroad, and the Thorn Birds may not be able to be reborn.
At this moment, a thunder flashed in Alfonso's mind. The new Kingdom of Elda, which integrated politics, religion, and military, appeared in his mind. The short Alfonso raised his head and looked up at the man in front of him with burning eyes. He found that the ambition this man could give him was a throne that he had never even imagined. But what are this man's ambitions? From his words and various scenes in the valley,
Alfonso heard and saw a position higher than that of the throne. In that ancient time, 7 kings supported one monarch. At that time, the continent was unified and human monarchs dominated the earth. Later, this devout believer worshipped under the 7 gods and established the Holy Court. The former monarch was the first pope. The Holy Court does not control mortal forces, but it is located in a large country. It is the most powerful country in the world. The king is the puppet of the Holy Court and the spokesperson of the Pope in the secular world. This country controls everyone's beliefs and the most powerful army in the world. It is like a hegemon. Intervention does not directly intervene in the politics of various countries. This allowed the gods to rule the world and prevented the Pope from having too much power and leading all humans against him. And if such a Pope has the great favor of the 7 gods, he can be allowed to take over the world completely on behalf of the 7 gods, and take the politics, religion, and military into one hand. Then he will be a real king, and everyone in the 7 kingdoms will bow to him. Alfonso didn't know what the name of the thing above the king should be. Maybe it was just another pope with more power, judging from the 7 gods' attachment to this divine knight. It is indeed very possible. Alfonso used all his imagination. But in the end, he failed to realize that the 7 gods were more than just dependents of this knight of divine grace. Unexpectedly, this magic stick never spoke for God from beginning to end. Humanity can now have a real ruler. This ruler wants to completely end theocracy and feudalism. And he will completely centralize power. He will bring down from the throne those wastes and scum who are not qualified to be kings and cannot lead people through this catastrophe. Whoever he wants to be king will be the king. He wants to completely end the turmoil among the 7 kingdoms and become the first-generation monarch. Then let the future king and emperor become a lord in name only. Just like the 7 gods. He wants to return the rights of this world to human hands. Eliminate the inevitable destruction caused by land annexation, and let capable people lead everyone instead of kneeling in front of the useless crown prince. George has never said these words to anyone. He has always played a man with obvious ambitions. And this is just his idea. What the future will really look like remains to be seen step by step. Before everything settles down, he will continue to play such a role. Maybe until the day he dies of old age. The road has just been paved. But this paved road will open up the true people's wisdom and plant a seed that will set off a real revolution in the future world. After George expressed his support for Alfonso and asked Alfonso to stay in the country instead of in the east of Elda, he held him in his arms and pushed him through the door. Alfonso was so dizzy that he even forgot what to do in the east of Elda. In this conference hall, all the key members of the shelter are already in place. On the side near the door, several rodent aristocratic newcomers were surrounding Archbishop Wallace, looking at a document in his hand in amazement, listening to him raising his head and speaking in a showy manner. Garvey and others gathered around and pointed at the map. Others were not interested in the gadget in Wallace's hands, or were lazily leaning against the window or table, drinking wine, and looking at Garvey's end. After seeing George and others coming over, some of them put down their wine glasses and wanted to pour a glass for the boss. However, after discovering that there were outsiders around him, they all put down their wine glasses and stood up straight. Seeing many powerful people present, Alfonso suddenly came to his senses. As the Prince of Elda, as an invited outsider, in this formal occasion, he, like these masters, cannot be too casual. He straightened his back and pushed out the wrinkles in his clothes, stepped through the door with George. During George's introduction, everyone in the hall who was not wearing divine robes greeted Duke Alfonso and expressed their greetings. Wallace and others nodded slightly, and it was over. After the introduction, Alfonso looked at Archbishop Wallace in front of him, walked forward and kissed the large gemstone ring that Wallace wore on his left hand, which represented the identity of the bishop. I want to express my greetings. This is an extremely formal and normal behavior, even if the king faces the archbishop. However, the archbishop kept pulling his hands away, as if he was afraid of dirtying the big ring. This made Alfonso look surprised. When he raised his head, he found that everyone present looked a little strange. The archbishop also looked embarrassed, a little uncomfortable with it. Not because he was afraid that he would kiss the ring dirty. Indeed, he was no longer used to it. In addition to being afraid of being kissed and dirty, he was also afraid of being displeased by his boss. Alfonso suddenly remembered that among all the people present, except for himself, most of them were priests and temples. And the owner here is no ordinary duke either. All people, regardless of status, must bow to him. And the one he participated in was not the Council of Lords. It should be called the Templar Council. Or should it be called?
Sir, the latest news from the Holy Court's mission has arrived. Let me report it to you.
The bishop shook off Alfonso's hand and held a document in his hand with a charming smile on his face. Chapter 369 Recruitment. The document in Wallace's hand was a copy of an official document. An old friend of his in the mission sent someone to deliver it in advance. What I want to express is to tell Wallace that the matter regarding the Dawn Cathedral has been decided. The mission does not intend to sell out, and will tell you in advance, give you a peace of mind, and receive us well. This means that on the main framework of the Holy Court, the members of the mission are also unanimous, no matter whether the people in the mission belong to a faction or not. The overall message they want to convey is friendship and win-win. There is also a list of various positions written on it. In an accompanying letter, the man asked Wallace if he needed to make any changes. It's still too late to decide.
That's it.
George returned the list to Wallace, because they are arranged according to the information known to the Holy Court, basically based on the battle from Hongzhuang to the royal capital and the battle at Yongfeng City. Some people George didn't want them to show up too early, so there was no need to go through any trouble. Anyway, according to this list, no one will be satisfied with how physics is ranked.
Read it to everyone.
George looked at Wallace. After hearing this, Wallace flicked the sleeves in his hands and stood on the stage with a smile on his face. An individual's name and position were read out. The names were recited one by one, and those whose names were read seemed to be very reserved. Amidst the congratulations from everyone, they did not step forward to express anything. and they just put their hands on their chests, and that was it. Alfonso felt that the behavior of these people who had been promoted to high positions seemed a little too reserved, or lack of interest. Alfonso was right about the knight. In fact, everyone had seen this list several times. Garvey and others were indeed a little excited at first. The boss took them to grab the things, and the Holy Court was finally the one who pinched the nose. This is the priesthood given by the Holy Court, something that truly honors our ancestors. This is the whole world's recognition of what they have done. They no longer have to keep that top secret to hide their identities as guards of God. From now on, you guys don't have to kneel down even when you see the king. But when they later understood what those positions were, they all turned their noses up. Now this excitement has completely passed. But that was not the case with Alfonso and George. They were actually the two most excited people present. Especially George. Although he tried his best to keep a straight face, the joy in his eyes was secretly noticed by Alfonso. This bandit den of mine has finally been recruited. George couldn't help rubbing his hands. Under Alfonso's strange gaze, he quickly put it down. Alfonso's eyes were indeed strange, because he had the same idea as the knights present. This position given by the Holy Court, judging from the achievements of the knights, is really too low. But George had something different in mind, because no matter how high or low the position is, this is a real position. You can lead the troops of the Holy See. From now on, this troop in the shelter will be the official troop. In the future, the Holy Court will not only pay them salaries, but also provide them with all kinds of high-end supplies and benefits. This is a great help for shelters that are always short of supplies. And for George, who is stingy about one thing, it has solved a lot of headaches. In Wallace's recitation, each person's position is different. After listening to it in detail, George, a fan of officials, finally knew today that the positions of knights in the Holy See were divided very finely. It is divided into positive 9th level and deputy 9th level. One is the Grand Knight, and the other is the Executive Knight. The lowest is from the 9th level, and the highest is the positive 1st level. According to his popular understanding, they are the
9th grade
military attaché and the
9th grade
military attaché. In other words, the Vatican's 18th level military merit title. Those who reach the 3rd level are usually canonized to Knights of Divine Grace. The middle 3rd level is the Lieutenant General and leader of the Holy Court. The lower 3 steps are the cathedral. There are not many troops under the cathedral. They are all churches of small secular countries outside the 7 kingdoms. The 7 kingdoms also have them. But the positions held by the 7 countries are all in cathedrals and churches. In these places, there are only some nobles acting as guardian knights. Having a 9th level knight position is considered to be a glorious ancestor, because the king of some small countries, if he is a devout believer, is usually 7th grade. After all, they usually only have 1 or 2 cities in their hands. Moreover, this level of knight is on the same level as an angel. George is a 3rd level knight of divine grace, and his position is called Knight of the Holy See, according to the heavenly level of the kingdom of heaven. It is the rights that an angel has on the earth and in the Holy See after he descends. Besides him, Garvey and Alexander, they are the 5th order Knights of Virtue, symbolizing virtue. According to George, this position can be called a garrison general. You can have about 10 Templar commanders around you. The Templar Knights of the Holy See are about the same strength as the Red Robes, and can manage 1,000 Templar Knights, White Robes. However, generally a Templar Knight can have at least 10 retinues, Grey Robes. Jagger, Earl of Thorns, is a 4th order and a Knight of Power, which is considered one of the highest positions in the temple. Can lead 3,000 Templar Knights. But in fact, he only has more than 200 Templar Knights with the title of the Templar. No matter how powerful they are, even if they are actually more powerful than the real church, the other teaching soldiers do not have formal positions or titles in the eyes of the Holy See. They are just militiamen. The supply equipment is also based on this. This greatly restricted the strength of the Thorn Bird. This caused the Thorn Birds to gradually fall from one of the strongest temple troops to a middle to lower level. Therefore, it can be seen that although the Holy See has given the sanctuary a lower position, the more than 2,000 temples are equipped with white-collar workers. Wages and salaries too. Under Garvey is Jack's 6th order, symbolizing strength. Martin is considered to be a member of the Knights of the Black Lake, and is also at the 6th level. The next 3 levels are all the old Red Robe Knights from Sanctuary, and the Black Lake Sergeants. Judging from their achievements, they were actually quite big. One of them eliminated many sources of disaster in the valley, and fought with the troops of the fallen angels in Winsong City. One worked from Hongzhuang to the royal capital, also saved many noble coalition forces. So the suppression of this list is huge. among all the people. Except for George. The one with the highest position is the Glory Temple Owen. And his own position is not low. He led the Glory Temple to fight against the fallen angels. But this time, he was only promoted to the 4th level of Power Knight. Moreover, the Holy See did not give him the Templar Knights he could lead, but only offered to lead the original troops. Translated, it means only giving salary. No supplies are planned. Chapter 370 The Attitude of the Holy Court. If there is anyone who is most satisfied with this list, it is probably George. Although including the Templar Knights given by the Holy See, the total number of places is only more than 2,000. And these soldiers and horses are also provided by oneself. But these 2,000 people are supplied by the Holy See, and they are at the church level. These are more than 2,000 sets of magical runes, and various kinds of sophisticated armor. In addition, there will be many tools to defend the city, as well as a sacred object that can create divine fire, and dispel a fog. This is an equipment only available in the temple. Of course, Dawn Cathedral doesn't need this thing. But I can take it with me. In addition to these supplies, more than 2,000 Templar Knights are also paid by the Holy See about 200,000 silver foxes every year. The money is allocated directly to the local church, the Cathedral of the Dawn. The local church has the final say on how much money to pay the knights. So this money goes into the shelter's pockets. According to convention, in addition to those Templar Knights with quotas, there are usually a large number of teaching soldiers in the temple. Therefore, the salary of the Templar Knights is generally not so high. Some of them will be used to arm and teach soldiers. Whether the teaching force can be fully staffed depends entirely on the financial strength of the local area. The Holy See only provides so much military supplies in total. Although the salary at the shelter is relatively low, the average salary is only 1 or 2 pieces of silver fox per person per month. But the total of 80,000 sergeants is also a terrifying expense. The annual expenditure is in the millions. In fact, George could not pay a penny of salary, because in this kind of disaster situation, it would be good to have someone to stay with if you have a stutter. In addition, the soldiers and civilians in the valley are united and will protect their homes even if they have no money. So many people think that salary is unnecessary. But on the one hand, he didn't want the people who shed blood and sweat to have a better life than the nobles in the city. On the one hand, it is also hoped that the consumption of the sergeants can promote the stability of the economy and monetary system of the shelter. So the pressure on shelters is considerable. Although due to the improvement of the financial system, the money spent by the soldiers in the valley eventually returned to the hands of the shelter. However, because the ratio of military to civilians in the valley is too large, and the ratio of materials to currency is unhealthy, even if the balance of limited purchases is achieved, inflation will still exist. The exchange ratio between silver foxes and materials in the black market has reached an extremely terrifying figure. This forced George to repeatedly consider cutting his salary. In addition to the inflation on the black market, he could no longer afford to repurchase the trophies he had bought back from the sergeants. Many people wanted to exchange for silver foxes in addition to potions. Moreover, the production of pharmaceuticals alone is not enough. The development of trade with Elda, the mining of silver mines, etc. have alleviated great pressure. Coupled with the military salary from the Holy See, the financial system of the sanctuary has finally stabilized. After that, when the trade is fully developed, and the shelter and the sergeants themselves can use the spoils of war to exchange for a large amount of supplies in that trade, everyone will be rich. In addition, considering that the valley is on the front line, the Holy See exempted the valley diocese from submitting fundraising. I'm afraid the Holy See also knows that even if it asks for this tax, the valley will not give it to it. After all, the Holy See did not allocate food and grass. It's all prepared locally. Generally speaking, if it was before the fog, it would be unreasonable for the Holy See to give such a small thing. After all, there is a war going on here, and the things given to more than 2,000 knights are nothing more than a slap in the face. But if you take the current situation into account, the Holy See has actually given a lot of support in this fog. Even the transportation of more than 200,000 silver foxes is also a huge problem. So it can be seen from this incident that the lurkers have completely stopped visiting the valley recently. They didn't dare to rush up and down too much, looking forward to a truce with Morphus, and looking forward to future cooperation. The only dispute between those lurkers and Bishop Avery and others was the position of the Templar Knights. Because after having this position, it means that the Divine Grace Knight will no longer have a false name, and the top secret force in the valley will also be fully recognized. In the future, if there is turmoil in Erda, and there is a problem in St. Wilmic's Cathedral, the various powerful knights and virtue knights in the valley have the right to intervene in the church troops there. What's more, there is the 3rd level seat knight, If St. Wilmic's Cathedral really breaks down one day, he will directly go there to kill first, and then take over all the troops there. Bishop Avery can then persuade the cardinals and the Diocese of St. Wilmic's Cathedral to hand over the situation in his hands. Although if George really intervened, the Holy See's document would be just a false name. But the Holy Court is orthodox after all, and its influence on people's hearts is huge. There is a big difference between bandits coming to occupy territory and regular troops coming to occupy territory. One can be regarded as an invasion by Elda, and the other is here to support counter-rebellion. Therefore, from now on, George can intervene in the affairs of the Holy See openly. His title of Knight of Divine Grace is no longer just a false name. As a Knight of the Holy See, he has a natural say in St. Wilmic's Cathedral. However, he kept a straight face, showing his full disdain for that position, pretending to be just like his subordinates. After Wallace finished reading, George waved to him and asked about the members of the mission.
Most of them are old guys who have status but no real power,
Wallace said. He basically knows these people, or has heard of them all.
To put it bluntly, they are just a group of good old people and idlers. The real thing has been decided by the Holy Court. They are just here to go through the motions.
George had also heard of many of these guys, who had no real power in Wallace's eyes. But in his previous impression, these were all big shots. George noticed the Lord Boris is mentioned in the letter. He seemed to be the leading cardinal.
Your Excellency Boris is newly appointed and belongs to the old school.
Wallace shook his head and said,
This guy is very lucky. Originally, the position of cardinal was reserved for Mr. Avery. The old school is deliberately disgusting.
Wallace didn't have much envy for this guy, who was originally inferior to him, to become a cardinal. Although the cardinal is closer to the core, he is actually a feudal official. Of course, if the Holy See planned to give him a cardinal post, he would never refuse. However, there is absolutely no way for him to go to the Holy Court and give up his position as the Archbishop of the Dawn Cathedral and the Archbishop of Rodenk. George shook his head when he heard this. Archbishop Avery had actually returned to the Holy Court a few days ago, and he had ordered the battle footage to be sent to him. This guy did not go with Charlie and others. Instead, after retreating, he led several groups of knights and priests and replaced them with mercenaries to serve, hiding his traces along the way. He rushed to the Holy Court first. This made his journey smooth, escaping the pursuit of demons and the assassinations of lurkers. Aloysius was probably filled with hatred for this guy, who had helped the Knight of Divine Grace all the way. That's Morphus. If it weren't for Avery, there wouldn't be so much going on in the royal capital. So the lurkers hate him with all their teeth. And the old guard thinks so too. He was defeated in Biswi City. Not only does it have no merit at all, but it should also be punished. This kind of argument has spread all the way up to the taking office of His Excellency Boris's. When Avery returned to the Holy Court and brought back those detailed circumstances and memories, the reformists, who had been suppressed, successfully helped him to be rehabilitated. And after the Holy See troops fought a battle with the demons, Avery, who led the ordinary troops and resisted in Biswi City for a month, was at the peak of his fame. Even many conservatives are convinced by him. This made Aloysius itch with hatred. What a top-secret Knight of Divine Grace. He was completely deceived. Those idiots don't know what kind of troublemaker they have attracted. If he had known who he was, he would never have agreed to that person's appointment as a Knight of Divine Grace. This simply had a chain reaction. The king was not only a mess caused by him, but the troops he could send were also greatly reduced. Not only that, the refugees from Biswi City also flew away. As a result, the demons' troops lacked strength, nutrients and time, and were unable to break into the Deep South. As planned, it was delayed for more than 2 months. Even the Holy Court is a bunch of fools. Reacted? He had even been suspected. He had to quietly lurk and wipe his own butt. Otherwise, let alone take over the Holy Court. Once exposed, he, the spy who broke into the enemy alone, would be among the thousands of Templars and Templars, under the watchful eyes of the Temple Knights and Celestial Armed Forces. Life is in danger. But even if he doesn't hesitate to expose himself and hinder the Holy Court, the current situation in the East can no longer be restored. Because now the Devil's troops can no longer pass the Sword Suppression Pass. The so-called victory over the Holy Court in 1 year has become a ridiculous declaration. The Blitzkrieg turned into a protracted war. And one can imagine Aloysius's anger. But the Knight of Divine Grace couldn't move, so he could only vent his anger on Avery's head. However, when Avery returned to the Holy Court, Your Excellency Boris's had already taken office. Avery's Dahompo was finally hindered. But based on his achievements, Dahompo is probably indispensable. But I am afraid that there are also interests involved. The old guard would never let this guy, who is now more popular than Vic White, rise to the top so easily. Avery sacrificed a lot for his distant grandson. Although many things in the valley are contested by George and others, it can still be said that he fought for them. The bloody political turmoil has been stirring for a long time. Politicians say black is black and white is white. Until the Holy See troops engaged, the Holy Court saw their need for the valley. And this was finally decided by Vic White and others. Garvey, who was standing next to him, cursed loudly.
The front lines are fighting, and the rear is stirring up trouble. I really don't know what those people are thinking.
George nodded. The battle situation in the east was even more tense than in the valley. But thinking about it on the other hand, the demons can no longer do Shigu because of this. So after this meeting, many things were settled. Then he can go south with peace of mind in a while, and start a guerrilla war in Erda. Chapter 371 Eastern War Situation. George and others analyzed the battle situation in the east, which was extremely important for the future of the sanctuary and Elda's strategy. The leaders of the shelter first compiled the intelligence they had in the western region. In the past few months, it can be said that the situation in the western region has been clearly understood by the Special Operations Team. With the current situation of the shelter, there is no need to worry about anyone attacking. As long as the main force of demons does not come, many demons from the western region and Winsong City will come, and many will die. As for the main force of the devil, they have a headache in the south now. Charlie and Volp had already compiled the details of the east side. Although most of them were related to refugees, the generals were able to deduce the flow of demon troops from them. After referring to the news from the Holy Court, it is basically infinitely close to the truth. Looking at the desktop sandbox, Owen pointed to the small flags and said,
It can be seen that the throughput of Darkin's held gate after it was broken, and the throughput of crossing the river with Biswi City, greatly restricted the rhythm of the demon army. We are completely trapped in the war between Violet and OZBI.
Near Violet is Days North. It's like a scar surrounding the Violet Plain. It is the border buffer area between the three countries of Rodink, Erda and Landry. In those hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of land, there are many free mountain people living there. And there are also several small kingdoms. From the north to the east of Days is Elda's Swan Marsh, and to the west is Landry's country. This is the Xinjiang Pass in the south. The main force of the Holy Court is now guarding Xinjiang Pass. Zhenjiangwen. This is a super fortress no less than Biswi City. Judging from the current situation, it is extremely cold in winter and foggy in summer. Its southern attack extent far exceeds that of Biswi City. The mountain ridges there are continuous, like the long sword pierced by the gods. It surrounds all the way to the west of the kingdom of Elda. Just like China's Bashu and Great Wall, the ridge of Xinjiangwen extends to the territory of Erda. The area between this section and the Senas River is called the Swans Wetland and borders Days to the north. Swans Wetland is also known as Babeli Swans. The mountains here are surrounded by a large number of swamps, lakes, and rivers. There are 76 large and small dongtings. It's no problem for people to leave, and it's no problem for traders. But if you want to take supplies and luggage, you have to pass through various checkpoints or water fortresses. In this winter, the wetlands are covered with thin ice, and the thin ice is covered with snow. It is impossible to tell where is the way to live and where is the way to death. People who are not familiar with the road can easily be swallowed up by the swamp. And those demons in the burning hell are afraid of cold and water. Therefore, they can only harass swans with small troops and sky troops. And their main focus is on Violet and Days Bay. Violet plus Days Bay is a large area, covering 1 million square kilometers. Now the place is full of refugees, which is enough for them to have a headache.
How many refugees have there been?
George asked everyone.
20 million.
Martin touched his chin and said,
20 million is an overall estimate. In addition, there may be many idiots who did not escape and were waiting to die. It's locked now. Those who haven't left can't leave.
Garvey sighed.
Even if those who left didn't follow Charlie and the others, they could only wander in the north. In more than 3 months, there are more than 500 people who pass through Xinjiang Pass. So besides Charlie and the others, there may be more than 10 million people wandering in the Violet, Days North, Swan Lake, and Landry East.
Speaking of these 4 places, Garvey drew an oval circle around the Violet. This is an area of hundreds of kilometers from north to south, and 1,000 kilometers from east to west.
The farthest east is Swan Lake, and the farthest west is Landry East. The demons are now concentrated in Biswi City, Violet and Days Bay, capturing the wandering refugees and fighting with the troops of the Holy Court. So although the southernmost the Xinjiang Pass is closed, But those who fled to Swan Lake and Landry East are far away from the battlefield. They have a chance to survive.
George nodded. He could accept this number. It's already very good. Charlie and the others can be said to have saved more than 10 million people. As the situation in the north collapsed, the refugees from north to south continued to flow southward like a snowball. Originally, only more than 2 million people escaped from Biswi City. But their hasty migration south and the news they brought to the south caused refugees from all over the south to flee. In the end, 20 million refugees scattered in various places and fled in a hurry. The refugees brought by the Rodump nobles were the first to evacuate. In the past 2 months, they had successfully passed through a small country bordering Violet and passed the Jinjian Pass in the south. After that, Jinjian Pass is the real safe zone. In less than a month, we can reach the territory chosen by Charlie. As for Charlie and others, some of the noble coalition troops and servants left more than a month late. After arriving at Violet, he also escaped from the pursuit of the demons in that thrilling situation. Caught the last bus. However, of the 600,000 or so people like Charlie, including the handyman, 200,000 died directly in Biswi City, and basically most of them died in the last few days. In the early stage, because it was just monsters besieging the city, and there was no waterway, there were not many casualties. When Charlie and the others saw that the war troops were unable to resist the demon army, they quickly withdrew. The remaining 400,000 people were on the run and disappeared without a trace. What is definitely known is that Charles's troops and servants totaled 70,000 men. They all passed Jinjian Pass. The others are allied forces from various countries. Some of them were Days Bay people, so they stayed in the area and were considered laggards. But they all know the situation. And they are all elite. He will not wait to die where he is, but will choose to resist in his own country, or take his people to Elda in the east or Landry in the west. Most of the others are Erda's troops, and a small number are Landry's army. They go directly east or west of Violet. There will be many refugees following behind on the road. Now, several small countries near Violet have collapsed, and the land is filled with refugees. The demons were being captured and fighting fiercely with the human troops. Fortresses are being breached. However, although the demons are somewhat unstoppable, but although the response measures and efficiency of the Holy Court and the major powers were ridiculous, Avery wrote for the first time since the siege by Phillips. In the nearly 4 months since the fall of Biswi City, they had finally finished setting up defenses at the Jinjian Pass in the south of Violet. 4 months is a ridiculous amount of time. If Aloysius's earliest plan had been followed, Sword Suppressing Pass would have been damn long ago. It can be said that Aloysius's perfect plan failed completely, and his troops fell into the quagmire of the war between Days Bay and Violet. After an elite unit of the demons failed to quickly attack the Jinjian Pass, they had to disperse their troops and began to wreak havoc in various small countries within a few hundred kilometers north of Jinjian Pass and south of Violet. Got up, however, after the Holy Court defeated the Devil's Energy at the Sword Suppressing Pass. Some temple knights are already leading the temple to the battlefield in Days Bay. They caused chaos there, and the battle in the school field was fought in Days Bay. The troops in the hands of the Holy Court, which are far more powerful than the core troops of the Sanctuary, can be said to have declared their power on the battlefield in the east, and declared the dominance of the Holy Court in this world. Chapter 372 King's Interview. In the eyes of the Rodump people, everything south of Biswi City is the south. But in the eyes of the Holy Court, the north of Junjiang Pass is the north. There is a difference of about 2,000 kilometers. Therefore, Elda, Landry, and Rodent are collectively referred to as the 3 major northern countries. Days Bay is the junction and buffer zone between them. The terrain here is complex, covered with hills, rivers, lakes, and deep forests. There are ogres, werewolves, and many other monsters and beasts. Mercenaries used to be very active here, and many dark wizards also chose to hide here. Now, some elite small teams from the Holy Court have entered the new battlefield of Days Bay, where the battle played in the school grounds was fought. From the current point of view, I am afraid that the demons will be tumbling in the quagmire of this war for at least half a year, and if they are eager to plunder more souls, they will not leave until next winter, because during that winter, those displaced refugees who are still wandering in the north will die, become a low-level zombie. Swansea is obviously not that easy to go due to the advantage of winter terrain, but Landry is a soft persimmon. Although there are many fortresses and castles there, compared to the water village in Swan Lake, it is easier to catch people. Moreover, there is a life passage for refugees in the Landry. The sergeants at the shelter analyzed that after the demons devoured the millions of square kilometers near Days Bay, This area would become a demon hinterland like the one to the west. The demons must stay behind and garrison the troops, in order to prevent the Holy Court troops from rushing out from Sword Suppression Pass and destroying their equipment. Magic facilities for producing food and energy. Incubation pools for transforming demons. And altars for summoning demons. Etc. Some of the demons' remaining available troops will go to the west to harass Elda, trying to destroy their navy, docks, etc. Part of it will go to the bully Landry to the east. Half of Landry will be destroyed. And only the Haima Island outside the Haima Strait will be spared, equivalent to Great Britain. Landry is one of the 7 great nations, although its territory is less than half of Rodent and less than 1/3 of Erda. And because it is close to the ridge of Xinjiangwen and close to the coastal mountains. Therefore, there are not many arable food products, most of which are grapes and other commercial crops. But their population is quite large. It is almost the same as Rodent, with a total of 80 million people. Landry's navy once dominated the world and is still ranked among the top 3. Although the army is average, it is used to fighting in the mountains, and the number is still in the hundreds of thousands. If we fight defensively, it won't be defeated in such a short time. So Landry has now become a lifeline for northern refugees to escape. Haima Fortress is at the west end of the Xinjiangwen Ridge, with one side close to the sea and one side close to the mountain. It is the life channel for refugees. It is also the only weakness in the North stronghold. However, it is in the heart of Landry. Although it is not as good as Biswi City, the supplies and support are faster and better. So this is the biggest headache for the devils. Summarizing this, Garvey said, the devils' large army will be unable to move in the north of days for a long time. But Landry's Seahorse Fortress, there is a constant flow of refugees. Having said this, Garvey planted the black flag representing the devil in Seahorse Fortress. I think the top priority for the devils is to dispatch an elite force first, and let this force be sent to Seahorse Fortress while the Holy Court has not yet garrisoned it. The demon troops passed through Landry's layers of siege and occupied the Seahorse Fortress first. Refugees were not allowed to go south from here. Jack nodded, looked at the map of Seahorse Fortress, and said, but this demon army will be isolated and helpless, struggling to support itself under the attack of the Holy Court and the Landry Navy. So, the demon army is devouring after Violet and Osawabii. They will most likely separate a main force and march towards Landry to meet with the demons in Seahorse Fortress. At the same time, they will use the source of plague and disaster to affect Elda and Landry. But there is a prerequisite for the main force of the devil to march towards Landry. George's hand slapped Alfonso on the shoulder, waking him up. That is that Elda is like an iron barrel. In that company, amidst the source of disaster and plague, there was no civil war or disintegration. Otherwise, the main force of the demons that would have gone to Landry would have marched straight in from the Swan River, and the situation would have completely changed. Xinjiangwen will become meaningless. George looked at Alfonso and said, the demons will establish a foothold in the north of days before next winter, and then start to set off. We have up to a year to prepare. Within this year, the situation in Elda will be at means whether the devils will go to Landry. And after this year, the devils have absorbed nutrients in the great north of the river, and the second force they have grown will march towards Elda. George's eyes were blazing. Are you ready for all this? Get ready? Elda, get ready. The Eldar people can't even figure out the situation now. Their homes are in chaos. Many people have heard the news from the east, but are still dreaming about spring and autumn. They regard the valley as their own. Robert knocked them all. Can't wake up. Everyone in this kingdom is either sleepless, blindly optimistic, or blindly confident. Even Alfonso suddenly realized that the nobles of the entire country were not as powerful as the Rodent nobles of Blue Water City. George naturally knew this situation, and his meeting today was all about coaxing and scaring him. Telling Alfonso that without me, you would all be burping and wet. To sum it up in one sentence, isn't it better than supply and demand? Of course, deep down in his heart, he also hoped that this boy could give him a surprise after all. He didn't want Alfonso to ask for everything from him. Therefore, this sentence is actually an interview if he is a loser. Support him in grabbing the throne. Alfonso can naturally understand the meaning of George's words. He knew that this was both a blackmail and an interview. But he was hit with stars by the sledgehammer. Because the situation is too bad. Then the end is right around the corner. At this moment, his whole body couldn't help but tremble. And cold sweat broke out on his back. He had already prepared the situation for the worst. But the actual situation was far worse than he imagined. He could imagine what would happen to Alda and Landry within this year. They will be like the former valley described in Brenda's biography. facing the constant outbreak of disasters, plagues and zombies. And after that, the end will strike from the east. During the Carnival of Doomsday, he suddenly realized how appropriate the adjective, Dirk, was for the Elda nobles. They are so ignorant and stupid. The nobles still didn't know that they were on the eve of the end. The prosperous Elda only had 1 year left with the brilliance of the sun. The struggle for power and profit is meaningless in the shadow of this doomsday. All Elda must unite as one. The core troops of the Holy Court will not come to support Elda. They are already trying their best in the Landry, Zenji Angwin and Daze Bay. The only thing that can rely on them is this valley. Alfonso's eyes slowly lit up again. Indeed, the situation ahead is extremely bad. But they have a forerunner to learn from. He believed that with the lessons learned from the valley, Elda would not make the same mistakes again. In the source of plague and disaster that breaks out everywhere, the shadow of doom is like the overwhelming mountain. Elda will certainly face various difficult challenges in the future. But having a challenge makes it even more exciting.
We have purchased some of the special medicines for the plague. You have also given the formula to us. I believe that with the help of these medicines, the plague may cause some zombies, but they can eventually be controlled. And let the Lord they gradually grew up in the confrontation with the undead.
Alfonso looked at George with burning eyes and said,
As for the source of disaster, it is the touchstone of Elda's army. The Silver Griffin group will grow more powerful. Please believe that Elda will it is the strongest support in the valley.
In the midst of that pressure, all Alfonso could see was what they could get out of it. As for the future losses, he was also very clear.
George, I think the most important thing next is food. This is the source of disaster and the plague that wants to destroy the most. And next, there will inevitably be large tracts of wasteland that cannot be harvested.
Having said this, Alfonso slowly looked at George. His hand drew a circle on the large area of land bordering the valley and Elda.
Indeed, the valley is a pure land that has been cleared. But the territory bordering the valley and Erda is also a sufficiently broad, safe area.
George looked at that area, which was the territory of the Dome Eagle family. It occupies an area of more than 300,000 square kilometers. Its land is not as fertile as the Rat territory, but its cultivable area is extremely vast. The only pity is that Xionging basically treats the entire place as a pasture for the sake of the troops' horses.
I am willing to exchange this land with you in the future.
Alfonso raised his head and supported his thick skin.
There are people here who have tens of millions of acres of unpolluted fertile land. The land. What is missing is a lord who is willing to turn those horse farms into farmland. Leiden is a soft-hearted man. He can neither hold the vassals firmly in his hands, nor is he still a petty person. He obviously does not want to part with the land, and there is no such courage.
George was suddenly stunned. He looked at the guy in front of him. Suddenly I realized that this shameless guy had extremely clear ideas. Eldar's internal trouble lies in the separation of the three parties. Now the old Dome Eagle is bedridden. Who becomes the next leader depends only on inheritance and the support of the nobility. If Dome Eagle had a different leader this winter, he supported Alfonso, then Alfonso will definitely be the winner in the battle for the throne. The throne, unity, and food issues were all solved. And in this Dome Eagle territory controlled by the valley, there will be no source of disaster or plague, even on the lands bordering this territory. Alfonso no longer has to worry about the source of disaster, because Gu Di will definitely help him solve it. As for the problems that will be encountered in the east of Elda in the future, both of them are well aware of it. And it is impossible for the valley to ignore it. So this guy Alfonso can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone and gain nothing. But there is an extremely critical issue here. Tanya's inheritance, her brother is still alive, and she is a daughter.
George, do you know what the inheritance law is?
Alfonso laughed evilly. Inheritance law. This is something that a feudal lord specifically uses to blackmail his vassals. When George heard this word, he knew what he was going to do. His eyes couldn't help but sparkle. But if you say that Alfonso can do it, then he is definitely trying to make a big deal out of it. Good boy. I'm blackmailing you. But you've drawn a pie for me. George looked at the boy who was interviewing in front of him with shining eyes, and thought in his heart, but it does smell very good. In this matter, if we make good use of the situation in Elda, there is indeed much to be done. Chapter 373, Divide the Sky Eagle. George has always been troubled by the inheritance issue of Netanya. On the other hand, that woman does not want to be a Grand Duke at all. And George didn't dare to mention this to her yet, because she was afraid that if Leiden died, she would blame herself. Tanya is not the eldest son, but she is also a woman. So inheritance is a big problem, although Elda does not have a law of extermination. Women have the right to inherit, but she is not the eldest son. not a boy, and is at the bottom of the inheritance sequence. Even her uncles can take away the family property from her. Even if Grand Duke Cheongying loves this daughter, he will never tolerate the division of land and rights of direct descendants. What's more, the old immortal doesn't like his daughter. However, if Alfonso has enough energy in the country, and even the royal family, which holds the big stick of inheritance law, can help, then things will be different under the blackmail of Dome Eagle. The inheritance of a noble is generally divided into two parts: title and property. A title means the allegiance of a vassal, and the fiefdom attached to the title. The property is other large tracts of land, real estate, movable property, and even business license, right to go to the sea, right to recommend the church, etc. The eldest son has no dispute on the title, including the fiefdom of the title. Other heirs enjoy inheritance rights in other lands. They can share a piece of land and use it to support themselves after the death of the parent. If the parent has more titles, he can add another title and become a vassal of the future parent's family. Whenever a noble faces a succession issue, it is normal for the royal family, which holds the succession law, to play its hand in it. Old Cheongying also used this method to mess with his vassals. In the past, because of the strength of Dome Eagle, they could ensure that the direct heirs of the family would be fully inherited. But now it is different. Old Dome Eagle is a smart man. For the sake of the integrity of the family, he will compromise under the blackmail of the royal family and George. As long as this old man is determined and has the support of the nobles in the country, then let alone his little daughter. He is an adopted son. As long as the vassals swear allegiance to the adopted son while the old man is alive, then he will be the next Grand Duke of Cheongying. All vassals must listen to him. The matter of adopting a son has historical basis in the European Middle Ages, and there was even an adopted son inheritance system in ancient Rome. As for the other land, it will be determined according to inheritance laws. Uncles and children will have some. So according to this situation, it would be no problem for Tanya to get the title of Archduke Cheongying. But at worst, she would give the Grand Duke's other lands to Leiden and the others. But the key is whether the royal family can really be so supportive.
Old rule. Let's score 3-7. But this time, I want 7.
Alfonso put his hands on his waist and raised his head and said, in this look, he was not a successor to the throne who was about to fail, but a king-like face, which made George give a thumbs up.
I will worry about how to let Count Black Pearl inherit the title and territory of Grand Duke Cheongying. Of course, if you and Tanya can have a scene, that would be great.
Alfonso analyzed. The nobles of Elda have been peeping at the Black Pearl Valley for a long time, and they didn't understand the situation in the valley at all. Many people even thought that the Black Pearl was for Elda's enclave after Tanya became the Earl of Black Pearl. In their imagination, the current form of the valley is also extremely subtle. First of all, the Rodump Kingdom promoted Tanya to check and balance the future Grand Duke Yongfeng. This Earl and Duke themselves are vassals of the king, not superiors or subordinates. Originally, they relied on marriage and blood to maintain their relationship. But now this relationship is gone. Not only that, Miss Tanya was once the fiancée controlled by George. But now the puppet has turned around and started singing. The situation is even more subtle. If the newly appointed Grand Duke Yongfeng stayed in Yongfeng City and became his king of the West, then it would be great. Black Pearl and Grand Duke Yongfeng would be good friends, good nightmares, and even good relatives. But now, Duke Yongfeng has lost his land and gone to Black Pearl, and he also brought a new wife with the most right to inherit the valley. This situation is very different. In the eyes of the nobles, all the factors that turned them into enemies appeared in Tanya and George, the former lovers. Therefore, the fantasies of the Eldar people that Alfonso mentioned before are indeed true. Now, as Alfonso, who has a deep understanding of the valley and has personally visited the Western Territory, after returning, it can be said that black is black and white is white. There is a lot of room for operation. So as long as the nobles of Elda still have the idea of greedy for the valley, Tanya will have great value and be attracted by them. And if Tanya becomes the Grand Duke of Sky Eagle, then she will not only be a buffer between Elda and the valley, but when Elda annexes the valley in the future, Miss Tanya will most likely open the door to her country and kill them, her old lover. During Alfonso's analysis, George's face gradually darkened. The atmosphere in the entire conference hall became increasingly awkward.
What you said is indeed reasonable. Some nobles may indeed think so. But I believe that there are still discerning people in Elda,
George said slowly.
Leiden brought the envoy here. Some of the Elda nobles, who have had in-depth contact with me in Blue Water City, will probably know who the master is here.
What George means is that he is a big bad wolf that eats people. Those discerning people know who Tanya's boss is. Pushing her to the position of Duke Qingying is tantamount to inviting the wolf into the house. Of course, if they could see more clearly, a sober person like Alfonso would also know that this wolf has no intention of doing such stupid things to benefit the devil fisherman when the doomsday is overwhelming. He wished that Eldar's king was more powerful and had a teammate to help him.
This is not the key issue, George.
Alfonso stroked his mustache and laughed.
We don't have to worry about the discerning people, because they are a minority after all. As long as the public opinion and gossip build momentum, let that group occupy the majority if those who are obsessed with profit get carried away. This will happen. We don't need them to be stupid for a lifetime,
Alfonso added.
We only need domestic public opinion to put pressure on the Old Dome Eagle. And this matter will become, I believe, that the Old Dome Eagle, after seeing those idiots after his face, he will definitely choose a good tree to rest in.
Choose good trees and rest. Alfonso's words were like a bolt of lightning, waking George up. It can be said that he scratched his own itch. Indeed, the key to this matter is Duke Qingying. The current situation in Erda is as devastating to the Dome Eagle family. Naratonk failed to draw water from the bamboo basket, defrauded his allies, and lost most of his own troops. The biggest help, his eldest son, the Earl of Thorns, and the head of Thorn Birds, died. The family is also in chaos, and no one can take charge alone. If at this time, the domestic wolves and political opponents are still eyeing the situation, ready to beat up the lost dog, and Goody suddenly intervenes forcefully. So for this guy who is not loyal to Elda, there is simply no psychological pressure to change jobs for the sake of his family's inheritance and future. After changing jobs, his daughter became the Duke of Qingying and the Earl of Black Pearl. Goody has a good relationship with Alfonso, and his daughter still has a bad relationship with Robert. From now on, no matter who the H.L. wins between Alfonso and Robert, it will not be a disaster for Dome Eagle if the situation becomes desperate. Dome Eagle will completely defect to the valley at worst. As for whether the Yongfeng Grand Guild will swallow him down to the bone, it all depends on his daughter. Therefore, in this case, if someone in the country uses the inheritance law as an issue, the blackmail is basically stable because if Qingying doesn't bet on his daughter, the family will fall apart.
My dear Duke George,
Alfonso pinched his mustache and said,
you should write a letter to Tanya quickly, and by the way, form 2 eloquent teams and go to the royal capital with my knights. The justice is my man.
Alfonso's meaning is very clear. Although the court is not a court of justice, this matter does not require him to go to court. All it takes is for the chief judge to express his attitude and speak out a little bit. George nodded, looked deeply at Alfonso in front of him, and couldn't help but look up and down at the little man again. On the interview question, "Are you ready?" this little man can be said to have given a perfect answer. This answer sheet is called Carve Up the Sky Eagle. Alfonso has great ability to withstand pressure. In the competition with Robert, this loser has never been hit by defeat. After Alfonso discovered the importance of the valley to Elda, what he expressed was not to ask for help, but to prove the value of his ally. He has a clear mind and can see gains and losses. He has a unique and cunning vision and the ability to turn disadvantages into advantages. He was brave and proved himself in the West. He also has certain military qualities and excellent political skills. This is a very good talent, and he must definitely join his super scam group. Today, the eastern border of Elda needs someone to hold on to resist the intrusion of the Black Tide. The country of Eldar also needs someone to take charge of dealing with the source of plague and disaster that breaks out everywhere. The host must have strong political skills and a clear mind. And Alfonso is undoubtedly the most suitable person. Going south will be Alfonso's training trip, and it will also be a time to choose a man suitable to guard the eastern realm of Erda. Garby is actually a suitable candidate, although he has no appeal among the nobles of Elda. The kingdom of Elda is extremely special. As a mercenary country, the combat effectiveness of the mercenary group cannot be underestimated. Therefore, if he can lead the mercenary groups in Erda, he can also take root in Swan Lake. But the point is, he needs to stay in the valley, because he is the person that the fallen angels fear the most besides themselves. Tanya has charisma. She has military qualities and is extremely powerful now. After bathing in the blood moon and taking various medicines, she has become the Scarlet Enchantress, who is feared by all the great demons. She is a combat power comparable to Alexander the Great, a comprehensive warrior of knights, assassins, and wizards. But she needs to help Alfonso fight against the source of disaster and the plague. And from the news brought by the Campbell mission, some areas within the kingdom of Elda are still plagued by blood troubles. And there are hacking werewolves. Moreover, the people who clean up Eldar's disaster have more powerful appeal than the guerrilla generals who stay in the east, because the noble lords are the main force in cleaning up zombies. Therefore, the only person who can quell the rebellion and disaster is this blood leader. If it were another one, George would not be able to feel at ease. He hoped to find someone in this martial mercenary country who not only had the faith of the Dawn Knights, but also had the strong experience in dealing with demons. In that Swan Lake, he led mercenary groups across the country to fight guerrilla warfare against the devils. For the current Elda, this talent demand standard is probably a bit too harsh. Chapter 374 People's Livelihood in the Valley. If there was one thing about the shelter that made Alfonso so picky, it was the food. After coming here for so many days, almost every meal was based on potatoes. Sweet potatoes and mushrooms, which gave him a very headache. According to George, these crops have higher yields, but they don't last as long as grains. Therefore, the shelter stores grains as much as possible, and the staple food is mainly old grains and things that are not easy to preserve. Based on the population of the valley, potatoes and sweet potatoes will basically be consumed that year. No one is willing to eat the newly harvested grains, and bread is made from old grains. The main meat here is grasshoppers.
Thanks to last year's locust plague, our Archmage Anthony no longer needs to use saws to deal with those bugs this time. I will introduce you to a new product later. This restraint wand is not only effective against locusts, but also against large swaths of insects in the sky. Flying undead still work wonders.
Alfonso believes that there must be some powerful strange things here. But when it comes to eating grasshoppers, the key to the problem is not the big restraint and the magic wand. He felt that it was really strange that the people here did not rebel.
When I first came to the bottom of the valley, in the rich rat territory, many people were still fighting for a piece of bark and were beaten to death.
George chewed the fragrant grasshopper and said coldly,
"Bugs? Ha ha. They have eaten all kinds of bugs."
Many newcomers to shelters are pampered at first. But the key is that the first place everyone stays is Clobber's Min. He is the training master of the entire sanctuary. Today, the sanctuary has such a stable order, and this cruel lord is indispensable. In addition, everyone came here to flee, and the western region was already in flames of war. Many people's lives are not much better than the original habitat, so they are not so picky. The propaganda and guidance work in the valley has always been controlled by Mother Hathaway, and a large number of pastors and lobbyists dominate the thinking here. After Brenda came, many things that were difficult for people to accept can often become fashionable and trendy under the words of this well-informed, authoritative adventurer. This has made the entire sanctuary the most perfect garden in the hearts of any class, including nobles and citizens. As this guy Brenda is saying to Alfonso now,
this kind of food is actually a delicacy in many areas in the southern part of the continent. Alfonso, do you know the golden country of Brada in the south? Oh, of course you don't know. It is a lost country. But naturally, a big adventurer like me has been there before. Insects are something that only the high priests and other nobles can eat every day. The most popular food there is meatloaf made of mosquitoes.
Brenda and Alfonso talked about several dishes made specifically from various insects. What they said was well-founded, and the details were very clear. George had to admire this guy's brain circuitry. But this guy does seem to know several ways of cooking grasshoppers, as if he has actually been to a place called the Lost Relics. The big star Brenda successfully changed the topic, and the little fan Alfonso Duke started a heated discussion with him. In a few words, he also became curious about the grasshoppers on everyone's plates. After eating one, he decided to give up this kind of food. But in times of famine, it would be a good idea to feed the refugees. George and Brenda were right. It would be good to have a bite to eat in the north. And Elda would also face the problem of famine in the future. After lunch, George, Alfonso, Brenda, and Lord Wolf walked around the territory. The weather was relatively cold, and there were a few people spreading their hair thickly. They looked like they were children of nobles, or wealthy citizens who had opened a shop at home. There are too many people in this shelter now. George is like a high-ranking official, even with the extremely developed media methods in modern times. Many people don't know what a high-ranking official looks like. Anyone who has seen him from a distance has already met him. However, if he was wearing Georgette, even those who had seen him would recognize him. But if you change your clothes, it will be really different. Occasionally, an old citizen who was familiar with him would recognize him at a glance. But he would also call him George or boss, which surprised Alfonso on the side.
It's not that the valley is informal, Alfonso. It's just that when I'm not in formal attire, people who are familiar with me will call me that. Otherwise we will be surrounded when we go out. And we won't be able to walk around.
Alfonso nodded, understanding the situation. In fact, it is extremely normal for the Lord to travel. Generally speaking, if the Lord does not talk to anyone, people will not and dare not take the initiative to come over. But this night of divine grace is too special. The Archbishop of Navigmic is more popular, so the situation here is a bit special. But in these days, Alfonso discovered that the special situation in the valley was more than this. Such things as informality did exist. Just like the clothes. Color is something that civilians are not qualified to wear. Only in places where commerce is extremely open, such as ports and trade centers, will everyone leave this kind of noble privilege behind, because people who have the money to wear such clothes have an extremely unusual relationship with the noble. In those extremely open cities, the status of a merchant does not even need to be much lower than that of a noble. But in this valley, any civilian can wear whatever they want, and everyone can afford it. Even the services that were once exclusive to the nobles are everywhere on the street. Alfonso is actually a bit confused here. And there are too many nobles and commoners in the valley. So many people are picking up the vegetable sellers. A nobleman indeed. But he was right. The leaders of the shelter did not prohibit this as long as there was a limited purchase of tickets. He could buy whatever he wanted. And people with such limited purchase coupons naturally have this qualification. However, the nobility still leads the trend. In order to be different, they can always create novel and fashionable services and matching. Then, they were copied in various ways by tailor shops. This greatly stimulated the imagination of the people in the territory, and also increased the currency circulation rate. This makes the order more stable, as the finance minister Maddox said. Money cannot be used as food or drink. It seems that it is better to give it all to Anthony for alchemy. But once the population increases, if there is no currency, the valley will become a mess. And the boss will not know what to pay when paying salary. Maddox was the first to provide monetary policy and propose purchase restrictions. According to Maddox's inference, if the sanctuary returns to the era of barter, the social structure will become looser, and every village and town will become a small tribe. After listening to Maddox's words, George understood why after the asylum became a city, the Dawnlight would regard currency and various perfect laws as the force of order. The force of hope has been added. Increased recovery speed. The more complete the system, the more secure and reliable the people will feel, and the more hope they have for the future. And the easier it will be for the Dawn to gather the power of order. Details will be discussed in later chapters. Soon everyone had reached their seats near the old blacksmith shop. George remembered that at the beginning, across a few scattered farmhouses to the west, there was the farmland shrouded in mist. Last winter, the sunshine had dispersed all the fog on the farmland to the west. Looking into the distance, one could see across the flat farmland and vaguely see the river 5 kilometers away. But now, as far as the eye can see, there are all tall houses and spacious streets. The river in the distance has been completely blocked. And the most conspicuous thing in the field of vision is the top of the tall wizard tower. It has been built 7 or 8 stories high, which is higher than the tallest spire of the castle. The entire territory has changed so much. My father in this world probably never imagined that his son could build a high tower in Johannes. Right? The biggest dream of Austin's ancestors was to turn the mill on the south side into a small manor. But now even those houses are numbered in the thousands. Like a city rising slowly from the ground. Let's go to the new district and have a look. George took steps and crossed the street on the west side of the old blacksmith shop. There are many newly hung lanterns on both sides of the street, reflecting the solar terms. Chapter 375 New City. Today is the Festival of Lights, which is April of the first year of the blood moon and February of the old calendar. At this time in previous years, the snow has melted. But this year is the coldest time. With this snow, I'm afraid it will take May to be civilized in our south. Maybe a little earlier. Alfonso breathed a sigh of relief and tightened his cloak. George nodded. He looked at the colorfully lit house and recalled that it had been more than 3 months since he returned to the shelter. It has been 11 months since today until his trip last year. The CEO was also amazed by the changes in the shelter. Indeed, in these 11 months, it was the residents who changed the sanctuary. Many things were their spontaneous products and were not guided by their own hands, like the last major development. Currently, there are more than 300,000 people in shelters and temporary residents, with the participation of all people in labor. Various constructions have developed rapidly. 300,000 to 400,000 laborers, under the leadership of wizards, and with magic spiders, heavenly servants, etc., can build more than 3,000 houses. Dozens of special stores, and a large alchemy workshop every week on average. Before the blood moon, with the influx of refugees, the construction of Oroville had already begun. With the completion of the construction of the city wall, the scale has become larger and larger. After he came back more than 3 months ago, the wizards joined the team. In terms of labor force alone, they can be compared with the servants of heaven. And they are wiser than the servants of heaven. What they built was not limited to blueprints. But the engineers of the shelter played an extremely significant role in leading the construction of ordinary labor. So far, there are more than 30,000 houses, 7 large alchemy workshops, and a completed wizard tower in the entire sanctuary equivalent to a large high-rise building. When the second phase of the project is completed, the wizard tower will be expanded. The area is not much smaller than that of a university teaching building, except for the military camps and bunkers on the east side of the shelter, in the direction of the valley mouth. The wizard tower is the center of the entire city. George looked towards the tall wizard tower, and saw 7 large alchemy workshops surrounded by the wizard tower. After the other 5 wizard towers are built, these workshops will be circled together to form a new super castle. These large alchemy workshops are like large dome-shaped buns covered on the ground, each occupying several thousand square meters. On the edge of the workshop is actually the dormitory for the laborers. In this winter, they live directly in the workshop. There is no need to burn charcoal, because there is a circulating hot water supply throughout the workshop. So the room is extremely warm, and the windows even need to be opened from time to time for ventilation. The total number of people in the 7 large alchemy workshops is more than 50,000. Some are involved in production and transportation, and some are responsible for taking care of others' daily lives. After the underground structure of the workshop is completed, the number of people it can accommodate will be doubled.
But by the way, what I admire most is that there are almost no mice in your territory. There are almost no cockroaches. These things are everywhere in our place even in winter,
Alfonso said as he walked.
But here you have spiders are really big. I have never seen a spider as big as a palm.
After hearing Alfonso's words, George smiled unnaturally.
They all came out of the laboratory. You know, wizards like to tame weird pets. In fact, there are bigger ones than that.
Alfonso couldn't help but tremble after hearing this. Could there be a spider as big as a basin? In fact, when the mission entered Johannes, the spiders were prohibited from moving on the ground. However, the current project is mainly underground, and the construction of the second phase of the city wall, so it does not affect the project. As for the servants of heaven and night watchmen, only the extremely devout citizens can see them. The mission had heard many exaggerated legends and stories, but they just laughed them off. After all, this place is indeed favored by the 7 gods even in St. Wilmic's Cathedral. The sunlight does not spread so widely. The wizards have given reasonable explanations for the absence of rats and cockroaches. The shelter has also sold the mission a lot of formulas for eliminating rats and insects. It is indeed effective, and the shelter is also using it. As for the question of sunshine, it is also very reasonable considering George's current role as Chief Archangel. Chief Archangel and other identities, the second-order high-level Holy Angel is itself a mobile divine fire, although the third-order angel is not in charge of miracles. If it is the Chief Archangel, who is second only to the 7 gods, his methods will not be much worse than the light of dawn. If after being sent to the human world, he couldn't even clear away the fog, he wouldn't have to do it anymore. As for the identity of Morpheus, he is now the 7 gods. It might be possible to make the entire valley clear of fog, if you add in the academic papers of wizards such as
the special environmental climate of the valley.
Then it will be a perfect fit. The shelter today is no longer what it once was. Now there is a piece of iron here, and no one is qualified to peek into this land. The Holy Court does have this qualification, but they also have a large sunny land there. And now that the devil and the Holy Court are in harmony, they don't care about this valley at all. According to George, the wings of the shelter have grown hard now. Appropriate prominence, appropriate pretense, and borrowing the momentum of the 7 gods and Morpheus can prevent those monsters from harassing them. Now as long as Sanctuary doesn't touch the devil's bottom line, they won't look back until they solve the troubles in the Holy Court. So the only thing George is actually worried about is actually only 2 things. One is whether the Holy Court will reach an agreement with the demons. He ordered Wallace to write a letter, hoping to hook up the Holy Court's envoy to come over, just to find out what was going on. In 2 days, this situation will be clear. The second worry is that Aloysius is playing dirty tricks, using the identity of Morpheus to cause trouble, and using the power of the Holy Court to deal with Sanctuary. But this matter has actually been dealt with. There were indeed signs of this before. Judging from the time, Aloysius came up with this idea after hearing the news about Morpheus. He even had some doubts at the beginning, So he sent an alias to test. The result was obvious. The two guys locked each other. After George met with an alias, the tendency of the fallen angel and Aloysius to spread rumors was also cut off by George. The former was afraid of Morpheus himself, and the latter was more afraid of Morpheus than Mo. Faith is even more afraid of revealing his identity, because he doesn't even have the disguise of the seven gods. As for the black and white Neru, both of them have them. Indeed. In fact, I don't know his true identity, so I can't really use this as a trump card. But it doesn't matter, because the real Morpheus will never reveal who Aloysius is, because this is the prerequisite for the two people to cooperate. Everyone wants to get rid of the major shareholders. One uses the sunshine, and the other uses the shadow to destroy the world. There is really a tacit understanding. I am afraid that the real Morpheus would not want Aloysius to die before that decisive battle. So does Aloysius. So now it can be said that there are already the prototypes of the three kingdoms: demon, holy court, and sanctuary. Therefore, the relationship between the three parties is extremely delicate. Of course, sanctuary is actually the weakest party, because Morpheus did not really devour the seven gods.
By the way, George, is there a boy named Dirk who works beside you?
Alfonso suddenly asked. George withdrew his thoughts, and thought for a long time before he remembered the name.
Well, he is not currently serving with me. He is a sergeant major in the Bienham Mercenary Regiment.
Hearing this, Alfonso was stunned for a while. After a long time, I couldn't help but laugh at myself.
George, you should really form a mercenary group or a mercenary night group here,
Alfonso said with a sigh.
I believe that where that mercenary group goes must be Outreach, where all the mercenaries swarm.
At first, George didn't pay much attention to this sentence, but he did have such a plan. But then, his eyes suddenly lit up. The person who leads the eastern territory of Elda does not necessarily have the appeal of the nobles. What that person needs is the love and admiration of the mercenaries. A lot of guys on the special teams team. Everyone on that list. Undoubtedly the best leaders. He wants to build the most powerful mercenary group in the world in this mercenary country. The name Dirk has been deeply remembered by him. After crossing a few streets, George and others arrived at this side of the workshop. Brenda looked at the stores across the street from the workshop, turned to George and said,
I visited Biswee City a few years ago. The layout here reminds me of the auction business district in Biswee Old City.
George nodded. Indeed. After he got the blueprints of the city in Biswee City, he sent them back to the shelter as soon as possible. In terms of scale, the current shelter is equivalent to a district in Biswee City. That is 1/7 of Biswee City. In terms of area, it is equivalent to a large county town in modern society. But because there are no high-rise buildings, it will actually only be able to accommodate 300,000 people at most in the future. No matter how much the population increases, new urban areas will spread to the other side of the river. Those are shops and stores, built across the street from where these large alchemy workshops are located. There are many blacksmith shops and repair shops run by residents themselves, as well as tailor shops, pharmacies, etc. There are also many mystery houses in some small alleys. The Wolverine Mysterious Wizard's Cottage that Lord Wolf moved here is also here. But this time, most of the things in the mystery house are generally real.